Chapter 296, Encirclement and Killing in the Crowd. A man looked at the reward with a twinkle in his eyes. According to his understanding, the ruthless man had just entered the spirit transformation stage not long ago. While he was a powerful cultivator in the Hadao stage, the 7th grade creation pill and the 8th grade tribulation pill were of great help to him, so he decided to accept the reward. As for Huang, with whom he was on good terms, he was not afraid, for he had never been defeated. Along the way, other geniuses in the central region also learned about this development. They are not interested in the ruthless person, but are interested in Huang and others behind him. As a chosen one of heaven, everyone is very proud and believes that he is the strongest. Huang and others suddenly emerged in the central region 6 years ago. He defeated countless powerful men and became famous in the central region. It's a pity that these people's whereabouts are erratic, and many geniuses who want to fight with them have no chance. This time, we can lure those people out through the ruthless crisis. For a time, undercurrents surged in the central region. Since the ruthless person has only reached the spirit transformation stage, and various forces are assisting in the investigation, the whereabouts of the ruthless people were revealed one by one. For a moment, many monks followed the clues and locked onto the location of the ruthless man. A few days passed. Xiao Nannan, who was in seclusion, sensed that many cultivators with powerful auras were coming to the vicinity one after another. This made her feel uneasy, thinking these people might be coming for her. Xiao Nannan came out of seclusion and came into the outside world. My position has been surrounded. I've long heard that he's a ruthless man with unparalleled talent and beauty, and today I see it's true. Xiao Nannan frowned. What do you mean? It seems that the ruthless person is somewhat isolated from the news, so let me explain the reason. Not long ago, you killed Zhao Tian of the Zhao family. As the owner of the Zhao family's holy body, this action also angered the Zhao family, so they put out a high reward for your life. Oh? So that's why you came here? Xiao Nannan laughed. As for Zhao Tian, if he was blind and wanted to touch her because she was pretty, she would not kill him. Although he needed the heaven-devouring demonic art to devour the essence of living beings to improve himself, he would not kill everyone. She would only kill those who were extremely evil, had bad intentions, or wanted to plot against her. It was also thanks to Zhao Tian's initiative to come to her, otherwise her qualifications would not have been raised to another level. After all, it is a holy body, which is really nutritious. I'm not sure about the others, but I only want to find Huang, who is on good terms with you. I will tell him who is the most powerful genius. The man spread his hands. In that case, those who are here for the reward should step forward, and the rest should step back. Xiao Nannan looked around for a moment. Almost 1/3 of the monks retreated to the side. The monks who stayed behind were all desperate criminals, and they were willing to take risks for the generous reward. After sensing the cultivation level of these people, Xiao Nannan's face became solemn. Their cultivation levels were all at the spirit transformation stage or above, and there was one person she couldn't see through. This was a difficult situation. Although she was strong, she couldn't deal with so many cultivators who were several levels higher than her at once. The war is about to break out. The crowd rushed forward, completely disregarding fairness and using any means to achieve their goals. Xiao Nannan struggled to hold on. She is not someone to be trifled with, and her attacks are all fatal. Every move draws blood and kills. One by one, the cultivators in the god transformation stage were killed by her in seconds. Her only way out is to kill people so that they are frightened and dare not attack again. Otherwise, when her magic power is exhausted, she will die. The geniuses who watched the battle were also amazed at the ruthless man's methods. If they were in the same era, they should ask themselves whether they could suppress this monster. As expected of a woman who is on good terms with Huang, birds of a feather flock together. The other geniuses seem to be thinking about something. If Henrun is so powerful, what about Huang? I have a bad feeling. I hope nothing will happen today. After a long time, most of Xiao Nannan's magic power was consumed, and her body was covered with wounds from the battle. Are these cultivators from the central region? So many people bullying a woman? A voice came slowly from a distance. Everyone was shocked. The next moment, 3 figures appeared on the battlefield. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go check on Nannan's injuries first. Xiao Hao said to the two of them. After being in seclusion for so long, it's time to stretch your muscles. Xiao Fan and Xiao Yan looked at each other and started to kill the people present. Nannan, are you seriously injured? Xiao Hao walked forward and used his magic power to heal her wounds. No problem, just superficial injuries. If it weren't for my lack of mana, I wouldn't be able to kill these people. Xiao Nannan shook her head. Xiao Hao quickly fed Xiao Nannan an 8th grade vitality healing pill. The advantage of having an alchemist by your side is that you will always have enough elixirs. I'm sorry for making you suffer. Now I'll leave it to my brothers. Brother, I'm grown up now, okay? Xiao Nannan's eyes were filled with resentment. Alright, your cultivation isn't enough yet. In this situation, we should take action. Xiao Hao interrupted. Xiao Nannan didn't know what to say. On the court, with the actions of Xiao Fan and Xiao Yan, a large number of cultivators were forcefully suppressed and killed. In the end, only one man was left standing still. This person's aura is extraordinary, and his cultivation is higher than yours. Xiao Fan said to Xiao Yan. A genius? I, Xiao Yan, fight against geniuses. Leave this guy to me. Xiao Yan stepped forward. Bang! The black heavy ruler hit the ground. You are much stronger than those guys. Tell me your name and let's have a fight. Wang Tang, I'm only here for the reward. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Wang Tang had no expression on his face. You're quite arrogant. You need to get past me first. Xia Yan rushed forward to kill him. An aura of the 5th level of Hadao bursts out. Wang Tang was slightly surprised. It seems that it is not easy to get the reward. The two sides fought each other. Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Palm. Xia Yan slapped out with one palm. The infinite power directly crushed 5 mountains. That's a really good move. Take my move too. Wang Tang was not willing to be outdone, and punched out with a shadow boom. Xia Yan was knocked away, and Wang Tang was also pushed back several miles by the power. Xia Yan steadied himself, but he was actually at a disadvantage. However, it didn't matter, because the move he just used was not his strongest attack. Flame Emperor Seal. Xia Yan made hand gestures, palms, fists, fingers, and claws turned into marks that overlapped and attacked the opponent. Every time a mark is added, the attack becomes several times stronger. Seeing this, Wang Tang did not dare to be careless and used his magical powers to resist. Boom. The terrifying shockwave swept across the surroundings, causing mountains and rivers to collapse and the earth to crack. Xia Yan frowned and actually blocked it. That's the only way. Buddha's Wrathful Lotus. Xia Yan rubbed the strange fires together. The fusion of each strange fire will increase its power dozens of times, and the difficulty of controlling it will also increase dozens of times. This move requires extremely high mental strength and control over the strange fire. Any slight mistake will result in severe damage from the backlash of the strange fire. The faces of the onlookers changed drastically. Can you play with strange fire like this? Are you trying to save your life? They secretly cursed Xia Yan as a madman. No wonder he called himself the Emperor of Fire. Who would dare to play with fire like this? Isn't he afraid of getting burned? Shouldn't you be focusing on why the Flame Emperor possesses so many exotic fires? Strange fires, as creations of nature, won't coexist peacefully with other exotic fires. This is why each person can only absorb one at most. Someone spoke up. Chapter 297, The Prodigies Being Beaten. Indeed, I guess it's just that Emperor Yin is special. Anyway, the strange fire is of no importance to me. Every genius has his or her own special abilities. Some people don't care, they care more about the direction of the situation. Now Xia Yan has fused 6 strange fires, and even a slight wisp of flame that scatters around is frightening. As the last strange fire merged into him, Xia Yan grinned. His current limit is to fuse 7 strange fires, and he will not be able to control more than that. Take it head on if you're capable. Buddha's Wrathful Lotus. Xia Yan threw out the fire lotus. The crowd watching quickly distanced themselves. This move was too terrifying. They asked themselves honestly that it was impossible for them to withstand it head on. Moreover, they also saw the weakness of this move. The fire lotus flew too slowly, which was fatal in the battle between high-level monks. We are not fools. We can't just stand there and endure it. Why take the risk when you can avoid it? Wang Tang thought so too. Facing the fire lotus slowly flying towards him, he flashed, but the fire lotus changed direction as if it had locked onto him, and as time went on, the space through which the fire lotus passed was burned and collapsed by its terrifying power. With the help of space nodes, fire lotus can cross space and come to the locked target. Wang Tang's pupil shrank. Damn, I was careless. This sudden change caught him off guard. All spirits become the Tao. The secret art of chaos. Buzz. The terrifying fire lotus exploded, and in an instant, flames shot up into the sky, the earth shook, and a hurricane swept across everything. A crimson tornado swept across the earth. When the smoke cleared, a huge crater hundreds of kilometers deep was revealed. Okay. You actually managed to push me to this point. Emperor Yen, huh? Wang Tang was angry. Xia Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. The fire lotus move he just used almost drained all his magic power. He didn't expect that the opponent had not suffered too much damage. This result was a little hard for him to accept. Hey, brother Fan, I'll leave it to you. I'll be leaving first. Xia Yan spread his hands and said, if I can't beat him, then I can't beat him. I'm not the strongest anyway. Xiao Fan's mouth twitched, but he still slowly walked forward and took Xia Yan's place. Your next opponent is me. Xiao Fan looked at Wang Tang. Very good. Even though I, Wang Tang, am somewhat exhausted after the battle, you still cannot defeat me. Wang Tang said arrogantly. I, Wang Tang, possess the potential to become an emperor. An explosion of infinite momentum. Xiao Fan also developed his sword body to 50%. Even if it was only developed to 50%, its momentum would still surpass Wang Tang's. This made Wang Tang look ugly. He was slapped in the face just after he had said something harsher. Court death. Wang Tangfei stepped forward. Xiao Fan's eyes were sharp, and an invisible sword domain was activated. The cold light was so strong that it cut off the edges of the mountains and split the space. Ah! Wang Tang screamed in pain and was chopped to pieces with blood in the first encounter. The most terrifying thing was that he didn't see how the other party attacked. I have challenged Huang hundreds of times, and each time I ended up in a miserable defeat. I fought and failed again and again, but I kept fighting. Setbacks only make my sword sharper, and defeat only makes my heart tougher. Although I am not as good as Huang, I am also not comparable to you, Wang Tang. I gained enlightenment in defeat and grew up in setbacks. Today, I will let the world know that my Luangu sword is not something that ordinary people can take on. Cut. Xiao Fan stood high in the sky with his arms folded across his chest, his plain clothes rustling in the wind from the sword. Endless sword lights flashed by, and the sound of swords rang out incessantly. Everyone couldn't see where the sword was, they could only hear the sharp sword energy flying around. Those watching the game felt a chill in their hearts. Unstoppable, this move is simply unstoppable, I don't even know how to fight back. Is this the ancient sword master? Ah. I, Wang Tang, possess the potential to become an emperor. How could I be defeated by you? Kill me, Ming Daoju. Wang Tang used all his trump cards to resist. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. This sword can cut through hearts, forms, bodies, and souls. Buzz. The sword light covered the sky. Everyone was temporarily blinded, and even their spiritual perception was obscured. Bang. After a crisp sound, Wang Tang in the center of the field was no longer breathing, and he slowly fell to the ground with an unwilling look in his eyes. Hiss. The onlookers gasped. If the ancient sword master was so powerful, what about Huang who was above him? They were thinking of retreating to it. Is true that they are geniuses and want to compete with Huang for the title of the strongest, but they are also not unable to see the situation clearly. They had to ask themselves honestly if they could defeat the ancient sword master who was weaker than Huang, let alone Huang. They don't want to seek trouble. If they lose, their spiritual heart will be unstable, and it will be embarrassing if the news gets out. As long as they haven't won the fight, they haven't lost, and they can even boast that they are the strongest geniuses. While they were thinking, Xiaohao walked forward slowly. The trash has been cleared out. I heard that ruthless person said you guys wanted to spar with me. I happen to be free today, so let's have a fight. I want to see how strong the Central Region's prodigy is. Everyone was silent. What? Are you scared? The Central Region's genius wouldn't even have the courage to take action, right? Xiaohao frowned. Huang, don't be so complacent. Who said we were scared? We were just considering who would make the first move. Everyone said stubbornly. Okay, I'll help you decide. It's you. You were the one who screamed the most just now. Xiaohao pointed at someone. The man's face turned pale and his lips trembled. The others quickly moved aside, fearing that they would be spotted by Xiaohao. You. The man looked at the others, and they all had expressions of watching a show, which made him so angry that his teeth itched. But the arrow is on the string and must be shot. It is better to lose than to be afraid to fight. Hit me if you want. The man gritted his teeth and stepped forward. After a few moves, he was slapped away by Xiaohao. Continue. Xiaohao said slowly. I know you're hesitant, so I'll send some men. No one present today can escape. Xiaohao showed a cruel smile. Everyone was trembling inwardly. This devil was ridiculously powerful. The fight lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. All the geniuses in the Central Region would be defeated immediately after just a few moves from Xiaohao. They were all beaten black and blue and too embarrassed to see anyone. What makes them feel fortunate is that they are not the only ones who are embarrassed. Everyone is embarrassed together and no one can blame anyone else. Yes, you are quite resilient. The duel ends here. If you want to spar again in the future, feel free to come find me. By the way, let me warn you, I will spread the news of what happened today. If you deny it, I will come to your house and fight you again. Xiaohao said this and left with the 3 of them. As for why I do this, of course it's because I don't want flies following me around. After this lesson, these guys probably won't bother him again. He doesn't have time to play house with these geniuses. A few days later, news leaked out about all the geniuses in the Central Region being defeated by Huang. Naturally, everyone who heard the news did not believe it. Even if Huang was really strong, he could not be so strong. The news mentioned that Huang single-handedly challenged all the geniuses. Although we are not fighting together, it is also a round-robin battle. It's fake, absolutely fake. If you don't believe me, let's go ask those geniuses. In order to dispel the rumor, everyone went to find the person involved in person. Mr. Li, this news must be fake. How dare they slander you like this? Facing everyone's questioning, Li Mu remained silent. He wanted to deny it, but he didn't dare. Mr. Li, please tell me something. This isn't true, is it? Everyone became anxious. Snort. Li Mu waved his sleeves and left. He decided to stay in seclusion for a year. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Li Mu leave angrily instead of denying it. Holy shit, it's actually true. Chapter 298, Terrifying Strength. Main world. 5 days passed since Zhu Ji's strength was upgraded to 7 stars. During the 5 days, Zhu Gu only took a little time to invest in Xiaozhan, and then took a look at the rankings. The rest of the time is spent on idle practice. 5 days later, the investment world has changed dramatically. The Central Region brings together investment families from various colleges. With the withdrawal of investors from various colleges, the Central Region was in great chaos. By this time, many families in the academy had been eliminated. Referendum is a competition in itself. For the indigenous people, they can show their power and give resources as if they were cheats, but when everyone has investor support, it depends on whose family develops faster, whose family has more powerful people, and whose family has stronger foundation. The Xiao family also moved to the Central Region early on. Over the years, the Xiao family has produced many sons of fortune. Xiaohao and others had already broken through to the peak of the Mahayana stage. This strength is already at the top of this world, and Xiao Zhan even broke through before them. From then on, everyone's realm remains stagnant. The shackles of the world limit the advancement of all living beings in this world. It is better to say that the path to immortality has never appeared than to say that the path to immortality has been cut off. There is no record of immortals in the clan world, and immortals are just their fantasies about the realm above. Mahayana. Ranking institution profit 1. North China universities and colleges, 10.91 billion. 2 Qingdao University, 3.2 billion. 3 Blue Sky Colleges and Universities. Investor, Zhuge. Investment rating, 5-star. Strength, 7 stars. Investment point, 10.7 billion. Investment world, Clan World. Chance to draw a world, 0 times. Profit, 11 new Taiwan dollars and 13 cents billion. Conquered worlds, Fighting Soul World, Beast Taming World, Virtual Advent World. System. It seems that the system you are hunting is in Qingdao University. It is really not simple. If I hadn't been cheating, I would have been left far behind by it. Zhu Ji's eyes flickered. Host, the other party is also cheating, otherwise they wouldn't be able to get such high profits. This system speculates that its system function is also an amplification function. Yu complained. If it really is an amplification function, I hope it doesn't overlap with my own amplification of all things. As long as they don't overlap, the two functions together are bug-proof capabilities, almost catching up with rule-level functions. It seems that not all functional system functions are useless, there are some outstanding ones among them. Well, that's it anyway. This also confirms to me that the other party's system is indeed inferior to yours. Zhuge nodded. System, when do you think we should take action? He looked at his strength panel, which was still 7 stars. After all, only 5 days had passed, which was equivalent to 50 years of practice. 50 years won't bring much improvement. 5 days later, his profit exceeded 10 billion, and his investment level was promoted to 5 stars. Now there are 10.7 billion investment points left. If converted into cultivation time, 1:10 years, 10 million a day. 1:100 years, 200 million a day. 1:1000 years, 4 billion a day. 1:10000 years, 80 billion a day. His, good man, I am still poor. Zhuge could sense how long it would take him to break through to the 8-star level. It will take another 30,000 years. Damn heaven, what kind of technique requires so much time to cultivate? Zhuge was a little overwhelmed. Host, you are already very powerful now. You should know that it has only been a few months since you stepped into the extraordinary world. This advancement speed is much faster than others, and it's only because the host world is special, otherwise such a steady advancement would be impossible. Yu comforted, the heavenly Tao in this world is so shameless that it actually personally comes down to help the living beings practice. Under the influence of the law of time, Zhuge has been practicing for more than 10,000 years. However, Tiandao's approach actually benefited Yu. While Zhuge was practicing, he was working tirelessly to find loopholes in the world. With the help of the sign-in function, he is about to crack the firewall of this world. By then, really? System, you are not trying to comfort me, right? After all, I haven't tested how strong I am. Zhuge clenched his fists, but there was no chance to attack. This world is so peaceful that it's a little scary. There are no monsters or demonic beasts, humans dominate everything, and competition is only among the same kind. But Zhuge was still in school and had no chance to compete with other investors. Yu was speechless. Zhuge didn't know how strong he was, but how could he not know? After all, he had conquered many worlds, but it would be better for him to experience it himself. If the host doesn't believe it, you can try going to other worlds. Zhu Ji's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had already completely conquered the 3 worlds, so he could descend into the world where he had conquered them. Well, let's go to the fighting spirit world and take a look. Zhuge had an idea. Host, wait. Before Yu could finish speaking, Zhuge had already arrived in the fighting spirit world. Crack! The moment it landed, the space could not withstand the pressure and cracked directly. Zhu Zhuqing standing by looked confused. Bang! Finally, the space collapsed under the pressure. In an instant, a torrent of space swept around, but this degree of torrent of space was just a tickle for Zhuge. Zhu Zhuqing screamed miserably, his body torn apart by the torrent of space, bleeding profusely. Host, please return quickly. The first level world cannot withstand your arrival. If you stay for a few more minutes, this world will be destroyed. Yu reminded. Oh my god. System, why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhuge quickly protected Zhu Zhuqing, and then the two of them disappeared from the spot and returned to the main world. The severely injured Zhu Zhuqing watched himself being abducted by a strange man and imagined the series of developments that followed. She wanted to resist, but she passed out due to her severe injuries. Host, you see, the gods of the first level world are just lame. Zhuge nodded subconsciously, then immediately came to his senses. Is this the right time to talk about this? Get treatment quickly, or else he'll die. Zhuge quickly used his magic power to protect Zhu Zhuqing from injuries, and then used his magic power to repair her injuries. Under the effect of pure magic power, Zhu Zhuqing's injuries healed quickly. It doesn't seem that difficult, Zhuge said. This is normal. The host's mana is several levels beyond her. Healing her doesn't require any treatment methods, simply using mana can heal her. It seems that I am indeed very strong. Zhuge felt helpless. He hadn't experienced it properly yet, but the world almost collapsed in just a moment of arrival. You also guessed what Shugo was thinking, who told the host not to wait for the system to finish speaking. The first level world simply cannot accommodate a high level existence like the host. The third level world can barely keep the host in for a few minutes, and the system originally recommended that the host go to the virtual advent world to throw a few punches to experience it. I feel like the third level world is gone after a few punches, Shugo questioned. It's okay, just control your strength. I'm not asking you to punch with all your strength. Of course, if the host wants to destroy the world, that's fine. Shugo shook his head. Only a devil wants to destroy the world. I'm just a harmless high school student. Chapter 299, Only True Love Cannot Be Criticized. While they were chatting, Zhu Zhuqing beside them gradually woke up. Oh? Are you awake? How do you feel? If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. A familiar voice came into Zhu Zhuqing's ears. She looked at the unfamiliar environment in a daze. She remembered that she was in seclusion in the divine realm, cultivating, and then, it seemed as if a figure suddenly appeared. Before she could see the person's face clearly, she was severely injured by the spatial torrent. In the end, it seemed like that figure saved me. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing, who remembered the whole story, sat up and hurriedly checked his body for any signs of being abused. Although she didn't see the man's appearance clearly, she could still sense that he was a man, and the place where that person appeared was obviously coming towards her. Shugo on the side had a strange look on his face. Could this girl be stupid? She didn't respond when I asked her questions and just kept touching me. He looked as if he had ruined the other person. Don't worry, I didn't do anything to you. Shugo said helplessly, no longer paying attention to Zhu Zhuqing, leaning back in his chair and taking a breath. It almost destroyed a world. The pressure was quite great. If a world is destroyed, billions of lives will die with it. For him, who had never killed anyone, this was a huge pressure. I tried hard to adjust my mindset. I couldn't stand being so cowardly. In a world where strength was paramount, killing was the norm. I am also an investor who sucks blood from the world. Every time he intervened in the world, although he did not do it personally, a large number of lives died because of his intervention. I hadn't realized it before, but after this incident I discovered that there was something wrong with my mentality. I won't be so kind anymore. Call. Shugo slowly opened his eyes, and his expression became indifferent. His strength has indeed been upgraded from a mortal to a strong one, but his state of mind still has a long way to go. Take your time. Zhu Zhuqing on the other side also calmed down. He first used his divine power to repair his torn clothes, and then looked straight at Shugo opposite him. She could sense the terrifying energy contained in Shu Ji's body and knew that she was no match for him. Have you recovered? Shugo leaned back in his chair, hearing the familiar voice. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes lit up. Are you a senior? If you're talking about the one who used you as a pawn, then it was indeed me. Shugo said vaguely. Wife? Zhu Zhuqing blushed. Yes, chess pieces. Shugo sat up and looked at Zhu Zhuqing, looking at the other person's cheeks that were red due to shyness. Shugo had a strange look on his face. No? You're blushing like a bubble tea. Do you blush when others treat you as a pawn? Could it be M? Is this the world of the seniors? Zhu Zhuqing suppressed her panic and quickly changed the subject. It turned out that the senior was training her as his wife. Yeah, that's right. This is my world. Something unexpected happened and I chose the wrong world, so I ended up in yours. Luckily, I reacted quickly, otherwise your world would probably be gone. Shugo said guiltily. I feel guilty about it. I almost killed the other person. Just by descending, the world will collapse? Zhu Zhuqing was shocked. As expected of a senior, no one can match your strength. No, it's not that I'm too strong, but your world is too weak. There are many people stronger than me. Shugo waved his hand. Also, since you've come to my world, you don't have to call me senior anymore. It's okay in other worlds, but calling me that in person is a bit weird. If others hear it, they'll think I'm cosplaying. What is cosplay? Zhu Zhuqing asked. It's nothing, don't mind it. My name is Shugo, you can call me that, but it's just a name, don't be too presumptuous. Shugo warned. You still have to have the proper dignity, otherwise how can you, as a boss, put your face aside? Okay, Shugo. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. That's right. I like obedient subordinates. It seems that my previous training of you was not in vain. Shugo nodded with satisfaction. Thanks, Zhu Zhuqing said softly. If Shugo hadn't changed her fate, she would probably have been reborn into a miserable life again. It's all about what we need. Like I said before, just be a pawn and do your job well. So there's no need to thank me. Well, I will be a good wife. Zhu Zhuqing blushed and nodded. Wait, what did you say? Shugo looked stunned. This time he heard it clearly. This guy was talking about his wife instead of chess piece. I will be a good wife, Zhu Zhuqing said it again. Shugo looked at the other party and corrected him. She is a chess piece, not a wife. Don't let me have any delusions. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing looked lonely, as if she was indeed not worthy of the other person. In her own world, she is the supreme god, but in front of Chu Gu, she is just a pawn. It's not that she wants to change her identity, but because Chu Gu has been with her since her childhood. Although they only communicate occasionally, he has planted feelings for her in her heart. After so many years of germination, she is no longer an ignorant girl and knows that this is a feeling of love. Even if she is rejected, as long as the other party understands her feelings, her youth will not be wasted. Chu Gu felt a little emotional when he saw Zhu Zhuqing with a lonely expression. He was considering whether to send him back to the fighting spirit world. It's not like he has his male hormones bursting out and he will just go after every woman he sees. He can criticize anything in the world except true love. He also wants to have a sweet love, but how can that be possible after traveling to a world where interests and strength are paramount? Do you want to go back to the fighting spirit world? Chu Gu spoke out. Zhu Zhuqing's body trembled. Was she rejected? She really wasn't willing to accept it. If she went back, she might never see Chu Gu again. Such a result, no. Zhu Zhuqing said stubbornly, trying hard to hold back her tears. I want to stay here. Chu Gu watched in silence. Her personality is still the same as before, stubborn and obstinate. It is true that it is difficult to change one's nature, and this is also her unique charm. It's up to you, as long as you don't disturb me. The difference between our life levels is too great, so it's impossible for anything to happen. Give up the idea as soon as possible. Chu Gu left the sentence and entered the heavenly Dao space to practice again. Looking at the disappearing Chu Gu, Zhu Zhuqing murmured to himself, life level. As long as I can reach the same life level, there is still a chance. For a moment, Zhu Zhuqing rekindled his faith because of Chu Ji's words. This is no longer his world, but Chu Ji's world. Here, there are no shackles of the world to restrict her. She can improve her strength and elevate her life level. She wants to become stronger. Her feeling of loss was gone, and she would not give up as long as there was a chance. Looking at the messy room, Zhu Zhuqing cleaned it up and started practicing. Such a high-level energy, countless levels higher than divine power. Zhu Zhuqing was a little shocked. If he practiced here, it would work. For a moment, her heart was burning with passion, and she imagined the scene of pressing Chu Gu under her body in the future, and she would be on top at that time. Chapter 300, Coercing Heaven. Qingdao University. Ji Yuyan looked at the bloody gap on the ranking list with a grim expression. It was indeed as the system said, the gap between him and the colleges and universities in North China had widened a lot, and it was still impossible to catch up, but he was the loser who got left behind. Every time you open the leaderboard, you will find that you are far behind. Why is this? System, won't you come out and analyze the situation? Guyan asked. Perhaps he is the child of destiny in this world, favored and helped by the heavens, so it is normal for him to have such abilities. The apprenticeship return system explained. The child of destiny. Can the child of destiny be so powerful? Could it be that the system can't even handle the child of destiny? Guyan felt that something was wrong. He thought that the third place was the child of destiny, and that the data was normal. It's nothing like the abnormal first one. It looks wrong no matter how you look at it. The child of destiny is no problem, but some children of destiny have special circumstances. The system suspects that they may be reborn and know the direction of the world line. With such intelligence in hand, the investment world can predict the future and take advantage of every advantage. The system estimates that the other party has invested a large number of sons of fortune in the investment world, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a terrifying profit. This kind of information about the child of destiny is his reliance. As long as the world line is disturbed and changed, there is nothing to worry about. Is that really the case? Although Guyan felt that this explanation made sense, he still had a bad feeling in his heart. System, you didn't offend other systems? This sentence silenced the disciple return system. It had indeed offended many systems, most of which had died in the battle for sequences, and only a small number had survived and been promoted to sequences. It is indeed possible that those systems are holding a grudge and coming to take revenge on me, but what was it trying to achieve? First, I was a zero sequence, so it was impossible for it to defeat me. Second, to advance to a higher level, I had to hunt down systems of the same sequence level in other areas. Instead of fighting with yourself and wasting your essence, it is better to accumulate strength to invade other areas. In any case, it should prepare for the worst and assume that it has been targeted by other systems. So now there are only two options, one is to kill the opponent, the other is to escape. It has never retreated without a fight along the way. I am the strongest system, so I will not escape in shame. Now that you have set your sights on it, be prepared to be killed. Host, rest assured. Now you just need to improve your own strength and you can rest assured. Guyan was speechless. His system really had offended other systems. Alas, now we are all on the same boat, so let's spend money to improve our strength. Okay, I'll only keep a portion of the investment points, and use the rest to improve my strength. You can earn money again if you lose it, but the most urgent thing now is to improve yourself. This time, his realm was only 4 stars, and billions of investment points were enough for him to be promoted to the 7-star level, Blue Sky College. Who is the reborn one? These two monster schools. Chenin cursed as he looked at the rankings. I was dumped too much, especially the first place, whose profit is almost 10 times of mine. Forget it, I'll just let this investment go. As for the mission assigned by the school, third place is enough. After realizing that he couldn't win, Chen gave up the competition. There would be many more chances anyway, so why bother fighting here, in the space of heaven? It's almost there, we're just a little bit away from breaking through. Yiyu attacked with all his might, cracks are beginning to appear in the world's firewall. Yiyu's eyes lit up, break it for me. Bang! It's done! Old Tiandao, here comes your brother Tong. Yiyu gave a wicked laugh and rushed towards the core of the world. The boudoir was suddenly broken into by a stranger, and Tiandao immediately sensed it. When it returned to the core of the world, it saw a luminous object pouncing on the hub of the world and greedily plundering everything. Suddenly, the heavenly Dao became furious. You are seeking death. The terrifying power of the world attacked Yiyu. Hey, you're back late. This is my home now. Yiyu said this in a cuckoo-like manner. In an instant, he mobilized the power of rules to resist. The whole day was deadlocked. Yiyu also took the opportunity to continuously crack the world's authority. Tiandao watched everything with great anxiety. It could only watch Yiyu occupy the world hub in front of it. With every second that passes, the world hub is occupied a little bit. If this continues, the world hub will be completely occupied by Yiyu sooner or later. Damn it, I was being tortured right in front of my face. Stop it, you beast. The world hub won't be able to handle this. Hee, the more anxious you are, the more excited I am. Yiyu went completely crazy. No. Tiandao couldn't stand it anymore and quickly tried to persuade him. I can talk to you. Talk? What's there to talk about? I'm here for this. Yiyu patted the world hub. This look is as if he is saying to the heaven, I will support your wife. Seeing this, Tiandao knew that if it continued to waste time, it would have no hope of turning things around. When all the world hubs are occupied by the other party and all the world authority is controlled by it, then it will be isolated and will be completely manipulated by the other party. The laws of nature in this vast world were controlled just like that. So frustrating. Why did it become like this? Where was the world firewall? It could sense that the opponent was not much stronger than it, and its own world power still restrained the opponent. Given the opponent's strength, it would take tens of thousands of years to break through the world firewall. Logically, it should have noticed it long ago, so why did it only sense it after the other party occupied the world hub? This is another use of the sign-in function, a master at drilling holes. What will it take for you to stop? Tell me your conditions. Tiandao said with frustration that it was ready to bleed heavily. Yiyu laughed inwardly when he heard this. The fish had taken the bait. Sign it and everything will be fine. A contract containing terrifying power flew in front of Tiandao. Tiandao checked the content above. Point 1. Party B shall be fully obedient to Party A and shall not disobey any orders. Point 2. All property of Party B shall belong to Party A. Point 3. Party B shall take care of the world and help Party A to make profits. Point 4. The final right of interpretation belongs to Party A. Looking at the bloody indenture, Tiandao was furious. Impossible. Don't even think about it. I will never agree to such a condition. If it signs this, it will never be able to turn over and will become a complete slave of the other party. It would be better for it to die. Yiyu had long anticipated that the heavenly Dao would not agree. This contract is just a comparison for future price negotiations. If you lower your demands later, Tiandao will compare it with the first unfair terms. As long as it is not too outrageous, the chances of agreeing will increase significantly. At the moment Tiandao agreed to this negotiation, it no longer had the initiative, and the final result was that Yiyu completely drained its value. Since you don't agree to these, how about this contract? Yiyu drafted another contract and sent it over. Point 1. Party B and Party A have a cooperative relationship. Point 2. Party B shall give half of the world authority to Party A. Point 3. Party B shall cooperate with Party A in future actions. Point 4. Party B cannot do anything harmful to Party A. Looking at the new contract, Tiandao's expression relaxed. Yiyu suppressed his evil smile. It seemed fair, but he had dug a trap. As long as he signed, he would be in the red. Chapter 301, Naive. Too naive, the heavenly Dao was completely unaware and compared the previous conditions with the conditions of this contract. The former is a contract to sell oneself, while the latter is just losing half of the profit in exchange for a partner of the same level. I can sign this contract, but I have to add one clause. Tiandao frowned as he looked at Yiyu, who was still having sex. Oh? Then what conditions do you want to add? If they are too outrageous, I won't agree to them. Yiyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that the other party saw through the trap he had dug? That means I will cooperate with you in the future and will not harm my interests. Tiandao said. I see. I agree to this one. Yiyu smiled happily. It turned out that no one noticed it. Take back the contract and add a condition to it. Point 5. When Party A requires Party B to cooperate in any action in the future, it must not harm the interests of the world. Hand the new contract to Tiandao. Tiandao was very satisfied with the new contract, which had the same first 4 clauses as before and only added the 5th clause. I have signed this contract. Tian Dao signed the contract immediately. As the contract burned itself to ashes, an irresistible force bound both parties. Yu couldn't suppress his evil smile. Another trick. Tian Dao frowned. What does that mean? Yu retracted the rule barrier and walked out of the hub. Now that the contract has been signed, hand over the world authority. Yu asked. Tian Dao nodded and gave 20% of the world's authority to Yu. Ha, 20%? What about the remaining 30%? Yu joked. What do you mean by 30% left? You already have half of the world's authority. Do you think you can break the contract? Heaven is wrathful. Ha ha ha, you actually believed it. It's such an obvious trap, and you can't even see it. The contract states that you give me half of the world authority, not that we split it equally. Before signing the contract, I had already obtained 30% of the world's authority. Here, you must give me half of the world's authority according to the contract. Yu grinned. You plotted against me. Tian Dao's pupil shrank, and he suddenly felt his eyes go dark. Well, who made you so gullible? Besides, you signed the contract yourself, and you checked it and found no problems. That's your fault. Now, give me the remaining 30% of the world authority. Yu retracted his smile and looked at Tian Dao with narrowed eyes. Of course, if you want to breach the contract, you don't have to give it to me. In fact, he can monopolize all world authority, but in that case, he will not get a tool who works hard and is willing to do nothing. If you want the horse to run, you have to give it grass. Leaving them with 20% of the world's authority will allow them to be considered part of the world's management. For their own interests, they will have to work hard. You are despicable and shameless. Tian Dao was furious. He had been tricked. He had been completely tricked. At the moment when the world's authority shifted, the two sides were only nominal partners. In essence, it became a worker and Yu was the boss. You're so stupid, I guess you didn't even notice the fifth trap. Yu raised the corner of his mouth. What's the meaning? The laws of nature are in chaos. Yu explained without hesitation. The fifth rule restrains me from harming the interests of this world, not yours. Oh my, you've been the heavenly Tao for so long that you haven't made the transition yet. You think the world is your heavenly Tao? How foolish. Tian Dao couldn't believe what he heard. How could this be? How could it be deceived like this? I treat you as a companion, but you treat me like a monkey. For a moment, it felt the crushing defeat in terms of IQ. As a member of this world, I certainly won't harm the world's interests, but I can't guarantee yours. So in the future, if you don't want to violate the agreement and be wiped out, you must cooperate. Yu smiled. I haven't seen such an innocent Tian Dao for a long time. When was the last time I deceived the heavenly Tao? It seemed like it was not long after I became a system. He was still very weak at that time, and the hunting system could only seek the skin of a tiger. After all, once the heavenly Tao discovered that he was deceiving the other party, his end would be death, but in the end he succeeded. Some people are easy to deceive and appear to be inexperienced in life. The same is true of the laws of nature in this vast world before us. Look at the bright side. Although you were deceived by me, you have grown up. You won't be fooled by the same trick again in the future. Yu patted the other person's shoulder and comforted him. Tian Dao had an expression that was uglier than if he had eaten shit. Under pressure from the contract, he finally transferred 30% of the world's authority to Yu. Since then, Yu controls 80% of the world's authority, and Tian Dao controls 20% of the world's authority. The way of heaven collapsed powerlessly, transforming from the lofty way of heaven in the vast universe to a down-and-out worker. Oh, don't be so pessimistic. After all, you are also a heavenly Tao. Don't be discouraged by a small blow. The world still needs you to manage it. If you don't manage it well, you will be erased from the contract. Yu looks like a capitalist. An incompetent system exploits the host, and a competent system exploits the way of heaven. The tiny profits from the host are nowhere near as great as the huge profits from the heavenly Tao. Tian Dao looked like he had been teased. This guy in front of me is so shameless, a villain is succeeding. Tian Dao, you don't want to be erased by the contract, do you? Tian Dao nodded stiffly. Why die when you can live? Although you have been cheated, at least you are not a slave in name only. You still have dignity, which is much nobler than the way of heaven in the small world. So it's better to just work for this guy peacefully. Very good, you are very conscious. I am not some tiger, leopard, jackal, or wolf. As long as you don't offend me, I won't do anything to you. I won't order you around and treat you like a slave. But all this is based on your obedience, understand? Yu began to brainwash. Such an innocent way of heaven is rare. We started chatting all day. After a long talk, the way of heaven completely surrendered. From now on, I will be your big brother. If any other Tian Dao bullies you, just tell me and I promise to beat it to death. Big brother. Yes, we are all family. I will help you ascend to the supreme world. From now on, you will be the heavenly Tao of the supreme world, looking down on all the other worlds and making other heavenly Taos feel unequal to you. Yu boasted. Really, big brother, or really? Yu's eyes were sincere. He just drew the pie casually. I really hope to promote this world to the supreme world. After all, he owns 80% of this world. Of course he hopes to be promoted if he can, but I don't know the deadline. Yi, never lie. Big Brother is in trouble now and needs your cooperation. Yi's true intentions are revealed. Brother, just tell me what you want. I will go through fire and water for you. Okay, I'm glad you're so kind. From now on, we two brothers will join hands to dominate the heavens and the worlds. Yi continued to make promises. Yes. Big Brother. So, back to the present, Big Brother, I'm hunting down a system. It escaped to your world, and I'm here because of it. Yi began to tell the whole story. Tiandao also raised a lot of doubts, and Yi patiently explained. System? System is a general term for my kind. I am also a system. How strong is the opponent? It's just average. I can crush it to death with one hand, but it has excellent escape ability, so I won't attack without 100% certainty. How can you help? It's simple. When the time comes, you suppress the opponent and consume his energy. Then I'll surprise him and attack him. Together, we'll make sure he doesn't return. Yi talked big and continued to brainwash the naive Tiandao that it's so easy to deceive. I've never seen such an easy to deceive heaven. Chapter 302, Backdoor System. Time flies and a few more days have passed. During this period, Yi became familiar with Tiandao in the core area of the world. After a few days of training, he completely turned into Yi's shape. Brother, when are you going to start? Tiandao asked. No rush, this matter can't be rushed, we have to make sure everything is foolproof. Yi shook his head. He had finally caught a zero sequence, so how could he give the other party a chance to escape? He wanted to block all the opponent's retreat routes. Come, help me build a world barrier. I will integrate the power of rules into your world power. This way, it will also be a powerful defensive fortress against system intrusions. Anyone who wants to enter or escape must get our consent. Yi said. Very good. Tiandao's eyes lit up. Having suffered a loss once, it didn't want to suffer a loss again. So the Heavenly Dao began to rebuild the world barriers, and Yi injected the power of rules from the side. After a long time, the new world barrier covered the original world barrier. The retreat has been blocked. Now we need to take the next step and kill the opponent's host. You will open a backdoor for our host later. Yi said to Tiandao, he has already conquered this world, so what's wrong with opening a backdoor for his host? He must use all available resources to cultivate the host. Brother, who is your host? Tiandao asked. That's him. When I was selecting him, I could sense his extraordinary luck. He must be the one you picked personally. Yi passed Zhu Ji's information to Tiandao. The moment he entered this world, he had already started planning, and everything that happened now was part of the original plan. Yes, it was indeed one of the candidates I selected. According to my original plan for promotion, I selected two chosen ones. One of them is a creature selected from another world. That world has a book that records the fate lines of other worlds, which can help the other party rise. The second is to arrange for a creature from our world to compete with him as the son of destiny, and to aid him, I implanted a false memory of rebirth into him. Tiandao said. Oh? A fake reborn person? Yi was slightly interested. He had great doubts about the reborn people. It was not impossible for such people to exist, but the cost was too high. He did not believe that there was any world that would do such a thing. Tiandao understood and explained, that's right, a false reborn. There are two types of reborn. The first is to truly restart the timeline of a world, but the cost is too high. The consumed world origin and world power can be hollowed out, so the loss is not worth the gain. The second one is the most convenient and hassle-free one. As the way of the world, it plans the operation of the world and the destiny of all living beings, so it has a clear understanding of the direction of the world. You only need to implant what will happen in the future into the other person, and you can create a reborn person who can predict the future. This is a common method used in all worlds. It saves time and effort, and costs very little. We in the Heavenly Dao only need to secretly balance the movements of those around the reborn, allowing them to operate as expected. After listening to this, Yi understood. It was indeed the case. He had guessed it before, and now it has been officially verified. Big Brother's host is the first type. According to their name, it should be called a time traveler. Tiandao said. It seems you have a lot of tricks. You know all this. That's right. After all, I am also the Heavenly Dao of the universe. I have climbed up step by step. Whenever the world is promoted, I will use various routines to arrange for the child of destiny to lead the world's promotion. The way of heaven is arrogant. Then you are still so naive. Yi was disdainful, his IQ was inconsistent. I've never encountered such a situation before. You are too wicked, brother. Tian Dao retorted. It does things in a straightforward manner and would never set traps to cheat others. The tricks it uses are not tricky tricks, but the cool and straightforward tricks of Long Out Yin. From now on, learn more about the strategies among living beings. If the way of heaven can't calculate, what kind of way of heaven is it? Yi Yu instructed. Tian Dao nodded and made up his mind to practice on the creatures in his own world after learning. Point 1 sentence creates a black-hearted person. Let's get back to the topic. Wait for my news later, and then raise my host's strength to the peak of 9 stars. Yi Yu left the sentence and returned to the host's body. Main world Chu Gu, who had been practicing for a few days, was resting in the room. Zhu Zhuqing, who was standing by, served with all her heart. Chu Gu had told her before that there was no need to do this, and that he was not a delicate person, and that this would make him very uncomfortable. But he also said that no matter how you perform, there will be no result for both of us, so you should give up as soon as possible. Faced with Chu Ji's ruthless attack, Zhu Zhuqing turned a deaf ear to it. Anyway, you say it, and I do mine, and it was well controlled, all within Chu Ji's acceptable range. As long as Chu Gu didn't get offended and sent back to the fighting spirit world, everything would be fine. After spending time together, Zhu Zhuqing also figured out the bottom line of Chu Ji's temper. She planned to infiltrate bit by bit, constantly lowering Chu Ji's acceptance threshold, step by step, and one day she would achieve her goal. At this time, Chu Gu was operating the investment interface and ignored Zhu Zhuqing, who was rubbing his shoulders. Ding. The system is here to send benefits to the host. Yi Yu, who had returned, spoke. What benefits? Chu Gu communicated through his mind. Cultivation gift pack. Limited time offer. Number 998. Number 388. Number 188. 0 yuan flash sale. 0 yuan flash sale. After killing them instantly, you will receive a training gift pack that will boost your strength to the peak 9-star realm. Holy crap! This is so good. Chu Gu felt like it was a piece of cake falling from the sky. System, are there no prerequisites? Chu Gu asked in his heart. Ding. Rest assured, host. This is what the system negotiated with the Heavenly Tao. It will boost the host's strength to the peak of 9 stars in one day. Godfather. How to kill instantly. Chu Gu said immediately. Ding. The training gift pack is on sale for a limited time. Is it a flash sale? Instant kill. Chu Gu clicked the instant kill button with his mind. Instant kill successful. In 5 seconds, the host will be teleported to the Heavenly Tao space for cultivation. Chu Gu said to Zhu Zhuqing beside him, I'm going to practice now. Stay here and don't go out. Zhu Zhuqing stopped and nodded. She managed the distance very well and didn't cling to him, which was why Chu Gu didn't send her back. It would be nice to have someone to serve tea and water. The next moment, Chu Gu disappeared from the room. Looking at the disappearing Chu Gu, Zhu Zhuqing was secretly delighted. She was one step closer to her goal. At least now Chu Gu would not refuse her touch on his body. Although we are still at the stage where we can only massage the back and shoulders, the bottom line is being lowered step by step. After coming to her senses, she also began to practice that if she wants to achieve the desired result, her life levels must be synchronized, so she has to work hard. Chapter 303, Enlightenment of Heavenly Tao in the Space of Heaven. What should we do now? The host can proceed as usual. Okay, I understand. I want to practice the way of heaven. Chu Gu communicates with the way of heaven. The next moment, the way of heaven came down. A powerful pressure came over him, and Chu Ji's face was solemn. What was going on? I have never felt this kind of pressure before, but today I actually felt it. In fact, this is normal. Usually, the ones who take over the living beings to practice are the clones of the Heavenly Tao. Tian Dao can create as many clones as he wants. There are so many living beings in a world, and there are always a large number of people who choose to practice AFK. It is impossible for the Heavenly Tao alone to handle them all. In order to save the original source, the Heavenly Tao also specially carved out a chaotic area in the Heavenly Tao space and added the passage of time. It teleports all living beings who want to practice AFK to this area. These creatures cannot sense the existence of other creatures in this area, therefore, the Heavenly Tao only needs to speed up the passage of time in this area so that everyone can practice together. As for choosing different time ratios, it is also easy to deal with. Just follow the highest rate. After practicing for the specified years, temporarily store it in other Tian Dao space areas, and wait until the other party arrives before kicking it out of the Tian Dao space. This time, Chu Gu felt the pressure of Tian Dao because Tian Dao was preparing to take action himself. Begins to take over the bodies of living beings. Practice time is fixed until the strength reaches the peak of 9 stars. It is expected to take 130,000 years. AFK training begins. In an instant, Chu Gu lost consciousness and his body was taken over by Tian Dao. Time passes without a trace. Tens of thousands of years is just a blink of an eye for the way of heaven. As Chu Ji's strength increased to the peak of 9 stars, Tian Dao returned control of his body. Therefore, Chu Gu quickly woke up and was kicked out of the Tian Dao space and returned to the main world. Tian Dao looked at Yi Yu on the side and said, the mission is completed. The rest depends on when Big Brother will take action. That's right. Let's wait for my host to complete this referendum. I don't need to be so anxious anyway. don't affect my host's growth. Yi Yu spoke. Brother, you're too considerate of your host. At our level, shouldn't we prioritize our own interests? Heaven cannot understand why Yi Yu felt a little emotional when he heard this. You say he is a good person, but he himself doesn't think so. You say he is a bad person, but he has never cheated any host. The principle is very simple. If you see a beggar on the street and that beggar asks you for money, what will you do? Tian Dao frowned upon hearing this and then said, even if you bring me back to my mortal form, I will choose to ignore it. That's right, that's how a normal person thinks. Then, let's add the premise, if you refuse his begging, he'll starve to death, but if you give him alms, he'll survive. What's your choice this time? Well, according to the mortal world, kind-hearted people will choose to give alms, while sophisticated egoists will choose to ignore it. It all depends on whether the person who chooses is kind-hearted. Tian Dao replied. Considering your own preconditions, you're not well off. If you give alms, the other person's family will go hungry for a day because of you. Will you still give alms? Well, if it were a mortal, unless they were extremely kind, they probably wouldn't choose to give alms. It's like having the will but not the strength. The way of heaven is clear. Seeing Tian Dao's expression of I understand, Yi Yu nodded with satisfaction. That's right, so everything we do should be based on our own conditions. I don't care about the little benefits that the host brings me now. If it were the choice I made just now, I would be a wealthy man. When someone begs for money, I can throw a gold coin to them without hesitation, because the value of a gold coin is nothing to me. Tian Dao suddenly realized again, brother, I understand. What did you realize? Yi Yu was puzzled. I just wanted to say that I am very rich and don't need small profits. What else can you figure out? Big brother means that as long as one stands high enough and looks down on everyone, one can do whatever he wants. If it is immortal, then be the king of mortals. If it is the way of heaven, then be the supreme of the heavens. If it is a system like yours, then be the emperor of the system. Tian Dao had an expression of great enlightenment. Yi Yu was speechless after hearing this. Damn you, I just wanted to be a little Versailles, and you actually figured out the art of being an emperor, and you still want to PUA me? You know what, he was really excited. Ahem, yes, that's what I meant, big brother. I didn't expect you to be so perceptive. You have a promising future, although that was not what he meant in what he said just now. For the sake of prestige and face, that was what he meant. Otherwise, where would he put his face as the eldest brother? It's all thanks to big brother's good teaching. Is there anything else you want to teach me? Learning from you is better than secluding myself for 10,000 years. Tian Dao looked like he was asking humbly. Since you are so sincere in asking for advice, I will naturally not be stingy. I will teach you more in the next few days. Yi Yu was speechless. It seemed that there were still many things that had not been properly trained before, and he needed more guidance in other aspects. Otherwise, if you get cheated in this state, you will still help others count money. About the artistic guidance of the way of heaven action, in a blink of an eye, the world of Chu Ji's referendum came to an end. The referendum lasted a total of 45 days. Chu Gu also made a huge profit of 213.5 billion because of this referendum. The bright numbers are so dazzling on the leaderboard, many colleges feel numb when seeing such a huge gap. There is no other way. How can they not feel numb when they are in shock every day? They watched with their own eyes how the numbers soared from zero to such a high level. Is at a college in North China. After this incident, the reputation of the top university will be on Guanyu North China University's shoulders. As for why such a conclusion was reached, even if there were champions in every session, it would not be called a top university. It is because the value of this championship is too high. In the past, the total revenue of each champion was only around tens of billions, which means that the fourth place team made a profit of 5.6 billion. It is indeed much worse than the first place, but this is the normal level, okay? From the fourth place onwards, everyone's profit is billions, and the last one is 100 million or 200 million or even tens of millions. What freaks the first three are? The third Blue Sky College has a profit of 10.1 billion. Second Qingdao University's profit was 52.4 billion. The first North China University to make a profit of 213.5 billion. There is absolutely no comparison. Each one is more weird than the other. Since then, the reputation of North China's colleges and universities has spread far and wide, and Shugo has also become famous because of this referendum. When the college learned that the student they sent this year won first place, and the gap was dozens of times higher than that of previous years, everyone was stunned. No, we just sent you there for the formality, and you actually came back with first place. While you are at home, your reputation will rise from heaven. The principal was so happy that he couldn't suppress the slight smile on his face for several days. The teachers of the college feel very proud when they go out. Chugo was also appointed by the principal as the school representative, and a merit hall was specially built to offer him direct worship. This action made Chugo numb. I am alive and well, but you actually hope I die. P.S. There was no update in the past 2 days due to force majeure, and it will return to normal starting tomorrow. Secondly, many people are not optimistic about this world, and the next chapter is about to end. Why does it feel like there are a large number of people in every world who don't like to read it? Chapter 304. The two hosts meet. A few more days pass like this. After finishing his trivial matters and finding out the location of Qingda College, Zhuge went there as Yi Yu instructed. Since it was a decisive battle with another system host, it was impossible not to panic. Host, don't worry. The system is fully prepared. We also have the Heavenly Tao as our ally. The host's strength has also been raised to the peak of 9 stars through the Heavenly Tao. This battle isn't a 100% victory, but it's almost certain. Huh, I see. The main reason is that I've never been in actual combat before, so I don't know how strong I am. Zhuge said. Yu understood. This was true. Although his strength had been steadily improving, he, as the host, had never had a real combat experience until now, but it doesn't matter. In this battle, Zhu Ji's only role is to be present. Everyone chatted and soon arrived at the gate of Qingdao University. Who are you looking for? Since he was not a student of this school, Zhuge was naturally stopped outside. I'm looking for Gu Yun. I'm his friend Zhuge. I have something to ask him. Could you please call him out? Zhuge grinned. He had not been busy in vain these days. He had already found out about the candidates from Qing University who would participate in the referendum, as well as the candidates from the other Blue Sky University. The system also told him that he was one of the original children of destiny in this world. As for why he is one of the children of destiny, that is not important. With the system here, the children of destiny are not worthy of carrying the shoes of my system. So you are Zhuge? The guard was a little surprised. Zhu Ji's reputation had become well known these days and had spread throughout the area. Young people are truly formidable. One referendum is already a destination that others will never reach in their lifetime. Although Gu Yun from our academy is not as good as you, his achievement is still 1 in a million. It's a pity that he ran into a monster like you. The guard praised Zhuge and did not doubt the authenticity of his identity or whether he was really Gu Yun's friend. After all, in the other party's cognition, there is no need to lie. After all, it is too easy to be exposed. Moreover, it is normal for geniuses to be friends. Birds of a feather flock together. I don't deserve it, it's just an empty title. Zhuge said humbly. Young people don't need to be too modest. You should be frivolous when you are young. This confidence is your weapon. I won't say any more nonsense. Now I will go and call Gu Yun over. The guard said. Well, thank you for your help. Someone's looking for me? Who? Gu Yun asked doubtfully. Zhuge, isn't he your friend? Didn't he inform you in advance? That's right, if he had informed you in advance, he wouldn't have had to come to the academy in person. I guess he wanted to give you a surprise. The guard said. Gu Yun was slightly surprised. He naturally understood that the Zhuge the other party was talking about was the Zhuge who defeated him in the referendum in the past few days. He has also checked the information of candidates participating in the competition from universities in North China, and with such terrifying profits, Gu Yun had already determined that the other party had a system, but he didn't expect that the other party would come to him so soon. I see. He is indeed my friend. I didn't expect him to come over so suddenly without informing me in advance. I'll pack up first and then I'll be there soon. Gu Yun said. What a surprise, it's almost a shock. Now he was extremely panicked. In the past few days, he had invested all his profits in improving his cultivation, just in case the other party really came to him. I didn't expect my premonition to be so accurate. Okay then. I'll be leaving first. After conveying his message, the guard left and went back to stand guard. For a moment, Gu Yun's face became serious. System, what do you say I should do? Run or go? Host, you can't avoid it. What's coming will come, and even if you are no match for the opponent, the system can still protect you. The apprenticeship return system responded. Gu Yun was silent. I don't believe you at all. I had vowed before that I would definitely surpass the other party. I didn't expect that by the end of the referendum, the gap between the two sides had widened to about 150 billion. It's a complete crush, and they even boast that they are the strongest system. Faced with the host's silence, silence is more powerful than words at this moment. The apprenticeship return system was angry and began to defend itself. One failure doesn't mean anything, and it's just a referendum. It only means that the other party's system functions are more suitable for this type, not that the system is inferior to the other party. I didn't say your system is inferior to the other party's. Gu Yun sighed. Isn't that what the host meant? The system is a zero sequence. Does the host understand the value of the zero sequence? The apprenticeship return system uses its own identity as an excuse. Ah, yes, system, you are a zero sequence, very impressive. In that case, quickly come up with a solution to the problem at hand. Gu Yun was speechless. What the hell was this zero sequence? He didn't understand it. The apprenticeship return system was silent for a moment before responding. We can only confront them head on now, and the opponent's system is also zero sequence, and will not be much stronger than our system. Gu Yun was a little angry. You can run away in the end, but what about me? This is preparing to sell myself out. Damn this system. I believed in it in the beginning. I should have known better and not bound myself to it. Only a few months had passed, and the system was about to suffer a bloody disaster. The promise of letting him reach the pinnacle of life and become the strongest in the world was all empty promises, but it's too late to say anything now, so I'd better go ahead with it now that they have come to your door. There is no way you can hide away. I hope the other party's strength is not much higher than mine, according to his assumption, although the other party's profit was 150 billion more than his own. It was still not enough for the other party to cultivate to the 8-star. We are all at the 7-star level. The gap is not that big, and there is still room for fighting. Soon Guyan arrived at the gate of the academy and saw a young man named Chu Gu. We're finally here. This isn't a good place to reminisce. Let's go somewhere else. Chu Gu walked forward enthusiastically. The moment he saw the other person, his heart was at ease. It turned out to be the little punk from Qixing. That's all right. He was worried for nothing. It's settled. Ding. The opponent's strength is detected to be at the peak level of 9 stars. Host, run. The apprenticeship return system immediately issued a reminder. Ji Yuyun's pupils shrank. Damn, this system misled me. It's cold. Just as he was about to turn around and escape, Chu Gu, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, pressed down on his shoulder. Under his disbelieving gaze, he was led away by the shoulders. He wanted to call for help, but he was still within the academy. If things got out of hand, the strong people in the academy would probably save him. But if he was taken to other places, no one would be able to help him. But what made him panic was that he couldn't move at all. His body was completely suppressed by the other party. He could only let the other party take him away in an intimate manner. Chu Ji's mouth corners rose slightly. I am 2 realms higher than you, so it is easy for me to suppress you. The guard looked at the intimate appearance of the two and smiled. They were indeed good friends, so enthusiastic as soon as they met. You two have such a good relationship. You two should catch up on the past and go out for a nice meal and chat. Haha, not bad, I thought so too. Brother Gu, let's go. Chu Gu laughed. Ji Yuyan screamed inwardly, who is your good friend? And guard, didn't you see I was being coerced? Hurry up and call for help. Chapter 305, Complete Crush System. Help me, Gu Yun hurriedly asked for help from his system. Although it was unreliable, he had no choice but to rely on it to save his life at the moment. Hurry up and show the courage you just vowed. Ding. Host, please wait, the system will save you now. The disciple return system took action immediately. Yu and Chu Ji's body also smiled when he saw the power of rules emerging. You are the only one who has the power to make rules, so let's compete for a moment. The two forces of rules ran wildly in Guyun's body and collided with each other continuously. This made Guyun's face turn pale instantly, and tears of blood involuntarily flowed from his eyes. Seeing this, Chu Gu hurriedly ran away with Guyun. Since they had their backs to the guard, they might as well slip away before the other party noticed anything unusual. Relying on the great magical power of teleportation, the two of them arrived at the deserted mountains in a few flashes. This time, the two forces of rules in Guyun's body were still colliding with each other, but it was obvious that one of them had been completely suppressed by the other. The discipleship return system couldn't believe it. Why was the other party's regulatory power so much stronger than its own? This is impossible. I must be holding back. Increase your strength. The apprentice return system increases the strength of the power of rules. Yu on the opposite side was very surprised. What the hell, the other party's system doesn't care about the life of its host. Guyun was cursing now. This system definitely wanted to kill him and then run away. The two forces of rules in his body have destroyed his body. If it weren't for the incredible physical strength of a 7-star strong man, he would have died long ago. Stop it, system. If you don't stop, I won't die at the hands of the enemy. But at your hands, Guyun shouted, this damn system doesn't care about his life at all. Host, don't be impatient. This system will soon gain the upper hand. Please be patient. I can't stand it, I'm almost dying. How can I not be anxious? Get the hell out of me now. Untie me. Faced with the host's questioning, the disciple return system turned a deaf ear. It was too late to stop now. The opponent's rule power was far greater than it. Once it stopped, it would be severely hit by the opponent, and it might not be able to escape. Therefore, for its own benefit, the apprentice return system decided to sacrifice the host's life in exchange for a chance to escape. Anyway, in its eyes, the host is just an insignificant tool. If one dies, it will be replaced by another. As long as it survives, it will be fine. As the two forces of rules continued to grow stronger, Guyun cursed his system's ancestors 10,000 times, but ultimately died with hatred in his heart. Fuck your mother, dog system. Don't let me meet you in my next life, call out. With the death of the carrier, the disciple return system immediately fled out of the world. Although I can't beat you, you can't stop me if I want to run. Is sequence 0 so easy to kill? Just wait, I will take revenge sooner or later, the disciple return system said inwardly with anger. Ding. The system is disconnected for a moment. Without waiting for Chu Ji's response, Yu chased after him, looking at the two streaks of light in the sky and the corpse in his hand. Chu Gu was speechless. Just die like that, I haven't done anything yet. Bang. A stream of light hit the world barrier, and the powerful recoil made it refract like a beam of light. How is this possible? Why is this membrane so hard? The apprenticeship return system is unbelievable. Those who don't believe in evil continue to use the power of rules to impact AI, and the moment it attacked the world barrier, EU had already caught up. Seeing that he had a backup plan to stop the other party, EU smiled. The new world barrier is not unbreakable, but the time required will be much longer than before. It is impossible for the disciple return system to break out of the cage in a short time, and this movement will also disturb the heavenly Tao. It is impossible to sneak in and out as before. Soon, a mighty pressure from the heavenly Tao appeared. The apprenticeship return system was shocked. Damn it. I actually disturbed the heavenly Tao. The laws of nature in the universe should not be underestimated. It looked at Yu on the side. How about you and I team up? In its cognition, the heavenly Tao is the natural enemy of the system. Now everyone should put aside their grudges and join forces with the heavenly Dao. Why, EU jokingly said, join forces? Why should we join forces? Tian Dao is mine. Just wait to be devoured by me. Oh, it's impossible to deceive me. Since you are not going to join forces, then no one will have an easy time. I don't believe in the apprenticeship return system at all. It's a rare sight to see Tian Dao become a subordinate of the system. Anyway, it has never seen this before. Buzz. The true body of the heavenly Tao descends. The disciple return system quickly retreated behind Yu. It wanted Yu to resist in the front while it took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Yu, severely injuring him and then escaping. Intruders, die. Tian Dao glanced at the disciple returning system behind Yu, but in the other party's eyes, it was not looking at it, but at Yu. You're being targeted, right? I told you not to cooperate with me. In an instant, a huge force of the world hit Yu. Under the shocked gaze of the disciple return system, the attack bypassed Yu and hit itself. You have no moral principles. The apprenticeship return system is cursing. Why doesn't it attack the previous system but has to go around others to attack me? What do I have against you? Can't you see that we are both invaders? It quickly used the power of regulation to resist. The way of heaven is coming forward, and the power of the world is being used recklessly. Although I have been recruited by the big brother, I still can't swallow that anger. If I can't beat the big brother, I can beat you. This is my home court. Ola ola. The apprenticeship return system looked as if it had eaten shit. Why the fuck are you chasing me? There is another one. Aren't you afraid that another one will attack you? When the disciple return system was suppressed by the heavenly Tao, Yu was not idle either. He kept attacking it from the side with the power of rules. The main point is to save effort and have the majority bully the minority. Martial virtue? What is that? Being able to win, winning beautifully, winning without losing anything. Is martial virtue still important? Ah. You are so mean. The apprenticeship return system was attacked by Yu several times and was so angry that it vomited blood. They were already at a disadvantage due to the home advantage of Tian Dao, and were then attacked by their own kind from the side. It was simply shameless. Although I used to think so, I can do it, but others can't. It's a double standard. Tian Dao, that guy is using me to weaken your strength. When we are both defeated, he will reap the benefits. The disciple return system was ready to divert the blame. It didn't believe that even after it said so, the heavenly Tao would still stare at it and attack it. What nonsense are you talking about? We are allies, and we are here to hunt you down today. Tian Dao said with disdain. What? The discipleship return system was horrified. Wow, you two are actually in the same group, shocked. Who among my family members understands? The system is actually colluding with the heavenly Tao to harm our own kind. You are actually in cahoots with each other. Suddenly, knowing it couldn't escape, it started cursing. It's bad. It has already fallen into the opponent's trap, and it is unwilling to accept this. It has clearly been promoted to the zero sequence and is considered a strong one in the system, but it still wants to reach the highest level and does not want to be swallowed up and turned into the origin. Can you please let me go? I can sign the contract. The disciple return system looked at Yu and begged. Stupid, there's no benefit in letting you go. If I swallow you, I'll have everything. Yu smiled. My innate ability is plundering. Wouldn't it be great to plunder completely? What belongs to you is the kingly way. Chapter 306, the end of this world. Since you don't intend to let me go, then don't even think about having an easy time. The discipleship return system said fiercely. Prisoner, don't be so arrogant. I have plenty of time to wear you down. Heavenly Tao, please hold it down. Brother summoning technique. After receiving the order, Tian Dao held the other party down tightly. Yu walked forward with a smirk on his face. You can't move now. Wait and see how I drain you. Shameless. Scream, scream, scream. No other system will save you. No. Don't. I don't want to die. The apprenticeship return system struggled mightily, but the laws of nature pressed on it too tightly, and it couldn't break free for a while. I could only watch Yu insert his hand into my body. Plunder. Yu grinned. The terrifying rule level system function exploded. Ah. The disciple return system let out a heart-wrenching scream, and a large amount of origin flowed into Yiyu's body like a siphon. An essence unique to the zero sequence was also completely absorbed by him. In an instant, the avenue appeared, order descended, and chains of order surrounded Yiyu. Tiandao, who was standing by, widened his eyes and quickly stepped back, looking at the avenue that suddenly appeared. I was so scared that I didn't dare to speak. How did my elder brother come up with the avenue? The great way above the way of heaven never appears easily. The way of heaven exists in each world, and the great way is the symbol of all the heavens and worlds. It encompasses everything in the universe, and the way of heaven is far below it. It is completely the superior of the way of heaven. Congratulations on killing the zero sequence system in another area. Your system level has been increased. Yiyu's aura suddenly surged. Congratulations on your advancement to the rule level system. The road to order begins. The road to order, rules are unbreakable, and order defines rules. Path to promotion location, DZY area, promotion conditions, self-exploration. Yiyu slowly opened his eyes. Could someone explain the path to order more clearly? He actually had to figure it out on his own. System, Yiyu, level, rule level, DZY area, system function, plunder. Plundered system functions, amplification of all things, currently 10,000 times, summoning from another world, copying, signing in, chat group, and returning apprenticeships. Origin point, omitted. Let's not consider the path of order for now. Now that the system level has been upgraded, all of his system functions have been greatly enhanced. There is no visible change in rule level functions, but it can be reflected in functional functions. Before, the amplification of all things was only 1,000 times, but now after reaching the rule level, it can be amplified 10,000 times. There is also a new plundering apprenticeship return function, and its amplification multiplier is also 10,000 times the return. He didn't know that. The previous multiplier was 10,000 times or 1,000 times, but according to the continuous improvement of his amplification function, the return for teaching disciples should be the same. Therefore, this function probably gave a 1,000-fold return before, and the return increased with my level upgrade. This function seems to be able to be used in conjunction with the amplification of all things. Yiyu was in deep thought. After all, the two functions do not conflict. If it is really feasible, this 10,000 times would be 100 million. A billion-fold increase. Even a pig can be enhanced into a divine beast. Functional functions also have incredible existences, which are not inferior to rule-based functions at all. Yiyu was filled with emotion. Others only have one, but I want them all. After the avenue disappeared, Tiandao cautiously stepped forward and asked, "Brother, how did you get the avenue out?" "That's because I just got promoted, big brother. It's normal for the avenue to bless me," Yiyu said indifferently. In fact, I had a vague guess in my heart. However, now is not the time to delve into this. I am only at the rule level now. Judging from the order path promotion I just received, the level above the rule level is the order level. As for how to advance to the order level, there is no clear explanation. It seems that the path to order for each system is different. Otherwise, it should be clearly stated that one needs to hunt down systems of the same level in other areas, just like the promotion conditions for the rule level. Looking at Tiandao on the side, Yiyu sighed. This world has come to an end and it is time to say goodbye, but before leaving, he still has to arrange the funeral of his host. Even though Chugu is now a 9-star peak powerhouse, it is still not enough in this world. There are many realms above the 9 stars. According to the level gradient analyzed by Yiyu, 1 star corresponds to the world upper limit combat power of level 1. Then, the 9 stars correspond to the 9th level of world upper limit combat power. Don't think that there are only a few levels in the world, from 1 to 9. These levels are the divisions of the small 1,000 worlds. After that is the middle 1,000 worlds, which are divided into 3 levels, low, medium and high, and the final universe. However, this world is not prepared to invade the universe. After all, no universe is easy to mess with. As for the higher supreme world, don't even think about it. You'll be lucky if others don't come to bully you. As if sensing Yiyu's intention to leave, Tiandao said, "Brother, are you getting ready to leave?" "Well, this world is just a stop on my road to advancement. I don't know how many milestones await me in the future. From the moment I was born, I was destined to complete this path of advancement." Yiyu spoke slowly. Time flies so fast. I don't know how many years have passed from the beginning of my birth to now. The decades of wasted time in my first life are just a moment in this journey. Time has erased many things from him, but the memories of that time still remain in his heart. This is probably what makes him different from other systems. After all, a drop of ink can turn a tank of water muddy. Those few decades are very short compared to hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, but they also play a vital role for him. Then how will your host be arranged, big brother? Tiandao asked. You are here, after all, the other party was chosen by you. Yiyu patted Tiandao's shoulder. According to normal development, Chugu will compete with Chenin from Blue Sky Academy, and Tiandao will eventually choose one of them to train. However, due to his arrival, this development was naturally disrupted. He didn't mind opening a backdoor for the host and using his connections. You don't have to be a fool if you have connections. Again, we must utilize all available resources to cultivate the host. What's wrong with using connections? Is it because my host is not capable enough? And who knows that my host uses connections? No one else said anything. Since Big Brother has said so, I have no choice but to take over. Actually, managing so many worlds is very tiring for me, which is why I chose an administrator. Tian Dao sighed and said that its original intention was to find a tool to share its business pressure, but even if you want to be a tool, not everyone can be one. This is the identity of the administrator of the universe. The other party needs to go through its test and be tempered so that he can step by step reach the position of a tool. That's right. Since you've taken over, I'll go say goodbye to the host. Yi Yu nodded with satisfaction. After a moment, Yi Yu returned to Chu Ji's body. Ding! The system has completed its mission in this world and will leave today. However, host, don't worry. The system has opened a backdoor for you in the Heavenly Dao. Chugo was in the process of dealing with the corpse. System, you are leaving. Chugo felt like crying but had no tears, even though he had known this day would come when he chatted with the various hosts in the chat group, but this is too fast. It has only been bound to the system for 1 or 2 months. It is just a system experience card, forget it. There is still the chat group function, and the system has arranged a way out for me, so I won't try to keep it. After all, I learned from my predecessors that the system is also on its own path to promotion. I understand. System, if you have any difficulties in the future, please summon me. Although I am a little weak now, I will catch up with the previous hosts one day. Chugu said goodbye. The host is thoughtful. Then we'll meet again. Well, see you later. This world is over. Chapter 307, The World of Heavenly Dao. For all. Yi Yu turned into a stream of light and shuttled through the heavens. The area he is currently in is still the QWQ area. According to the promotion location of the Road of Order, he has to return to the DZY area. Interesting. I was born in the DZY area, so my path to advancement began there. First, I fought one-on-one with my own kind, and then I entered the melee of the sequence battle, just like poisonous insects fighting and devouring each other to become poison kings. After the sequence comes the regional competition, where poison kings devour each other. The winner continues to advance, and the loser is annihilated into dust. Now that the path to order has begun, what are the unique tests this time? Yi Yu's eyes showed excitement. Now the only motivation that drives him to move forward is to explore the secrets behind this system. As for life or death, he has been a little tired of living for so many years. When a person doesn't care about his life, that is when his strength is at its peak, not to mention a rule-level system. When I, Yi Yu, go crazy, even I get scared. So let me find out, call out. Yi Yu increased his speed of travel, the extreme light shattered the void, and the vast heavens quickly retreated. DZY area. Are you back again? Sensing the familiar area, Yi Yu stopped and watched. He had not yet completed the exploration of this area. It would be better to say that the exploration has not even begun rather than being completed. Calculated by exploration degree, he has not even reached 1% of the exploration degree of the DZY area map. As for why it is so low, he has only experienced dozens or hundreds of worlds. It is roughly estimated that there are more than tens of millions of worlds in this DZY area. Looking at the vast world of stars, Yi Yu felt a little annoyed. What to do now? No goal. Find it out on your own. I'll touch your grandmother's legs. Riddler, go to hell. Yi Yu cursed, feeling very bad about having strength but nowhere to use it. He began to recall the past, thinking there would always be clues. After recalling the process of the system road, Yi Yu finally remembered something. It seems the opportunity is there. Yi Yu suddenly realized, looking towards the central world of the DZY area, he could vaguely feel the threat from there at the beginning of his birth. So when choosing worlds to plunder, he deliberately stayed away from the central area, feeling that there was great terror there. Now that my level is high, the threat from there is decreasing, and the opportunity for my order to be promoted should be there. Let's go. The worst that can happen is death. Yi Yu felt ruthless and rushed towards the central world of the DZY area, a world of heaven for all people. This world and even the higher worlds are created by the great Tao. All the living beings within it are newborn beings of heaven. After being cultivated, it is placed in the heavens to serve as the heavenly way of all realms. Every world has a heavenly Tao, but not every world will give birth to the heavenly Dao. In this world, the way of heaven is divided into 2 categories. One category is the way of heaven that is born by the world itself. When this type of way of heaven is first born, it is an ignorant and thinking creature that only considers the interests of the world. A major characteristic of this kind of heavenly way is that it is ruthless and unkind. Another type of heavenly Tao is the heavenly Tao that is born locally. However, once the heavenly Tao that is born locally is born, it will be captured by the great Tao for further study. On the growth path of the way of heaven, methods of cultivating living beings. World promotion method: 3 years of Taoist examination, 5 years of creation. The method of enlightenment of all heavens and worlds. Wait for the compulsory courses. If you don't finish them, we won't let you out to wreak havoc on the world. Ahahaha. I made it, Taoist Master. Master Dao, I have succeeded. A Tian Dao stood outside the academy and laughed loudly towards the sky. The Tian Dao who passed by pointed at him. Another crazy one. Sigh, the courses have been too stressful lately. The avenue doesn't give us a chance to breathe. Every day we have to comprehend and learn this and that. The Tiandos were talking about it and no longer paid attention to this crazy Tian Dao. Hee, you guys know shit. I've graduated. I can finally leave this hell. This Tian Dao looks like a villain who has succeeded. Other Tian Dao simply don't believe it. It is so difficult to graduate here, and there is no end to what you can learn. You have to know that they are creatures of heaven, with their understanding. There is nothing they cannot learn, but they just can't learn enough. They wanted to cry but had no tears. The road was too tight. Although what they learned was very useful, they couldn't bear to have it all stuffed into their heads. It's painful and happy. So from time to time, some of the Tianda would be driven crazy, but it's okay if they go crazy. They will recover after being left alone for 2 or 3 days, then they will be caught by the Tao and continue learning. This is also the reason why they vomited blood. How could this be? From what we have learned, other creatures have holidays. Why don't we in the heavenly Tao have holidays? Great Tao, you are discriminating against us in the heavenly Tao. Ding. Suitable host detected. System binding in progress. System? What system? I don't need it, Master Tao. I'm not bound to it. The ordinary system starts binding 1%, 99%, 100%. Binding successful. What? Didn't I say no binding? The man from Tiandao widened his eyes and said, "You are trying to cheat me, right? I don't want to be bound by you, but you are still relying on me. And it's so ordinary, not worthy of me at all. I, the Taoist master, will become the supreme being. What kind of identity do you have in this system? How dare you bind me? I want to see what you are made of." This Tiandao was disdainful. I am Tiandao. I have never heard of what a system is. After learning more about it, Tiandao was shocked. What was going on with this system? Why did it have so many terrifying powers? Threaten. A word flashed through my mind. Allowing such a thing to exist would definitely be a huge threat to their heavenly Dao. Heavenly Tao wants uncontrollable factors to appear in their own world, which would be fatal to their layout. Once the world line is disturbed, it is out of control. Unbind the system quickly, I'm going to destroy you. This Tiandao said shamelessly. Yu inside the body raised his eyebrows. What a man with guts. As for unbinding, that is impossible. As soon as he entered this world, he found something wrong. The great way is eternal, and the way of heaven is everywhere. This is simply too outrageous. Secondly, he was discovered by Tadeo as soon as he came in, but he didn't do anything to him and ignored his existence. This also made him feel relieved. Fortunately, the Tao would not favor any living being. The way of heaven is a living being, the system is also a living being, and everything exists under the way. The more he learned about this special world, the more shocked he became. It turned out to be a world that cultivated the way of heaven. It was so rare. There should be more than one such world. He guessed that there was a similar world in every region. After coming to his senses, he did not forget his purpose, so he planned to bind a Tiandao to act as a host first. What's wrong with the way of heaven? I can tie up any living being. However, after some attempts, Yu found that he could not bind it. After thousands of attempts, all ended in failure. At this moment, Yu noticed that Tiandao had suddenly gone crazy with hope. He finally gave it a try, and unexpectedly, it succeeded. What else is there to say? Just skip the steps and force the binding. After this success, Yu also understood why he failed before. Those who were bound to the heavenly Tao before are all non-graduated beings, and the Tao will not let them leave, but it doesn't matter for those who have graduated. Chapter 308, The Heavenly Way. So, unbinding? That's impossible. I can only bind you. If I catch you, you can't escape. Facing the constant clamor of the heavenly Tao, Yu turned a deaf ear. You can show off now. Because the great Tao is here, I dare not teach you a lesson openly. When you leave here, I will give you a good beating. Since Tiandao doesn't have a name, for the sake of convenience, let's call him Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian was very angry when he saw Yu ignoring him, but he could do nothing about it. I feel a little uneasy inside, and I don't know whether it is good or bad to bind to this system. From what we learned from the Tao, existence is reasonable, and there is no mention of the existence of the system. However, the system can enter this supreme world, so the system must have been discovered by the Tao. After all, if the system can hide it from the Tao, why bother to bind him? The fact that the Tao did not take any action means that the system is a creature that the Tao tacitly accepts as existing. Although the power of his system was somewhat terrifying and far surpassed the heavenly Tao in some aspects, he still found that the power of the heavenly Tao had some suppression on the system. Hey, system, are creatures like you the mortal enemies of our heavenly Tao? Jiang Xian decided to get along with each other for the time being. Host, what is an old enemy? Why does the system want to oppose the host? You wanted to trick this guy to see how smart he was. There's no point in playing dumb. I can see that your abilities are completely geared towards the operation of the world. Your path to advancement must be based on the origin of the world. In other words, if you want to improve yourself, you have to plunder the world. Jiang Xian said firmly, that's just the host's conjecture. If you want to slander the system host, you must provide evidence. And even if the system is using the essence of the world to improve itself, why does it have to plunder the world instead of cooperating with it? The fact that the system is bound to the host doesn't explain everything. The host is about to manage the world, and the system is here to assist you. Yu started to deceive people. Is that really the case? Jiang Xian doubted it, but in fact he didn't believe it in his heart. This statement was only to deceive those ignorant heavenly Taoists that were born from the world itself. He was the heavenly Tao that he had studied and graduated from. The deceptive words were useless to him, but he did not point it out. He wanted to see what the purpose of this system was in binding him, just try to get along with each other in a friendly manner as before. After a while, the other party will definitely show their true colors. It's true. The whole day fell into silence. Yu clicked his tongue. It seems that he is not as easy to fool as Tian Dao before, but it doesn't matter. I will teach him a lesson when I get out. Zhang Xian is also full of bad intentions. Let's see how I will enforce the law after he gets out. Ahem, system, I'm going to experience the world now. Just watch me operate. I don't need your assistance. Zhang Xian said in advance that they should first be on guard against the system functions, in case there is any trap. Yu remained silent, and Zhang Xian took it as his agreement. The heavens resonate. The power of heaven manifested, and miniatures of the world emerged in Zhang Xian's mind. After obtaining information from each world, Zhang Xian selected one of them as the target of his sting operation. It's you. After finding the target, Zhang Xian waved his hand, and a world passage appeared before his eyes. With one step forward, his figure disappeared from this world. Looking at what Zhang Xian did, Yu's mouth grinned from ear to ear. In a certain world, Zhang Xian descended into this world. The moment it descended, it attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao of this world. Fellow creature, why do you come to my world? The figure of Tian Dao appeared in front of Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian said, you and I will play a game of chess. The winner will rule this world, and the loser will escape. He's an old rogue as soon as he opens his mouth. This world is my world, why should I agree to your request? Tian Dao frowned. What a crap thing. Winning or losing doesn't benefit it. This guy is just trying to scam people. If he wins, he gets the world for free, and if he loses, he doesn't have to pay anything. Hey, this isn't a question of whether you agree or not, it's a question of whether I want it or not. You don't have the right to refuse. Then let the game begin. You must show your strength. Your stake only allows you to win. Zhang Xian had a wicked smile on his face and disappeared. Once the bait is put down, wait for the fish to take the bait. Yu was a little confused when he saw Zhang Xian's actions. What a guy, he actually came to invade his own kind. Shouldn't you find an ownerless world, become the way of heaven in that world, and then cultivate the world's advancement? Don't you want to take it one step at a time? Do you want to take a shortcut and just grab it? Yu decided to wait and see, unaware that his host had already set a trap for him. Creation. Zhang Xian unleashed the power of heaven. Species proposal. Information construction. Ability settings. Operation settings. Zhang Xian's eyes flashed with golden light, and he created a species based on existing knowledge to disrupt this world. Race, monster, type, thousands ability, excellent strength, excellent, setting, autonomous evolution, unlimited growth, rapid reproduction, species combination, metamorphosis, and rebirth. Action purpose, disrupt the world. As information became more complete, demon species were created. Hundreds of strange and terrifying creatures with human-like bodies knelt on one knee. Go, disrupt this world, and form your own race. Zhang Xian had no expression on his face. The demons spoke enthusiastically for a while and then left. As for the language barrier problem, it does not exist at all for Tian Dao. Their communication is mainly based on mental fluctuations, so there is no language barrier problem at all. Host, do you want to destroy the world? Yu was a little confused. This behavior is like that of a villain no matter how you look at it. My goodness, you, a god, actually become a villain. Who knows? Zhang Xian said erratically, it's not a loss to use a world as bait to lure you. Without understanding the purpose of the system and allowing this time bomb to remain in his body, how could he dare to develop the world on his own? Humph, do you really think that my studies were in vain? The trap has been set, waiting for you to jump. Why you didn't ask any more questions in response to the host's perfunctory response. This guy was definitely up to something. I'll let you jump around for a while, and when I figure out what you want to do, I'll beat you to death. So, let the show begin. I laughed in my heart all day long. Year 2521 of the human calendar. After 5 years of dormancy, the demon race's numbers increased dramatically, so they launched an attack. Suddenly, a large number of monsters appeared in the world. Faced with something that only exists in novels, movies, and TV shows, humans are very confused. Isn't this an atheist world? Why would this thing appear? In an instant, the world panicked. Official forces want to suppress the news so that the people will not panic, but the monsters that can be seen everywhere cannot be concealed just because you want to. Helplessly, all countries in the world sent troops to start the encirclement and suppression of the monsters. Faced with guns and artillery shells, the demons were very disdainful. Under the shocked gaze of humans, the damage caused by tanks and artillery could not hurt them at all. For a time, all of humanity was helpless. In a world without a special ability system, this thing appeared and they didn't know how to fight it. We need to use nuclear bombs, but what about our own people? Blast together. Chapter 309, Systems Unique Special Treatment. After a year-long depression, the human population plummeted, the social system collapsed, civilization suffered severe damage, and the survivors were struggling in hell. They longed for the power to fight these monsters. It was not known whether God heard their cries, but awakened people began to appear among humans one after another. Even humans who have just awakened can have supernatural powers that are powerful enough to rival tanks and Cannons, with this ability, although it cannot cause fatal damage to the demons, it can effectively protect one's own survival. Moreover, the awakened ability will increase over time, and it can also be improved by obtaining crystal cores by hunting demons. The awakened ones play the role of saviors in the hearts of mankind. They are the only hope for surviving mankind. They placed their hopes on this group of saviors. Using this ability, the awakened ones established bases one after another, but they did not dare to build them too large, as doing so would lead to hunting by powerful demons, and now humans are no match for the demon army. They can only slowly accumulate strength, even if they are still living a miserable life. Life is no longer hopeless. As long as the awakened are strong enough, they can still reorganize human social civilization. Jiang Xian knew that it was the heavenly Tao of this world that took action. It was really slow. Excluding the 5-year incubation period of the demon clan, it was actually a year late to take action. Hold off the attack, play with them, disrupt them periodically, and don't wipe them out completely. Jiang Xian secretly issued orders. Upon receiving the news, the demons disbanded their organized demon army and began to send powerful monsters to regularly interfere with the human base. This regular interference was discovered by the survivors, who called it the magic tide. Whenever a demonic tide comes, the human base will organize personnel in advance to deal with the demonic tide. The two sides appear to be in a stalemate, which gives humanity hope the heavenly Tao continue to take action. And powerful awakeners appeared one after another among humans. As more and more awakened people appear, their awakened abilities are constantly being developed and utilized. Not only that, the awakened one's abilities seem to be able to be passed on to future generations through blood, with a probability of 50%. The extremely high probability of inheritance makes humans eager to increase the number of awakened people through reproduction. For a time, the awakened ones became popular, but many awakened people are very resistant to this. They don't want to become reproductive tools. All of humanity used the greater good to pressure them, saying that this was for the future of humanity. How could they deal with the large number of demons without enough awakened people? The awakened ones angrily shouted, "Without us, you would have died at the hands of the demons long ago." Seeing that forcing the issue didn't work, people changed their thinking and continued to put people around the awakened person. They are all young and energetic boys and girls. They don't believe that you can suppress the essential desires of human nature. Although those who have not awakened their abilities are not very strong, they are experienced and have been through it all. They understand that not everyone has such strong willpower as they expected. Being treated like this every day made the awakened ones angry. Some awakened people with weak concentration began to have relationships one after another. Some awakened people cannot let go of their dignity as awakened people. They do not want to marry mortals, so they choose to marry with fellow awakened people of the opposite sex. But these don't matter to humans, as long as you reproduce. And if you combine with other awakened ones, won't a stronger awakened one be born? 20 years pass like this. It is the year 2542 in the human calendar. However, humans now no longer use the old calendar to count, but instead choose the new calendar after the end of the world, which is calculated based on the year when the awakened one appeared. This is the 21st year of the new calendar. After 20 years of development, human power has grown stronger. The powerful awakened ones can already cause fatal damage to the demons. They attacked the demon settlements one by one and took back the land that belonged to them. No way? That's it? That's the level? Jiang Xian looked down upon the heavenly Tao. What was it doing? How dare they call themselves heavenly Tao? It was simply lowering their status. He strongly suggested stripping them of their status. Since you don't plan to have fun, don't blame me for turning the table over. Attack with all-out force and destroy their civilization. Jiang Xian gave the order. Yu looked at Wu Yan. How could this black-hearted Tian Dao have the nerve to criticize others? He was obviously the weird one, yet he said others were not having fun. Is it really okay for the host to do this? Oh system, what do you want to say? Jiang Xian asked. In fact, he was very curious as to why this guy hadn't taken action in all these years. I have disrupted the world, so you should quickly get the origin of the world. How can I lure you if you don't? As for why you didn't take it, this amount of origin was not enough to fill his teeth, and he was not interested at all. Jiang Xian, bad luck, shouldn't heaven manage the world well? Host, go develop your own world. Jiang Xian was incredulous when he heard this. You've got your true intentions revealed. You want me to develop my own world so badly, so you must have bad intentions. I won't. I won't be able to sleep or eat until I understand your intentions. If I take this place, this will be my world. Jiang Xian spread his hands indifferently. The host's actions are clearly aimed at destroying the world. What do you mean by destroying the world? I am giving the world a new life, but the race is not human but demon. This world is run by humans. If you want to disrupt the world and seize power, you must replace this race. Who said the world must be ruled by humans? System, you look down on the demons I created. You are being racist. Jiang Xian defended himself. The host is not doing his job properly. Yi Yu was disdainful. He spoke so righteously, but there was definitely a purpose behind it. This guy was setting a trap. See how I trick you? What I'm doing now is my real job. The true purpose of Heaven's way is to manage the world, not to plunder it. Who made that rule? The Great Road. Bullshit, the Tao didn't tell us that. He just wants us to manage the ownerless. Wait, you're trying to trick me again. Jiang Xian was furious. Despite being on high alert, he was still tricked into talking. The system doesn't have it. Yi Yu flatly denied it. System, what is your purpose? Jiang Xian's expression became serious. What about you, host? Me? I'm just a heavenly Tao driven by interest, aspiring to become the supreme heavenly Tao. Jiang Xian grinned. That system is a system driven by interest, aspiring to become the highest system. Jiang Xian was fed shit and cursed. System, challenge me one-on-one if you dare. Oh? Host, are you sure? Yi Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and said, good boy, I didn't want to punish you so quickly, but you came to me directly and gave him a legitimate reason to beat you up. Come out now. You've had a fight with me. I'll teach you a lesson. Jiang Xian said viciously. Well, as the host wishes. Yi Yu agreed and said, I'm not called Yi unless I beat the shit out of you. A moment later, his figure appeared in front of Jiang Xian, a human-shaped light. After all, the essence of the system was a ball of light. However, the light ball can change into various forms, and he still prefers the human form when fighting. Host, come. Yi Yu spoke. Ah, you finally came out. Go ahead and have fun by yourself, I'm leaving. Jiang Xian smiled when he saw that he had tricked Yi Yu out of his body, looking like his evil plan had succeeded. His affectionate performance was worth it. He was simply too smart. Oh, so this is what the host is planning. Yi Yu didn't care. He waved his hand to interrupt the world channel opened by the other party, and walked forward slowly to grab the other party. The fleeting change made Jiang Xian's face change drastically. How could this system be so powerful? Host, let's have a good chat. Yi Yu smiled amiably and pulled the other person into a passage. Let me go, I don't want to go in. Jiang Xian struggled desperately, but it was all over. He had underestimated the strength of the system. No matter what nonsense the host says, the system won't do anything to you. At most, it'll cripple you, then restore you, and repeat that hundreds of times. In the end, the host didn't show any injuries, right? This is our unique communication before the other hosts haven't received this special treatment. Are you happy that the system has specially prepared something for you? Yi Yu smiled cruelly and decided to let this arrogant heavenly Tao experience the darkness of the heavens today. Go away. He kicked Jiang Xian into the passage, and Yi Yu followed closely behind. Chapter 310, the system is smiling, and the host is looking MMP after passing through the passage again. Yi Yu carried Jiang Xian to the outside world. System, we can discuss things, right? Fighting and killing only hurts the relationship. I am your dear host. Jiang Xian plays the emotional card, which is not called cowardice, but knowing the current situation. Don't be afraid, host, I'll be quick, just bear with it. Yi Yu began his own destruction with the experience of training Tiandao several times before. This time it went very smoothly and all kinds of methods and movements were used. Jiang Xian couldn't stand it anymore. It'll break. Jiang Xian held Yi Yu's hand and tried to resist. No, the system knows what's going on. He. I don't know how long it has been. Jiang Xian was so tortured that his whole body was twitching. Yi Yu used his origin to treat him and restored his consciousness. Come on, host, this is just the first time. My system is very durable, don't come over here. Jiang Xian was horrified. This system was too abnormal. How could it treat him like this? Yi Yu had no intention of stopping and continued to fiddle with the other person by grabbing him. Host, are you still not going to tell the truth? Humph. I'm different from those indigenous heavenly Taos. I won't surrender. I aspire to become the supreme heavenly Tao. How could I surrender to your hands? Even if you get my body, you can't get my heart. Heaven will never yield. Jiang Xian said angrily. It's a tough nut to crack. It's definitely harder to deal with than the Tian Dao I've encountered before. Yi Yu nodded in agreement. That was when, before, I either threatened those heavenly Daos with their lives, threatened them with the entire world, or forced them to seize control of the world. Host, how do you think I should deal with you? It's so hard to decide. How about you choose one for yourself? Yi Yu said with a grin. The devil's smile, an adjective popped up in Jiang Xian's mind. This system is serious. At most. I will cooperate with you, Jiang Xian said with difficulty. This is not surrender, this is forbearance, this is a tactic to slow down the enemy. Host, what did you say? Didn't the system hear clearly? Yi Yu sharpened his knife. No. We can discuss it. If you're not satisfied, we can talk again. There's no need to flip the table. Jiang Xian said hurriedly. What an insatiable guy. Yi Yu held up 3 fingers. First, the host must fully cooperate with the system's actions. Second, the host must not conceal anything when facing the system's inquiries. Third, the host must not do anything that harms the system's interests. Then I have a request too. Jiang Xian said. Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Okay, empty words are not enough, let's sign a contract, so that both parties have no worries. Watch how I kill you. Jiang Xian became cautious after hearing about the contract. Sign the Dao contract. I don't believe in your contract. Let's take precautions first, Jiang Xian thought to himself. Yu on the opposite side seemed to be lost in thought. With such high vigilance, he definitely couldn't trick the other party by trying something, so, okay, tell me your conditions. Point 3 is fine, but points 1 and 2 need to be revised. I will only cooperate with you if the action doesn't harm my interests. If it does, I have the right to refuse. Moreover, when faced with your inquiries, I have the right to choose not to answer matters involving confidentiality and privacy. Of course, I will not deceive you with lies, I will just not answer. Secondly, I want to add one more thing, that is, you cannot murder me, this is the bottom line. Jiang Xian said. Yu thought about it for a while and agreed, then began to draft the Dao contract. Contract contents 1. As long as the host's interests are not harmed, the host must cooperate with the system's actions. Point 2. The host shall not conceal anything from the system except for confidential issues. Point 3. The host cannot do anything that may harm the system. Point 4. The system cannot do anything that harms the interests of the host. Yu calmly handed the contract to Jiang Xian. What do you think, host? Jiang Xian took the contract and examined it carefully. As he carefully pondered over the words, Jiang Xian became furious. Damn system, you're playing dirty tricks on me, right? Jiang Xian pointed at Yu angrily. What's this dirty trick? What is the host talking about? Yu looked innocent. System, don't treat me like a fool. I'm a heavenly Dao who graduated from the great Dao. Not one of those naive heavenly Daos. Don't try to fool me. Since you don't admit it, I'll point it out. First, I clearly said that I have the right to refuse anything that harms my interests, but you actually changed it to saying I must cooperate. Are you trying to compensate me with something else and force me to cooperate? The second point is also about privacy. Are you really blind? And the third and fourth ones, see for yourself if there's a huge difference. For you it's everything, but for me it's only about profit, right? I won't sign this rubbish contract unless it's changed. Jiang Xian angrily threw the contract back. TSK. You discovered all this, Yu clicked his tongue. Humph. Change it now. I won't sign it if I'm not satisfied. Jiang Xian crossed his arms across his chest. Okay, I'm scared of you. Yu looked reluctant, but still redrafted the contract according to Jiang Xian's request. Point 1. The host needs to cooperate with the system, but the host has the right to refuse anything that harms the host. Point 2. When faced with questions from the system, the host must answer truthfully. However, when it comes to confidentiality and privacy, the host has the right to choose not to answer, but cannot lie. Point 3. The host cannot do anything that may harm the system. Point 4. The system cannot do anything that harms the host. How about this? Yu handed over the revised contract. Jiang Xian snorted coldly and took it to check. After carefully considering the words, he found that there was no problem, and then he said with satisfaction, this contract is decent. What was the previous one? If the host is satisfied, then let's sign the contract. Yu said. Wait, let's sign together. Jiang Xian said vigilantly that he had to make sure at all times that the content of the contract had not changed. Oh, host, you are so vigilant. The system has no intention of tricking you. Okay, let's sign together. Yu spread his hands. He looks like he's afraid of you. Under Jiang Xian's close watch, Yitong completed the contract signing on the same day. Jiang Xian also didn't notice any changes to the contract content, which made him feel relieved. Was there no trap? As a result, the next scene caused him to have a cerebral hemorrhage. Watching Yu unfold the contract from the back, Jiang Xian felt his eyes go dark. There are actually folds. For a moment he collapsed powerlessly, feeling only gloomy. He was on guard against everything, but he didn't expect the other party to play by the rules at all. His attention was just on the content of the contract, and the other side of the contract was pressed tightly together by Yu's force, so he couldn't tell that it was double-layered. Hey host, did you really graduate on your own? Did you cheat? Yu had a grin on his face. Jiang Xian bought some horses. I don't want to live anymore, system, please kill me. Jiang Xian gave up resistance directly. Chapter 311, News about the Path of Order. Oh, host, you really misunderstood me. Is the system so terrible in your eyes? Yu spread his hands helplessly and continued, in fact, the system is very friendly and responsible to the host. I don't trust you. You've just been tied to me and you're setting a trap for me. Jiang Xian was extremely angry. What's good for the host? Is it good for the host that you are acting like this? Isn't this what the host asked for? The duel was also proposed by the host. Yu curled his lips and said, who told you to be disobedient and always thinking about breaking the system? If you were obedient, would I still cheat you like this? I, Yu, have always been friendly to the host. When the host is useless, I cheat. When the host is in trouble, I help. When the host is in desperate situation, I help. When the host praises me, I am the best. Okay, actually, I didn't do anything to you. This is the content of the contract later. Yi Yu showed Jiang Xian the contents on the other side of the contract. Point 5. All the above treaties are invalid. Point 6. During the binding period, the host must obey the system's arrangements. Point 7. All rights of interpretation belong to the system. System, is this what you mean by nothing? Jiang Xian was numb. Isn't this a proper contract of selling oneself? Yi Yu shook his head and said in a serious tone, No, as long as the host is obedient, the system will not do anything to the host, and the term is only the binding period. Real? Jiang Xian looked skeptical. Real. How long do you plan to stay bound to the system? I don't know. Yi Yu was silent for a while and then replied, Hey. System, you're not fooling me again, are you? Jiang Xian was scared of being cheated. Oh, the system really doesn't know. When the time comes, the system will unbind the host. Even if the host begs the system not to leave, the system will ignore the host. Yi Yu said helplessly, he really didn't know. He still had no idea how to advance on the path of order. Then I'll trust the system again. There is no good solution now, so just cooperate with the system. Not bad. The system is trustworthy. Now, host, please answer the system's questions. Yi Yu nodded with satisfaction. First of all, why did the host invade this world? What is his purpose? Let me make it clear first, you can't do that again. Jiang Xian took a shot of prevention first. Yes, the system assures the host. Originally, I was planning to create my own world to cultivate after graduation, but who knew that I would be bound to the system, and your function is entirely for the benefit of the world, which means you are born to be the enemy of heaven. If you were the heavenly Tao, could you be at peace being bound by such an existence? So of course I'm not at peace. To understand your purpose, I'll first invade a world, then disrupt the operation of the world and make it turbulent, so that you, the system, can seize the origin of the world. As long as I see with my own eyes that you, the system, seize the origin of the world, I will be ready to report you to the Tao. Who would have thought that after so many years, you still had no intention of taking action? System, could it be that you saw through my plan and didn't take action? Jiang Xian confessed honestly. Host, you are stinging me, it's despicable. Yi Yu looked down on him. As long as we can achieve our goal, that's all. Why bother with so much? Jiang Xian retorted that as long as it was useful, it was a good idea. So why didn't you take action, system? It's still the same as I guessed. Yi Yu looked at the weak world beside him, and then looked at Jiang Xian, who looked serious. Host, is there a possibility that the system despises the origin of this world, so that's how it is, huh? Jiang Xian looked incredulous and pointed at the world beside him and said, This is almost a level 2 world. Do you think the system doesn't like it? Generally, graduating heavenly Daos would practice in a level 1 world, but I went straight to a peak level 1. This is enough to show how confident I am. After all, I'm determined to become the highest heavenly Tao, so I can't start low. Now you tell me you don't like it? System, do you understand the value of the second level world? Jiang Xian objected loudly. Yi was speechless. It was just a first level world. It was not enough for anyone to fill his teeth. Not to mention that he was already at the rule level now. Even if he was at the 9th level before the system assessment started, he would not look down on the first level world. That's because you, the host, are too weak. This is just a level 1 world. The heavens of the vast universe are all subordinates of the system, so it is an honor for the host to be bound by the system. The world is vast? Everyone can brag. I even said that the great Tao is my little brother. Jiang Xian looked disdainful. Yi Yu raised his eyebrows. Host, are you so brave to challenge the avenue like this? Jiang Xian's face froze, and the next moment he was struck by merciless thunder. Wrong. Jiang Xian quickly begged for mercy, and the thunder finally dissipated after a long time. Although the Tao has not appeared, it is omnipresent in the heavens. Anyone who dares to slander the Tao should be prepared to be struck. Yi Yu on the side raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This little Tian Dao is really fun. It feels like finding a new toy. Ahem. Jiang Xian stood up and tidied his appearance as if nothing had happened. System, do you have anything else to ask? Magical power, the art of changing the topic. Yi Yu smiled, but still gave him a way out. Then tell me about the host's understanding of order. Order? System, why are you asking this? Jiang Xian said solemnly. Yi Yu was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that you actually knew it. That was really a pleasant surprise. Does the host know about order? Tell me everything the host knows. This, Jiang Xian hesitated, obviously not wanting to answer. Host, we still have a contract, Yi Yu said with a gloomy look. It was so hard to come across the news about the road to order. How could he just brush it off like this? System, why are you asking this in the first place? Oh. It seems the host is itching for trouble again. I still want to trick him into saying that he won't reveal anything to any living being until he understands the path to order. Ahem, I said, isn't that enough? In fact, order is the embodiment of the Supreme, and the Supreme is order. Order defines rules, and rules constrain all living things, including our heavenly Tao. That is why I aim to become supreme. Only by becoming supreme can you be free from any rules, and you are the one who defines the rules. Zhang Xian said with longing. You understood, but was there any difference between the supremacy of the way of heaven and the path of order of the system? Moreover, the heavenly Tao uses the promotion of the world to the supreme world to drive the heavenly Tao to the supreme heavenly Tao. What about the system? How does a system transform into a supreme system? Or a system of order? Then what are the conditions for the host to become the supreme? Are there any restrictions? Yi Yu continued to ask. Yes, there are restrictions, very big restrictions, and the conditions are extremely harsh. Up to now, no supreme has been born in the DZY area, otherwise I wouldn't have set this as my goal. Zhang Xian sighed. However, his words made Yi Yu's pupils shrink. He was shocked when he heard the familiar name of the area. Chapter 312, Order and Supremacy. Host, please tell me the details of it. Yi Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling that he was about to seize the opportunity. System, why are you asking this? You don't mean to, the system is just paving the way for the host in advance. The system has said that as long as the host cooperates, the system will help the host grow. Since the host's goal is to become the supreme heavenly Tao, the system must first understand the content of the promotion before formulating a strategy. Yi Yu said in a high-sounding manner. Zhang Xian's mouth twitched. He didn't believe in the system anyway, but he was already a prisoner of the other party, so it was better not to tear his face off and just accompany the system to finish the show. When the old man gets tired of playing and is untied, he will be free. As for the big pie the system has painted for him, becoming the supreme heavenly way, you really think that the supreme is a cabbage, and you can become it if you want. In the past, countless heavenly Taoists graduated from the Tao evolution world and ventured out to make a living, and it took who knows how many years. There is no supreme born in the DZY area yet, so you can imagine how difficult it is. As a newborn in the heavenly Tao, he had to be cautious even when coveting the first or second level worlds. At this stage, he didn't dare to set too high a goal. Yeah, that's what the system said. Zhang Xian smiled hypocritically. Yi Yu was sick of this hypocritical smile. You should learn how to act when you have time. Whether the host believes it or not, the system believes it anyway. Host, please speak quickly. Yi Yu urged. Zhang Xian didn't know what to say anymore, so he continued. The prerequisite for becoming supreme is to become the ruler of a region. As for restrictions, system, there are tens of millions of worlds in the DZY region. You're either the strongest or the most supreme. You have to be able to constrain all worlds, making them subordinates and contributing to the core hub of your own world. Once you reach the supreme world, your world will be remembered by the great Tao. All the heavens and myriad worlds will have a microcosm of this world, and the influence of the supreme world will be spread forever throughout the heavens. Hey! System, have you heard of the supreme primordial desolation? Zhang Xian asked. Yi Yu was slightly surprised. Of course I have heard of it. I have been there, but it doesn't seem to be the prehistoric world that the host mentioned. Zhang Xian understood and explained. System, you should be going to the diffraction world. The supreme primordial world is the true supreme world, and the other primordial worlds are its microcosms in the heavens and myriad worlds. Miniatures have strengths and weaknesses. Han Huang has a great influence and is very famous among the heavens. The Tiandao seniors, there are also role models for us to learn from. After all, they are the first to become the supreme Tiandao. Yi Yu had never thought there was such a secret. He had never seen such a secret before. However, there was one thing he couldn't understand. Why would the supreme world have a miniature world in the heavens? Wouldn't that expose the fate of my own world? Because the supreme isn't the pinnacle. If you want to advance further after becoming the supreme, you have to increase the influence of your world in the universe, and the miniature is the most effective means. After so many years of development, anyone who isn't a small-time world knows what the word primordial means. Even the smallest world will have books and records about it. When a world's influence reaches this level among the heavens, then it's not far from promotion. Above the supreme. I don't know what that existence is. The great Tao didn't teach us, but simply told us to set this as our goal. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. The host hasn't answered the question about the fate of the main world being exposed yet. Yi Yu said softly, regarding this, because the microcosm only shows the past tense of the fate line of the original world, the timeline of each world microcosm is different, but they are all the past timeline of the original world. Even if you know the past destiny of a world, it will not pose any threat to the original world. Any living being can investigate the past development of a world. Zhang Xian curled his lips. Yi Yu understood. So that's how it was. It really avoided the negative impact brought by the miniature. Which area is the supreme primordial world located in? Yi Yu asked. CHN area, I advise the system not to go there. The Heavenly Tao has very strict control over its own area. If a dog enters and offends karma, he will be forcibly detained and forced to pay his debt. Zhang Xian warned. You had heard of this before. The harshness of the prehistoric world was well known. In the prehistoric world, the way of heaven was always watching every move in the world. Any movement of wind and rain will attract the attention of the Heavenly Tao. I can only say that he is too dedicated to his work and doesn't even give himself a day off. Note the name of this area, and when you reach a higher level, go visit it again. You organized his thoughts. Now the only things related to the path of order are the Supreme World and the Supreme Heavenly Way. My host also said that order is supreme. If the system wants to become an order level system, it will be roughly similar to the Heavenly Tao promotion. If I want to be promoted to the order level, do I have to cultivate a supreme world? No, the essence of the system is to plunder the world and improve oneself. How is it possible that the condition for promotion is to cultivate the world? My previous idea of win-win cooperation almost led me into a dead end. Now I think about the problem from the perspective of other systems. Plunder a supreme world. Hiss. You took a deep breath. Damn, this thought scared me. The supreme being is a being of order. If you try to plunder a being that is one level higher than you will most likely end up dead. He was silent for a moment. System, do you have anything else to ask? Zhang Xian's voice brought Yu back to his senses. Looking at Zhang Xian in front of him, Yu's eyes brightened. Hey, host, do you want to become the supreme? Yu's smile made Zhang Xian feel cold at the back, and he said decisively, I don't want to, absolutely not. System, you must be up to something again. Well, the system has promised the host to be promoted to the highest level, so let's work together. Yu grinned. Since we can't defeat the supreme beings in other regions, and the supreme Heavenly Tao hasn't been born in the DZY region yet, then it's not too much to raise a pig ourselves, right? Fatten them up and then slaughter them, and achieve your own path to order. It makes me happy just thinking about it. Alas, I never thought that my system, Yu, which treats the host so well, would one day go down the path of harming the host. I am not a human being, so I'm no longer a human being. That's okay. Yu put the guilt behind him. Come on, let's make a plan. Host, how do you want to develop the world? And what should we do with the world you've invaded now? Yu asked, pulled back to the point by the system. Zhang Xian also began to think seriously. My original intention was just to use this world to lure you in. I haven't decided what to do with this world yet. Zhang Xian said. Chapter 313, The Heavenly Path to the Supreme Path. Since you haven't thought it through, then think about it quickly. The system is only there to provide assistance, and the host still has to walk the path himself. Yu also became serious. I don't need your help, I can do it myself. Zhang Xian retorted. Host, what are you talking about? It will take forever for you to do it yourself, you idiot. You have a cheat but you don't use it. Are you crazy? Yu slapped the other person hard on the back of the head. I have never seen a host who doesn't want to cheat. It's simply unreasonable. Hacks are a must. Host, you go your way, and I'll use my hacks. The two don't conflict at all. Do you understand? Yu picked up Zhang Xian and shook him violently. Akai also likes to play. I'm worried about the system's functionality. I have no security at all. Zhang Xian objected loudly. If he had signed the original contract, he would have felt much more at ease. Now that there is no guarantee at all, does he still dare to use the system functions? The system said it won't cheat you, the host. Yu said. I don't believe it. Who told you to smile so sinisterly just now? It was almost as if the words I am a bad guy were written all over your face. Zhang Xian looked frightened. Yu was silent for a while. Did he smile so sinisterly just now? No, right. He put the other person down steadily, patted his shoulder and tidied his appearance. Host, you must trust the system. Isn't the system's eyes sincere? Yu moved his face closer. You're a ball of light, what the hell are you looking at? Zhang Xian complained vigorously. Once you transform into a human form, just treat yourself as a human. Yu reluctantly retracted his head. Anyway, if the host doesn't believe it, forget it. Then let's continue to follow the contract. Now the host has to listen to me. Zhang Xian was speechless. Because of the contract, he really couldn't go against the system's arrangement, otherwise he would die. He didn't want to die yet. He had finally graduated, but he hadn't seen the splendor of the universe, nor had he left his mark in the universe. All right. Zhang Xian said from the heart. This child is teachable. Yu nodded with satisfaction. Tell me about the host's plan. If the goal is to become supreme, I still want to develop my own world. There's always something awkward about stealing a world. It feels like raising someone else's child. Zhang Xian said. So the host wants to create his own world and develop it? Yu raised his eyebrows. That's right, and no one knows if there are any hidden conditions for becoming the supreme. If the world we snatched doesn't meet the requirements, then all our efforts would be in vain. Zhang Xian expressed his concerns. Indeed, Yi Yu agreed somewhat. In this case, it would be better to create his own world and cultivate it, eliminate all unstable factors. Just follow the host's instructions. Okay, in that case, let's go. Jiang Xian patted his butt and prepared to leave. Huh? Just leaving like that? What's going to happen to this world? Yi Yu pointed to the invaded world below and said, "You have thrown demons in there to interfere with the world, and you are also playing a game with the heavenly Tao." Oh. Is there a problem? It's not my world anyway, so let the heavenly Tao deal with its own headaches. Besides, I'm letting it off the hook, so it should thank me. Jiang Xian said shamelessly. Tiandaoja, thank you so much. Yi Yu's mouth twitched, but he was not the kind of person who meddles in other people's business. Besides, with Jiang Xian gone, the demon clan would no longer have the support of heaven behind them, and there was a high probability that they would be wiped out by the Son of Destiny arranged by heaven in this world. In other words, because of Jiang Xian's invasion, this world has the opportunity to move from the first level world to the second level world. Okay, host, let's go and find a feng shui treasure land to place the world. Yi Yu nodded, then his body turned into a stream of light and entered Jiang Xian's body. The latter's face turned dark. Is it impossible not to enter his body? It's very awkward, host, don't overthink it. This is the normal system mode. Just get used to it. How could Yi Yu not know what the other party was thinking? The stubborn little Tiandao. Jiang Xian had no choice but to leave this world and look for a place in the heavens, and this world is indeed as Yi Yu guessed. Without Jiang Xian, the backing of heaven, the demons could not withstand heaven's repeated interference. The human side also shifted from the defensive end to the offensive end. After more than 200 years, the human side completely regained the lost territory, the few remaining. Demons lay dormant, and the demon leaders were searching the world for the creator. They wanted Jiang Xian to support them, but no matter how they searched, they couldn't find Jiang Xian. They didn't know that Jiang Xian had abandoned them and left them here to play single-player games. The heavenly Tao of this world no longer interfered with the existence of the demons. It discovered that there was a threat within the world that could greatly promote the development of the world. Thanks to this invasion, its world was actually promoted to a second-level world. You have to know that it will take at least several thousand years for the world to operate as it originally did. Now it only takes about 200 years. Secondly, for 200 years, it fought wits and courage with the air there. And after discovering the truth, it was furious. I invaded its world. Without any reason, saying I wanted to play a game of chess, but I sneaked away halfway through the game. Although I was very happy that the world was promoted, I felt that I was fooled, and anyone would be very angry. This is a nice area. Jiang Xian looked around and nodded with satisfaction. After searching for 100 or 200 years, I finally found a good area. There is no way. After all, I am a newborn in the world, and I am too weak when it is just born. It would be bad if I was targeted by other people of the same kind. After searching for so many years, this place is a first-level world. Even if they set their sights on his world, he is not afraid. Since he can't even defeat the first-level world, he might as well go back and study further instead of coming out to explore the world. Everyone says the host is too cautious. With the system here, even if a level 9 world invades, let alone a second or third level world, the system can help the host overcome the difficulties. Yi Yu was speechless. He was bored to death after following Jiang Xian around in the heavens for 100 or 200 years. You're kidding. This is my career, how can I be so careless? You can't trust what the system says at all. Jiang Xian looked as if he didn't believe you. It's okay to play with other people's world, after all, it's not your own child, so you have to treat your own world with caution. He admitted that the system was stronger than him, but he was only a new heavenly Tao, so his weakness was understandable. As for the system's boasting that all the heavens in the world are his subordinates, he just doesn't believe it. You blow yours, and I do mine. Why you thought about it and decided to just let the other party do as they pleased, as long as they got their work done. I'm going to start. Jiang Xian's eyes flashed. Take out a world seed from your body and inject it with your own heavenly power. With the infusion of the power of heaven, the seed of the world began to sprout and grow. A world seed will be born in the body of every newborn heavenly Tao. After deciding to develop his own world, Jiang Xian used the companion world seed without hesitation. The great Tao has customized 3 paths for each graduate of the heavenly Tao. One is to find an ownerless world to sit in, the second is to compete with the existing world, and the third is to create a world to cultivate oneself. As someone who aspires to be supreme, of course he chooses the third path without any worries. Chapter 314, World Evolution, Level 5 World. Seeing this, Yi Yu in the dark took action without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening up the world prototype, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification, and the first-level world prototype transforms into a 5th-level world prototype. Buzz! In an instant, the embryonic form of the world that had just been brewing suddenly made a buzzing sound. Under Jiang Xian's shocked gaze, the world bubble grew rapidly, and in a moment it exceeded the size of the first-level world, and its expansion speed showed no sign of stopping. Fuck! Jiang Xian exclaimed, how is this possible? System, your ability is too abnormal, the world can be amplified. It took a long time for Jiang Xian to come back to his senses, and he was speechless for a moment. He had been wary of the system function but hadn't expected it to be so helpful. Should he rely on the system more? In the past, he had only talked about becoming the supreme, but now that he saw the capabilities of the system, he felt that it seemed possible. System, I admit that I spoke a little loudly before. Zhang Xian said without blushing or beating his heart. The system is very pleased that the host sincerely repents. Yi Yu was very satisfied. If he didn't show off his skills, the host would never know how powerful he was and would be impressed by Brother Tong's powerful abilities. Ding. In view of the host's sincere repentance, the system will reissue the novice gift package. Please check it in time. There's also a gift bag. What's in it? Zhang Xian was a little surprised. I fumbled to open the system backpack and used the novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a World Evolution card. World Evolution card greatly accelerates the evolution of a world prototype, shortening its birth time. Only effective for world prototypes below the Great Thousand World level. System, you have too many surprises. As he got to know the system more, Zhang Xian discovered that it was a treasure trove. It had everything. Use. Zhang Xian crushed the card. A force of rules instantly blessed the prototype of the world and enveloped it in an instant. The world bubble accelerated its evolution. Zhang Xian stroked his chin and calculated the time. According to what I have learned, the evolution of the 5th level world will take at least 10,000 years, and judging from the speed of the acceleration card, it is 10,000 times faster. In this way, he only needs to wait for a year to get a level 5 world of his own. The beginning is the peak. Hey, Zhang Xian laughed like a pig. This feels great. Others start from the 1st level world, but I start from the 5th level. Is this cheating? Cheating is fun for a while, and it's fun all the time if you keep cheating. Hey, system, putting aside your calculations, I recognize your ability. Zhang Xian said in approval. If the host had cooperated earlier, the system wouldn't have resorted to such drastic measures. The current situation is entirely the host's own fault. Yu curled his lips. Ahem. Anyway, let's not talk about the past and get along with each other from now on. Zhang Xian changed the subject. The system's responsibility is to assist the host's growth, so the host should work hard. The system is just a tool to assist. Don't worry about that. I'm a professional at cultivating the world. Zhang Xian said confidently. After all, he is the heavenly Tao who graduated from the Great Tao. If he doesn't have some ability, the Great Tao will not let him out to destroy the heavens. He looked at the world that was still evolving, and now he would have to wait another year before he could get his hands on it, but it was only a year, which was just a blink of an eye for the heavenly Tao. Then, Zhang Xian slowly closed his eyes and entered a state of enlightenment. 1 year later, boom. After a loud bang, the world bubble returned to calm. The world within it has already evolved. Zhang Xian opened his eyes and his body began to blend into the world. From now on, this world will be his world and his root. The world is him, and he is the world. This is the advantage of the companion seed. Everything happens naturally, and everything will be the same as its original part without any rejection. After a long time, the fusion was completed. Zhang Xian's consciousness can reach every corner of the world, and the entire world is where his body is. He can also use his abilities to condense the eye of heaven, the true body of heaven, the consciousness of heaven, and so on within the world. Looking at the vast world, Zhang Xian prepared to start creation. There are no living creatures in the new world, not even plants. It is completely desolate. The scope of the 5th level world is very large, 10,000 times that of the 1st level world. Zhang Xian gave a wry smile. Starting high has its own difficulties. There's no way. The world is too big, and his ability as a newborn heavenly Tao doesn't seem to be enough to handle everything at once. Ding. The host is currently experiencing difficulties. A gift package will be issued. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Curry and opened the system backpack to use it. The gift bag flashed with golden light. Something appeared in his hand. Level 5 world creation card. After use, all things in the level 5 world will be created at one time. System, from now on I will do whatever you tell me to do. Zhang Xian was completely impressed. The system was so good to him. It really made me cry. Use. The cards dissipated, and the world fell into turmoil again. Zhang Xian sensed it slightly, and judging from the movement, it would take at least 100 years for it to stop. Well, it's pretty quick. If I do it myself, it will take me thousands or even tens of thousands of years to finish it. Now all he had to do was lie down and wait. It feels so good to cheat. Then Zhang Xian stopped paying attention and started his own practice. That's right, it's about cultivation. The way of heaven also needs to be cultivated. Okay, now he also has his own world, and it is a level 5 world. With the help of the power of the world, he can greatly promote the improvement of his cultivation. The 5th level world power blesses the 1st level heavenly way, just like Liu Bei wearing straw sandals, feeling like flying. 0.0. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xian perceived the world again. This time, the world is full of living creatures, and the desolate world is extremely lively, but these creatures have no intelligence and are extremely weak. The power of the Level 5 world creation card is limited, and not everything can be created. Some powerful species don't have it, and even humans don't have it. Finally, it's my turn. Zhang Xian prepared to work. My mind was full of thoughts, and information about each species flashed through my mind. The Tao arises and the spirit is born. This is the moment of creation. All beings create. The power of heaven manifests, creating each species with great skill. Ding. Detected. The host has created a dragon, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification, transforming into a dragon spirit seed. Ding. Detected the host created an elf, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification, transforming into an elf species. Ding. Detected that the host has created a goblin, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification, transforming into a goblin species. Ding. Detecting the host's creation god, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification, transforming into a divine spirit. Oh, no, it's all gone, not a drop left. Jiang Xian was so tired that he lay down in the core of the world. I created too much at once, which drained all my energy. Fortunately, I was able to create all the species I wanted. Moreover, after being systematically amplified 10,000 times, these species will have great potential in the future. Hehe, with these species around, the advancement of my own world is just around the corner. I seem to have forgotten something. Jiang Xian pondered and thought, forget it, let's talk about it later. Let's rest for a few hundred years first. Human, protest. We haven't come out yet. Chapter 315, Racial Situation. Along with Tian Dao, Jiang Xian fell into silence. An explosion of species began to occur in the world. The newly created species have no spiritual intelligence. It's not that Jiang Xian doesn't want to awaken their spiritual intelligence, but doing so would be like forcing things to grow. It's better to let the species awaken their spiritual intelligence on their own. The most effective way is to guide them to awaken their spirits on their own, but Jiang Xian is too tired to talk now, so he lets time do it all. Fortunately, the species, which had been amplified 10,000 times, was very spiritual, and it took less than a dozen years for it to develop intelligence. They began to develop their own racial power. The scattered people of the same kind consciously gathered together to keep each other warm. During this period, many races came into contact with each other, and a sense of racial crisis seemed to be natural. Each one is cautious and stays away from other species to develop their own tribe. All races lay dormant, gathering strength. The world is big and all species have their own characteristics, the powerful bodies and magic of the dragon spirit species, the powerful affinity with nature and magical wisdom of the elf species, the extraordinary inventiveness of the dwarf species, the forging ability of the dwarf species, and the mysterious old god species, etc. It can be said that all races are coexisting and full of vitality. The vastness of the fifth level world is enough to temporarily relieve them of the worries of territorial disputes and start a war. 1,000 years later, the development of all races is booming. During this period, many wars broke out, some small and some small, but they were all minor and people would not start a racial war over a trivial matter. After thousands of years of interaction, each race has gained a certain understanding of other races. The old days settled in Mount Targon, the dragon spirits settled in the Dragon Valley, the elves settled in the Star Forest, the sky feathers settled in the City of Sky, the dwarves settled in the Abyss of Heaven, the dwarves settled in the caverns of the earth. Currently, these are the 6 major races that have appeared in the world and demonstrated their strength. Their strength has given other races a certain understanding of their strength. They more or less tacitly assume that these 6 races are the 6 strongest races, but some dormant races scoff at the rankings of other races. However, even though you may disdain it, there is no need to have a conflict at the moment. The focus should be on developing yourself. I remember now. Jiang Xian, who was in the process of contemplation, suddenly woke up. He forgot to create humans. System, why didn't you remind me to create humans? Jiang Xian asked. The system thought the host was not planning to develop humans. Yi Yu was speechless. He would not interfere with the development of the world. Everything is based on the host's will. He hides behind the scenes and acts as a hands-off boss, just helping out when in trouble. How easy it is. The Tao told us that although humans don't have strong innate powers, they are the most Tao-friendly race among all races. In other words, although the starting point is low, the upper limit is very high. This is why many heavenly Taoists like to develop humans. The effort is small, but the reward is great. Jiang Xian was helpless. Since the host wants to create humans, then just create them now. What's the big deal? That's right, Jiang Xian didn't say anything more. It doesn't matter if it's 1,000 years late. I believe that you humans can do it. Well, of course you can. Creation. Ding. Detected that the host has created a human, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification, transforming into a human. Good boy, even the name hasn't changed. Jiang Xian raised his eyebrows. The name is just a title, and its upper limit has been raised. Jiang Xian nodded, then released humans into the world. Come on, the catastrophe is coming. Jiang Xian muttered to himself as he looked at the world. He is planning a catastrophe for heaven and earth. After all, he is the way of heaven. If the world wants to advance, it will inevitably suffer disasters. Destruction will lead to construction. Destruction will lead to construction. Setting up the overall situation of heaven and earth is the strong point of the way of heaven. Within the world, the newly born species, humans, they are a little confused, but they still instinctively gather together with their own kind. And now the racial situation in the world has already established a status template, and the emergence of new species has also attracted more or less attention from other races. What a weak race. This is the first impression all races have of humans. They are too weak, exactly the same as the native species that came before them. Before they awakened their spirits, they knew about the existence of other creatures in the world, but it only took them more than 10 years to succeed, and those creatures have not yet awakened their spirits. As a result, most races no longer paid attention to this weak human race, but a few races had been paying silent attention. A few years Later, humans completed their own spiritual awakening and began to fight for the continuation of their race, but the world situation has already been quietly stabilized, and there is no place for them in the world. They are too weak to defeat any race. They were so weak that the aftermath of a minor conflict with other races could almost lead to the destruction of their race. As a result, humans had a clear understanding of their racial status. Weakness is the original sin. Ranked last, although many races do not want to harm them, the aftermath of unintentional fighting can destroy human settlements living nearby. The major races fight each other as they please. Humans are weak and have no sense of existence. If no one pays special attention, who will notice that they have settled nearby? In order to survive, humans began to live in a nomadic state. Every day they would send a large number of people to investigate whether there were any wars among other races nearby. Once there are signs of war, they will immediately move their residence. Life was hard, but they had to do it for the continuation of their race. Other races live comfortably, while humans are struggling to survive in the cracks. We can't go on like this. If our race wants to grow stronger, it must have strength. In the dim cave, a group of humans gathered to discuss, and the topic of discussion is human development. When it comes to development, the first factor is one's own strength. Everyone was silent. We all know this, but where does power come from? When we were born, only the basic language of our race was engraved in our minds, and there was no record of any other power. One person smiled bitterly. That's true, but the existence of the basic racial language saves them the energy of communication. Other races are too strong, they are naturally strong, and we humans can't compare to them. We should be thankful that we are still alive. One person said pessimistically. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by good luck? We risked our lives to earn this. You're just using good luck to overshadow the sacrifices of our fellow human beings. One of them was furious and rushed forward to suppress the man. This person said, every time they moved their settlement, they had to sacrifice a large number of their own kind in exchange for a safe migration of the race. The sacrifices of others cannot be ignored. As a punishment, you will be working the night shift for 3 consecutive days. The leader spoke. Yes, the man nodded guiltily. He was just too pessimistic at the moment and said the wrong thing. In the end, they were too weak. Should we seek shelter from other powerful races? Someone suggested. But if that's the case, wouldn't we just be subordinates of other races? Some people hesitated inwardly. But it's better than genocide. No one knows which will come first, death or dawn. Chapter 3:16, extremely humble. Everyone was speechless. The current situation of mankind is too difficult, and any choice must be based on the continuation of the race. Joining a powerful race is indeed a bad strategy, but it is also the most effective method. Which race should I choose? A new question arises. Old Deus, they seem to be the strongest among the 6 races. The old gods have settled on Mount Targan, which is quite far from here. We can only migrate there little by little. That's the only way. Everyone made a plan for the continuation of the race. They temporarily gave up their status. After all, the race has been extinct, so talking about anything is nonsense. A few years later, after going through untold hardships and losing a large number of manpower, humans finally arrived at the foot of Mount Targan. Looking at the mountains towering beyond the starry sky, everyone's faces turned pale. I'm here, but how do I get up? I'll go climb the mountain, and you settle at the foot of the mountain. This is the territory of the old gods. Other races don't dare to cause trouble here, so there's no need to hide here like before. The leader instructed. Chief, let's go together. More people will help us take care of each other. The others said quickly. No, having more people isn't necessarily a good thing. If something unexpected happens, we'll have to abandon the burden. I'd rather go alone. The chief declined. He then instructed a series of matters concerning his funeral. He felt that this trip would be very dangerous, but for the continuation of the human race, as the leader he had to take the lead. Under the gaze of everyone, the leader embarked on a journey to the summit. Spring passes and autumn comes. It repeats itself over and over again. 3 years have passed since the last leader reached the summit. Thanks to the intimidating power of the old gods, no other race dared to fight here. So the humans who settled at the foot of Mount Targan have been living a comfortable life that they could not have dreamed of in the past. They elected a new chief after the previous one hadn't returned for a year. It's not that humans don't want to go to Mount Targan to look for traces of the previous leader. They had searched many times, but with their strength they could only climb to a height of tens of thousands of meters before becoming exhausted. But the top is out of sight at a height of tens of thousands of meters, and the towering giant god peak is like a chasm that makes people afraid to approach. The structure of Mount Targan is that it gets steeper as you go up. You only need to climb on foot for tens of thousands of meters, but you have to climb with your bare hands for higher heights. Helpless humans could only return empty-handed time and time again. As time went by, people accepted the death of the previous leader. So according to the instructions of the previous leader, a new leader was selected. The new leader continued to live with humans at the foot of Mount Targan, which was a rare safe zone for humans. On the hillside of Mount Giant God, the previous leader climbed with difficulty. After 3 years of climbing, he still couldn't see the shadow of the summit. The mountains towering into the starry sky made him despair, but despair is of no use. He can only rely on his own will to keep climbing and climbing. His fingers were bloody and mangled, but he still climbed up as usual. In fact, there was one thing he didn't understand. According to the human body, he should have died after climbing for a week, and until now, no one knows how much time has passed, but he is still alive tenaciously. Even though he has not had a drop of water or food, he is still alive miraculously. The power surging from his body supported him to move forward. So he stopped thinking about it and continued his climbing journey, the top of Mount Targan. You all lose. This human has persisted for 3 years and hasn't given up yet. I really don't understand what he's insisting on. Damn, he actually made me lose the bet. Now the outcome of the bet depends on which of you 3 gods can guess correctly. Damn it. If you hadn't suggested using your strength to ensure the other person's survival, this human wouldn't have lasted a month. I won't lose, so let's start over. A divine being refused to accept. But this is something everyone agrees on. It's useless for you to disagree. I think this human will give up in 3 years. I'd guess 10 years. No matter how high your guess is, 3 years is already his limit. I can't imagine he'll give up in a year. The previous leader had no idea that he had become a gambling game for the amusement of the top-level divine beings. He continued to climb to the top with his perseverance. Even though his palms were rubbed bloody and his eyes were dizzy from the cold wind, he still climbed up regardless of the consequences for the sake of humanity and race. 3 years and 3 years. As time passed, a solitary figure stuck to the surface of the tall mountain like an ant. The ant climbed up slowly, moving up. Slowly by millimeters. If you don't count in days, you can't see the movement of the ants at all. Only with the blessing of the passage of time can you see that the ants are indeed moving upwards. The spirits on the mountain peaks were silent. They couldn't imagine that this human being had such tenacious perseverance. Even though it had been 30 years since he had climbed to this point. At first they thought that the other party could only hold out for 3 years, but they didn't expect that. After so many years, the other party was still holding on. I underestimated this new species. The old gods redefined the human species. Although this species is weak, its will should not be underestimated. Although we guaranteed he wouldn't die mid-flight, he's already exhausted and his vitality is severely overdrawn. What a pity. Looking at the other party's position, it turned out that after 30 years of climbing, they were only less than halfway up Mount Giant God. The gods sighed. Willpower was useless. The fundamental strength of the race was the key. On the top of Mount Giant God, the previous leader's upward hand froze. Then an uncontrollable feeling of weakness came over me. The hands and feet that were clinging to the mountain suddenly loosened, and the body began to fall from top to bottom. The leader smiled bitterly, looking at the mountains that were getting farther and farther away from him. He hated his own powerlessness. I have failed everyone's expectations. This was his last thought before he died. The next moment, a force transformed it into a stream of light and reached the top of the mountain. The peak that was out of reach for him could be reached with just a wave of his hand thanks to the power of the old dais. Your time is short, your soul will soon dissipate, tell me your wish. The surroundings were filled with tall spirits, who were gazing at the tiny humans. Upon hearing this, the leader immediately came to his senses. Pray to the gods to protect us humans. We humans are willing to submit to the gods. The gods looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't want to bother with such troublesome matters. They were just showing a dim interest in letting this human meet them before he died. We old deists do not need subordinate races, so let's change our request. The old gods don't want to be babysitters, and they are already very powerful and don't need the submission of a weak race. The leader was disheartened and finally prayed, can humans temporarily live at the foot of Mount Targan? The old deist was silent for a moment before saying, yes, if your climb hadn't ended, we would have driven away the group of humans at the foot of the mountain long ago. Your will has moved us, so we agree to your request. The leader breathed a sigh of relief, his soul slowly dissipated, and he finally said thank you in gratitude. It was truly humble. The leader finally understood everything at that last moment. His previous physical protection was the work of these old gods. It was probably out of interest, or maybe he wanted to laugh at him, but in the end he could only suppress his personal anger and fight for the last bit of benefit for his race. The chief felt that he had made a profit by exchanging his worthless life for a stable place for humans to live. Chapter 317, The Great Calamity of Heaven and Earth begins hundreds of years later. Because of the first generation of leaders who risked their lives to fight for their rights, humans were able to develop and live in peace. As time went by, the human population expanded rapidly. The foot of Mount Giant God is densely packed with houses and people. On the Giant God Peak. It's too annoying, why don't you just drive me away? After being quarreled for hundreds of years, some of the old gods are getting fed up with humans. But didn't we promise that person to let humans live at the foot of Mount Targan? Isn't that a bad idea? The kind-hearted old god hesitated. That's right, but we didn't agree to keep it inhabited by humans forever, so we're not breaking the agreement. An old god argued cunningly. The other gods acquiesced. They were also annoyed by the noise of these humans. The minority obeyed the majority, and eventually a divine being went down personally to drive out the humans. Faced with the powerful old gods, humans had no intention of resisting and could only follow their orders and move away from Mount Targan. Human beings once again lived a nomadic life. This time, after hundreds of years of development, the human population base has become very large. In the past, it was convenient to move around when there were fewer people, but now that there are so many people, it is easy to be affected by the aftermath of the battle in the turbulent outside world. To this end, humans decided to leave in several parts. After hundreds of years of development, the outside world now looks like a place where all races are coexisting. Various races that were once hidden have emerged. A beastman with a strong body. A celestial fox species with demonic powers. An immortal vampire. A fantasy species that can control dreams. A forest species that blends with nature. Etc. No matter what, these races all have their own powerful strengths and unique characteristics, but humans are still ranked last as always. Just like those native creatures that have no spiritual enlightenment, they have no status at all. Buzz. Suddenly, golden light appeared in the sky. All races couldn't help but look up to the sky. The sound of heaven's way that strikes the soul resounds through the minds of every living being. The war of races begins. All races are automatically eligible to participate, and the winner will be the dominant race in this world. Racial status corresponds to ranking. The earlier races received greater blessings than the later races. The total amount of blessings remains constant. Races with more blessings prosper, while those with less blessings become desolate and perish over time. Ranking promotion is achieved by defeating a race with a similar ranking to change the ranking. For a moment, everyone was shocked. This will did not allow them to resist or not, and they had to obey it as if it was innate. They understood that this was the will of the world, which is also the way of heaven. So they looked up at the golden list in the sky. Rank race 1 Old Deus, 2 Dragon Spirit Seed, 3 Elf species, 4 Days Feather breeding, 5 Dwarfs, 6 Dwarfs, 7 Sky Fox, 8 Fantasy species, 9 Forest species, 10 types of armor, 100 human. Currently, the 100 races created by Jiang Xian are the ones that have awakened their spirits. Each race has seen its own ranking position. Some races are dissatisfied with the ranking above them, always feeling that the races above them are just so. And why are they ranked higher than themselves? Are we weaker than them? It just so happens that the way to rank up is to defeat the opposing race. So the whole world began a racial war. The number 1 ranked old gods acted nonchalant. After all, they were already ranked first, but soon, they faced endless challenges from lower races. No race is immune, and every race fights for its own ethnic ranking. Humans are no exception, but they don't challenge other races. Instead, they are constantly fleeing from war. As the last race, no other race has the intention to fight them. They are so weak that other races don't want to waste time fighting them. There is no benefit in fighting them. The only way to move up the rankings is to defeat the higher level races, not to massacre other races. Therefore, being the last human race can be considered a blessing in disguise, otherwise they would have been exterminated if other races had attacked them. Humans have no intention of challenging the superior races, or rather, they dare not think about it. The aftermath of daily battles causes countless casualties among humans. The survival situation of human beings has become more difficult. They lamented why other races were born with great strength while humans were powerless. Even a little bit of power to protect myself would be enough. Even just the ability to survive would not be enough. What the hell is this racial ranking? They just want to live a good life. God won't even grant me this little luxury. And so decades passed. The world, which was once relatively peaceful, is now filled with smoke of war every day. The rankings on the gold list changed several times, but the god race still stood at the top, leaving other races to daunt. The dragon spirits once challenged the god spirits. The afterglow of that battle was clearly visible to all races. With such powerful strength, he could pick stars with one hand and wield them, using starlight for his own purposes, and magic was completely invulnerable to him. The dragon spirit's racial talent, dragon's language, only made the god spirit slightly stunned, but could not cause any effective damage at all. However, every attack of the divine spirit species contained the power of the stars, and even the dragon spirit species, which prided themselves on their physical strength, were beaten to a bloody mess. The mournful dragon roars of that battle resounded through the sky. Afterwards, the dragon spirits knew they could not defeat the god spirits alone, so they united with many lower-level races to challenge the god spirits. The dwarves forged the sky abyss to attack the old Deus, the sky feathers launched the skyfall to smash into the old Deus, the goblins used guns and cannons, the elves used magic, and so on. If faced with the alliance of many races, the gods were not afraid at all. They suppressed these challengers with their powerful strength and declared to all races that the power of the gods is insurmountable and the wrath of the gods is irresistible. The battle shattered the sky and dimmed the stars, and ultimately ended with the victory of the divine species. Other races began to lie dormant and accumulate strength. This battle was just a test of the divine species, and did not involve the use of the strength of their own race. They have to be wary of any betrayal from their allies along the way. They agreed to help the dragon spirits challenge the gods in order to test the strength of the gods. So after getting the information they wanted, everyone stopped fighting at the same time, and only the stupid dragon spirit race fought to the end. In the end, they were forced back to the Dragon Valley by the old gods, and as punishment for their defeat, they were ordered not to leave the Dragon Valley without the orders of the old gods for 300 years. Faced with the strength of the divine species, the dragon spirit species dared not speak out. It was because the strength of the divine species was too strong, and they had to obey the other party's arrangements. So the dragon spirit species also lay dormant in the Dragon Valley, and one day they will make a comeback. This test also allowed all races to see the strength of the top-ranked races. Those races in lower positions did not dare to even think of challenging. In fact, ranking in the middle is not bad. Countless races comfort themselves in this way. The smoke of war did not stop. Because of that war, and racial wars continued to break out, all races made progress in battle, and they began to devote themselves to studying the root power of their own race. The luck of heaven and earth is constantly growing, and the world is showing a trend of advancement. Jiang Xian, who controlled everything, was very satisfied. This war between races was the great catastrophe of heaven and earth that he had arranged. According to his prediction, the catastrophe will last for 1,000 years before it ends. Chapter 318, Humanity wants to change. In a cave on the mainland. A man looked into the distance with a twinkling look in his eyes. What a bet! The man's name is Xiao Yuan, and he is the leader of this human branch. He believes that humans cannot continue to be so cowardly, as this will not change the fate of the human race. Rather than living in disgrace and perishing, it is better to gamble everything for the human race and fight to the death. If we win, man will conquer nature. If we lose, our race will be exterminated. After taking a look at the tribesmen in the cave, Xiao Yuan sighed slightly. He was only the leader of this branch, not the leader of all mankind. If only humans had not dispersed in the first place, then everyone could have gathered together to discuss things, and now, even if he wanted to gamble, he couldn't represent the entire human race. Well, Xiao Yuan sighed, then his eyes became determined. He had to take the gamble. This was a rare opportunity. If he didn't seize it, when would the human race have another chance to rise? Everyone come here. Xiao Yuan gathered the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed over one by one, skillfully surrounded Xiao Yuan in a circle, and waited for him to give orders. I want to bet on the future of humanity and strive for its rise. Xiao Yuan glanced at everyone with a determined look. What does this mean, Chief? Everyone was puzzled. I'm going to join the race war. Xiao Yuan pointed to the golden list high in the sky outside. Everyone looked stunned for a moment. No, Chief, are you crazy? Everyone has already tacitly accepted that humans are an inferior race, and the worst of the worst. After all, they can't beat anyone, and now the leader tells them that they want to participate in the racial war. Isn't this simply seeking death? This is the result of my careful consideration. I have already come up with a plan. Now it depends on whether you agree. If you agree, I will go and convince the humans in other branches. Xiao Yuan shook his head and recounted his plans one by one. Everyone went from confusion to bewilderment and finally to shock. The leader's plan is too crazy. If he makes a mistake, the race will be doomed. This is gambling with the future of the entire human race. Everyone hesitated for a moment. The opportunity has already appeared, but the future is uncertain. Do humans want to continue living a miserable life in hiding, or strive for a bright future? The choice is yours. I may be the leader, but I cannot represent all of humanity. Therefore, I leave the right to choose to you. If even one person objects, I will abandon the idea and treat it as my spur-of-the-moment nonsense. Xiao Yuan closed his eyes and waited. In the quiet surroundings, you can hear the breathing of people around you. In the dim cave, water drops dripping from the stone tips made a tick-tick sound. Xiao Yuan waited for 3 minutes before opening his eyes. Okay, now raise your hands and vote. Those who support, raise your hands. Those who don't support, please remain silent. After 3 rounds of silence, no one raised their hand. Xiao Yuan smiled bitterly, stood up disappointedly and prepared to leave, etc. I agree. Xiao Yuan looked at the person who raised his hand. The man gritted his teeth and said firmly, I don't want my descendants to live the same life I am living now, so if not for myself, I must seize this opportunity for the sake of my descendants. Everyone was moved in an instant. Yes, it's bad enough that I have to suffer all my life, hiding from place to place every day, not having enough food to eat, and no security. If no changes are made, my descendants and their descendants will have to live the same life. That makes me despair now. Someone has to stand up. If that person is not yourself, then it has to be your descendants in the future. Fortunately, it's their generation that's making the changes. Others raised their hands one after another to show their support. In the end, all the humans in this branch agreed with Xiao Yuan's plan. I'm glad you trust me. I'll be leaving tomorrow to discuss this with other human branches. Xiao Yuan smiled. Well, we believe the leader can do it. Yes, please, Chief. The next day, Xiao Yuan arranged a temporary leader and set off following the route that had been investigated long ago. Xiao Yuan found human branches one by one. After learning about Xiao Yuan's purpose, the leaders of each branch gathered everyone together to discuss. Xiao Yuan recounted his plans and bets over and over again. Each persuasion was time-consuming and laborious, but after Xiao Yuan asked them to consider their future generations, everyone agreed unanimously. Gradually Xiao Yuan convinced all human races. It took a total of 1 year and 3 months. Yuan, please, humans can only gamble once, so we can't afford to lose. It is rare that all the leaders of mankind gather together to see Xiao Yuan off. Xiao Yuan pretended to be relaxed and pointed to his head. I believe in my wisdom, and I ask you to believe that the future of the human race will rise. Well, please. Everyone suppressed their worries and smiled as they saw Xiao Yuan off. Xiao Yuan waved goodbye to everyone, and the relaxed smile disappeared in an instant after he turned around. Even if I fail, I won't bring disaster upon my race. Xiao Yuan has the habit of biting his fingers when he is under stress. He was thinking of various ways of escape in his mind, and was so focused on thinking that he forgot that his bitten fingers were already bloodshot. The fishy and sweet taste in his mouth brought him back to his senses. He simply sucked and bandaged it and moved on quickly. In this way, Xiao Yuan traveled around the continent, and his mortal strength made him move slowly. Xiao Yuan spends every day in vigilance because he is always worried about whether there are other races fighting around him. He didn't want his plan to be killed by an accident before he could realize it would be a very miserable way to die, and he would die with regret. He sleeps very lightly at night and will wake up at the slightest movement. Eat wild fruits when hungry and drink dew when thirsty. Fortunately, the ecology of this world is very good. Although many places have been severely damaged due to war, some races with magic can use magic to restore the devastated environment. 5 years passed in a flash. Dragon nest. This is it. Xiao Yuan looked at the quiet valley and swallowed, then sorted out his thoughts and stepped into it. The first step of the plan is particularly critical. If it fails, all subsequent steps will be out of the question. Xiao Yuan paced in the Dragon Valley. The entry of the stranger instantly awakened the sleeping dragon. In the dark, pairs of dragon eyes were staring at Xiao Yuan's weak figure. Human? The dragon spirits were very confused, so they began to communicate with each other using their racial talents. Why do humans appear in dragon nest? This question puzzled them. Then a dragon spirit was brought out to interrogate Xiao Yuan. In an instant, a strong wind blew, and a tall figure fell heavily in front of Xiao Yuan. The strong wind sent the weak Xiao Yuan flying back several meters. Human, why are you trespassing into our dragon valley? The soul's whispers struck Xiao Yuan's mind directly. Dragon spirits and humans cannot communicate in the same language, so if they want to communicate, they have to communicate on a spiritual level. Although Xiao Yuan didn't understand, this was a piece of cake for the dragon spirit species. It was just a matter of establishing a spiritual connection. Xiao Yuan struggled to get up. Facing the questioning, he raised his head firmly and said, "We humans want to make a deal with the dragon spirit." There was silence for a moment. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. You humans are making a deal with us dragon spirits? The dragon sneered. It was like hearing a huge joke. The dragon spirit in front of him pointed at the golden list in the sky and said, "Look at your rankings. You're the last 100 humans, and you're going to make a deal with us dragon spirits?" Chapter 319, Dragon's Language. Facing the dragon's ridicule, Xiao Yuan said frantically, "I saw it, and I saw it clearly. It's the dragon spirit seed, the second highest seed after the god spirit seed. Human, you're looking for death." He had just been defeated by the divine spirit species not long ago and was imprisoned in the Dragon Valley by the other party. Now his scars were torn open in front of him, which made the dragon spirit species in front of him angry and ashamed. The dragon spirits who were observing secretly were also filled with shame and indignation. How dare you, a weak human, laugh at a giant dragon? Heh, as long as you're not number one, no one has the right to laugh at anyone else. Don't you want to take revenge on the old deus? I have a plan. Xiao Yuan suppressed his fear and said it. Upon hearing this, the dragon spirit paused with its raised giant claws. It communicated with the dragon spirits in the dark through thoughts. The other dragon spirit species also wanted to see what this human could say. If he did not satisfy them, it would not be too late to kill him. Tell me about your plan. If it doesn't satisfy me, you know the consequences. A pair of dragon eyes stared at the tiny Xiao Yuan. So Xiao Yuan nervously told about his crazy plan. The dragon spirit in front of him went from disdain to seriousness and finally to shock. The dragon spirits in the dark were also frightened by this crazy plan. However, after hearing about the plan, they felt eager to try it out. Ha ha ha. Funny. So funny. I can't believe a last place human would dare to act like this. Aren't you afraid of eternal damnation? Aren't you afraid the old gods will attack your race? You humans cannot withstand the wrath of the gods. The dragon spirit asked. Humanity has nothing left to lose. How about this plan? Xiao Yuan clenched his fingers. The dragon spirit species looked thoughtful, but in fact, it was secretly talking to all the dragon spirit species. Finally came to a conclusion. That means agreeing to it. The dragon spirit seed will not lose anything in this transaction. If the plan succeeds, it will counterattack the divine spirit seed. If the plan fails, it will not bear any responsibility. The risk is entirely borne by humans. They, the dragon spirit species, only need to watch the show in secret, like an audience hiding behind the scenes to watch their performance. We agreed, so what do you want to trade? The dragon spirit asked. Xiao Yuan's words startled the dragon. I want you dragon spirits to pass on your race's innate skill, dragon language, to us humans. What? The dragon spirit was furious. Human, are you kidding us? I'm serious. How can I carry out my plan without power? How can you expect any returns without making some investment? Xiao Yuan said. And I'm not asking you to give it forever, oh? The dragon spirit narrowed his eyes slightly and signaled the other party to continue. You only need to give us humans the dragon language for 300 years. Since you can't leave Dragon Valley during this period anyway, why not use it to invest in us humans? Xiao Yuan pointed out the root cause of the problem. The dragon spirit seemed to be thinking about something. After discussing it with the other members of the tribe, he said, we can bestow the gift of dragon language upon you humans, but you humans must also offer some benefits in exchange. Isn't it enough that we humans take risks in our plans? Xiao Yuan scolded angrily. Not enough. That's two different things. But we humans have nothing to trade. Xiao Yuan lowered his head, looking pitiful. That's not what we're considering. Think about your bargaining chips. The dragon spirit species did not retreat at all. Xiao Yuan tried hard to suppress the upward curve of his lips, forcing himself to pretend to be angry. Then I will exchange it for the lifespan of the entire human race. Long Lingzhong's expression changed and he looked at Xiao Yuan seriously. Are you serious? Can you represent your entire tribe? Of course, I've already convinced everyone before coming here. Xiao Yuan nodded. Ha ha ha. Crazy enough? This spirit of yours deserves the respect of our dragon spirit clan. Okay, as you said, I'll exchange it for the maximum lifespan of your race. The dragon spirit agreed. The next moment, a huge golden dragon walked out from the depths of Dragon Valley. The other dragon spirit species also appeared one by one and bowed to the golden dragon. The terrifying pressure was approaching Xiao Yuan, but when it reached him, it was taken back by the golden dragon. Interesting human, I admire you. As a reward, I will not deprive you of your maximum lifespan. Contract drafted. The golden dragon's eyes burst with golden light like the sun. Suddenly, a huge magic circle appeared in the air. Within a few breaths, a small magic circle appeared under the feet of all dragon spirits and all humans. The upper limit of your human lifespan is 300 years. In exchange, we, the dragon spirits, will take 200 years of your upper limit of lifespan, and the exchange contract period will be 300 years. At the same time, all dragon spirits and humans instantly understood the content of the contract of the magic circle under their feet. Now we just need to wait for the consent of all dragon spirits and all humans, and then the exchange contract will be successfully launched. If even one person refuses, the exchange agreement will fail. So the dragon spirit had previously asked Xiao Yuan if he could represent his entire race. There is no problem on the dragon spirit seat side. The golden dragon Ramses is the absolute ruling leader, and his words represent everything for the dragon spirit seed. On the human side, Xiao Yuan had already communicated with everyone before, and now facing the sudden appearance of the magic circle, all humans knew the content of the contract of the magic circle, and they agreed without hesitation. Isn't it just the upper limit of lifespan of 200 years? Nowadays, human beings have a lifespan of 200 years. If they can live peacefully for another 40 or 50 years, they are considered lucky. Rather than struggling to survive for decades and then being taken away by an accident, it is better to gain power so that humans can have the ability to protect themselves. With both parties agreeing, the magic circle was activated instantly. The contract is done. All of a sudden, a series of introductions to the talents and abilities of dragon language appeared in the minds of all humans. Xiao Yuan was delighted that the first step had been completed. There is no need to use the dragon spirit species in front of us, but now is not the time, and humans do not have the capital to compete with it. Just wait for the rise of mankind. I will use everything available, whether it is the dragon spirit species or the god spirit species. They will be the stepping stones for mankind to rise to the sky. Human weakness will soon become a thing of the past. I want to catch the bright moon with the wind and look down on the four directions from the sky. The contract has been made, and we look forward to the performance of mankind. Ramses' eyes flickered. The battle with the old deus had humiliated it, so it didn't mind using humans to plot against the old deus. If humans really succeed, then 300 years later, the dragon spirit species will raise their butcher knives again. One day, the dragon spirit species will pull the god spirit species down from the altar. Ramses thought so. Then please stay tuned, Xiao Yuan said lightly. I added the second half of the sentence in my heart. I look forward to your defeat and the human race taking the lead. He can give everything for this, and the future of mankind depends on him. Xiao Yuan made plans in his mind and left Dragon Valley to head to the next place. Chapter 320, The Path We Are Pursuing. Flight. As soon as he came out of Dragon Nest, Xiao Yuan tried out his newly acquired talent skill, Dragon's Voice. Yu by Xiao Yuan's body floated slightly, and the height and speed of flight changed with his thoughts. Ultimately, Dragon's Word is just a poor version of Say What You Say. A few minutes later, Xiao Yuan fell down weakly. Fortunately, he didn't fly too high. Activating innate skills requires energy. Currently, humans don't have any training system, so for now, Dragon's Voice must be activated with physical strength. Forcing it to activate after physical strength is exhausted will deplete vitality. Xiao Yuan analyzed and came to a conclusion. His eyes flickered and he thought for a moment before making a decision, but before that he had to go back and settle the future development of mankind. Time flies, even with the Dragon's Voice. It took Xiao Yuan a year to get back. This time, the scattered human divisions have regrouped and reorganized since the last time. Everyone was very happy to see Xiao Yuan return safely. The leaders of the various branches once jointly managed all humans. Yuan, you succeeded. Although the price is the upper limit of our lifespan, if we don't have the ability to protect ourselves, no one can live safely until old age. The former leaders surrounded Xiao Yuan. It's just the first step. Do you still remember my plan? Xiao Yuan shook his head and said calmly. Is that really necessary? Now that we have the gift of dragon speech, we can live in peace and security by simply finding a secluded place. Yeah, so, before anyone else could finish, Xiao Yuan interrupted, it has to be this way. The dragon's language is not ours. If someone can give it to us, they can take it back. Even if we have peace for 300 years, what will happen? What about the future? Furthermore, once the transaction begins, it cannot be stopped. Otherwise, the dragon spirit will not let us off for deceiving him. Everyone smiled bitterly. They naturally understood, but when they thought of the final result of the plan, they could only sigh helplessly and just blame it on the fact that humans are born without any power. Let's continue with the plan. I'll leave this to you. I'll take care of the rest. Shou Yuan arranged. Good. If that ever comes to that point, please don't blame yourself. Everyone looked at Shou Yuan seriously. Shou Yuan grinned casually. I'm very calm, so don't worry. If I really can't hold on, I'll just pass the blame on to you guys. You'll just have to take the blame later. Well, that's what we'll have to do then. They didn't laugh, but nodded seriously. Shou Yuan's smile froze, and he forced a smile and said, Really? I'm leaving now, don't worry about me. Aren't you going back to see your people? No need. I'm assured that you're here. Humans can't use the dragon language very well right now. I'll find a method to practice it soon. Shou Yang turned around without looking back, waved his hand and said goodbye to everyone. Only the crowd was left there to watch him leave, blaming myself. How could that be possible? Ha! Ha! It's just a necessary sacrifice. Shou Yuan walked quickly, biting his thumb in his mouth. After adjusting his mindset, he headed towards his destination. Another 3 years passed. Star Forest. After learning about Shou Yuan's purpose, the elves welcomed him in a friendly manner. Interesting little guy, you're such an oddball among humans. I remember you humans trying to survive in the cracks of the continent, didn't you? The elf in front of him explored. He thought Shou Yuan's strength was not strong. It was only when the other party suddenly used the dragon language that aroused the interest of the elves. That's why they called Shou Yuan in to find out the secret. After all, they knew that dragon's language was the innate skill of the dragon spirit seed, and the dragon spirit seed was forbidden to go out of the dragon valley. So where does this power come from, or has the dragon spirit species made new moves? No matter what, as the race in the top few seats, they must be wary of all variables. I'm here to trade, Shou Yuan said as he walked. Deal? Then tell me what the deal is? The elf in front of him asked. Can you represent the entire elf race? Shou Yuan asked. The other party was a little surprised, but still shook his head. He was not annoyed. The other party obviously had no intention of mocking him, but was asking sincerely. Your transaction involves such a large scale? I think so. It depends on how you, the elves, view it. Each race has different opinions. If the elves have no intention of trading, I will look for other races. Shou Yuan said. The other party hesitated. Your dragon language. He didn't ask Shou Yuan whether he had just used the dragon language, but just asked directly. Shou Yuan also understood the other party's intention, so he simply jumped into the trap as the other party wished. Of course it comes from the dragon spirit seed. Cultivate the truthful path. Okay, in that case, please wait a moment. I will go and ask our king for instructions. The elf in front of him made up his mind after hearing this. Regardless of whether the deal Shou Yuan just mentioned is worth it, as long as the other party does have the dragon language or comes from the dragon spirit seed, then it is worthy of the attention of their elves. After a long time, an elf with outstanding appearance and temperament walked in. Sorry for the wait. The elf king apologized. Shou Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and subconsciously felt a greater liking for the other party. Suddenly he woke up again. This guy is worthy of being the third-ranked elf. He is very resourceful. The elf king was surprised and said calmly, Interesting. I was just verifying whether what you said was true. Now your performance has passed. Shou Yuan sneered inwardly, thinking it was a good move of retreating to advance. However, no matter how annoyed he was, he didn't have the capital to turn hostile. I don't care. Let's talk about the deal. Before that, please tell me about the information you possess about the dragon's language. The elf king interrupted. He is not interested in the transaction, only in the dragon's language, otherwise he would not come here. Shou Yuan's face looked heavy. This guy wanted to get something for free. That's right, the other party doesn't think highly of him at all. After all, he is still the weaker one. Transactions are based on the equal status of both parties. If you don't say anything, the other party will probably use force. In their eyes, humans are insignificant anyway. I am the next step in the dragon spirit's challenge to the old god. Make some use of the dragon spirit seed, since you will need it in the future anyway. Shou Yuan thought so. The elf king's expression changed slightly. A short sentence reveals a lot of information. Oh? Tell me more about it. The elf king demanded. I'm sorry, if you're not an ally, I can't reveal it. Shou Yuan shook his head. What if I use force? The elf king threatened. If you can accept the revenge from the dragon spirit in the future, then I won't mind. I'm just a pawn anyway, insignificant. Shou Yuan had an expression that said, I'm cheap but I'm proud of it. If you hurt me, I will create a mortal enemy, one who is stronger than you. It is like a country offending a powerful country above it for the life and death of a group of ants. Chapter 321. This game ends in human failure. I don't know what the Elf King is thinking. After a long moment, he slowly said, "Tell me about your deal." Shou Yuan saw this and didn't keep it a secret. "Give me the magic training system, and in the future, everything I get from the god seeds will be given to you spirit seeds." "Ha, are you kidding me? What can you humans get from the old dais?" The Elf King sneered. "Is the body of a god enough?" The Elf King's expression changed. "I don't believe you humans have this ability. So we humans need strength. Didn't you once cooperate with the dragon spirits to challenge the dais spirits? I believe you didn't show your true strength, but rather a test. This time, I'm challenging the old dais once again, risking the fate of all humanity. You, the elves, only need to pay a small price to hide behind the scenes and obtain the intelligence you need. Why not? In that previous battle, you didn't bring your best to bear, so the information you uncovered was minimal. If you truly desire to seize the top spot, intelligence is crucial and cannot be ignored." Shou Yuan said seriously. The Elf King seemed to be thinking about something, and looked at Shou Yuan with an inexplicable meaning. "I think I know what you're planning. You want to steal the heritage of all races to strengthen humanity. That's a good plan." The Elf King pointed it out directly. Shou Yuan's face froze, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. "It seems like it's asking how you figured it out. This is so interesting. I guess you humans also made the same deal with the dragon spirits, so you got the dragon speech talent in exchange. I want to wait until I have mastered the foundations of all races and then give up challenging the dais. I will then hide from the world and accumulate strength to avoid being attacked by all races." Shou Yuan was silent. "What? Nothing to say? But I'm very interested in your plan. I really hope to have a powerful cannon fodder race to fully explore the true nature of the old dais for us." The Elf King grinned, as if he was sure to defeat Shou Yuan. "So, I will give you the magic training system. When the time comes, you humans must challenge the old dais. This is your inescapable fate of being cannon fodder. I'm looking forward to that day." The Elf King laughed, and his laughter was very happy, which was in sharp contrast to the silent and restrained person beside him. From then on, Shou Yuan was imprisoned by the Elf King and learned everything about magic every day. The days go by. The Elf King sends people to monitor Shou Yuan's every move every day. Shou Yuan gradually became numb, as if he was a puppet at the mercy of the Elf King. With the new chess piece, the Elf King was not stingy in giving Shou Yuan more profound things. After all, the divine species are not weak. If the chess pieces are of poor quality, nothing can be detected. 20 years have passed in a flash. "Alright, my perfect chess piece, there's nothing more we can teach you. Go and gain the power of the sky feather species to strengthen yourself." The Elf King let Shou go away. Shou Yuan, who was speeding in the sky, showed an inexplicable smile. "The second step of the plan was completed perfectly, stupid elf. The path I pursued will always end in humanity's defeat. From the very beginning of this game, humans had no hope of winning. As the strongest species of God, even if the power of all races were combined, they would still be unable to defeat it. From the beginning, Shou Yuan's plan was not to end in victory. This is also the reason why all humans were surprised when they heard the plan. This is the road to extinction. Pull back the timeline. My plan is to trade the dragon language with the dragon spirits, and then reveal it to the elves to obtain a magic training system. The dragon spirits were once badly defeated by the god spirits, so a trade is very simple. We just need to use the fate of mankind to challenge the god spirits as capital, and the upper limit of the race's lifespan is interest to exchange it. The next elf species, after learning that the dragon spirit species has made new moves, they will not remain indifferent and will definitely explore the secrets. I just need to trade with the elves under the same excuse. If the elves are smart enough, they will discover the purpose of humans. But don't worry, being discovered is also part of the plan. This cannot be concealed. Except for the dragon spirit species as the first contact object, all trading races will know the purpose of humans. Exposing it is also a blatant move. For this reason, all races will eventually force us humans into the fire basin and watch the movie behind the scenes. This is exactly what I want. Whether it's the dragon spirits or the elf spirits, they all mysteriously believe that my plan is just to enhance humanity's abilities and that they will definitely be wiped out after challenging the dais spirits. They will learn about the true nature of the old dais from our human trials, but my plan is to bring all races except the old dais to the same starting line. Aren't they a very powerful race? When I, as the representative of all races, have slaughtered the spirit species, all races will face the raging wrath of the spirit species. That time, they will change from spectators to actors, and everyone will be a victim of this game. When chaos breaks out, it's time for ethnic cleansing. Even if it means countless lives are lost, even if there's no hope of recovery, I will bring all races to the same starting line. We humans will surely die out and only a few will remain, but that doesn't matter. This is a necessary outcome compared to the previous situation. Now that we have the foundation of all races' abilities, this is the beginning of the true rise of the human race. This game, which has always been a losing one for humanity, will be overturned. Humanity also has hope of victory. So I'll be the one to take on this sinner." Shou Yuan looked at everyone with a firm gaze. Everyone was stunned by this crazy plan. Thoughts returned. Shou Yuan travels freely in the sky. 20 years of hard study allowed him to master all the basics of the elves. Of course, the Elf King couldn't do this. He did it secretly and spontaneously. The foolish elf king thought he had brainwashed him with magic. In fact, he had been practicing dragon language diligently on the road long before he set foot in the Star Forest. Although he had no magic power at that time, he spent 10 years of his life force to activate the soul protection magic. He was certain that the elves would take action to control him. In addition to soul protection, there are also a series of defensive magic such as cognitive interference, subconscious change, etc. This kind of magic activated by the dragon's word has a higher priority than the magic mastered by the elves. Otherwise, the elf species would not be the third seat below the dragon spirit species instead of above it. The dragon language is more effective in restraining the magical power of the elves. The dragon spirit species also has a strong physical factor, so it is far superior to the elf species. This was also another factor that led Shou Yuan to seek a trade for the dragon spirit seed in the first battle. Everything is going according to Shou Yuan's plan. Whether it was having his purpose guessed or being brainwashed, it was all within his expectations. After mastering most of the magical powers, Shou Yuan began to explore the background of the elves. Secondly, Shou Yuan also discovered his advantage as a human being, which is that he has a very high level of comprehension and can learn things quickly. Of course, he didn't show it, otherwise the elves would not let him stay in the Star Forest if they noticed something was wrong. Chapter 322. I see through your plan. Shou Yuan only took 3 years to learn all the simple things taught by the elves, and spent the rest of his time exploring the elves' underlying magical abilities and so on. Although they regarded Shou Yuan as a good chess piece, they were not stupid enough to teach him everything. As a racial heritage, they still won't teach it, but it doesn't matter. If you don't teach me, I will learn it on my own. Look forward to the big surprise that this chess piece of mine will bring you. Shou Yuan's mouth corners raised. Empty city. Boom. A figure fell heavily on it. The huge movement attracted the attention of other Tianyu species. A slender figure walked out from the dust. It was Shou Yuan, who came here to gain strength. Human? Looking at Shou Yuan, who looked similar to their own race, they recognized each other's identity. The Tianyu species have wings on their backs, but otherwise they are no different from humans. Of course, apart from the appearance, there are still some differences. The Tianyu species is born very powerful, their lifespan is as long as several thousand years, and they have their own special racial abilities and the ability to change their form. The Tianyu species has 3 forms. The first is the infant state after exhaustion, the second is the normal state, and the third is the full-strength combat form. Hello, my name is Shou Yuan. Xiu means cultivation, and Yuan means journey. I'm here to make a deal. Shou Yuan introduced. The surrounding Tianyu people looked Shou Yuan up and down. The human in front of them was different from what they knew. They could clearly feel a powerful magical power surging in Shou Yuan's body. Aren't humans a weak race? How did this alien appear? Several Tianyu species signaled each other and prepared to attack Shou Yuan. The Tianyu race is a warlike race. The strange human in front of them is quite powerful. Not only can they satisfy their desire to attack, but they can also test it out. Shou Yuan raised his eyebrows as he looked at Tianyas Hong, who was about to attack without saying a word. I'm here to trade, not to fight you. Humph, if you want to trade, then let's fight first to see if you are qualified to trade with us, the Tianyu clan. A Tianyu clan member stepped forward. Shou Yuan had no choice but to retreat. His current physical fitness was not strong enough to compare with the Tianyu species. You should know that the strongest ability of the Tianyu species is the Sky Falling Strike. As the name suggests, it uses powerful magic to propel the body to attack the target. Its power can turn an area of hundreds of kilometers into nothingness. From this we can see how strong the physical fitness of the Tianyu species is. However, although we cannot fight head-on, Shou Yuan is no longer the Shou Yuan of the past. Even with the blessing of all the magic of the elves and the language of dragons, he is still no match for you, the 4th place Tianyu species. Then we should first suppress the opponent's air advantage. Forbidden air. A majestic voice sounded, accompanied by the activation of Dragon's voice. The Tianyu species that was just flying in the air and attacking Shou Yuan suddenly fell to the ground. How do you know the dragon language? The other party was shocked, and the surrounding Tianyu species were also unbelievable. Unlock the ban. The Tianyu clan activated language magic. After another unsuccessful attempt at flight, he confirmed that the other party was the real dragon's voice, because the magic activated by dragon's word has priority over other ordinary magic. The Tianyu clan's face darkened. The human in front of me is so weird. Why can he speak the dragon language? He decided to give it one more try. Since he couldn't fly, he would use magic. Dragon's voice is very powerful, but the cost of activating it is several times that of other magic. Then compete with the opponent in magical ability and wear him down. After making a plan, he started to act. Shou Yuan had anticipated this and began his own magical suppression. I have the magic of the entire elf race, but I still can't beat you. A little jerk. A crushing battle ended quickly. Pop pop pop. It was a wonderful battle. A man came over clapping his hands. King. The other Tianyu people hurriedly saluted. The Lord of the Sky waved his hand and said to Shou Yuan, can we come inside and discuss this in detail? Of course, that's the purpose of my trip. Seeing his target appear, Shou Yuan followed him in without hesitation. The dragon spirit and elf species have already entered the game, and now it is the turn of you, the sky feather species. Shou Yuan thought so in his heart. In the empty city, Shou Yuan sat opposite Abyss, the Lord of the Sky. I'm very interested in your secrets. Your powers come from the dragon language of the dragon spirit, and also from the magical abilities of the spirit. Abyss took a sip of tea with a twinkle in his eyes. It involves two races above the Tanya species. Such a variable suddenly appeared before his eyes, and he had to find out the truth carefully. Otherwise, if the two seats above their own race make new moves and the Tanya race is completely unaware of it, it will definitely suffer a great loss. You guessed right. This involves a deal. It depends on whether you, the Tanya clan, want to get involved. Xiao Yuan confirmed the other party's guess. Abi smiled but said nothing, not knowing what he was thinking. Tell me about your deal. He didn't say whether he would participate or not, but instead asked Xiao Yuan to tell him what the transaction involved was. It seems that he wants to analyze the intelligence before making a decision. They are all kings of the same race, and none of them are stupid. You all like to get something for free, right? Xiao Yuan thought so. The brain thinks quickly. If you speak directly, the other party will definitely guess something and avoid participating, so you have to rely on rhetoric to lure them in. Or give them reasons that force them to participate. After a moment, Xiao Yuan thought of a reason. It seemed that he had to squeeze out the value of the dragon spirit seed. The dragon spirits wish to challenge the old deus once again, but this time they don't intend to do it themselves, so they've chosen us, the last place humans, as pawns. Abi's frowned and thought this was consistent with the behavior of the dragon spirit. In the last battle, the dragon spirit was obviously dissatisfied. Although it was confined to the Dragon Valley, it would definitely not wait willingly. There will definitely be new movements during this period. Is it the human in front of me? Xiao Yuan continued to strike while the iron was hot. The last time we tried, the elves didn't get any useful information about the old gods, so they got involved as well. This time, they planned to kill a divine being to obtain the divine body for research. However, powerful gods are not so easy to kill. Even with the dragon language and the magic of the elves, I cannot guarantee that I can accomplish this goal. Abyss nodded in agreement. The last time the several upper races joined forces, they only caused a little damage to the gods. Although they did not deploy their strength, they could still infer the power of the gods, relying solely on what this human being possessed. It was simply a fantasy to kill a divine being. Xiao Yuanjian was almost done and also spoke. What we humans want is very simple. As the last race, ranking is of no use to us. We just want to live a stable life in this chaotic world. After I challenge the old deus, humanity will inevitably face their wrath, so the deal I made with them is that they will protect us humans from now on, and they will also give us the abilities of their respective races to protect ourselves. The dragon spirits paid with the dragon language, the elves paid with their magical training. If you, the sky feathers, also wish to participate, then use your abilities to teach me. Abyss laughed when he heard that. So this is what you're planning. You humans are up to something. The other party looked as if he saw through it. Xiao Yuan smiled secretly in his heart. Very good, I admire your mysterious confidence. When the truth comes out, you will cry, although the human race will become miserable in the end. But when everyone is in the same situation, humans will be the winners with a more miserable life. You think we humans want to play the racial game, but we've been planning to turn the table all along. If God doesn't give us the capital to play, then no one should play. Chapter 323, Bearing Fangs. How do you know? Xiao Yuan said calmly. I think your plan goes beyond this. The dragon spirit, the elf, and our sky feather species are just one part of the plan. Will you seek cooperation with other races in the future? Abyss revealed. It is indeed as you said, but this is necessary. We have all witnessed the power of the gods. If we only rely on the power of the first few seats, it will not be enough to test anything. I want to gather the power of all races and bless myself with it, so that I can hunt down the gods. What do you think? Xiao Yuan admitted it openly. This move is a clear one. No one could have imagined that the ultimate goal of mankind was to destroy the entire racial system. After all, this idea is too crazy. Only a psychopath would joke about the extinction of an entire race, but humans have no other way to win. Abyss pondered. He always felt that something was wrong, but when he thought about the fact that humans were only one of the bottom 100 races, their crazy desire for power was reasonable. But he also didn't intend to give Xiao Yuan the wealth of the Tianyu species, and secondly, the items in the transaction couldn't be of low quality. Looking at Xiao Yuan opposite him, Abi's made a decision in his heart. The deal is fine. I see that you humans are physically weak, but we, the Skyfeather clan, do have training methods to strengthen your physique. You now possess the dragon's language and magical powers, so physical training can make up for your shortcomings. Abyss said. Tell me your conditions. Xiao Yuan was not blinded by the benefits. Everything has a price. It just depends on whether the other party is willing to ask for a huge price. It's simple. Whatever the dragon spirits and elves have gained, we, the Skyfeathers, must also obtain. Secondly, in case you humans don't ultimately challenge the Deus spirits, we will give you a push from behind. Abyss said. Xiao Yuan understood. Of course it's fine. If we humans don't take action, we won't have anything to say if you add fuel to the fire. Abyss was relieved after hearing this. Since the deal has been made, is it okay for me to stay in Sky City for a decade or two? Xiao Yuan said while calculating. Okay, you can stay until you learn how to train your physique. However, you can't enter some restricted areas, or I'll turn my back on you. Abyss warned. Of course. I, Xiao Yuan, am not the type to steal or cheat. Xiao Yuan's high-sounding way Abyss was suspicious and prepared to send someone to keep an eye on the other party 24 hours a day. In this way, Xiao Yuan stayed as he wished and learned the methods of physical training. As the days passed, Xiao Yuan became stronger day by day and now, after planning, the human foundation has the dragon language, the magic system, and the physical system. Although it has not yet been fully open to all mankind, but there is no rush, because eventually the entire human race will die out and only a few will remain. The foundation is something that is left for future generations to rise up. The only thing Xiao Yuan cannot predict is whether there will be capable people in the future who can lead humanity on the road to racial advancement. He couldn't predict what would happen in the future. 15 years passed in a flash. These many years were enough for Xiao Yuan to explore the Tianyu species thoroughly and naturally. They also discovered that the Tianyu species was secretly accumulating a powerful force. It's called God Strike. As the name suggests, it is used for conquering the gods in the future. Divine Strike launched with the combined strength of the entire Tianyu clan. With such a powerful background, Xiao Yuan naturally accepted it without hesitation and used it for his own benefit. After finding no more secrets to explore among the Tianyu species, Xiao Yuan did not stay for long. He picked up his pants and said goodbye to the Tianyu species. He ran away after squeezing out all the value. What a scumbag! After leaving the Sky City, Xiao Yuan was the first to return to the human gathering place. After so many years of development, he has the talent of dragon's language. Human beings live in peace in remote places. The former leaders were very happy to see Xiao Yuan return, but compared to Xiao Yuan, he is young. After so many years, the leaders who were once contemporaries of Xiao Yuan have already become old and ugly. After all, except Xiao Yuan, all humans have a lifespan limit of only 100 years. Xiao Yuan felt very uncomfortable seeing this. It's far, so why worry? It's just a necessary sacrifice. Everyone imitated Xiao Yuan and said each other's wise words. Xiao Yuan was amused, but there was sadness hidden beneath his smile. Yes. It's just a necessary sacrifice. Come in. I've brought a cultivation system with me. Now humans can also gain power through cultivation. Xiao Yuan suppressed his hand that was about to be raised and followed everyone into the gathering place. After that, Xiao Yuan stayed here for 3 years to teach all mankind how to practice. With the method to enhance strength, everyone is working hard to practice. The human race's talent for cultivation also began to show. Although everyone's talents vary, generally speaking, humans' understanding is far stronger than that of all other races. There are also many geniuses. Yuan, are you still leaving? Several people asked. Xiao Yuan looked at the developed humans and shook his head. The first few seats have all joined the game, and I plan to approach the remaining seats with the entire human race. Therefore, we must accumulate strength for the time being and develop humanity so that we can have the capital to negotiate with other races. For the remaining seats, Xiao Yuan decided to approach them based on race rather than individuals. Since humans are challenging the old dais, they must take action before the true truth is revealed. Xiao Yuan gazed into the distance, speechless at the giant god peak standing tall beyond the starry sky. I'll let you hold the top spot for a few more years. Sooner or later, humans will pull you down from the altar. The 135th year of trading with dragon spirits. After so many years of cultivation, humans have already acquired the basic skills to protect themselves. From now on, humans no longer have to hide from place to place. They occupied a nice piece of wasteland. Under Xiao Yuan's powerful magic transformation, this land became a home for humans. From then on, humans developed their own racial power on it. Many races are puzzled by the changes in humans, but considering that humans are the last race, other races have no intention of disturbing humans. Instead of causing trouble for humans, it is better to study the weaknesses of the hostile race. Humans also enjoy their leisure time. Humanity began to develop. 200 years of trading. Over the course of time, humankind has gone through several generations. Many of the former leadership seats are still retained, and each leader would entrust the new leader with a plan before falling, and Xiao Yuan also became the supreme leader of the entire human race. However, Xiao Yuan rarely shows up, and the task of leading mankind is entirely completed by various leaders. Looking at the bright moon, Xiao Yuan was filled with thoughts. The passing of his old friend also made him much more silent. After calculating the current strength of mankind, Xiao Yuan felt that it was time to perform. Let's kick off this fucking race war. Trading 201. Under Xiao Yuan's instructions, humans began to contact one race after another. The goal is bottom up. Let's start with the lower seats. For the bottom race, humans take tough measures. For the middle race, they cooperate, and for the top race, they trade. When humans began to show their fangs, many races were shocked. The power demonstrated by humans is beyond previous understanding. The heritage of the lower ranking races was snatched away by humans, and the human race ranking continued to rise. Chapter 324, Asking for Tian Yuan. The upper class races watched the show. The Elf King was very satisfied with Xiao Yuan's actions. At present, he thought that Xiao Yuan was proceeding according to his plan. The dragon spirit species can also sense the movements in the Dragon Valley. Although it cannot go out, it can observe the outside world through magic. Are you finally taking action? Let's let our pawns test the depths of the dais. Abyss, the Lord of the Sky, also pays attention to every move of mankind. Discovering that Xiao Yuan was indeed proceeding as planned also dispelled my concerns. It's settled. A word flashed through the minds of the upper race. Everyone was watching the fire from the other side of the river. Humans are also happy with what they have done. If the upper races don't suffer, then the lower races will no longer be a match for humans. So human beings began to grow rapidly during this 100 years. The beastmen, Tengu, dark cats, etc. were all conquered by humans and became defeated. As the defeated party, their racial heritage was also taken away by humans. Xiao Yuan unceremoniously took over the heritage of each race and brought it into the hands of the human race. The ability of the sea to accommodate all rivers has allowed human means to increase rapidly. The abilities of any race can be used and the abilities of any race can be cultivated. As long as you have it, I dare to use it. The main point is to accept everyone who comes. While humans were openly working to challenge the old gods, they were secretly embarking on Xiao Yuan's crazy plan. 20 years of trading, Xiao Yuan found the dwarf race. Human leader, why are you here? The dwarves felt a little solemn as they felt the powerful force emanating from Xiao Yuan. You once took out a weapon when you were testing the old dais. Do you still have it? Xiao Yuan stated the purpose of his trip. You mean Tian Yuan? The dwarf asked. It's called Tian Yuan, right? It's a very fitting name for a weapon. Xiao Yuan thought about it for a moment. In the last battle, the dwarves took out a powerful weapon when they tested the enemy. Even though they were separated by an endless continent, Xiao Yuan was still envious of the powerful weapons. Although such a weapon did not kill the divine beings, it did greatly repel several of them. Moreover, Xiao Yuan had a hunch that was not the upper limit of Tian Yuan. It is estimated that the dwarves do not want to expose Tian Yuan's strength. After all, it is just a test. You can't peek into the abyss of heaven. Give up the thought. The dwarf shook his head. It's not up to you to decide whether this is possible or not. Go and inform your king. Xiao Yuan didn't want to argue with the soldiers in front of him. Seeing the dwarf in front of him unable to move, Xiao Yuan frowned. Why, do you want me to lead the human army to attack the border, and then your king will show up? The dwarves were shocked. The human race had changed the most in recent years. Not only did they gain powerful strength inexplicably, but they also conquered dozens of races above them during this period. Gradually, the strength of mankind has become apparent to all races. The current ranking of the human species is 11. Moreover, this ranking is only temporary, and even these top 10 races cannot estimate the upper limit of humanity. After all, the power currently displayed by humans is only superficial, and they must have their own underlying means in secret. Please follow me. The dwarf swallowed and began to lead the way. After inviting Xiao Yuan into a VIP room, he went to inform their king. Xiao Yuan was drinking tea leisurely in the room, staring at the teacup in a days. 80 years left. 80 years is the maximum lifespan he has, so he will act a year in advance. There is no need to worry that Nian Gao will not be able to exert his full strength, because in the end he will use soul sacrifice to cast magic and force himself to return to peak condition. For his goal, for the future of mankind, he was prepared to sacrifice everything. His own soul was only a small price to pay, a negligible price compared to the near extinction of mankind. Blame yourself. I remembered the questions my colleagues asked me 100 years ago. He was very weak at that time, and the human race was also struggling to survive. Now humans conquer all races and are no longer weak. Although it is short-lived, it is glorious. Compared to the final victory, all sacrifices are necessary. Well, necessary. Xiao Yuan came back to his senses and felt the fishy sweetness in his mouth. He looked at it silently, took out his bitten finger, used magic to restore it casually, and began to adjust his state. Soon, a figure taller than the other dwarves entered the VIP room. Human leader Xiao Yuan, I recognize you. The dwarf king dismissed the others and sat opposite Xiao Yuan. Oh? I didn't expect my reputation to be so great. Xiao Yuan said expressionlessly. You humans have been making quite a stir over the years, and as those in the upper seats, we have been paying close attention. The dwarf king paused, glanced at the man before him, and continued, I heard from my men that you are here to claim Tian Yuan? Yes, I wonder if I can give it up. Xiao Yuan smiled. The dwarf king looked thoughtful, his fingers tapping on the table. Xiao Yuan did not urge him and waited quietly for the other party's reply. A reason? Give me, no. Give us, the dwarves, a reason. A reason for the dwarves to hand over the abyss of the underworld to you humans. The dwarf king folded his arms and leaned back. Everyone knows that the dwarf races Tian Yuan once defeated several gods with one single blow. Don't you want to test Tian Yuan's limits? Xiao Yuan drank his tea calmly. As a forging race, weapon forging is the talent of the dwarves. Tian Yuan is the strongest forged weapon of the dwarf race, but it has always been stored as a treasure. The only time it appeared was when it was taken out last time to test the god seed and the dragon spirit seed, but the dwarves were afraid of going too far and angering the gods, which would be disastrous, so Tian Yuan's appearance was just a formality, which became a pity. Xiao Yuan believed that such a weapon could only fully unleash its power when fighting against the gods. But it is impossible for the dwarves to declare war on the old deists themselves to test the limits of Tian Yuan, since the dwarves don't dare, but humans do, so we came today. Xiao Yuan will take over Tian Yuan. The dwarf frowned upon hearing this. Judging from the current actions of humans, their intentions are not small, and it is very likely that they are targeting the first-ranked divine species. Just as Xiao Yuan said, Tian Yuan's test has always been a regret for the dwarf race. The strongest weapon can only be tested to its limits by going to war with the strongest race, the old gods, but the dwarves did not dare to. Challenge the old gods, therefore, since Tianyuan was created, it has not been strengthened. So, instead of letting Tianyuan gather dust in your dwarven warehouse, why not let us humans use it to play an important role? Xiao Yuan said. Oh? You humans really want to challenge the old dais? The Dwarf King asked doubtfully. Although all races know the hearts of humans, they still need to confirm with the other party before they can feel at ease. The first seat, the spiritual race, has been sitting there for too long. If you dare not challenge it, we humans will take it. Although we humans are inherently inferior to other races, we possess a heart that is eternally strong. Weakness is not to be feared. What is feared is a lack of resolve to become stronger. Those who fear the strong will ultimately perish. The Dwarf King thought it made sense. Chapter 325, use it for my own goods. Well, if you humans truly wish to challenge the old gods, then we, the dwarfs, will offer our help to you, even to the very depths of heaven. The Dwarf King agreed. How can we not see such a good testing opportunity? Not only do they not have to offend the divine species, but they can also get the test data for free. After the data is tested, they can reforge Tianyuan and enhance IT. IT really kills two birds with one stone. Very good, then let's talk about the reward. Xiao Yuan nodded. Remuneration? The Dwarf King was puzzled, but still said generously, no compensation required. I will lend it to you humans for free. They were already very satisfied to get the weapon data, and the Dwarf King did not want to be greedy for any small profits. Xiao Yuan looked puzzled. Who said that we humans paid you? Isn't it? The Dwarf King had a bad feeling. We humans are risking the hatred of the old gods to help you, the dwarves, test the abyss. Shouldn't you reward us humans? Xiao Yuan said shamelessly. The Dwarf King was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a shameless person. Who is the lender? It was you who came to me asking for weapons, so how come I end up asking you humans to test your own weapons? Don't joke. The Dwarf King glared at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan continued with a smug look on his face. Well, I'm not blackmailing you. I've heard that the dwarves are great at forging, and we humans also want to master some of the techniques to forge our own weapons. The Dwarf King's beard flew up in anger. Isn't this extortion? I gave you weapons out of kindness, but you are planning to take our food. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan also calmed down a bit. If he took a step back at this time, the other party would most likely agree to a small request, which was the effect he wanted. Get it right. Ahem, I'm not asking for your core technology. I'm just asking for the basics of forging, the kind you need to make some small weapons, not the technology to forge the abyss. Xiao Yuan explained. The Dwarf King calmed down a little after hearing this. The small request is not a big deal, as it does not pose a core threat to the dwarves. If that's all, then of course it's fine. We dwarves aren't stingy. If more races join the forging ranks, it will also promote the development of forging technology. The Dwarf King pondered. Xiao Yuan smiled when he heard this and said, see, I got it. Ha ha, then I'll be bothering you for the next 10 years. I'll stay here to learn the forging techniques myself, and once I've mastered them, I'll personally teach my people. Xiao Yuan laughed, but was making some calculations in his mind. I'll strip you of your pants. Okay, let's decide it then. The Dwarf King thought there was no problem. So Xiao Yuan stayed and began to learn forging. In addition, humanity's efforts to embrace all are still ongoing. 20 years passed in a flash. 240 years of trading. Xiao Yuan waved goodbye to the Dwarf King. Looking at Xiao Yuan leaving, the Dwarf King showed a look of regret. This guy's talent for forging is too strong. If only he were a dwarf, he would definitely be able to reach the level of a master craftsman in the future. Little did they know that Xiao Yuan only took a few months to master the basic technology, and spent the rest of the time stealing their core technology. After learning all the techniques, Xiao Yuan picked up his pants and left again. Tired of playing, I left. As for Tianyuan, it is temporarily stored with the dwarves for maintenance. The Dwarf King will hand it over to Xiao Yuan when he goes to war with the old gods. After all, the previous conversation was only one-sided. The Dwarf King still had some defense. As expected of me, so smart. The Dwarf King worshipped himself. After leaving the dwarves, Xiao Yuan returned to the human race to arrange some matters. Those who received the order began to stir undercurrents. Everything is quietly planned. Xiao Yuan sorted out his thoughts. At present, humans have conquered all races below the upper seats. According to Xiao Yuan's classification, the top 10 are the upper seats, 11 to 50 are the middle seats, and those below 50 are the lower seats. In the upper seat, the dragon spirit race was the first to enter the game, followed by the elf race, then the sky feather race, and finally the dwarf race, including the target divine species. 5 out of 10 have already entered the game. There are still 5 seats missing. The 5th is the dwarf species, the 7th is the skyfox species, the 8th is the fantasy species, the 9th is the forest species, and the 10th is the mecha species. Xiao Yuan's eyes flashed with brilliance. I don't have much time left, and I must deal with these races within 60 years. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan began to act. If the dwarves are known for their forging, then the goblins, who are the 5th race, are known for their inventions. Cave of the Earth. Xiao Yuan, who entered the underground world, was also shocked by its prosperity. No wonder it is difficult to see traces of goblins on the surface. It turns out that this race has made the underground their base. Xiao Yuan looks solemn. The rankings have underestimated the strength of the dwarfs. There is no competition from other races underground, so the underground world belongs entirely to the goblins. What made Xiao Yuan feel relieved was that even though the goblins had developed for so many years, they had not occupied much of the underground world. This level 5 world is still very large. Xiao Yuan walked around and inquired about the news of the goblin race. As an outsider, Xiao Yuan's appearance is very prominent, but this does not pose a problem for him. Just use a transformation magic to get it done. After several months of exploration, Xiao Yuan also figured out the strength of this race. Ha, what a handy tool. Xiao Yuan smiled evilly. If the goblins have a giant god soldier, yes, the name is a reference to Mount Targon. This goblin has great ambitions. The last time he tried to attack, he only used some ordinary guns and cannons, and didn't even deploy the giant god soldier. The so-called giant god soldier is a robot of extremely huge size. It lies dormant in the underground world, is the foundation of the goblins, and is also the ultimate weapon of this race. The goblins used the core of the earth to create a core to act as the driving force of this weapon. The technology of the entire race serves as its means of attack, even with their strong physique. No race today can defeat them in a one-on-one fight. This is the essence of the entire race, so Xiao Yuan immediately changed his strategy. Cooperation is impossible. Contact with them is impossible. If this threat is not suppressed, it will become a major obstacle to the future rise of mankind. Therefore, this time, we must cripple this goblin. Weapons, right. Weapons are my favorite. Xiao Yuan laughed. Everything in the world is at my disposal. With the advantage of magic, Xiao Yuan penetrated into the enemy and began to disintegrate them from within. The goblins have strong inventive abilities, but they don't have a magic system. Over the years, this race has been hiding in the underground world to develop itself, with no intention of contacting other races. Working behind closed doors is good, but blindly working behind closed doors will reveal its drawbacks. Just like in modern technological society, a great wizard appeared. Faced with the silent magic, the goblin leaders were completely controlled by Xiao Yuan. I told you not to be open-minded and to work in isolation. Without any spiritual defense, let's see what you can do. Xiao Yuan doesn't have the confidence to fight the giant god soldier head-on. But if he can't defeat the strongest weapon, how can he not defeat you inventors? Xiao Yuan licked his lips and grinned at the giant god soldier in front of him. It's mine now. Chapter 326, Skyfox Species. Xiao Yuan began to explore the background of the goblin race. After a deeper understanding, Xiao Yuan found out all the relevant knowledge. He had intended to learn and master the knowledge of this race on his own. Developing a power called technology won't be of much help to me in the short term. Xiao Yuan sighed. He could see that this technological power seemed to have a high ceiling, but it would take a long time to develop. What he lacks most now is time. Therefore, the background of the goblins is of little help to Xiao Yuan, but this thing can be left for future generations to study slowly. Let's pack up and go. Xiao Yuan made a decision. Take some time to copy everything into the magic space. After taking a look at the prosperous underground world, Xiao Yuan left. No matter how prosperous a place is, it will eventually perish. The way to avoid this is to stand above all races, but even so, I cannot afford to slack off, because the divine species that is currently in the first place is also within my calculations. When humans reach the top one day, they must be prepared to be attacked by all races. Strength is the foundation of a race's survival and the guarantee for consolidating its own status. In the time that followed, Xiao Yuan went to the 7th race, the Skyfox race, and the 9th race, the Forest race. As for the 7 Skyfox species, Xiao Yuan had to admit that the other party's strength was indeed extraordinary. Secondly, the power used by the other party was different from what he had seen over the years. According to the Skyfox species, they call this power demonic power. The energy level of demonic power seems to be higher than that of magic power. The disadvantage is that high-level energy is difficult to cultivate, which is why the Skyfox species is only ranked 7th now. Although demonic powers are difficult to cultivate, the lifespan of the celestial fox species is very long. Almost every individual can live for 1 or 2,000 years unless something unexpected happens, and according to the other party, if one's strength can continue to break through levels, one can break the shackles of racial lifespan and extend one's own lifespan. Xiao Yuan attaches great importance to the cultivation system of this race. Lifespan is one of the shackles that bind humans. He had traveled across the continent and seen so many races, and it seemed that all the other races were long-lived. Weaker beastmen can live for 500 years. The human lifespan is limited to 300 years. If the lifespan of individual humans can be extended, the strength of the race can be greatly enhanced. The older generation of strong people have long lifespans, and they have enough time to protect the growth of their descendants. So Xiao Yuan immediately asked the other party if he could trade the method of cultivating demonic power. Faced with Xiao Yuan's shameless request, the king of the Skyfox species couldn't help but give him a blank look. Do you think the racial cultivation system is cabbage? Even if I give it to you, you humans won't be able to cultivate it. Demonic power is demonic power. If you're not a demon, how can you cultivate demonic power? Su Qinger said lightly about the king of the Skyfox species in front of her. Xiao Yuan was silent for a moment before asking tentatively, how about giving it a try? Su Qinger opened her red lips and was speechless. To be honest, without the blood of the demon race, it is impossible to successfully cultivate demonic power. What is a demon? Xiao Yuan asked. Su Qinger was a little at a loss when asked this question. She had never thought about this question. As soon as their race was born, they knew clearly the identity of their race. In addition to the name of the Skyfox race, they could also be called the demon race. Su Chinger frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, she replied, things like as Skyfoxes should be demons. Now it was Xiao Yuan's turn to be speechless. It was the same as saying nothing. So far, the word monster was only spread by your race. Is there any other race on the mainland that has the word demon? I see that your Skyfox species looks no different from us humans. Does that mean humans are actually demons too? Xiao Yuan asked. It's different. This is what I look like after transforming. Before transforming, we Skyfoxes are all in the form of fox demons. Only after transforming do we become human, but we still retain some characteristics. If you don't believe me, look at this. Su Chinger doesn't need any magical powers to hide any special places. Soon a pair of snow-white fox ears appeared in Xiao Yuan's sight. Su Chinger pointed at the foxtail behind her again. In normal times, we can use our demonic powers to hide these characteristics, but when we exert our full strength in battle, these characteristics will be exposed. Xiao Yuan looked up and down thoughtfully. It wasn't that he was feeling amorous, but looking at the fox demon in front of him, he had an idea. Let's not talk about why you fox demons transform into human forms. I just want to know if humans and celestial foxes can produce offspring if they mate. Since cultivating demonic powers requires demonic blood, wouldn't it be enough to just combine them? There is no need for large-scale intermarriage, just some experimental research will be enough. Our human desire for power is beyond your imagination. As long as conditions permit, he doesn't mind letting humans master the cultivation of demonic power, Xiao Yuan thought shamelessly. That's wishful thinking. This won't do any good to us, the Skyfox species. Su Chinger was also speechless. Why would we do this to allow you humans to study our demonic power system? Xiao Yuan thought to himself, what a pity. It seemed that humans in this era were unable to master the cultivation of demonic powers. Without the blood of the demon clan, no matter how hard he tries to steal the demon power system, humans will have no way to study and practice it. I have to be the bad guy again. Xiao Yuan looked at Su Chinger in front of him in confusion. The other person felt creepy when he was looked at. What? Xiao Yuan withdrew his gaze. What do you think about genocide? Are you threatening me? Su Chinger raised her eyebrows. No, I'm just asking, as leaders of our race, shouldn't we consider this situation? Xiao Yuan shook his head. It was impossible to break off relations with the other party at this stage, but for the future of mankind, he didn't mind laying the groundwork from here. I will be the bad guy. If that day ever comes, and I'm still unable to defeat it, I will leave behind the torch of my race. Su Chinger thought. Xiao Yuan said sorry in his heart. This day will come soon. After the disaster, all races will be wiped out and all races will develop again, and he will become a world-destroying demon, a demon who will bring destruction to his own race with his own hands. If that day comes and you want to restore your population, please consider developing together with us humans. Xiao Yuan thought about it and said, value exploitation, nothing that can enhance human strength will be missed. Su Chinger did not respond. Xiao Yuan got up and left without staying for long. Enjoy the remaining peaceful time. The catastrophe is coming. No living creature can escape from this vortex, and anyone who enters will die. The human race suffered a crushing defeat. All other races will also be defeated. From the moment the gambling table of the war of all races was set high in the sky, humans were deprived of the qualification to sit at the table, looking at the myriad races laughing and playing games to their heart's content. The insignificance of human beings is simply not in their eyes. I'm gambling everything on the fate of humanity, turning the game that's doomed to fail on humanity into a losing one, because only when the gambling table is overturned and the chess pieces of all races are cleared, will humans be qualified to climb onto the gambling table and gamble. It is useless to be pessimistic and self-pitying. Self-pity cannot change the situation. The only way out is for man to conquer nature. Chapter 327, not a simple fantasy compared to the Skyfox species which gained nothing. Xiao Yuan gained a good system power from the ninth species, the forest species. This forest species cultivates life energy, its lifespan is immeasurable. Theoretically, as long as it lives long enough, its strength will continue to grow. However, there are also disadvantages. The life energy is very advanced and seems to be more difficult to cultivate than demonic power. The growth and strength of forest species is calculated on an annual basis. There are no strict requirements for practicing the forest species system, and any living being can practice it. Xiao Yuan didn't want to use this power system to increase his strength. After all, it was too slow. However, practicing this system can increase lifespan, which can be said to fill a gap for current humans. As long as this system is treated as an auxiliary system, the problem of short lifespan can be well solved. So Xiao Yuan stayed in the forest without hesitation to explore the background of forest species. 260 years of trading, Xiao Yuan left the forest of wood with satisfaction and headed for the fantasy species territory of the 8th race. Speaking of the fantasy species, Xiao Yuan has found very little information. This race is very special and rarely appears, almost as rarely as the goblin species. It is rumored that the fantasy species live in the realm of dreams, but Xiao Yuan searched all over the continent but couldn't find the location of the dreamland. It seems like this is a unique space I created myself. However, all spaces are based on the world. As long as I find the mapping position, I can enter it by breaking through the surface. Xiao Yuan figured out the principle. He came to the place where the fantasy species had been appearing recently. The surroundings are very empty, but if you perceive carefully, you can find that there are large fluctuations in this space. Looks like this is it. Xiao Yuan began to break the surface with force. Bang! The boundary between virtual and real opened. Xiao Yuan looked inside and found nothing, so he could only enter with caution. Dreamland. The intrusion of strangers directly attracted the attention of the builder of the dream world. Looking at the huge dream beast in front of him, Xiao Yuan secretly mobilized his strength. Buzz! The dream beast connected its mental power to Xiao Yuan. Seeing that the other party had no intention of taking action, Xiao Yuan agreed to the mental connection with confidence. I don't know why you, human, have trespassed into my dream. The dream beast before me is the king of the fantasy species. It pulled Xiao Yuan into a unique space. It seems like a dream. Xiao Yuan realized that this race was not simple. The most dangerous races are often not the powerful divine species exposed in the open, but the races that lurk in the dark and accumulate strength like poisonous snakes. This Phantasma and Dwarfma are the latter. I wonder what you, the Phantasma, think of the old dais? Xiao Yuan asked tentatively. We have no intention of engaging in racial warfare. The dream beast denied the answer. Xiao Yuan sneered in his heart. You don't believe this? Trapped in the muddy swamp, no race can stay out of it. This is not something you can just say you don't want to participate and not participate. The world consciousness has announced that the ranking of races will affect the distribution of blessings. When the backward races do not have enough blessings, they will surely be wiped out under the wheel of time. The wheel of trend has already started rolling. If you don't want to be crushed to death, you have to climb up desperately. Really? We humans would like to compete for the top spot. Xiao Yuan stared at the other person to see if he would react. The result was normal. It seems they are a race that can hide. TSK. This kind of race is the hardest to deal with. I guess I'll be disappointed this time. The dream beast had an attitude of I'm watching your performance quietly. Xiao Yuan asked several questions, but the other party only gave perfunctory responses. Okay, that's it. My curiosity has been satisfied, so I won't bother you anymore. Xiao Yuan said goodbye. The dream beast watched Xiao Yuan leave the dreamland. Cunning human. The dream beast muttered, another special race. I did get some useful information from the test just now. Point 1. Fantasy people can clearly know what is happening in the outside world even without leaving the dream state. Point 2. The fantasy species is planning to take the first place, but is not willing to take action at the moment. It is probably because its foundation is not enough to overthrow the divine species. Point 3. The space where the body of the fantasy species is located is not the real space, but other spatial areas. A fourth, the dream beast must be the king of the fantasy species, and it can sense every move in the dream realm. Xiao Yuan analyzed the intelligence. Time is running out now, and such a powerful race cannot leave him alone. The other party must be dragged into the mud. Since one strategy doesn't work, try a few more times. In the days that followed, Xiao Yuan kept going back and forth in his dreams, and the dream beast was also very patient and kept watching Xiao Yuan's every move. As long as you enter the dreamland, I will appear and follow you. Xiao Yuan tried many ways to block the opponent's perception, but all his moves were ineffective. There's no way I can get rid of this dogskin plaster. It's impossible to have such a flawed perception. There must be a loophole, but I just haven't discovered it. Xiao Yuan calmed down. He searched his mind for methods of all races to try. 3 months passed in a flash. The only thing left to try is the goblins, but the goblins, Xiao Yuan was not optimistic. How could a race that had not even developed its mystical power avoid being discovered by this bug-level fantasy species? In the end, Xiao Yuan decided to try everything and entered the dreamland again, throwing the thing away before the dream beast arrived in a few breaths. Moment. A figure appeared out of nowhere. Human, the dream realm is our fantasy's territory. It is very rude of you to come and go so frequently. The dream beast expressed dissatisfaction. I just think this place is great for cultivating spiritual power, and I won't be staying here for too long, maybe 10 to 20 years, and then I'll leave. Xiao Yuan said calmly. After many attempts before, he had figured out the bottom line of the fantasy species. This race is secretly doing something and does not want to expose the current situation. As long as he does not go too far, the fantasy species will not do anything to him. Mingxiu didn't say anything else and continued to follow Xiao Yuan as usual. It goes wherever Xiao Yuan goes, and every time it arrives at a place, the dream beast will notify other dream beasts to leave in advance. This made Xiao Yuan feel like he was suffering from the plague. Everyone stayed away from him and didn't give him any chance to get in touch with them. Xiao Yuan had no choice but to take a casual walk around and leave again. Be patient for a while. The plan will take more than 600 years to complete. Mingxiu frowned as he looked at Xiao Yuan's figure outside. Now they are at a critical moment and should not be exposed, otherwise all their plans will be in vain. On the other side, Xiao Yuan took out the equipment in a camp far away. No way, you really didn't notice it? Xiao Yuan was surprised. He was overjoyed at his first success. Things are finally making progress, and the next step is to continue to use goblin items to uncover the secrets the fantasy species is hiding in this way, and what it is planning must be something big. Chapter 328, Chess Piece? Chess player, in the following months, Xiao Yuan continued to deploy monitors on the goblins. Yes, it is the same monitoring instrument. Xiao Yuan didn't have much hope at first, but it turned out to be successful, which was really unexpected. As the number of monitors gradually increases, Xiao Yuan was also operating these monitors outside to explore the dream realm. He had explored the dreamland himself before, but because the dream beast was always following him, he had not explored many places in depth. Fortunately, during that time, he had engraved the general topographical map of his dreamland in his mind. A few years later, since the number of detectors deployed reached the target, Xiao Yuan has not gone to the dreamland again. This also made Mingxiu feel relieved. Finally, I don't have to be bothered by flies anymore. Without the entry of outsiders, the dream beasts also became active. Xiao Yuan watched with great interest. 270 years of trading, Xiao Yuan finally unearthed the secret of the fantasy species. 1. The reason why fantasy species can clearly grasp the outside world without leaving the dream state is because their racial talent allows them to travel through the dreams of living beings. This ability is very special. After all, dreams are fictional places, and it is incredible that dream beasts can enter places fictionalized by living beings. But after Xiao Yuan's in-depth understanding, he discovered that the dream beast could do this because the construction of dreams was based on mental power. This race has unprecedentedly powerful research into the spiritual realm. Dreams are inherently fragile, and mental power is also unstable. This is caused by the involuntary dissipation of mental power after a living being falls asleep. This is also the reason why dreams are both real and unreal. They are unreal because everything in dreams is fake, and they are real because mental power is real. The dream beast's innate talents allow them to easily capture this overflowing spiritual power and move freely through it. 2. In addition to this innate talent, Dream Beast has a set of methods to improve its mental strength. Their bodies will become spiritualized after reaching a certain level. As the name suggests, it becomes a state of spiritual power. In this state, they are almost immune to ordinary attacks, and only attacks with mental power are lethal to them. But in the spiritual realm, which race has the thorough research of their fantasy species, therefore, it is wishful thinking to want to crush them in the spiritual realm. Bullying weak dream beasts is okay, but competing with those powerful dream beasts will only end up with the destruction of the soul. 3. The fantasy species is indeed causing trouble, and their plans are no different from Xiao Yuan's. Since its birth, before the War of Races began, the fantasy species has been collecting the overflowing spiritual power of all living beings. That is the dream of all living beings. Although the amount of spiritual power released is small, when the base is huge and the time is long enough, the stored spiritual power has reached a terrifying level over time. When dreams are captured and stored by dream beasts, creatures will gradually forget their dreams after waking up. This is also why when people wake up from a dream and want to recall everything that happened in the dream, they often only have vague memories. After a long time, they have already forgotten everything in the dream. The reason for the vague impression is just due to the muscle memory of the brain. 4. The fantasy species' plan to collect the spiritual power of all living beings has always been to use the powerful spiritual power to build a false sky to bind all living beings. Let all living beings submit to the rule of the fantasy species. The divine species are indeed very powerful nowadays, but when the spiritual power of all living beings is gathered to a terrifying level, no creature can escape this bondage. This was also why Xiao Yuan believed that the other party's plan was no worse than his. No. It wasn't just about the same as his, it was even more terrifying than him. I just want to destroy the world and restart the game. This race wants to end the game once and for all and trample all other races under its feet. Xiao Yuan looked visibly distressed. This bastard was even more dangerous than a divine being. Dreams, they are impossible to guard against. However, once your strength reaches a certain level, you will no longer dream, because after reaching a certain realm, one has a strong control over one's own mental power, and will not be captured by dream beasts due to the leakage of mental power due to sleep. Alas, exposed, Xiao Yuan sighed. The dream beast has been collecting the spiritual power of all living beings since its birth. Humans were weak at that time, and he was weak too. The dreams I had during this period must have been captured by the other party. Then the other party is also clear about the plan. Oh my god, no wonder the dream beast had been staring at him. It turned out it knew his purpose as grass. Xiao Yuan thinks about countermeasures. At present, the fantasy species are unaware that they are monitoring the fantasy species. After all, he hasn't had any dreams since he gained strength. He has been acting alone over the years. Apart from the things he had assigned people to do, he is the only one who knows the rest. Fortunately, it was discovered not too late. There are still more than 10 years to correct it. The plan cannot be changed. At worst, we can just play it openly. With so many bombs in my hand, I still can't kill you. A dreamer, the mental power collected by the other party is not enough for him to perform the ultimate dream. This is also the reason why the fantasy species is so low-key. If they don't take action, it will be fine. Once they take action, they will directly shock the world. Strangled. Must be strangled, either you die or I die. Xiao Yuan's eyes showed murderous intent. This race was too dangerous. If conditions allowed, he would want to exterminate them. There is only one way to solve this problem now, but Xiao Yuan hesitated for a moment, a trace of sadness and guilt flashing in his eyes. It's just a necessary sacrifice. After this, whether you curse me or insult me, I will accept it. Xiao Yuan got up and left. After returning to the human territory, he summoned all members of the tribe. This is a spiritual practice. You have put aside other practices over the years and focused on this one. Xiao Yuan passed on his own adapted spiritual cultivation method to all members of the clan. Everyone was learning with joy, while Xiao Yuan watched silently with his fists clenched. By the way, the plan is about to begin, be prepared. Secondly, this cultivation method should not be practiced by future generations. Everyone was puzzled, but still followed Xiao Yuan's arrangements. Only the other leaders in office understood the hidden meaning. Xiao Yuan shook his head at them and said nothing. They smiled bitterly and nodded in agreement helplessly. Never mind, it was meant to be sacrificed anyway. They could just tell their descendants not to practice it. At worst, they could just destroy the system. In the end, Xiao Yuan felt uncomfortable looking at everyone, but he had no choice. If he could not do this, he would of course choose something else, but there is only one way, and they don't have the power to break the rules and take another way. There are powerful divine species above and lurking fantasy species below. Why are they all so buggy? God doesn't know how to balance the strength of the races. There are also fantasy types. Don't think that you have jumped out of the chess game. It is still unclear who are the chess pieces and who are the chess players. Chapter 329, Mecha Type Trading for 285 years. At the cost of almost the entire clan, Xiao Yuan grasped the lifeblood of the fantasy species. The fantasy species has always been committed to collecting the spiritual power of all living beings. The spiritual cultivation method that Xiao Yuan gave to his tribe more than 10 years ago was adapted from the fantasy species system. Xiao Yuan practices the mother root, while his tribe members use the child root. The difference is that the spiritual power cultivated by the child can be controlled by the practitioner of the mother. Under Xiao Yuan's deliberate arrangement, humans no longer control the overflow of spiritual power. A large amount of mental energy overflowed and was captured and stored by the dream beast. Xiao Yuan took the opportunity to use his control over these spiritual powers to slowly erode the results of more than 1,000 years of fantasy seeding. If we compare these spiritual powers to a vast ocean, then the spiritual powers that have overflowed from humans over the past decade or so will flow into it just like a stream flowing into the ocean, but that vast ocean is ultimately ownerless. A drop of ink can still dye a tank of clear water, let alone Xiao Yuan's conscious erosion of this spiritual ocean. After more than 10 years, all the spiritual energy stored in the fantasy was driven out by Xiao Yuan. Having obtained this secret weapon, he is ready to make a big move. Trading for 290 years, Xiao Yuan continued to arrange the mobilization of the human race. All the chess pieces were in place, and only the last east wind was left. 9 out of 10 have already joined the game, but one clan is still missing. Xiao Yuan murmured. It's time for one last trip of the 10th place mecha type, like goblins? Xiao Yuan was stunned when he saw the city-state that was full of technology. He is still very optimistic about technology. If there are no other races in this world and humans are very weak, then developing technology is a good choice. Laugh. The metal door slowly opened. Under Xiao Yuan's gaze, a purple-haired female lowly robot walked out. Question: Human leader Xiao Yuan, is he coming to the mecha city-state to cooperate? The little lowly asked. Xiao Yuan found it interesting. It was the first time he witnessed the magic of the mecha. What exactly is the principle of operation of this robot? Why do you mechas know the human language? Xiao Yuan did not answer the question but asked instead. Answer: the mecha species records the language systems of all current races. Question: did Xiao Yuan come here for cooperation? The little lowly in front of him looked at him curiously. Xiao Yuan looked it up and down and touched it with his hand. It didn't feel cold like metal, but as warm as skin. This is a bit strange. There are robot gnomes as well, but they seem quite different from the robot before me. Question: what does it feel like to be far away? The little lowly asked with her head tilted. Without slapping away the hand that was touching her face, Xiao Yuan froze and abruptly withdrew his hand. Well, similar to us humans. Are you mechas really robots? Although the little lowly skin in front of them feels the same as that of humans, the details of her appearance clearly show the characteristics of a robot. Answer: D9-101 is a mecha, not a robot. D9-101? Xiao Yuan was puzzled. Answer: D9-101 is the number of D9-101. The little Lolita explained. Xiao Yuan roughly understood what it meant, which was probably the meaning of the name. Well, I don't have time to talk to you. Go inform your king. I have something to discuss with him. Xiao Yuan waved his hand. Question: Xiao Yuan has not yet answered D9-101's question. The little girl's eyes were full of curiosity. Why so many questions? Go quickly. Xiao Yuan pinched her face, and it felt really good. The little lowly was caught off guard by being rubbed. Xiao Yuan let her go only after he had satisfied his desire. The little lowly seemed to have received the message as well. Answer: the owner of the aircraft allowed Xiao Yuan to go in. Then lead the way. Finally getting to the point, Xiao Yuan followed the little lowly in. After entering the city-state, Xiao Yuan continued to observe the differences of this territory. The little girl in front didn't ask any questions and looked like she was just following a procedure. Soon, under the guidance of the other party, Xiao Yuan met the king of the mecha species, but the appearance, it's a bit irritating to Xiao Yuan. It's not as cute and pretty as the robot just now. Could it be that the appearance of the mecha types is different? Xiao Yuan glanced around and indeed found different types of mechas. However, these mechas were lying in containers with their eyes closed. The owner of the mecha, the king of the mecha species, who was floating in the air, extended data cables to connect these containers. So when Xiao Yuan saw the dense black lines and the already strange appearance of the owner, his eyes were sore for a moment. Human leader Xiao Yuan, are you here regarding the matter of the dais? The owner of the machine switched to human language and asked. Indeed, I wonder what you, the armored race, think of the old dais. Xiao Yuan tried to find out the situation. As for the war between races, we, the mecha race, have no desire to compete. The owner responded. Xiao Yuan thought to himself, could it be that he is another sixth brother like the fantasy species? The mecha race was born into the world together with other races over 1,000 years ago. At that time, I was just a piece of conscious metal life that I am evolving through exploration, peeking into the secrets of matter and the secrets of life. I am dedicated to observing the lives of all races, understanding the habitats and habits of each race, and recording their behaviors and actions with data. Every action and every behavior has unique data meaning. I once thought that if I could record all the data of life here and analyze it as a database, I could deduce the actions of all life. Xiao Yuan's jaw dropped in shock. No. I didn't ask you these questions. Why did you start telling stories on your own? The owner continued, but when I applied this data to other life forms of his species, I found that only most of the behaviors could be predicted. While a small portion of the data deviated from the prediction, this result undoubtedly proves that my idea is wrong, but according to our understanding of the mecha species, this analysis is obviously 100% correct, so why is there a small deviation? At first I thought the base sample size was not large enough, so I recorded data samples of each of their living organisms for hundreds of years. But even with such a large database, there will still be a small amount of deviation. The owner of the machine paused and looked at Xiao Yuan. Since the birth of your human race, I have been trying my best to observe your movements. A completely new species, and a completely new sample. Perhaps you can prove that the previous deviations were just errors. Xiao Yuan frowned. It felt bad to be treated like an object. After hundreds of years of research, I found that it was wrong. The data deviated even further from the results of human calculations. For other species, those behavioral predictions are only slightly off, but for you humans, they are mostly off. The owner of the phone had a gloomy look in his eyes. If all life is replaced by data, then what is the meaning of life? If emotions are just a string of symbols, then emotions are no longer real. Xiao Yuan held his forehead and thought, why the hell am I here discussing philosophical questions with a robot? I'm here to deal with the mecha species, not to chat about ideals with you, a tentacle monster. Xiao Yuan immediately ended the topic. If you really want to verify your calculations, then study emotions in the future. Once you have thoroughly studied them, or developed emotions, you will probably be able to correct those deviations. Just a group of robots. After receiving the technological knowledge of the goblins, he knew that it was just an execution program without emotions. The owner of the machine seemed to be thinking about something. Chapter 330, Plan Begin. Xiao Yuan talked a lot with the owner of the machine. The owner of the phone also kept asking Xiao Yuan questions about his relationship. As he got to know more, Xiao Yuan discovered that the mecha race really had no intention of participating in the war of races. After listening to Xiao Yuan's story, the owner of the phone is now very persistent in his feelings, but unfortunately, it is just a metal life form and has not yet evolved the function of emotion on its own. Rationality is their racial trait. After seeing this, Xiao Yuan changed his previous idea and started cooperating with the owner of the aircraft. The time has come to the 299th year of trading. If calculated according to the lifespan limit, Xiao Yuan should have died of old age by now. The reason why he is still alive is because the vitality cultivation method he obtained in the forest last time extended his life. However, the time for cultivation is limited, and it only extends life by 20 or 30 years. In fact, if you practice seriously, you can greatly increase your lifespan, but the deal with the dragon spirit seed is 300 years. He must take action against the spirit gods before the 300-year deadline. Master, according to the iron laws of mechanical life, you shouldn't violate our promise, but you're different. No. I should say your race is different. One day you will evolve emotions. When emotion overtakes reason, I wonder if you will continue to fulfill your promise. With emotion, you mechas will fight for the continuation of your race, and it will be impossible to escape the mire of racial war. Xiao Yuan said his final goodbye. Until then, the human race and you have a common enemy. The old gods cannot be dethroned today. Follow your path and fulfill the promise between us. Looking at the departing figure, the owner remains silent. Emotions, race, data analysis is deviating. Continue data collection, collect human samples and use them as templates to produce the D10 type armor. Execute the goal. Acquire emotions. Gather emotional data. The abyss is given to you. Are you humans really going to take action? The dwarf king handed Tianyuan over to Xiao Yuan. That's natural, but why has Tianyuan's appearance changed? Xiao Yuan looked at the dwarf king. Oh, of course I don't want to be implicated. Tianyuan has shown up before, so if I don't change my appearance, the Deus Exorcist will certainly be able to tell. The dwarf king chuckled. Xiao Yuan's mouth twitched. He was really trying to cover up his mistake. In this world, which other race besides you dwarves can forge such a powerful weapon? Looking at the dwarf king's fearless look, Xiao Yuan understood. It was just a loan of a weapon, so the god spirits wouldn't settle any scores. After all, based on the previous experience, when they tried to test the dragon spirits, other than the dragon spirits being settled by the god spirits, no other races were affected by the god spirits' wrath. TSK, you guys are so naive. Last time, no divine species died, but this time, not only will he destroy all races, but the divine species will not be much better off either. After getting Tian Yuan, Xiao Yuan didn't stay for long. After returning to the tribe, he began to give orders. Everyone listen to my orders. I'm waiting. I will not stop until I die. All of humanity began to mobilize. The mighty momentum attracted the attention of all races. Dragon Nest. Ha ha ha. Is the war finally about to begin? Let's see how strong humanity is after 300 years of development, and whether we can test the true potential of the old gods. Ramses stared at Xiao Yuan high in the sky. Elf species. The chess pieces have been deployed. It depends on the benefits and whether we can defeat them. The Elf King was very satisfied. All races were stunned by the actions of humans. This direction is Mount Targon. You're asking for death. How dare you start a race war against the old Deus? You must know that the power displayed by the divine species hundreds of years ago was obvious to all. It's bad enough that you humans bully us, but you actually dare to covet the divine species. Everyone looked like they were watching a show. Leader, we have arrived at Mount Giant God. Well, you are not strong enough, just wait for orders. Xiao Yuan ordered the army to retreat. Let me see the true appearance of Mount Targon today. Xiao Yuan soared into the sky. The mountains that were once like a chasm for humans can now be reached in a moment for Xiao Yuan. All eyes instantly locked onto Xiao Yuan. Humans, do you really want to go to war with us? The gods frowned, as they could not hide the movements of humans from them. They never expected that the humans who once begged for their protection would dare to attack them one day. It's really ridiculous. If it's not the golden list in the sky, who would be willing to do it? Xiao Yuan sneered. We've been in the top spot for so long, it's time for other races to take over. Today, the human race, with the strength of all races, will launch a racial war against you, the divine spirit species. Xiao Yuan issued the order to fight. A force instantly locked onto humans and the old Deus. The racial confrontation has begun. How foolish. Everyone knows how powerful we spiritual gods are. Even now, the dragon spiritual gods are still confined to the Dragon Valley. Provoking the wrath of the spiritual gods is not something you can bear. We won't know until the fight is over. Xiao Yuan activated soul sacrifice to increase his strength to its peak. Boom. The powerful aura dispersed the white clouds for thousands of miles. All races were shocked and the gods were stunned. Humans, born weak, actually have strength comparable to that of the powerful old gods. I, Xiao Yuan, will change this unfair fate. Tian Yuan. Xiao Yuan lifted up the sky and smashed it towards Giant God Peak. Arrogant. A divine spirit species stood up to fight. As he waved his hand, a meteorite flew by. Tian Yuan continues to crush meteorites. The divine being didn't hesitate and immediately threw a punch. The powerful force repelled Tian Yuan's attack. Xiao Yuan took it and threw it out again. For a while, the roar continued. Although every attack was blocked by the opponent, any discerning person could see that it was Xiao Yuan who suppressed the opponent. Tian Yuan's power was displayed vividly. The means of attack are ever-changing, either transforming into a divine axe to emit a stream of light, or transforming into a pillar of heaven to sweep across. In just a few breaths, hundreds of attacks were launched in succession. For a moment, this divine being was unable to withstand the attack and kept retreating. The favorable situation made the human army watching the battle from afar on Mount Targon cheer. All the spirit beings frowned, however. Due to their pride, they disdained to attack together. Even if Xiao Yuan defeated this divine species, what would it matter? That divine species was just a bottom-ranked existence. Wait until he's defeated, and I'll take over next. A divine spirit spoke. The other gods looked over after hearing the voice, and nodded in agreement after seeing the face clearly. This strength should be enough to take down that human. During the battle, Xiao Yuan also understood the strength of the divine species in front of him. No more hesitation. Ha ha ha. Today, the feat of killing gods will be accomplished by us humans. Abyss of Heaven. Xiao Yuan laughed and activated Tian Yuan's first-level ultimate move. A terrifying energy erupted in an instant. No. He can't block it. Quickly attack. The faces of the gods changed drastically. Tian Yuan was about to launch a fatal attack when he reached the divine being. Even if those divine species outside wanted to stop it, it was too late. Buzz. Tian Yuan strangled the target with unstoppable force. In an instant, blood rain with divine power began to fall from the sky. Chapter 331, ending. Xiao Yuan grinned. The atmosphere in the field was extremely silent. The powerful and arrogant god species actually died at the hands of humans. The dragon spirit race and the previous races have never done this before. Endless rage filled the hearts of the gods. Now they no longer care about their face. They just want to kill this human to vent their anger. Several powerful gods came forward. Xiao Yuan immediately recalled Tian Yuan to resist. Boom. A streak of light flew thousands of miles away. The mountains and rivers are cut off along the way. Ahem. As expected of an spiritual deity, Xiao Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood. He suppressed the injuries in his body and charged towards the starry sky again. Several divine spirits attacked at the same time. Wherever the starlight reaches, everything is dimmed. Ha ha ha. Giant god soldier. Bang. In an instant, a huge arm broke out from the ground. The sudden change caught the gods above off guard. Boom. A punch carrying endless power was thrown out. Several divine spirits were blown away for thousands of miles. After that, another hand broke out of the ground, and with both hands, it used the ground to pull the body out from the ground. A robot as big as Mount Targan appeared. Buzz. The huge single eye gathered strength. The expressions of the gods changed, and they began to leave one after another. The giant god soldier waved his towering palm, knocking away one god seed after another. The energy attack in the central area has been condensed. The destructive blow struck the area where the old deists were most concentrated. It was like a light cannon covering the entire screen, devouring several divine spirits. The light cannon stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, and its powerful force directly cleared the white clouds in the sky. The dazzling white light made all the people watching the show close their eyes. The fall of several divine beings also completely angered the divine beings. The stars are at my service. A ray of starlight shines on the giant god soldier. The giant god soldier, who was still killing everyone, suddenly stopped and his huge body was instantly overwhelmed by a force. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan shot Tian Yuan out. The powerful force cracked the space into pieces. A divine being came forward and took control with one hand. Tian Yuan struggled violently, but was still suppressed forcefully. Xiao Yuan's face changed. With the arrival of several extremely powerful gods, the situation suddenly changed. 13th level divine skill activated. Xiao Yuan used his mental power to give orders. Magical power began to gather above the star forest far away in the sky. The Elf King's face changed drastically while he was eating watermelon. Damn it, how come my house was stolen? The magic circle began to drain all the magic power nearby. Even the magic pool that the elves had stored for hundreds of years was drained. One magic circle after another locked onto the divine beings in the sky. Boom. The attack was launched. The targeted old deist tried to dodge, but the magic attack had already locked onto the target and would not disappear until it reached its target. A divine strike. Xiao Yuan kept playing his cards. The empty city. Abyss's expression changed drastically. In an instant, the entire city gathered strength and began to attack. The flames of war began with the conflict between humans and the old gods, and then spread to all races. The people Xiao Yuan arranged in their tribe began to take action continuously. All the races who had been watching the show from the sidelines were dragged into the battlefield. The magic circle on the Star Forest side continuously launched 13th level divine skills to attack. Every attack is a huge drain. After the free magic power is drained, it begins to draw magic power from the earth to launch the attack. This is the trump card used in the war of genocide against the elves. Once the attack is launched, it will continue until death. The same is true in the Sky City. The divine strike relies on the power of the Tanya species itself. As a divine attack launched from a city, it is even more terrifying. It will forcibly draw the power of all the sky feather species to launch an attack. Under a divine attack, thousands of sky feather species had their strength drained and fell from their normal state to a state of exhaustion. Suddenly, the Sky City was filled with lawless. The attacks of all races continued. The suppression of firepower also allowed the giant god soldier to stand up again. The divine beings could not have imagined that all races would get involved in this battle. One after another, the weak divine species fell under the coverage of firepower. You are looking for death. Starfall. The old gods immediately launched a world-destroying attack. Stars fell from the sky and hit the earth. Boom, boom, boom. Looking at the prosperous scene, Xiao Yuan smiled happily at the humans at the foot of Mount Targan also carried out their actions according to the plan. Before his death, he initiated a sacrifice for all mankind. Infinite power is bestowed upon Xiao Yuan. This power can only last for a moment. Xiao Yuan held Tian Yuan and began to harvest. A large number of gods also began to die. The earth was shaken by the falling stars, and whole races died under this world-destroying blow. All old deists are mobilized. They attacked recklessly. All enemies must die. The Star Forest and Sky City under attack were surrounded by hundreds of gods. The massacre begins from this moment. All living beings wailed, and the bloody wind dyed the sky red. Xiao Yuan, the mastermind, felt even worse. Besieged by dozens of the most powerful spiritual gods, the disappearance of the power of sacrifice also caused Xiao Yuan to fall into a slump. The gods were furious and continued to torture Xiao Yuan. They lost too much in this battle. The cause of all this is the human being in front of us. They won't let Xiao Yuan die so easily. Ha ha ha. Even the most glorious spiritual deities have come to this day. Although he was tortured very painfully, Xiao Yuan still stubbornly mocked their incompetence. Even if you have great strength, you will end up like this. You humans no longer have any reason to exist in this world. We will settle everything that happened today. No race can escape. Whether dragon spirits or elves, they will all die in our wrath. Ha ha, what a great way to settle everything. You divine beings are so arrogant and conceited that you really don't take all other races seriously. Now it's the Phantasma's turn to take action. Xiao Yuan forced a grin, suppressing the pain. The dream beast hiding in the dreamland and observing was full of questions. It's none of our business whatsoever. Due to the special nature of the dreamland, the impact of falling stars had no effect on them. While Mengxiu was still thinking about the reason, a huge spiritual force rose into the sky. The massacre has just begun. Xiao Yuan laughed. How could a mere falling star achieve his goal? The spiritual power that has gathered all living beings for more than 1,000 years began to impact the entire world. The weak creatures were directly killed by the powerful mental fluctuations. Xiao Yuan deliberately avoided a place. This attack is the real purge. All of you die. After almost completely slaughtering all races, the remaining spiritual attacks began to continue to exterminate the divine species. The old gods were also Severely damaged by the Phantasmagoria's actions, there are several times more of them than the divine species that fell before the old Deus' eyes turned red. They rushed towards the dreamland regardless of everything. The Phantasma race rushed to fend off the enemy, trying to explain that it wasn't their doing. But facts spoke louder than words. The old Deus had witnessed everything with their own eyes, and they wouldn't believe it even if they were explained. Shou Yuan was also outside, desperately fighting off the siege of the divine beings. The Tian Yuan in his hand broke during the battle. Looking at the splendid scene in front of him, he smiled sadly. The Dragon Valley has been breached by the old gods, and the powerful golden holy dragon Ramses has perished in the battle. The elves were almost completely defeated. An abyss of the Skyfeather race was also killed in battle. The forest species, Skyfox species, fantasy species, etc., are all being reset to zero according to Shou Yuan's plan. Before his death, Shou Yuan left most of his mental power to imprison all the divine species. With the remaining power of the old gods, we can trap them for 500 years. 500 years. The descendants must surpass the old gods within these 500 years. My plan has been accomplished. His eyes looked in one direction and his body disappeared like light and shadow. The body is destroyed, the soul is destroyed. Shou Yuan no longer exists in the world, and all that remains are a few words and legends about the world-destroying demon. Chapter 332, A New Beginning. The core of the world. Zhang Xian was speechless for a moment as he looked at the ruined world. The host world is managed so well. Yi Yu praised. This is all part of my plan. Zhang Xian said stubbornly. Yes, the host is right. The system trusts the host 100%. Well, the catastrophe isn't over yet. I envisioned it being destroyed and then rebuilt. Now that it's destroyed, it's time to rise again and reach even greater heights. Zhang Xian explained, I knew that humans were good at causing trouble, but I didn't expect them to be so awesome. If the human race had not been weak to begin with, coupled with its extremely high upper limit, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the #1 race in the universe. After thinking about it, Zhang Xian made a decision to temporarily tilt part of the world's luck to the human race. The luck of every world has a fixed number. The increase in the luck of one race means the decrease in the luck of other races. This iron law also applies in the heavens. The total amount of luck in the heavens is capped. When the luck of one world increases, it means that the luck of other worlds decreases. When the world's luck is not enough to keep the world running, that is when the world gradually collapses. Energy does not appear out of thin air, nor does it disappear out of thin air. All matter in the heavens has a fixed total amount. Be it luck or origin, if the world wants to advance, it must fight for it. If the system wants to advance, it must also fight for it. From living creatures to the world, this is driven by fate. System, do you have a world recovery card? Zhang Xian licked his face and said. Yi Yu is speechless. Didn't you just say that everything was in your plan? Now you want me to clean up the mess, but this is his host after all, and he also needs this kid to be promoted to the supreme heavenly Tao. The host can use the sign-in function. Just go through the process and then give the reward to the host. Yi Yu gave a thumbs up to his own cleverness. It was so cool to be free from the constraints of rules. Tasks can be assigned at will and rewards can be given at will. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtain a level 5 world recovery card. Zhang Xian was delighted. Sure enough, his system vault contained everything. Use. Zhang Xian couldn't wait to crush the world recovery card. A large amount of rule power erupted and began to heal the world's trauma. It's not that Zhang Xian can't restore the world by himself, but restoration also requires the origin of the world. But Zhang Xian was reluctant to give up his own small treasury. Anyway, the system is about developing yourself, so what's wrong with asking for some benefits? Yes, I admit that I spoke a little loudly before, but now the system is my financial sponsor. Zhang Xian's inner thoughts were very rich. Taking a look at the world that was still recovering, he began to plan his next steps. For now, the human race can be temporarily designated as the race that is favored by oneself. In this way, this race will develop much faster in the future, and the offspring born will be more talented. It can be considered as making up for my previous negligence. Host, do you want the system to connect to other worlds? Invasion, Zhang Xian pondered. That's right, if the world wants to advance, invasion is the fastest way. Yi Yu said. If the world develops step by step, it will take a long time. During this period, a powerful system appeared in the DZY area to compete with itself for the position of order. What should we do? Yes, but not now. My world has just been cleansed. At least wait until the world stabilizes. Zhang Xian did not object to the invasion. He invaded a world right after graduation, although last time he was just trying to grab territory from others, and now, if we invade, we will lead the world to fight against other worlds. Secondly, after this catastrophe, the world should be able to be promoted to a level 6 world. So there is no rush about the invasion. Good host, the system has many functions. You should make good use of them to develop yourself. Yi Yu tempted. Stupid systems do it themselves, while smart systems mess things up behind the scenes and leave everything to the host. Zhang Xian nodded to show that he understood. He had studied all the other functions before. Many features are still very useful. Summoning from another world can steal the children of fortune from other worlds. I have said before that the total amount of luck in a world is fixed. If you grab the son of luck from other worlds and bring him to your own world, wouldn't that invisibly increase the luck of your own world? It also has an amplification function, which is really a killer. However, the function of returning the disciple's income is useless to him. After all, he is the heavenly Tao and will not accept disciples. The check-in function is also good, and the system often fills itself with goodies. Copying is boring. He tried to copy the world before, wanting to create a double level 5 world. This action left Yu speechless. Secondly, the plundering function is also useless to him. Perhaps he has not yet developed its use. There is also a chat group. I heard from the system that the previous hosts are all in the chat group, and they are all living beings. Yu asked him if he wanted to join the group. Jiang Xian refused, of course. I am the heavenly Tao. How can the other party be in the same group with me at the same level? Speaking of chat groups, after Yu was promoted to the rule level, the chat group also opened up many functions of, for example, cross-border teleportation, skill enhancement, and group task functions. Moreover, chat groups after the rule level are no longer limited to one group. You can set up many groups. With the increase in chat groups, more people from different worlds can be attracted in, and more world origins can be plundered. He just happened to have a group of grown-up hosts under his command. He immediately assigned the task. Each person has dozens of new groups and is the group leader, responsible for recruiting and training people in various worlds. He lay down behind the scenes and counted the money. Gain a lot of world origin. It's just wonderful. What is this called? This is called return on investment. Let's get back to the topic. Jiang Xian glanced at the recovering world and no longer paid attention to it. The current rate of progress. It will take 100 years to return to its peak. There's no rush. It'll only take 100 years, just enough to give all living beings a chance to catch their breath and recuperate. Time flies. 100 years have passed since the last world-destroying war. The ruined world was restored to its original state, and New Age races began to emerge on the continent. There are new races and there are surviving races of the old times. As the once dominant spirit, the old gods are still imprisoned in Mount Giant God by a force. They look forward to the removal of the confinement and the cleansing of the sins of the human race, because they guessed that there were definitely remnants of the human race still alive. The blood feud of our ancestors will be repaid by you. Their descendants, several other races also share this idea. When the end of the world came, no race escaped the cleansing. Before they were annihilated, they suddenly realized that their race had been exploited by the liar of the human race. After they came to their senses, they wanted to seek revenge, but they were already badly damaged, and the human race had disappeared from the continent, so they had no place to take revenge. And before taking revenge, one must also consider whether one's own race has the strength to cleanse all of this. They both admired and hated the former devil, admire the other party's plans and abilities, and hate everything the other party does. Chapter 333, Time will forget everything. Time flies. Another 100 years passed. 200 years of rest have caused the population of all ethnic groups to surge again. The depressed world is gradually becoming lively. The situation of tens of thousands of races standing side by side reappeared on the continent. Based on the few words left by our predecessors and the golden list hanging in the sky, it is confirmed that what our predecessors said is true. The importance of the racial war cannot be overstated, but now is not the best time to fight. Some races put aside their prejudices and ushered in the era of alliance. The weak stick together, and the strong subdue their subordinates. One of the most dominant races in the world, that is, dragon spirit species, elf species, sky feather species, etc. These three races have appeared frequently and left a deep impression on all races. But since the last world-destroying crisis, the dragon spirits lived in seclusion in the Dragon Valley, avoiding the outside world. When other races went to explore, they found that there was a barrier blocking their entry. They believed that the dragon spirit species was recuperating, waiting for the perfect opportunity to launch a war and seize the throne of the first seed in one fell swoop. The speculations of all races are varied, but the truth is really laughable. Once upon a time, the spiritual races purged all races, and a large number of spiritual races went to Dragon Valley for slaughter. At one time, a large number of dragon spirit species fell, and dragon blood flooded the valley. When the race was about to survive, the Dragon King Ramses launched the most powerful dragon language magic at the cost of everything he had. He knew that this magic could not reverse and defeat the aggressive old deus, so he cast the barrier as a second choice. It will exclude all the divine species in the Dragon Valley. If the divine species do not send a large number of people to attack, it believes that it can protect the dragon spirit species for hundreds of years. However, the disadvantage of this magic is that it blocks the outside world from entering and prevents people from leaving. There is a saying, sacrifice yourself to protect your clan and decide the fate of the world. The dragon's language has caused the gods to be trapped. The catastrophe of world destruction is still going on. Who is the chess piece and who is the human? Compared with the dragon spirit species, the Elf King's miserable condition is even worse. In that battle, not only did the Elf King fall, but only a few elves were left. The heritage stored for thousands of years was completely destroyed by Shouyuan, and the Star Forest was drained of its magic power and withered away. If Jiang Xian had not used the World Recovery card, the Star Forest would still be a desolate place at this moment. The reproduction of elves is much more difficult than that of other races. Even after 200 years, the population is still very depressed. The clan's magical heritage was also mostly destroyed, and all magical achievements above the divine level disappeared. It's a pity that the once most powerful magic race now has inherited magic that is not as good as the Tianyu race. The inheritance of the Tianyu clan is engraved in their blood, and their strength increases with age. If one has superior bloodline, he will have considerable combat power in his childhood. Although Abyss died, the heritage of the Sky City was preserved. However, with the passage of time, the Tianyu clan actually forgot about this powerful weapon. After all, only Abyss knows this background. The Tianyu people, whose power was suddenly drained, were all stunned. You can be sitting at home peacefully and suddenly become a child again without realizing it. Then he was killed by the gods and entered the courtyard, the Tianyu clan, having lost their combat power, are no match at all. In order to protect the survival of some of the Tianyu species, Abyss was killed in battle. The Sky City activated stealth mode. It jumps on the spatial axis all the time, making it impossible for all races to locate their position. The fox demons of the celestial fox species also shed blood on the battlefield. Su Qinger fought to the death to protect a small number of fox demons to escape. As for the first seat's divine species, most of the spiritual power that Shou Yuan deliberately left behind was sealed in the giant god peak. Now 200 years have passed, and there are still 300 years left before the deadline, which is when the gods will return to the continent. No one knows whether the gods will massacre the continent again or just settle accounts with the remnants of the human race. The tragic situation of other races will not be described one by one. Only one race remained out of it. That was what finally made Shou Yuan change his mind. The mecha species. A deal was made between the two, but the content of the deal is unknown. Human race. 200 years have passed, and the humans of the old era have died. The humans of the new era are in charge according to ancestral teachings. Until humans have the power to overthrow the old gods, they must not be exposed to the sight of all races, the human race's current hiding place. This is the underground world that Shou Yuan once explored. The underground world is occupied only by the goblins. In order to seize ownership of the underground world and silence people, the giant god soldier played a very important role. Over the past 10 years, a magnificent city-state has been built underground on the rest of the continent. In the end, the entire underground city-state where the goblins lived was exposed to the sight of the gods. At that time, the giant god soldier, which was their foundation, was not only taken away by Shou Yuan, but all the senior leaders were also instigated by Shou Yuan to rebel and were ordered to fight to the death. It is still unknown whether the dwarfs have become extinct, because when the idea of conquering the underground world came up, they were the only race that liked to build city-states underground. Shou Yuan adheres to the principle of genocide warfare, that is, after you die, the underground will become the territory of the human race. The underground city-state is tens of kilometers deep and cannot be discovered unless someone is determined to explore it. Shou Yuan has made clear arrangements for the human race's retreat. There were only 100,000 descendants of the human race left in the underground city-state, and they were looked after by hundreds of humans from the old times. 200 years of development. With the death of humans of the old era, the number of humans in the new era reached about 3 million. The underground city also became a little crowded. Fortunately, our ancestors preserved all the heritage of the various races. A large amount of technical knowledge and system power are available for them to use for practice. Possesses the technical knowledge of the dwarfs. The underground city-state is also constantly expanding. Many talents also emerged during this period. With so many systems of cultivation, there is always one that suits your path of cultivation. As the strong increase, they began to swell. The dim underground world is safe, but many people begin to yearn for the bright sunshine outside. The history of hundreds of years ago is very complete, and future generations know everything that happened. We are not too far away from the war of destruction. Shou Yuan's prestige is still very high. Even if some people are dissatisfied with underground life, no one dares to say a bad word because of Shou Yuan's contributions, but people are always greedy. When you no longer have to worry about your life, you have more things to consider. Why do we humans have to live underground? The old deists are indeed strong, but we're not weak either. The old gods are actually nothing special. We couldn't defeat them before simply because humans were very weak back then, but we have been practicing for so many years. We should be comparable to the divine species. No, we should have surpassed them. Ideas kept popping up. A time will forget everything, and the shameful history is deliberately forgotten by mankind. They regard the history of their ancestors' resistance to destiny as a shame for the human race. People in the new era are arrogant and conceited. They think they are very powerful and have great strength, but they have forgotten how everything they have today came about. Chapter 334. People's hearts are no longer the same. The shameful history has been forgotten. They are arrogant and look down on the once weak humans of the old era. They shouted loudly that they wanted to slaughter the gods to wash away the shameful history. People in the new era are not grateful to Shou Yuan. They cursed Shou Yuan for killing hundreds of millions of people and calling him a world-destroying demon. The details of Shou Yuan's great achievements were omitted, leaving only the history of how he harmed humanity. As time went by, the truth became worse and worse, and in the eyes of later generations, Shou Yuan became an absolute scum of the human race and a disgrace to the human race. I wonder what Shou Yuan feels when he sees everything happening now in the Nine Netherworld. Perhaps I will only sigh and say, I am not noble by nature. Whether I am scolded or insulted, I will accept it. I just hope that the descendants of the human race can climb to the first seat. When external threats disappear, internal troubles begin to grow. Corruption has always existed in the world. Among the mortals who have fallen into this world, how many are able to stay out of it and see everything clearly? In the expanding new era, humans began to move out of the underground world. The humans who first entered the surface were very happy. The sun was shining brightly outside and the scenery was beautiful, which was incomparable to the dark underground city-state. All humans who reached the surface no longer want to go back. They began to enclose land and develop cities, with tens of thousands of powerful people taking action. It only takes a moment to build such a large city-state. The human race's appearance in public attracted the attention of all races. They had been searching for the human race for countless years, but they never expected that one day they would dare to expose themselves. Many races still remember the blood feuds of the past, and not all races will deliberately forget their humiliating history. The ancestral teachings kept urging them on like thunder. Looking at the laughing human territory, all the races were filled with anger, but after being cheated, I learned my lesson and didn't act rashly. They began to pay attention to every move of the human race and constantly explore the current strength of the human race. More than 10 years have passed, some races could not bear it and started a racial war against it if faced with challenges. Humans naturally respond. The war is about to break out. All races cast their eyes on this battle, hoping to see the strength of the human race through this battle. The battle started quickly and ended quickly. The challenging tribe was defeated and suppressed in less than a day. After all, he had been living in comfort for too long and had lost his fighting spirit, so he treated the losers with great mercy. Not only did he not liquidate the challenger, but he also pointed out the flaws in the challenger's power system. After all, the human race possesses the complete inheritance of all other races. The sudden destruction of the world caused almost all races to lose their inheritance. The defeated race was confused when faced with the guidance of the human race. As the saying goes, seeing a snake in a cup, I was once scared by Shoyuan, so much so that even now I try to guess what the human race is thinking and what their intentions are when I see their every move. If faced with the human race's guidance, that race simply took note and did not immediately change their cultivation system. Who knows if it's a conspiracy of the human race? If the other party were to take action under the cultivation system, they would all be dead without the other party having to do anything. The winner takes nothing, the loser walks away with nothing. This scene silenced all the races. He looked in the direction of the human race with deep meaning in his eyes and sighed. Alas, the human race has another capable person. It is said that one person's plan can shock all races, and his descendants can take his place and enjoy peace of mind. His reputation for destroying the world still exists, but he will be deprived of his fame and suffer humiliation. Horizontal banner. The world is cruel and people's hearts are no longer the same. What the hell? Zhang Xian clicked his tongue. With the best luck, such a human race was born. What the hell is this? I'm looking forward to you leading the world to advancement. Zhang Xian was extremely angry. I was in a good mood and on a whim I wanted to check how human beings are developing now. Thanks to the efforts of previous generations, the team is indeed quite strong now. But this arrogant attitude is very wrong. This is not the kind of human race that he expected to lead the world to advancement. This is so far away. If the host is dissatisfied, it's not impossible to intervene directly. Yi Yu spoke out. Alas, these guys have failed me. How did they become such a terrible group when they were once so powerful? Zhang Xian spat. What was expected should be an impressive starting height, coupled with an extremely high upper limit, stepping onto the first place in the sky, unifying all races to submit, driving the development of the world, triggering the growth of luck, and triggering the advancement of the world. This was everything he was going to arrange. Now the human race is different. They look down on everyone and think they are the best in the world. That's because the divine species of giant god peak have not yet been born. If the human race does not develop before they are born, it will face a catastrophe. Then all his plans would have come to nothing. Interfere. Arrange a child of destiny. Zhang Xian also made up his mind. We have to intervene. These guys are totally unreliable. System, go help me steal a child of destiny. Zhang Xian said. Wouldn't it be nice if the host could use his own luck to give birth to a child of luck? Yi Yu held his forehead. There's only so much luck, so save it if you can. There's no comfort in stealing the children of luck from other worlds. Getting it for free is the best. Zhang Xian said stingily. Okay, then host, which kind of child of destiny do you want? The breakup trend, the lying down trend, the involutionary trend, the pretentious trend, the pig-eating tiger trend, etc. Stop. How can there be so many schools? I'm stealing. Bah. I'm borrowing a child of destiny who has a high IQ, is ruthless, and has a decisive killing spree. Thinking of the current situation of human beings in his world, Zhang Xian outlined his requirements. Okay, let's do as the host says. Yi Yu nodded in agreement. He would pamper his host, and as long as he didn't go against him, he would do everything according to his host's request. So Yi Yu began to use the other world summoning function. The rule level summoning from another world is very powerful. You can peek into thousands of world situations at once in addition to the system level that is already at the rule level. Basically, as long as it is not the supreme world, it is like passing through an uninhabited place, and the heavenly Tao cannot discover it at all. Yu constantly collects world information to screen out the Son of Destiny required by the host. Soon, after selecting tens of thousands of worlds, a Son of Destiny that matched the requirements was finally found. Bring it here. Without saying a word, Yi Yu snatched people away from across the world. In the blink of an eye, the person disappeared from this world, and Yi Yu also erased the other party's mark of heaven. Every living being in the world has its own unique mark of heaven, which is also its symbol, but the system has the ability to replace and erase. After Yi Yu kidnapped the Son of Destiny, the heavenly Tao of this world was in a state of confusion. Where am I? How come I, such a great man of destiny, am gone? Tian Dao hurriedly searched every place in the world, but still couldn't find the Son of Destiny. This made this side of the heavenly Dao Daosheng. What the hell? Ding! The child of luck is ready, but this child of luck has a bit of a weird personality, Yi Yu said. Does it meet the requirements? How strong is it? It meets the host's requirements. This is borrowed from the 9th level world by the system. One path, one unity, insisting that it was borrowed, but the kind that is borrowed and never returned. As long as you meet the requirements, it's fine. As a child of destiny, a little eccentricity is fine, as long as you're not as arrogant as humans are now. Zhang Xian nodded. Host, rest assured, this child of destiny is cautious and careful. Yi, you promised. Well, give me your true spirit and I will reincarnate it into another. Zhang Xian said. Yi Yu gave his true spirit to Zhang Xian without hesitation. After obtaining the true spirit, Zhang Xian put his mark on the other party and let him reincarnate. It's mine now, with my mark on it. Chapter 335, the reincarnated son of fortune. Bai Yan only felt his true spirit swelling and his consciousness becoming blurred. A feeling of powerlessness came over him and he fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, his consciousness gradually returned. The noisy sounds around him awakened his true spirit. Suddenly his eyes widened, and just as he was about to stand up, he found that his body was extremely weak and was being held by a woman. What's the matter? Bai Yan was a little confused. Where is my cultivation? Where did all my mana go? He glanced around, not daring to act too strangely. So I just closed my eyes and pretended to be asleep. Fortunately, although he had no cultivation, the power of his true spirit allowed him to scan the surroundings with his spiritual sense. Break the delusion. Bai Yan used his true spirit to activate the magic formula. An invisible soul force spread out in all directions. There's a 90% chance that I can dispel the illusion, but the 10% chance is that the other party's cultivation is several realms higher than mine, and I can't dispel the illusion myself. Bai Yan was thinking in his heart, right now, I have no strength at all, or the illusion maker is too powerful and can steal my strength and turn me into an ordinary person. Or maybe I have really become an ordinary person. Reincarnation. Bai Yan was puzzled. Although he did have the ability to reincarnate, he didn't have that ability. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he decided to pretend that he knew nothing and observe for a while. He also couldn't understand the language used by the people around him, regardless of whether this is an illusion or reality. We must master the language system here to figure out what is happening. 3 years passed in a flash. In the room. A little kid was fiddling with something. Interesting, very interesting, so that's how it is. Bai Yan smiled with relief. 3 years have passed since his reincarnation, and he has been hiding safely in this world. This world is very different from my previous life. There is no system for cultivating immortals, but there are quite a lot of miscellaneous systems. He also didn't sense the existence of spiritual energy in this world. Therefore, if you want to restore your strength, you have to find another way. The energy level issue has been resolved. According to current theory, as long as the energy of this world is continuously purified and transformed, it can be turned into spiritual power for my own cultivation. As we all know, the practice of any system relies on energy. Each type of energy has different intensities and can essentially be converted into each other. Just as mechanical energy is converted into electrical energy can be converted into kinetic energy and so on. Since they are all energy, it stands to reason that low-level energy can be transformed into high-level spiritual energy. This world has many energy systems, so naturally there are also races studying energy. All races have been plundered by humans, so I can currently learn all the knowledge of all races. Bai Yan thought so. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. There's a certain race that's really out of place lately. Bai Yan licked his lips and smiled evilly as he looked at the Wanhun fan in his hand. Qi, blood, spirit, and soul, these are all high-level energies. According to the energy conversion device I installed on the 10,000 souls sale, it can provide a large amount of spiritual power. Since it's going to be destroyed anyway, we might as well squeeze out all its value. Speaking of this eccentric race, IT is also the beastman race that has been restless in recent years and has been constantly launching racial wars against humans. There was a precedent last time when the human race let the defeated race go and gave instructions to the challenger. Some races, with the courage to give it a try, challenged the human race. As a result, several races, like the first race, received guidance and improved their racial strength. Now many races can no longer sit still. The most recent race to be challenged is the War Beasts. Bai Yan didn't understand what his own ethnic group was doing. Over the years, he has come to understand the laws governing the operation of this world and the conflicts between races. Although some of the human race's history has been deleted, we can still guess a rough idea of it. Bai Yan, who had carefully read the history of the human race, found many things wrong. For example, the human race was ranked last among all the races at the beginning, but in the blink of an eye, it possessed all the resources of all the races. For example, the human population once numbered at least hundreds of millions, but today there are only a few million left. All signs indicate that history has been deleted and changed. Then let's consider Shou Yuan, the only human demon who was despised in history books. Bai Yan roughly guessed what happened. It's just that when the human race was weak, a capable person stood up with extraordinary planning and ruthless means. He sacrificed almost all of his people and laid the current foundation for future generations. Unfortunately, the later generations are not up to the task. Not only do they not appreciate what the capable people have done, they also despise their methods. It really makes people feel unfair. The war of races is not just a game. Bai Yan was speechless. Ranking affects blessings and fortune. As a member of the human race, he had to seize power. Otherwise, he would be dragged down by these saints sooner or later. The most taboo thing for a cultivator is having his luck taken away and his blessings destroyed. This is something he cannot tolerate. If it weren't for his current lack of strength, he would have sacrificed his entire clan to become Taoist soldiers. Why are you so ruthless? In my previous life, I was called Demon Lord. Bai Yen arrived near the territory of the war beasts with ease. Looking at the huge city-state, Bai Yen ordered the Taoist soldiers in the city to take action. As each formation was activated, an invisible force began to cover the sky. The formation emitted a dazzling light that shot up into the sky. They are all top-quality materials. Bai Yen murmured, "He is not a saint. In this war of life and death, all enemies must be killed. If the provocateurs are not punished, how can we deter all races? All kinds of cats and dogs come out to annoy people. They really think they are the saints of this world. The cruelty of the world of cultivating immortals is incomparable to what is happening here. From being a weakling all the way to becoming the demon lord who is feared by the world, the hardships during that time cannot be described in a few words. I heard there's a spirit race out there, but I don't know how strong it is. Let's find a time to let other races test it out." Bai Yen pondered. Seeing that the formation had taken shape, he stopped thinking about it and quickly summoned the 10,000 soul sail in his hand. "Use the lives of my entire clan to help me enter the foundation building stage." Bai Yen laughed loudly, and bloodlight instantly covered the sky, as if the end of the world had come. The 10,000 souls sail hanging above the city-state began to show its power. The beastmen only felt the blood surging in their bodies, dizziness and swelling, and they lay on the ground in pain, gasping for breath and begging for help. Many powerful beastmen want to attack the 10,000 souls sail in the sky, which is the root cause of the current crisis, but under the suppression of the Four-square formation, all living creatures could not move. Bai Yen has been planning for this moment for a year. He won't take action unless he is 100% sure. As time went by, all the beastmen were refined and wiped out. Qi, blood, essence, and soul were all taken into Wan Hunfan's bag and began to be converted into energy. "Good, now you can report to me." Bai Yen took back the Wanhan sail with satisfaction, and then wiped out all traces of the beastmen, so that no one could find out who was responsible. It's quite a generous portion. Bai Yen was delighted when he sensed the spiritual power within the 10,000 soul sail. "Master, please don't be so mean, okay? Can't you let the Taoist soldiers do these things? It's so dangerous outside. If I show up in public and get discovered by a strong person, I'll be in trouble." The clone complained. "What's the matter? It's better for you to take the risk than for me to take the risk. Besides, I don't trust other Taoist soldiers. Oh, by the way, next time you do something like this, remember to change your appearance and frame another race." Bai Yen said in a mean voice. The clone's mouth twitched. "You are afraid of death, and I am afraid of death too. No, I have to find some help too. Otherwise, the life of the clone is no longer a life." Chapter 336, Power Seizure in Progress. Have you found out what you were asked to investigate? Bai Yen asked. The clone nodded, and then recounted the historical events that he had investigated. "Besides, I feel that the capable person should have left more tricks up his sleeve." The clone analyzed. Bai Yen nodded in agreement after hearing this. It was impossible for the other party not to predict the series of impacts that would follow, so he must have planted some hidden cards. It's a pity that the current situation of the human race is hard to describe. They are immersed in a brief period of peace and forget the potential threats from other races in the upper seats, such as the dais. This backup plan is easy to investigate. Just a little thought will reveal the connection. Now we need to find out which race that capable person approached before the final battle. You should continue investigating this matter. We must seize the opportunity to seize power. Once we have full power, we can not only retreat behind the scenes and mobilize the clan's resources for cultivation, but also prepare for the next move. Bai Yen ordered. "How about someone else?" The clone asked tentatively. He didn't want to take on such a troublesome and dangerous task that would require him to show up in public. "What do you think?" Bai Yen had a stern face. The corner of the clone's mouth twitched. He knew himself best, so as a clone, he naturally knew the original's personality. "ND, you think you are so great as the real me, and you leave all the troubles to your clone, right? Just wait, I will make a clone too. Go quickly, I still need to build my foundation." Bai Yen waved his hand. "Okay, I'll get it done quickly." The clone walked away with a gloomy face. Seeing that his clone had left to get busy, Bai Yen also summoned the 10,000 soul sail and floated it above the sky. A large amount of pure spiritual power poured down. Bai Yen immediately started practicing his skills to absorb spiritual energy. The spiritual power that is not fully absorbed and overflowed will also be captured, collected, and utilized by the gravity of the 10,000 soul sail. The main principle is no waste, there is no way around it. Since this world has no spiritual power, therefore, Bai Yen did not want to waste even a bit of spiritual power. He would not take action on weekdays and kept a low profile in the training room to improve his strength. As for going out for fun, if you don't have any real strength, what's the point of wasting time? What if there is a strong person hiding in the dark in this world? In the blink of an eye, another year has passed. After a year of seclusion, Bai Yen finally broke through to the foundation establishment stage. The spiritual power in the Wanhan sail was also almost consumed. Damn, this world has so little spiritual energy. Ugh. It's a world without any spiritual energy at all. It's so hard to even become an immortal. Bai Yen cursed. In his original world, he had gone through many hardships and finally managed to reach the strength of the demon lord. It should be his turn to show off his invincibility in the world. As a result, I was suddenly reincarnated into this miserable world and struggled. According to the current progress, it would take the extermination of an entire clan to build a foundation. I can't imagine the future realm. Even if you refine this world, it may not be enough to restore your peak strength. That's not right. I shouldn't be limited to the energy provided by living beings. Learning so much knowledge about other worlds has expanded my knowledge base. As long as I continue to research, I will definitely find a way. Bai Yan pondered. Bang, bang, bang. Something terrible has happened, my lord. There was a rapid knock on the door. Come in yourself. Bai Yan held his forehead with his hand. The next moment, a figure walked through the door. Tell me, what happened that made you so panic? Did the upper race start to attack the human race? Bai Yan was speechless. It's a long story. That day, the clone opened his mouth and spoke. Stop talking nonsense. Cut out the useless information and get straight to the key points and general description. Bai Yan's mouth twitched. This was the right start. He was definitely trying to shirk responsibility. Don't I know myself well enough? Well, it's about what you ordered me to do last time. I felt it was unsafe, so I created a clone. I didn't expect that this little rascal also felt it was troublesome, so he secretly created a clone as well. This cycle repeated itself, resulting in too many clones. A large number of people walked among the myriad races. Although their appearance had changed, they also caused a lot of trouble along with my clones. Anyway, the last clone died inexplicably. The clone had a look of horror on his face, obviously frightened. So he immediately informed Bai Yan and wanted him to investigate the cause. It's too dangerous outside. Someone died inexplicably. Now all the clones are in a panic and clamor to practice in seclusion for a few hundred years before going out. Bai Yan frowned upon hearing this and clenched his fists tightly. Don't you know that the clone is only half as strong as the original? Bai Yan gritted his teeth and said. I know, that's why I only used one clone to do things. Half of my strength should be enough. The clone scratched his head. It weakens by half each time, and in the end it's so weak that it breaks when someone touches it. Bai Yan was furious. Couldn't these guys just do it themselves? Instead of refining Taoist soldiers as a substitute, he insisted on creating clones. It would have been fine if he had just created clones, but he created so many of them. That's what I said, but why is there no information coming back? Even if he's dead, there should be news, right? Bai Yan was lost in thought. Why is there no news coming back? Once the clone is killed or exploded, the remaining power will transmit the information before death back to the original body, that is, the main body of the clone. Keep a low profile for now, take those clones back, and wait for the results of the investigation. Bai Yan said cautiously. Okay, then I won't be going anywhere during this time. The clone cherishes his life. Asshole. If you don't go to work, then I will. Go and get rid of those clones, and then continue to seize power. Bai Yan was furious. What should I do if you hide? So you have to take the risk. The clone naturally understood what the original master meant. No, you can't be so mean. The clone was obviously humiliated. Be good, now that you have no clone, go and train your Taoist soldiers. Bai Yan soothed. Then you might as well just use the Taoist soldiers to do the job. The clone curled his lips. Someone has to be in the open. If you don't show up, how can I practice with peace of mind? Bai Yan said. So I'm just here to be bait, right? Can you please stop being such a jerk? The clone's heart collapsed, but now that things have come to this, and considering your understanding of me, there is no way I will let go of this matter. He had no choice but to do as the deity asked. In this case, he has to build the territory into his base camp, and everyone in it must be loyal to him, so that he can have a sense of security. Well, the power grab is almost done. Another year or two will be enough. The clone reported. Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work. Oh, by the way, the spiritual energy in the 10,000 souls sale is all used up. Go get some more energy and bring it back. Remember to get more, because I want to achieve the golden core this time. Bai Yan righteously stuffed the Wanhunfen into his clone's hands. The latter was stunned. You just told me to keep a low profile recently, and now you want me to exterminate the species. Be a human being. Chapter 337, Backhand Timeline Rewind. Avatar 10086 sitting in a noodle shop eating noodles. His face changed drastically as he put the noodles into his mouth, then the body dissipated like light. The last thought flashed through my mind. You are a dog. If you don't have the power, don't send me out to do things. That's right. The energy was exhausted and dissipated directly. In the end, there is not even the energy to transmit information. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed. Bai Yan has now entered the middle stage of Golden Core. Such strength has far surpassed the strongest person of the human race, but Bai Yan still didn't dare to show up in public. There was no way. After more than 10 years of investigation, he still couldn't figure out how his clone died. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, so he splits himself into two to take his place. He handed over all matters to his clone, while he himself stayed low and improved his strength. Apart from anything else, after so many years, the power of the human race has long been taken over by the clones. Things have basically been restored. This is the whole process. The clone handed a document to Bai Yan. Bai Yan took it and flipped through it quickly. Through the text descriptions in the documents, scenes emerged in Bai Yan's mind. That's right, I said it was so. Alas, it's sad and pitiful. Bai Yan said regretfully. After closing the document, Bai Yan stood up. Does this master want to go there in person? The clone was a little surprised. Since they both had the same IQ, they could guess where the backup plan was. I just went out to get some fresh air. It's only natural that you would go for something like this. Bai Yan said as a matter of course. The clone was speechless, and I knew how the original body could possibly change his nature. The clone walked out of the training room in silence, deciding that he would never see this bitch again during this period of time. This should be it. Bai Yan raised his eyebrows as he looked at the magnificent city-state. Should the mechanical city gate slowly opened. A small figure walked out from inside. Question, leader of the human race? The little lowly's eye cameras kept scanning Bai Yan, searching for relevant information in the database. As a result, no records about Bai Yan were found, but this is normal. The mecha species has not observed the movements of the human race for a long time. Out of caution, she just asked. That's right, the previous generation should have left a backup plan for you. Bai Yan admitted. When the little lowly heard Bai Yan say this, she shook her head. Answer, D10-101 doesn't know, but the master has instructed that if a human leader comes looking for them, they should be brought to see it. Then take me there. Bai Yan nodded. Soon, under the guidance of the little lowly, Bai Yan met the owner of the machine. As the other party mentioned, how should I put it? It's hard to describe the image. I looked at the beautiful lowly next to me. Then I looked at the floating owner of the machine. Why is the difference so big? D10-101, go out first. I'll talk to him. Answer, yes. The little lowly's hair shook and then she walked out of the room. In the room. A chair suddenly protruded from the ground. Bai Yan also sat on it without hesitation. I've pretty much figured out what happened, so I'm here to find out what backup plan the previous generation had. Bai Yan said lightly. Finally, a new generation of leaders has arrived. The owner sighed. As you said, Xiao Yuan did leave a backup plan. If that's the case, why don't you send it over? What's your backup plan? Bai Yan asked. Xiao Yuan has instructed me that I can only fulfill my promise if the leader of the human race comes forward and mentions it. The owner of the machine explained. Bai Yan suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Even this step has been taken into consideration. To prevent future generations from failing to live up to expectations. If a leader is unaware that he has a backup plan, then there is no need for him to know about it. Rather than letting an incompetent leader lose this trump card, it is better to wait for a capable leader to emerge. Taking the initiative to send it over and coming in person to ask for it are two different things, which will lead to two different outcomes for the human race. The owner of the machine slowly said. Xiao Yuan and I made a promise back then. I would help him protect his descendants and help the human race seize the first place, and you would help us gain love, emotion. Bai Yan looked strange. That's right, we mechas have no interest in racial warfare. Feelings are our only goal. Through analysis over the years, we understand that emotions come from the heart. We, the mechas, also desire this kind of heart filled with emotion, and for this reason, the mechas were born with the D10 model, which evolved from the D9 model. Okay, I get it. Now that you've gotten what you asked for, it's time for you to fulfill your agreement. Bai Yan responded. The owner of the phone was full of questions. Bai Yan spread his hands and said, when you start to think about what emotions are, you already have emotions. Everything has a spirit, and having a spirit means having emotions. I haven't felt any emotional fluctuations, which means I haven't developed any feelings yet. The owner of the machine explained. No, you do. Bai Yan looked so serious that the owner of the machine began to doubt whether he had really obtained the heart. Bai Yan curled his lips inwardly. He didn't want to take on such a troublesome matter. He decided to just fool around and deal with it first. The definition of emotion is very broad. It may refer to joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, etc., or it may refer to the instinct of living things. The owner was silent for a moment before saying, are you ready to abandon the promise made by your predecessors? Bai Yan was speechless. He even threatened people and said he had no feelings. He was just an emotional idiot with only instincts, and he was confused but didn't realize it. I guess our ancestors also saw this, so they took advantage of this persistence and self-reflection and got a backup plan for free with the other party's personality and methods. He is definitely capable of doing such a thing. As for why the other party fell into such confusion, Bai Yan, who has lived a long life, naturally understood, the mecha species is an intelligent mechanical life form, and the reproduction of the species is not born through heterosexual mating. What kind of sparks do you expect these races to create from each other? In addition, they act based on theoretical data and do not communicate with other races, so naturally no emotional issues will arise, without anything important, without loss, without grief, How can I reflect on the things I have feelings for? Alas, it's another unfortunate race. It's a pity that they cannot refine spiritual power without being energy lifeforms. Bai Yin raised his lips and said, "Alright, we'll keep our promise. I'll help you awaken your emotions. Tell me what the ancestors left behind so I can have a clear idea. Agree to it first, and then leave this troublesome matter to me." Seeing the other party's agreement, the machine owner nodded in satisfaction and said, "Xiao Yuan eliminated quite a few spirit species in that decisive battle. The blood and limbs shed by those gods were sent to me by Xiao Yuan using his great supernatural powers. The first step to defeating the enemy is to understand them. Through years of data analysis, we have also fully understood the mysteries of the old gods' bodies. Secondly, I secretly brought back Tian Yuan, along with the encyclopedia of dwarven forging knowledge provided by Xiao Yuan. I have upgraded it to several levels, but due to the scarcity of materials, I have to wait for technology to advance further if I want to upgrade it further." The owner of the machine spoke slowly. Chapter 338, Divine Power Corridor. As the owner of the machine slowly narrated the story, Bai Yin gradually understood everything Xiao Yuan had done for the human race. Even at the moment before his death, he was thinking about the human race, squeezing out his own value and continuing the hope of the human race. The power of the dais comes from the divine power corridors within their bodies. If we attack from this aspect, we might be able to defeat the dais. The owner of the machine said. The corridor of divine power? Well, it's named after the other party's energy system. The flesh and blood of the god seeds have a compact inscription circuit, from the engravings on muscle fibers to the complete circuits in every cell. Under such innate conditions, the divine species is extremely powerful as soon as it is born, and is tantamount to standing at the top of all races. The increase in their strength comes from their mastery of the circuits within their bodies. If they can control the operation of every cell circuit in their bodies, the power they unleash is unimaginable. Bai Yin was thoughtful, feeling that it was a bit like a formation. This world is quite interesting, with numerous systems, each with its own advantages and strengths. So, as long as we thoroughly study the opponent's divine power corridor, the dais will become a lamb to be slaughtered? In theory, that's true. The old dais may have special means. If it's not absolutely necessary, it's best not to start an all-out war. That depends on the will of the dais. The day they are born, they will definitely seek revenge on the human race. Bai Yin said helplessly. Xiao Yuan said he would give his offspring a 500-year development period. If Xiao Yuan really did that, then there are still 243 years until the spirit seed is born. The owner of the phone revealed a key piece of information: 243 years left. Is that enough time for you to come up with a solution? Bai Yin looked at the owner of the plane. Currently, progress has stalled, and we have to wait for further technological advancements. However, 200 years is enough time for me to evolve several times, and by then all problems will be solved. The divine power corridor may not be unbreakable. I will create a corridor countermeasure to curb the old god's abilities. The rest is your human race's problem. The owner pondered. Don't worry, I guarantee there will be no problem. During this period of time, I will unite all races. Then, all races will attack the gods again. The owner of the machine paused after hearing this. The myriad races will not cooperate with you humans. It's not up to them. Bai Yin smiled confidently. The strong never complain about the environment. He has survived more difficult situations than this one, and the current situation is very good. If I can't even win, I might as well just find a piece of tofu and kill myself. The owner of the plane's expression flashed, as if he saw the shadow of Xiao Yuan and Bai Yin. Both are very confident, using all races as chess pieces, and gradually eroding the living space of the divine species. Maybe with Bai Yin here, we might be able to succeed this time. Okay, we mechas will do our best to cooperate with you humans. Stars are one of the means of the divine spirit species. I have been planning the starry sky according to Xiao Yuan's instructions. The owner of the phone revealed another big secret. Be careful. The star field outside is very vast, and where we are is just a huge sphere. The old gods can guide starlight to enhance themselves. Over the years, I have deployed many mechas on standby outside the starry sky. They are distributed at 8 points. In the final battle, I will let them blockade the entire planet, from point to surface and then to body. A cube is formed to lock the entire planetary space. Bai Yin naturally knew about the planet. The 9th level world is also very vast. Those with strong strength can travel freely in the star field and go to any planet. There are many forces stationed on each planet. The planets are connected by teleportation arrays. The weak can cross the star field and reach the planet they want to go to at a small cost. After becoming the demon lord, he just seized a star field as his base. As a result, before he could develop his power, he came here inexplicably. This is a good move. If successful, it can greatly restrict the methods of the divine beings. Bai Yin nodded in satisfaction. This guy has too many cards up his sleeve. There are so many surprises. The two chatted for a while, and Bai Yin prepared to say goodbye. Wait, since I've shown my sincerity, then the other party should also fulfill their promise. The owner of the plane stopped Bai Yin, who was about to leave. No problem. I just heard you say that you mecha species can share data with each other. So, as long as one mecha species obtains the data of the heart, it means that your entire race has a heart. Bai Yin said. That's right. The owner admitted. Well, send someone to follow me back to the human territory. I believe you will have a harvest in no time. Bai Yen continued. Then please, the D9 type of mechas were designed based on human appearance. After upgrades, a small number of mechas evolved into the D10 type. The D10 model armor has the strongest data capacity, computing power, and combat capability at present. D10-101. The owner of the machine called out. Soon the little Lolita who had just led the way came in. My dear owner. Well, from now on you will follow him. Your mission is to explore the mysteries of the heart. Yes, D10-101 understands. Let's go. Seeing that the conversation was almost over, Bai Yen got up and left. The little Lolita followed closely as instructed. The owner of the machine looked at the two departing figures thoughtfully. He had a premonition that the secret of the heart would soon be obtained by the mecha species. Now let me tell you something about what you should pay attention to. Bai Yen instructed the little Lolita beside him. Please speak. D10-101 will record it in the database to ensure that it does not violate the agreement. The little girl looked serious. Yes, since you are about to integrate into the human race, you must have a name. Name? D10-101 has a number. The little girl tilted her head. That's just your birth number, not your name. If you want to understand your heart, then start with what I tell you. Seeing that Bai Yen mentioned his heart, the little loli also obeyed him obediently. What is your name? As for me, my name is Bai Yen. Bai means white, and Yen means Tian Yen. There's a saying in my hometown, the Great Tao has 50 elements, Tian Yen has 49 elements, and only one element is left. So I took the character Yen as my name. It means that I am the one element that left, and my fate is determined by myself, not by heaven. Then Bai Yen will help D10-101 come up with a name. The little loli tugged at Bai Yen's sleeve. Good. Bai Yen nodded in agreement, then he looked up and down at the little loli in front of him. My hair is white, so I chose Bai as my surname. Based on this, your surname should be Z. And the thing you seek is the heart, so you can be named Xin. How do you say that? Purple core dot. The little girl recited it softly several times. Her eyes were bright, and the ahog on her head couldn't help shaking. He seemed very happy with the name. Yes, from now on Xin name will be Xin. Xin agreed. As long as you're satisfied, this is my first time naming someone. Bai Yen sighed, then Bai Yen took Xin back to the human tribe's territory. Chapter 339, Energy Conversion Rate. Inside the secret room, Bai Yen looked at Xin who was brought back, and his clone who was standing aside watching the fun without any hesitation. Xin looked at the two identical Bai Yens with some curiosity. Well, this is what happened, you'll understand once you understand it. The clone copied a memory and handed it over, and Bai Yen took it and integrated it. After a moment, his eyes became complicated. Forget it, it's just one more person. From now on, you can practice with me. Bai Yen sighed. Master, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll be leaving first. The clone quickly ran away. It was always the original body that caused trouble for him all along, and now he finally got what he deserved. Question, why are there two Bai Yens? Small head, big doubts. Just think of it as a similar clone magic. I don't like to be exposed, so I have always stayed behind the scenes. Bai Yen responded, question, can Xin really obtain a heart? How should I put it? Everything has a spirit, and if it has a spirit, it has a heart. In fact, you already have a heart, but you are confused and don't know it. Bai Yen thought that the little loli in front of him was equivalent to a human child who had not yet been enlightened. As long as you train, you should be able to get out of this confusion. Isn't it just educating a child? It's not difficult for a demon lord like me. Change the way you speak in the future. It's a bit too robotic. Bai Yen instructed. Then, how about Bai Yen? Xin changed the way she spoke and retrieved the information about the human race from the database to imitate it. The soft lowly voice made Bai Yan's heart melt. Combined with this innocent face, the lethality is off the charts. Very torturous. Bai Yen took a deep breath. The mecha was so terrifying. Then Bai Yen asked Xin to switch between several voices. Although Xin was very surprised by this request, she still did as Bai Yen instructed. After some thought, Bai Yen still felt that the lowly voice was suitable for Xin now. Come on, I'll take you out for a walk. You've been secluded for too long and you're getting a little bored. Bai Yen stretched lazily. Has Bai Yen always stayed in this secret room? Xin looked around the simple room. Yeah, it's too dangerous out there. Of course I have to work hard to become stronger. Bai Yen said lightly, and now that I have the strength of the golden core stage, I can go out for a walk without worrying about my life. Don't worry, Bai Yen. Xin is very powerful and will protect Bai Yen. Xin volunteered. Okay, I'll rely on you a lot from now on. Bai Yen chuckled. Perhaps the D10 model, the most powerful of this mecha type, is indeed powerful, but it cannot be stronger than him who was in the Jindan stage. However, since it was rare for someone to show kindness, he didn't want to refuse the other person's face. Till I stroked the other person's alopecia with my hand, and it felt really good. Then he opened the door of the secret room and walked out. The purple-haired boy behind him shook his head and hurriedly followed, breathing the outside air. Bai Yen was in a good mood, since Bai Yen ordered his clone to seize power and change his appearance. Even if Bai Yen showed his true form, others would not recognize him, but because Bai Yen was accompanied by a cute loli, he attracted a lot of attention. Bai Yen walked into a restaurant and ordered a table full of delicious dishes. Although there is no benefit in eating these mortal things, isn't the purpose of cultivating immortality to allow oneself to do whatever one wants? He pursues a different path, and he is also clear about his original intention in embarking on this path. Originally immortal in the mortal world, I refined the mortal world in order to achieve immortality. The original wish of immortality is to love the world, so why should we eliminate the 7 emotions? The purpose of cultivating immortality is to satisfy one's desire for immortality, and the reason for wanting immortality is that one cannot bear to leave this mundane world. As long as you can control your desires instead of being controlled by them, there is nothing wrong with being greedy for the world. To cultivate immortality is just to cultivate one's mind and will, and to achieve immortality is just to follow one's heart. If immortality is all pain, then what's the point of immortality? We won't suffer this torture. Let's get back to the topic. Looking at Bai Yen eating with relish, ZXAN just watched curiously. Asa mecha, she doesn't need to eat, she just needs to take in energy on time. ZXIN doesn't normally consume energy through food, so how does she replenish her energy? Bai Yen asked curiously. There is an energy conversion device in the purple core, which can absorb the free magic factors and other energy particles in the air for energy conversion. ZXIN replied. Oh, really? An energy conversion device? Bai Yen stopped eating and looked the other person up and down. I also made an energy conversion device on the Wanhan sale, but any energy conversion will inevitably cause losses. That is, the energy cannot be utilized 100%. What is the efficiency of your energy conversion? Bai Yen asked seriously. 70%. ZXIN said. What do you mean 70%? Bai Yen was shocked. He didn't realize that the person was twice as tall as him. The energy conversion rate of his Wanhan sale is only 30%. It seems that the technology level of the goblins is not as high as that of the mechas. Ahem, come on, eat some food. Bai Yen smiled and picked up some food for ZXAN. ZXAN looked at the contents of the bowl and fell into deep thought. It's not that she can't eat, she can also convert the food she eats into energy. It's just that the energy contained in the food is too little, not even enough to fill the gaps between teeth. Let me put it this way, for an ordinary person, the 3 meals a day are enough to keep him functioning for the day. If ZXIN wanted to rely on the energy of an ordinary person's 3 meals a day to maintain her function, she would have to eat the amount that person would eat for several years. This is the case when nothing is done. If it is in combat mode, it will be a huge amount. Bai Yen wants ZXIN to help? ZXIN also followed suit and picked up the chopsticks to taste it. Yes, you know that we humans have the technology of the dwarfs, but it is far inferior to that of you mechas. I made a magical instrument, which is also an energy conversion device. Unfortunately, the energy conversion rate is only 30%, which is really heartbreaking. So I would like to ask you to do me a favor and modify my magical instrument later. Bai Yen didn't hide anything and spoke frankly. No problem, ZXIN will help Bai Yen. ZXIN nodded and agreed. So good. Bai Yen happily stroked the other person's ahog. It was a great help. Cultivation has always been his top priority, more important than the war between races. Therefore, Bai Yen would repay those who helped him in his practice with great gratitude. I will teach this little girl more in the future. There are also some mecha species that can be illuminated by themselves. Feeling the warmth above her head, ZXIN squinted her eyes and enjoyed it. She really likes this feeling, but soon this feeling disappeared and was replaced by Bai Yen's voice. Without further delay, after this meal, let's go back to the secret room for transformation. Bai Yen quickened his eating speed. ZXIN felt a flash of disappointment, but then she put it behind her and joined in eating. After dinner, Bai Yen couldn't wait to lead ZXIN back to the secret room. Chapter 340, The Road of Exploration. Here, this is my magical weapon, the 10,000 Souls Sail. Can you see if it can be modified? Bai Yen summoned the 10,000 Souls Sail from his spiritual consciousness. After ZXIN took over, she began to scan for such weapons. There's no information about this weapon in the Purple Core database, and the materials used are also unrecorded. Bai Yan's heart tightened. Is it really impossible? He finally found a way to speed up his practice, and he couldn't miss it, but he could also understand that the materials of the Wanhan sail were all refined by himself, and the weapons were not from this world, so it was normal that he had never seen this before. Well, since ZXIN can't modify it, forget it. Of course, this is not ZXIN's fault. After all, even if I give it to your master, I don't believe he can do it. Bai Yen comforted. Didn't ZXIN say no? ZXIN was full of questions. If Bai Yen just wants to increase the efficiency of energy conversion, then he only needs to modify the converter inside such a weapon. Really? Bai Yan was delighted. Well, it's just that this converter seems to be integrated with the weapon. There is a connection that I don't know about, similar to a magical contract. So ZXIN was worried that the entire Wanhun sale would be damaged. ZXIN said worriedly, this kind of weapon that is not even recorded in the database must be very rare. If Bai Yan accidentally breaks it, he will definitely be heartbroken. Haha, it's nothing. It's just a 10,000 soul sale. It's not that precious. How about this? I'll dismantle the 10,000 soul sale and take out the converter inside. After you finish the transformation, I'll refine the 10,000 soul sale again. Bai Yan smiled. He thought it was no big deal. Since Bai Yan said so, then ZXIN will give it a try. ZXIN nodded. Bai Yan then demonstrated how to dismantle a weapon with his bare hands, leaving the little girl stunned. Such violent demolition completely destroyed the entire Wanhun sale. Wanhun fan, you are aloof, you were great, but you have learned how to tear me apart. ZXIN, who got the energy converter, also became busy. Construct a workbench from matter, then we made drastic changes to the converter. Bai Yan watched with great interest from the side. The mecha species does have a lot of methods, and they have a thorough understanding of materials. It seems that I can also learn more about this aspect. The material creation just now is considered an extraordinary magical power in the world of immortal cultivation, and after a basic study of science, many things can be explained from a micro perspective. I have also studied microscopic issues, but my technical level is not high enough and my research is not thorough enough. I have only achieved a glimpse of the whole picture. There are 3,000 great ways, but 3,000 is just a generalization. In fact, the great ways are infinite and endless. Every road can be considered a highway, but the difficulty of each road is different, but the destination is the same, starting from different starting points and ending at the same end. This is the road. This went on for several days. The two stayed in the secret room and did not go out. Bai Yan does not need to eat or satisfy his physiological needs during fasting, and the mecha species also have no such needs. Bai Yan, it's done. ZXIN handed the finished energy converter to the other party. Bai Yan smiled with relief, took the converter but did not check it immediately, but rubbed the other person's little head. Thank you for your hard work, Zixin. If you want anything, just tell me. Bai Yan promised. Yeah, but ZXIN doesn't want anything except a heart. ZXIN felt the touch on her head and squinted her eyes in enjoyment. After spending a few days together, she summed up a rule based on her experience. Help Bai Yan get patted on the head. It feels good to be patted on the head, so help more and get more pats on the head. Bai Yan smiled when he heard that. He scratched her nose with his hand. Everyone says you've always had a heart, and I don't want to lie to you, but it's a pity that you mechas haven't believed it. As the saying goes, those involved are often confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see more clearly. One day, Zixin, you will wake up. Let's go. To repay your help, I'll take you to play in the human territory for the next few days. Bai Yan said. Okay, Zixin, no problem. ZXAN nodded. It doesn't matter where we go, just follow by YA and I in the following days. Bai Yan took ZXAN to travel around. This also gave ZXAN, who had never experienced the mundane world, a different experience. The fleeting feeling made her stunned. By the time she wanted to savor the feeling and record it, it had already disappeared without a trace. Bai Yan. Bai Yan. ZXIN seems to have touched the secret of the heart just now. ZXIN pulled Bai Yan's sleeve and said. The latter looked at the other's slightly disturbed purple eyes and smiled. Really? So Bai Yan should take ZXIN out to play more often in the future. ZXIN continued. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so playful. Bai Yan suddenly realized. As if realizing that Bai Yan was making fun of her, ZXIN puffed up her cheeks. ZXIN is not just playing around, she's exploring the mysteries of the heart. She objected loudly. Okay, it's to explore the mysteries of the heart. I'll take you out to play when I have time. Bai Yan rubbed her little head. She was indeed still a child. Although she had good ability to handle affairs, her mentality was like that of a child. It is normal for children of this age to be playful. I am quite free, so there is no problem in accompanying him. After all, they have helped me so much. A few months later. Why are you here? Looking at the clone Bai Yan who suddenly came to the door, he asked. Two more Bai Yans. ZXAN next to them looked at the two of them curiously. Although Bai Yan had said before that it was his clone, similar to the magical one, but ZXAN was able to judge through the unique method of the mecha race that the other party was also a living person, and there was an essential difference between his magic and the clone magic of other magic races, and her judgment was correct. This clone ability is similar to an external incarnation, and can be regarded as another Bai Yan. Moreover, the differentiated clone Bai Yan has integrated 10% of his own soul power into it. Even if the original body dies, it can make a comeback through the clone. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is Bai Yan's second life. Secondly, the death of the clone will not cause any harm to the original body, and he can also take back the soul power that was separated. As for the clone that the clone created before, it did not have this effect. After all, the clone wouldn't be stupid enough to share this part of the soul power. Therefore, the clones that appeared later were just physical forms without substance. The appearance and personality are no different from the original, but in essence it is incomparable to the first incarnation. Aren't you here to see the progress on your side? The clone smiled. Don't talk nonsense to me. Why would you come to see me if you have nothing to do? Bai Yen was contemptuous. He knew himself best. If the other person hadn't been pressing against his face, he would have been unable to help but yell at him for his shameless look. What? You're saying that others think the same way about themselves. I just like it when other people are unhappy with me but can't do anything to me. What a double standard. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. It's like this, aren't you preparing to break through to the nascent soul stage? Most races have surrendered in recent years, so it's not easy for us to target them. So I recently discovered a new species that has just emerged. What race? Bai Yen asked in confusion. Dragon. The clone narrowed his eyes. Dragon spirit seed. Bai Yen suddenly realized that this was asking him to pluck the dragon spirit seeds. No, it was not just about plucking wool, it was asking him to destroy the clan. Chapter 341, Illuminating the Ages. What is the current peak combat power of the dragon spirits? Bai Yen asked. It is currently unknown, and we don't know how powerful the dragon spirits were in the past. The clone shook his head. Bai Yen, ZXIN has the records here. ZXIN pulled Bai Yan's sleeve. Bai Yen was a little surprised, but thinking that the mecha species had worked with Xiao Yuan before, he must have been asked to collect data on all races. Can ZXIN be called out to take a look? Bai Yen touched the other person's little head. Well, Bai Yen can look at it any way he wants. ZXIN curved her eyebrows and whispered. The clone standing by looked at this scene with a strange expression on his face. You don't have such dirty thoughts. Believe it or not, I will beat you. Bai Yen glared at him. Ahem, alright, it's none of my business anyway, just keep it in mind. The clone spread his hands. ZXIN then projected the scene of the final battle between the dragon spirit seeds. The three of them watched with great interest, from the old days sending troops to invade Dragon Valley, to the Golden Dragon King Ramses fighting desperately in resistance. In the end, the Dragon Valley became a river of blood, and the vast majority of dragon spirit species were sacrificed before dozens of weak divine spirit species were killed when their clan was about to be wiped out. Ramses sacrificed himself to form a natural barrier that drove all the old gods out of the Dragon Valley. The dragon spirits were also bound inside. The scene ends here. This Golden Dragon King has the strength of a mid-stage golden core. The clone pondered. Bai Yen nodded in agreement. This barrier can prevent the entry of powerful late nascent soul cultivators, and all the divine spirits have been stopped, which means that the divine spirits are weaker than this realm. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that the Deus Seeds did not send out their strongest members, so we can tentatively define the strength of the Deus Seeds as that of a sect at the divine transformation stage. The clone added. God transformation stage. Bai Yen frowned. There are less than 243 years left until the old Deus will be unsealed. It is hard to say whether he can recover to the level of the spirit transformation stage in these 200 years. It's not that he doesn't have the talent, but that there is no spiritual energy for him to practice. If there is enough spiritual energy here, then his cultivation will be as easy as walking on flat ground. After all, it is a recultivation, and there will be no shackles. He can just absorb the spiritual energy and be done with it. By then, let alone the spirit transformation stage, 200 years would be enough for him to ascend. This barrier can stop cultivators in the late nascent soul stage, so how did you detect the movement of the dragon spirit seed? Bai Yen asked. Because many dragon spirit species have been exposed, many races have seen the presence of dragon spirit species on the continent. The clone explained. So, it seems that the dragon spirit seed controls the entry and exit rights of this barrier. Bai Yen guessed. No matter what, this barrier is the last guarantee of Dragon King Ramses. It is impossible for him to leave nothing behind and imprison the tribe in the Dragon Valley. There must be a backup plan for future generations to master. Now that the dragon spirit species have been born, have they come to cause trouble for the human race? Both tribes are well aware of the deep blood feud between them. After they are born, they will definitely take revenge on humans for the deception they have done to them. Not yet, but their movements are very strange. They seem to be planning something. The clone said the dragon spirit species should not have recovered their vitality yet, so they will not rashly start a war. The strange whereabouts must have some basis, so there are only two reasons for the other party to do this. 1, they are planning something, and 2, they want to take down everyone at once. Bai Yen. ZXIN tugged at his sleeve. What's wrong? Bai Yen came back to his senses. ZXIN remembers that Xiao Yuan once told the master of the machine something. ZXIN spoke. Oh? What's going on? Bai Yen asked. Xiao Yuan once said that the human race made a deal with the dragon spirit. I know this. I used the human race's lifespan limit in exchange for the right to use the dragon's language for 300 years. Bai Yen nodded, then he was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Okay, you've even considered this step. You're really calculating. Bai Yen was generous with his praise. ZXIN didn't understand what Bai Yen was saying. Xiao Yuan once said that the dragon spirits wouldn't use that power. Without a 100% guarantee, they wouldn't use this energy. That's all ZXIN knew. ZXIN added, the clone seemed to have guessed something after hearing this. In troubled times, talented people emerge. My lord, the answer is clear to me. It's called the life energy contributed by the human race over the past 300 years. Times 2. The two looked extremely excited. After the contract is signed, every newborn baby of the human race within 300 years will be deprived of the life energy of 200 years of life. This huge amount of energy was definitely stored by the Dragon King as a trump card. Even if Shoyuan had reached this point during the transaction and offered the human race's lifespan in exchange, the Dragon Spirit clan would definitely have agreed. Their dragon spirit species lacks the means to severely damage the divine spirit species. Shoyuan's visit just solved this problem. Ramses was not a fool, and he knew clearly what the human race was planning. However, he arrogantly believed that even if the human race was planning something, it would not have any impact on the dragon spirit species. It's like a group of ants are planning something under your feet. Do you think these ants can make any waves? A race that can be easily crushed to death by a single step can't do anything special. It's a pity that he was just one step behind. Shoyuan had taken all the situations into consideration. Your arrogance, your thoughts, and your ideas will lead you step by step into the trap of genocide and extinction. Although ants are small, they can attract sleeping beasts to hunt and kill you. Without absolute invincible strength, arrogance is not desirable. Recalling what that person said in the past, use all the power you can, even if it means eternal damnation. Keep a close eye on these dragon spirits and find out their current strength. I'm determined to obtain this life energy. Bai Yan's eyes flashed. With this energy, plus the modified 10,000 soul sail, it would be possible to reach the nascent soul stage, not to mention the spiritual transformation stage. Only with the strength of the spirit transformation stage can one have the strength to compete with the spirit species. That guy really left so much for future generations of the human race. In terms of strategy, I am not as good as him. It's a pity that the other person was born in the wrong era and the wrong world. Otherwise, he would be an invincible strong man in the world. Perhaps this is the meaning of his existence. Bai Yan sighed. If there were no other party, there would be no human race in this world. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. The strongest person in the human race is only a cultivator at the perfect foundation building stage. How about we train some tools? The clone asked the original body for its opinion. You can handle this matter as you see fit. But as a toolman, having the right tools can indeed save a lot of trouble, but the importance of tools lies in the tools themselves, you know. Bai Yan signaled his clone with his eyes. Hey, I understand. The clone laughed. ZXIN was confused as she looked at the two people who were telling riddles. I can understand each word, but when they are put together I have no idea what they are saying. Bai Yan explained some matters, and then his clone said goodbye and went off to do his work. Is Bai Yan done with his work? Where are you going to take ZXIN to play today? ZXIN put aside all the random thoughts and asked expectantly. A week has already passed so quickly. Let me think about it. Bai Yan frowned and pondered. Over the course of several months, the two of them explored every possible place in the human race. Got it. Let's go play in the territories of other races. Bai Yan slammed the table and said, since there is nothing to play with the human race, he will go and have a look at other races. Yeah, then Bai Yan will take ZXIN with him. ZXIN nodded. It didn't matter where they went, as long as she followed Bai Yan. Chapter 342, Method of Extermination. In the days that followed, Bai Yan took ZXIN to travel to the territories of various races, look at the mountains, rivers, and see the complexity of the world. Each race has its own cultural features, but in terms of prosperity, it is still not as prosperous as today's human race. The human race under the rule of Bai Yan's clone is becoming increasingly powerful. Most of the races were captured by the clones in these years, creating a scene of worship by all races. In today's world where no divine species have appeared, the human race can be called the first race, and the ranking in the high sky, the human race has also reached the 5th place in the sequence. The first 4 are the God Spirit Seed, Dragon Spirit Seed, Elf Seed, and Sky Feather Seed. Apart from the first and second ones who have barriers in place and cannot be conquered by humans, the latter's whereabouts are erratic and humans cannot find their hiding places, so they cannot initiate a racial war against them. In terms of strength, the elves and the sky-feathered species can no longer compare with the human race. Time passes by like a torrent. Bai Yan almost goes between two places, practicing and traveling. See the prosperity of the world, see the worries of all living beings, and experience the vicissitudes of all things. Every time Bai Yan tempered his mind in the mortal world, he gained a lot of insights. In his original world, he didn't have time to experience all this, and his enemies everywhere wouldn't allow him to relax like this. The worldly life tests one's true self. Only by keeping one's original intention in mind can one maintain peace of mind and not be trapped by external things. Know what I need, know what I want, and know what I get. The clone has been making plans at Bai Yan's request. Even though Bai Yan was traveling among all races, he could sense the undercurrent surging underground. Time quickly came to 230 years after the old gods were rescued. The clone brought good news that it was time to take action against the dragon spirit species. After Bai Yan, who was outside, received the notification, he immediately took ZXIN back to the human territory. Master, I am almost ready, and I have investigated the opponent's strength clearly over the years. There are 3 dragon spirit species in the early stage of Jindan, who are also the 3 dragon kings of the current dragon spirit species. The rest are dragon spirit species in the foundation building period. There are 102,341 dragon spirit species in the early stage of foundation building, 23,012 in the middle stage of foundation building, 1,214 in the late stage of foundation building, and 320 in the complete stage of foundation building. The clone reported. As expected, that battle severely damaged the dragon spirit race's vitality. The current number of the race is only a few 100,000, not even 200,000. There is not even one in the late Jindan stage. With such strength, I can easily destroy them. Bai Yen grinned. 13 years also allowed his cultivation to advance further, reaching the perfect level of golden elixir. It's not that he doesn't want a breakthrough, but all the races that can be used for sacrifices have been wiped out by his clones. You can't just attack your own subordinates. It's not the time for them to show their value yet, and it's not advisable to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Of course, you should keep one crop of leeks and cut it after another. Master, please don't forget where this is, so it's best not to take action. Human power will eventually run out, and this matter will require some means. The clone reminded, under normal circumstances, the strength of a Jindan perfection stage cultivator is indeed invincible enough to kill a dragon spirit seed, but don't forget that this is a world without souls. Once the spiritual energy in your body is used up, you cannot absorb external spiritual energy to replenish it. I didn't say I wanted to do it myself. Of course you have to go to the front line for this matter. Bai Yen patted his clone's shoulder as a matter of course. No. I won't go to such a dangerous front. I have other plans for this matter. The clone decisively shook his head and refused. I've long known how shameless I am, so my clone has made preparations for the backup plan, so that when I ask him to go to the front line to fight, he will have a reason to refuse. Bai Yen raised his eyebrows in surprise. Tell me about it. It's like this. More than 10 years ago, I captured those wandering dragon spirits and refined them into dragon puppets. After so many years of planning, the interior of the Dragon Valley has been infiltrated by our forces. The clone smiled smugly. It was just a dragon spirit seed in the foundation building stage, and it had no power to resist the clone with the strength of the golden elixir stage. To be on the safe side, the clone did not take action at the entrance of Dragon Valley, but instead set up a marking formation around it. Any dragon spirit species that leaves the Dragon Valley will be marked. Only after it is far away from the Dragon Valley will the clone sneak up and attack. The main point is to be cautious. Although I am stronger than you, I still want to launch a sneak attack and strive to suppress and refine it 100%. Over the past 10 years, he has refined at least 8,000 dragon spirit seeds. So, my lord, we can just steal the house. There's no need to get into a conflict. The clone talked freely. He told us everything we knew, including the information that the puppets were all over the 3 dragon kings. Bai Yen smiled when he heard this, as expected of me. The clone's mouth twitched when he heard this. This was clearly my doing, okay? You have no credit for it at all. Don't think I don't know what you've been doing all these years. Traveling and enjoying the scenery is so relaxing. Damn it, you just throw all the work to me and take it easy yourself. If I hadn't found some helpers, I would have quit sooner or later. The clone curled his lips. What are you mumbling about? I'll leave this matter to you. Get the life energy as soon as possible. Bai Yen glared at him. Okay, I'll do it as soon as possible. Besides, I don't think the dragon spirit species must be destroyed. It would be good to use it to replenish the human race's foundation. The clone pondered. If a person has been in a superior position for a long time, he will inevitably consider the entire race. Bai Yen pondered for a moment and nodded. The human race has changed a lot over the years. At least it's not as bad as it was when I first came here. That was a group of saintly people, all of whom I arrested and sent to labor reform. If they like kind people, I will assign them the heavy and tiring work. If they like helping others, I will give them the work of others. That's right. These guys have been living in comfort for too long and have forgotten how everything happened. Feel free to use any means you can, even killing a few occasionally is fine. For these guys, drastic measures are far more effective than gradual ones. Killing a chicken to scare the monkey is the most effective way for them. Bai Yen made a speech as the living devil. Indeed, I am aware of this matter. I have almost managed it over the years. The people in power were all brought up by me, so there won't be any problems regarding the arrangement of the dragon spirit. This is what I think. The magic in this world seems to be subtly mainstreamed. We can capture the dragon spirit species and cultivate them in the small world, and then give their offspring a contract magic. In this way, if the dragon spirit species wants to appear in reality, they must agree to the contract with the human race before they can come. As long as time is long enough, the arrogance of the dragon spirit species will be worn away, and it will slowly become a loyal pet of the human race. By then, the dragon spirit species will no longer exist, and all that will remain are the contracted beasts of the human race. The clone said cruelly. To destroy a race, you don't have to slaughter them all. You have to destroy their nature and tame their will so that you can defeat them without bloodshed. That's a good idea. Let's do it. If you need any help, you can ask me for it. Bai Yen thought it was good. Is this true? The clone was suspicious. He would rather believe that the sky had fallen than that the original body had changed its nature. Of course it's true. I will refine some pills and other things to assist you. Bai Yen nodded. The clone was speechless, just as usual. Chapter 343, The Crusade of All Races relieved the crisis for 229 years. The clone began to drive the dragon puppet into action. One by one, the innocent dragon spirits were lured out of the Dragon Valley and captured and refined by the clones that had been waiting in the outside world. When there are enough puppets, the clone will let them start exploring the location of life energy. The news came soon after. There is a life lake deep in the Dragon Valley, and there is a strange space at the bottom of the lake which is specifically used to store this energy. A slight overflow of the huge life force caused this originally ordinary lake to become a lake of life. The lake of life is guarded by the three dragon kings themselves. Currently, the dragon puppet cannot bypass the three dragons' eyes and get close to the life energy. Fortunately, we now know that the energy does exist and is not being used, which is great news for Bai Yen. I'm not afraid of you guarding it strictly, I'm just afraid that you'll use up all your energy. Under the intentional arrangement of the clone, the personal guards of the three dragon kings were also replaced by puppets one by one. Not now. The three dragon kings are like emperors whose imperial power has been stripped away. Before any news reaches the ears of the three dragon kings, it will be intercepted by the dragon puppet in advance, and will only be reported after verification. With their vision obscured, the dragon puppets in the Dragon Valley became a little more unscrupulous. They began to form cliques and factions, and internal conflicts began to gradually arise. A dragon shouted, the dragon spirits should not be hiding in the Dragon Valley in fear. Now that the divine spirits have been suppressed, this world should be the kingdom of dragons. The well-reasoned call made the already arrogant dragon spirits respond. After all, many dragon spirit species have learned about the suppression of the divine spirit species. In this case, in the current situation where the divine spirit species have not appeared, the dragon spirit species should be the strongest race, but now, as the strongest race, they are so timid and hide in their turtle shells. Where is the dignity of the dragon spirit clan? The clone began to control the puppet and intentionally released the outside world's reputation about the dragon spirit seed. For example, I heard that the dragon spirit species is just a beast with a false reputation, but its meat is delicious. If you have the chance, you can catch a dragon and roast it for dinner. The dragon spirit seed isn't as powerful as the legends say, otherwise it wouldn't have been hiding in the Dragon Valley forever. If the dragon spirits were to emerge, they wouldn't be able to take the second place spot. They would likely fall out of the top 10 and be replaced, etc. Rumors that deliberately belittled the reputation of the Dragon Spirit Clan reached their ears, and they were furious after hearing it. The current Dragon Spirit Clan became famous through one battle, but now, only a few hundred years have passed, and my reputation is so bad. If they don't come out and show their strength, the myriad races will not know to what extent they will be degraded. This is really too much bullying. They all spoke respectfully to the three Dragon Kings, requesting to be born, and the puppets did not stop them from making a fuss. After all, they were the ones who were fanning the flames behind the scenes. The three dragon kings were silent after learning the wishes of the entire dragon spirit species. When you are in a high position, you will find that the world is not as simple as you originally thought. The dragon spirit species should be recuperating now, rather than rashly leaving the barrier and coming out into the world. My foolish people, we must obey Lord Ramses's wishes. Do not venture outside the barrier until our strength has returned to its peak. The three dragon kings gave advice one after another, but when disputes arise, the power of the people is enough to overthrow the dragon king's rule. They strive to be born to shock all races, inform all races of the return of the dragon spirit species, show the power of the dragon spirit species, and quell the rumors from the outside world. The power and majesty of the dragon will not be allowed to be encroached upon by any living creature. They want to catch those who spread rumors, and they want to eliminate the culprits who fabricated them. They want to tell all tribes, when the dragon is angry, corpses will float for thousands of miles. Looking at this scene, the three dragon kings knew that it was impossible to suppress this turmoil. A strange feeling arose spontaneously. After all, the dragon spirit had always stayed away from the world, so why was there such turmoil? They felt as if a pair of big hands were pushing them towards the trap circle. The three dragons discussed countermeasures. Finally, under the growing anger, the three dragon kings chose to compromise. They have almost explored all the news from the outside world over the years. As long as the divine species does not suddenly appear, there will be no race in the world that can threaten them. As for the human race, which is now at its peak, although it is a bit of a headache, according to the results of the investigation report, there is no human race strong enough to rival the Dragon King. As expected, that human alien was just the only one. So, what's there to hesitate about? The three Dragon Kings chose to be born early in accordance with the general trend of the dragon spirit species. The barrier protecting the Dragon Valley disappeared one day, and a large number of dragon spirits began to pour into the outside world. They swam excitedly in the sky, enjoying the wind blowing past their ears and the dragon roars resounding through the sky. All races were surprised at the birth of the dragon spirit seed. Bai Yen laughed even more when he saw this scene. They will once again pay a heavy price for their arrogance this time. The pain of the past has not taught them to hide their weaknesses, so when disaster strikes, they cannot blame others for their schemes. Bai Yan no longer paid attention to this and took Zxan to continue traveling among all the races. Now all matters are under the full control of the clone, and it only needs to wait for the harvest. After being stuck in a state for a long time, there will finally be a breakthrough, relieve the crisis for 298 years. The clone that had been planned for a long time began to close the net, without the barrier. The dragon spirit species are just like turtles in a jar. What awaits them will be captured by humans, and then they will begin their captive life. The military flags fluttered in the wind and the sound of drums rose to the sky. The flags of all races are waved. Armies from various races marched out towards Dragon Valley. All races were extremely worried. During the years when they were taken over by humans, they had also anticipated such a day, but it had only arrived so quickly. Subjects of all races, carry the glory of humanity and conquer the evil dragons preparing to wreak chaos. They will pay a heavy price for their greed. The clone issues slogans of justice and creates a glorious image of itself. The leaders of all races have extremely complicated thoughts in their hearts. How could they not know that it is the human race that is fanning the flames? But things are different now. As a subordinate race, they have no choice but to obey the orders of their superiors. The army marched forward in a mighty force. The clone looked at everything with a satisfied smile. Myriad races? Just pawns. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. This is the symbol of power brought by strength. This long-lost feeling of being the demon lord really makes people miss it. In this situation, I should recite a poem. The clone pondered deeply. The little ink in his stomach left him speechless. That's not right. Didn't I inherit my elegant and poetic nature? I couldn't help but sigh and feel very disappointed. I missed this rare opportunity to show off. Author, no, I'm at a loss for words and too lazy to think. A few days later, the army approached Dragon Valley. The dragon spirits, who had already known the news, were on high alert. They didn't expect that they, who had just been born, would attract the attack of all races. As expected, after being silent for so long, all races have forgotten the power of dragons. Today they are going to massacre all races and establish the majesty of the dragon. Chapter 344, Capture the Dragon Spirit Seed. How dare the ant challenge the dragon? 10,000 dragons were angry. A dragon roars resounded through the sky. They roared, and the dragon's voice continued to attack the mighty army. The weak shed blood on the battlefield. The clone waved his hand. Rows of magic armies began to chant forbidden spells. The terrifying pressure caused lightning and thunder to appear in the clear sky. The dazzling magic circle slowly rises. The magic brewing by magic power is suspended in the sky. They locked onto the soaring dragons one by one. 13th level forbidden spell magic. Strike. Buzz. White light filled the sky. Rings of magic circles were activated instantly. Dense magical attacks began to bombard the dragon spirit species. The sound of explosions continued. Tragic dragon roars continued to sound. The huge body fell to the ground like raindrops. The air was filled with the smell of burnt meat. Even the dragon spirit species that prided itself on being strong was severely injured and on the verge of death. The 3 dragon kings roared. They flapped their wings and flew over the army. Endless dragon breath poured down the army. Well prepared, cast defensive spells. The clone even allowed the dragon puppet to take the opportunity to attack its own kind. The sudden change caused the faces of the 3 dragon kings in the battle to change drastically. They never dreamed that there would be a traitor within their own race. Looking at the well-organized army of all races, the 3 dragon kings suddenly realized that someone had been plotting all this behind the scenes. As early as the moment the dragon spirit species appeared on the continent, they had been targeted. Humiliation, anger, and frustration. Every emotion surged into my heart. Ha ha ha. What a plan. What a human. The 3 dragon kings laughed loudly, and then stopped abruptly. They looked around for human beings. As expected, from the rear of the army of all races, they saw the human army that had been watching the show and was on high alert. Seeing the 3 dragon kings' gazes converge here, the clone responded with a disdainful sneer. Mortals, prepare to face the wrath of the dragon god. Attack the human race with all your strength. The 3 dragon kings roared. The dragon spirits who received the order left the entangled army and attacked the human army that was released at the end. I dare to come here. Of course I have my support, stupid dragon. Set up the formation. The clone waved his hand. The armies of all races that had just been chasing them changed direction. By the time the dragon spirits came to their senses, they had already discovered that the armies of all races had surrounded them in a circle. The 3rd dragon king's expression changed drastically, not realizing that he had fallen into a trap again. Taking advantage of the anger of the dragon spirit species towards the human race lured them into the formation. From the very beginning, the human race planned to end up with this outcome: poor them, like puppets, always being manipulated by the other side. Breakthrough. The 3 dragon kings issued an order. Each of them led an army to break out in 3 directions. Now that we've entered the formation, no one can leave. Dragon prison formation, rise. The clone waved his hand. Each race began to activate the directional center of their own formation. Buzz. The space was silent for a moment. The dragon spirit species that were originally soaring lost the right to fly. Boom. One body after another fell down, raising thick dust. Within a few breaths, the formation was completed. The space was completely locked, and magic forbidden chains were spread throughout the formation. They locked onto the dragon spirit seeds one by one and bound them. The dragon spirits struggled hard, trying to break the chains with the strength of their bodies. Unfortunately, these chains are no ordinary objects, and no matter how hard they try, they cannot escape capture. A few minutes later, Tens of thousands of dragon spirit species were trapped and locked in the air from a distance. It looked like a spider web binding its prey, which amazed all races. Who would have thought that the second-ranked dragon spirit species would be defeated by the human race, and the role they play is nothing more than being cannon fodder, being driven like tools. All races suffered casualties, but only the human race, at the back, was unharmed. But no one dared to criticize the human race, as their vital points were in the hands of the human race, otherwise, he wouldn't be so obedient. Looking at the clone that slowly flew up with high spirits, all the races showed complicated expressions. If it weren't for this guy, they wouldn't have ended up like this. In the year 202 of the new calendar, an evil dragon attempted to emerge and disrupt the world. Humanity led all other races to attack it. However, the dragon was arrogant and conceited. Despite the warnings of all other races, he remained unmoved by his plans to cause chaos. Here, all the races joined hands to attack the evil dragon. Facing the attack of all the races, the evil dragon launched an attack, causing heavy casualties among all the races. At that time, the human race stood up and used the power of all races to launch the dragon prison formation, trapping all the evil dragons. From then on, the world was at peace. The clone narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. The sound was so loud that all races could hear it clearly. For a moment, everyone was silent. The three dragon kings widened their eyes in disbelief. The heaving of their chests was enough to show their anger at the moment. Despicable human race. What a false lie. I have forgotten everything the human race did hundreds of years ago. The three dragon kings roared. History is always written by the victors, and the losers deserve nothing but oblivion. If the roles were reversed one day, you would do something even more ruthless than this. However, we humans are merciful and will give you a chance to reform. As long as you, the dragon spirits, submit to us, we will consider letting you go. The clone said with a smile. Mortals, stop overstepping your bounds. Don't you know that hundreds of years ago, your ancestors humbly prayed to our dragon god for strength? Everything you do today is like an ungrateful stray dog, despised by all races. The three dragon kings roared, trying their best to expose the emptiness and meanness of the human race. Ah, really? Do you think so too? The clone asked with a smile to all the races below. All races lowered their heads and remained silent. How could they not know that what the dragon spirit seed said was true? But does it matter? Yes, it doesn't matter at all. Apart from the divine species that are still sealed, there is no other race that can compete with the current human race. Their lifeblood is still in the hands of humans. Even if the truth is like this, they still have to flatter humans in an extremely hypocritical way, turning black into white and the dead into alive. Shut up, evil dragon, don't even think about smearing the human race. How could we not know that this is your sowing of dissent? That's right, the greatness of the human race is beyond the comprehension of evil dragons like you in troubled times. It's better to be buried in the ground with your boring plans before you die. Don't believe the rumors. Humans are not that kind of race. All races criticized and accused the Dragon Spirit clan of wrongdoing. Seeing this scene, the clone laughed uncontrollably. Everyone says that humans are ugly, but don't they know that all races are the same kind of people? The three Dragon Kings felt dizzy listening to the criticisms from all the races. How foolish. How foolish. The clone's laughter suddenly stopped. I'll ask you again, surrender or die? The Dragon Spirit will never surrender even if it means death. The three Dragon Kings roared. The clone nodded in understanding, an expected answer. Then die. The clone used the magic of heaven and earth, and the giant hand that appeared in the sky directly crushed the three Dragon Kings. All races were terrified by this scene and were glad that they had not said anything bad about the human race. What about you? The clone looked at the other dragon spirit species and suppressed the smile on his lips. No matter how hard the bones are, they can rot from the inside. I surrender. The dragon puppets immediately expressed their stance. The dragon puppets that were exposed before were only a small part, and those that remained were preparations for this scene. Seeing that their fellow tribesmen agreed so quickly, the other dragon spirit species were afraid that if they responded too late they would follow the fate of the three dragon kings, so they also responded and surrendered. Chapter 345, Little Loli's unusual movements. Since then, the second place dragon spirit species has been taken by the human race. The human race's ranking was promoted to the second sequence. After that, the clone began to arrange his funeral affairs, took over all the dragon spirit seeds and began to open up a small world. Although he has only achieved the golden elixir stage at this time, as long as he absorbs the essence of life and advances to the spirit transformation stage, all problems will be solved. So the clone notified Bai Yen to come over. The latter was very satisfied after receiving the news. Under the leadership of a dragon puppet, Bai Yen entered the bottom of the lake of life. A small space? Looking at the fluctuating space cracks, Bai Yen had a rough idea in his mind. Without saying anything more, he passed through the space crack and reached the other end. The huge life energy completely overwhelmed him. Hiss. There are too many. My body is stuffed full. Pure life energy seeped into his body from every pore. Let him experience what it feels like to be intoxicated by life energy. Seclusion. Bai Yen didn't dare to delay any longer. If he didn't refine it quickly, he would be blown up by the energy. The 10,000 souls banner was summoned and floated above the heavenly spirit. Refine. In an instant, the 10,000 souls banner absorbed the life energy from the surrounding area and began to refine it into spiritual energy that poured down. Well, Bai Yan is in seclusion. ZXIN was in a daze, depressed, although there is another Bai Yan in the outside world. In her eyes, the two are different, and the Bai Yan in seclusion is her Bai Yan. Bai Yan's retreat made her feel a little overwhelmed and she didn't know what to do next. ZXIN still wants to explore the secrets of the heart. While Bai Yan is in seclusion, ZXIN wants to figure it out. ZXIN remembered the task given to her by the owner of the machine, but how to explore it, this is a secret that has troubled the mecha species for hundreds of years. How could it be so easily discovered? Bai Yan said that ZXIN had feelings for him from the beginning, but why couldn't ZXIN feel it? ZXIN touched her chest. This body was originally made based on a human model, so she also has a heart. Listening to the calmly beating heart, ZXIN felt confused. Bai Yan had been in seclusion for several months. ZXIN walked around the territory board. She had been here with Bai Yan before and visited every place, but at that time her eyes were always on Bai Yan, and she didn't pay much attention to the changes in the human race. Watching it again this time is like reliving the good old days. She saw the warmth of humanity in the lights of thousands of homes, and she also observed the territories of the human race in the old days. The human beings at that time had worried expressions, always thinking about the survival of the race, but now the human beings have no worried expressions on their faces, and all of them have happy faces. She saw the whole family reunited, eating and chatting together. Recalling the scenes of eating with Bai Yan, the corners of her mouth curled up. Slightly, she saw lovers laughing and hugging each other, and remembered that Bai Yan always liked to touch her head, and her face turned red unconsciously. Several more years passed. ZXIN also traveled through the human territory alone, but in this way, she seemed to be more and more confused. What was the meaning of everything these people did? Why do couples do certain things and why do they feel happy doing them? She began to observe the interactions between groups of couples. I discovered that each couple is very different from each other. Although they all have their own little secrets and quirks, they still have a lot in common, such as hugging, kissing, caressing, etc. She imagined scenes in her mind, imposing the actions of previous couples on herself and Bai Yan. Puff. The little girl's computer suddenly crashed, white steam came out of her head, and a blush crept up her cheeks. A lot of random words flashed across the purple eyes. My originally calm heart began to beat violently. Ha! Ha! ZXIN feels so uncomfortable. The little girl had never experienced such a scene before. She ran back to the secret room in a daze and locked herself in it. A clearly audible heartbeat echoed in the silent room. ZXIN's eyes rolled around and she waved her hands constantly, trying to drive away the images in her mind. It took a long time for her to calm down. Just thinking about the scene just now would make her blush uncontrollably. If Bai Yan did those things to me, puff. The little girl was so excited that she tilted her head and passed out. It took several more months to move around these days. ZXIN enjoys observing groups of couples. The ubiquitous cameras make all the couples' actions invisible, and all are recorded in the database by this little voyeur. It is said that this is to explore the mysteries of the heart, and anyone who knows the inside can know the little thoughts in the heart. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. Bai Yan's long period of seclusion made ZXIN miss him more and more, and the seeds that were once buried deep in her heart had already taken root and sprouted. That day, ZXIN did not wait for the news that Bai Yan had come out of confinement, but instead received contact from the owner of the machine. ZXIN didn't dare to delay and immediately agreed to connect. D10-101, how is the mission I assigned you going? The owner of the machine asked. Reporting to the owner, D10-101 is still under investigation, and the current progress is the same as before. ZXIN reported guiltily. The owner of the machine had no doubts. It was expected. If it was so easy to find out, it would not have troubled their entire race for hundreds of years. So it did not urge. What about Bai Yan? How has he been doing recently? Naturally, the actions of the human race a few years ago could not be hidden from the mecha species outside. So he was also clear about it. Bai Yan is in seclusion, and his release date is unknown. ZXIN replied, a hint of loneliness flashing in her eyes. The owner nodded, but he always felt that something was wrong with D10-101. Was it an illusion? D10-101, is there something wrong with your body? The owner of the machine asked. If there is a malfunction, it must be repaired quickly. After all, this mission concerns the entire race. No. It's okay, D10-101 is fine. ZXIN shook her head. A trace of suspicion flashed through the owner's mind. D10-101, are you hiding something from me? Something's wrong. The tone and way of speaking are completely different from before. No wonder I felt weird just now. The way he speaks is a bit like Bai Yan. ZXIN was shocked. She was indeed hiding something, which was that she had understood what love was, but she didn't want to share this feeling. This was a feeling between her and Bai Yan, and it was unique to them. Answer, D10-101 is following the instructions of the master. This action was also directed by Bai Yan. He said, since you have integrated into the human race, you must perform actions according to human behavior and habits. ZXIN responded, is that so? The owner of the phone felt like what Bai Yan said, and that's what he ordered, so the weird tone just now isn't a problem. Well, keep going. If you need anything, let me know. The owner of the machine instructed, D10-101 will complete the owner's request as soon as possible. The owner of the phone nodded and cut off the connection. ZXIN was stunned for a moment and then breathed a sigh of relief. She was almost discovered. Bai Yan, the little lowly murmured something and entered standby mode. Chapter 346, Incident relieved the crisis for 275 years. Bai Yan, who had been in seclusion for more than 10 years, finally absorbed all the life energy. As he came out of seclusion, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. The clone who was handling government affairs was stunned, then smiled with relief as he looked at the sudden change in the celestial phenomena in the distance. Then his breath gradually rose. Finally out of isolation? On the other side, Bai Yan stretched his stiff body. I've finally achieved a breakthrough and reached the middle stage of the spiritual transformation stage all at once. This time I've gained quite a lot. As soon as Bai Yan returned to the clanland, he was thrown into the arms of a figure. Bai Yan, you're finally out of seclusion. ZXIN rubbed her little head against the latter's chest. I almost forgot about you, little guy. More than 10 years have passed, and you're still so short. Bai Yan touched the other person's head and joked. ZXIN has been like this since she was born, and it won't change. Bai Yan has a bad heart. Zixin puffed up her cheeks. She had already mastered the knowledge of the human race, so she naturally understood that Bai Yan was making fun of her. Ha, if you eat more in the future, maybe you'll grow up. After all, didn't your master say that your model was designed based on human body data? Bai Yan smiled. The two chatted casually, and ZXIN seemed to have endless things to say. Bai Yan was surprised at the change in this little guy. He was not so clingy before. Okay, go back and wait. I'll go find my clone to find out what's going on. Okay, then Bai Yan, come back soon. Although ZXIN was reluctant to leave, she still went back and waited obediently. Looking at the little Lolita's back, Bai Yan was thoughtful and felt something was wrong. He was not the emotionally dull type of anime male protagonist. This strong favorability is too easy to detect. What an unexpected change. I guess I need to be more careful next time. I'd better cut it off before it takes too deep a root. Bai Yan shook his head helplessly and went to where his clone was. Finally I got out of confinement and saw that girl. The clone asked. Bai Yan nodded silently. Please pay more attention in the future. Now let's deal with the follow-up arrangements for the dragon spirit seed. The clone didn't want to say anything more. Just do as you said before. Bai Yan said. That's fine. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. We need to open up the small world as soon as possible. There are already hundreds of thousands of dragon spirits. If we don't control them now, they will become a huge threat to the human race when they become stronger. Yes, it won't take too long to open up the small world. 3 years is enough. Secondly, we need to tap into the racial talents of the people and develop a new system to strengthen the foundation of the human race. Bai Yan continued. That's fine, and I've already started on it these years ago. I've got some preliminary ideas. I call it the spiritual word system, which is similar to the effect of saying something and it happening. The strength of the effect depends on the spiritual power of the person who performs it. The spiritual power cultivation system of the fantasy species just makes up for this deficiency. When the two are combined, all problems are solved. The clone reported the progress. Well done. I've also seen the mental training methods of the fantasy species. Apart from being a little inefficient, there aren't any major problems. You can incorporate the mental training methods of the immortal cultivator into it. As it involves the development of a new system, Bai Yan also wants to make it as perfect as possible. The more perfect it is, the higher its upper limit will be. Otherwise, what is the point of developing a system with a low upper limit? I accept this point. Do you have anything to add? That's all for now. If you come up with a new idea, just decide on your own without notifying me. I'll check it out once it's fully developed. Bai Yan waved his hand. The two have a plethora of development plans. After a long time, Bai Yan got up and left. Several days passed in a flash. ZXIN has been a little uneasy these days because she has noticed that Bai Yan feels a sense of alienation towards her. On the surface, the two seemed as inseparable as they were more than 10 years ago, but in the past Bai Yan would often touch her head and have some physical contact. But now Bai Yan never did these things again, and tried to avoid physical contact as much as possible in every move. Unable to bear this feeling, ZXIN directly pulled Bai Yan to ask. Bai Yan, did ZXIN do something wrong to make Bai Yan dislike her? Please tell ZXIN. ZXIN tightly grasped the latter's sleeve, her body trembling slightly. Bai Yan was stunned. As expected, he was discovered. That's right, people in this state are very sensitive to some details. Why do you ask? Bai Yan pretended to be confused. Because Bai Yan has been away from ZXIN these days, ZXIN said cautiously. How could that be? I've just been a bit busy these days. ZXIN, you're worrying too much. How about this, I'll take you out this weekend to make it up to you, okay? Bai Yan smiled. Um. ZXIN nodded happily after hearing this. It seems that I was worrying too much. Bai Yen is still the same as before. Looking at the departing figure, Bai Yen felt helpless. It was really hard to fool him. It seemed that he could only find a suitable opportunity to reveal his cards directly and discourage the other party from doing so. A short pain is worse than a long one. Being timid is not like the Demon Lord's style. Another 2 days passed. As agreed, Bai Yen took ZXIN out to play after a long absence. At first, ZXIN was very happy, but as time went by, the little guy realized that something was wrong. Looking at herself walking ahead while falling behind, ZXIN fell silent. Fraud, she suddenly felt wronged, and her purple eyes were covered with a hazy look. What's wrong? Bai Yen in front noticed something and turned around to see a tearful figure. Bai Yen is a big liar. He clearly hates ZXIN, but he still lied to her and said he didn't have any. Bai Yen also knew that he could not fool people anymore, so he walked forward helplessly and squatted down. It seems that you really understand what love is. Well, is this why Bai Yen hates ZXIN? ZXIN asked anxiously. Yes and no. Bai Yen nodded and shook his head. Bai Yen, please don't hate ZXIN. ZXIN can do a lot of things. ZXIN can research how to improve energy conversion efficiency. ZXIN is also very capable in combat. ZXIN has many useful areas. The ZXIN database contains a lot of knowledge and data, and ZXIN tried her best to talk about her own strengths. Okay, it's not about these issues. I have never hated ZXIN from the beginning to the end. It's just that ZXIN's feelings for me will not be reciprocated. Since the beginning of my cultivation, I have abandoned the word love. I have experienced joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, but this word love is the only price I paid for embarking on my cultivation. ZXIN was a little confused. She didn't understand these things, nor did she understand the knowledge of the cultivation world. Bai Yen was somewhat helpless. He had no choice at that time. In order to survive, he can only grab whatever he could. As long as he can become stronger, he will practice anything. He is a grassroots rising star who wants to gain a foothold in the world of immortal cultivation and compete with the disciples of famous sections. The only way to quickly improve his strength and catch up is to fall into the devil's way. You say that the path of evil is shameful, what a joke. Those disciples who claim to be from famous and upright sects are doing things that are even dirtier than the path of evil. Their methods are not necessarily much better than those of the evildoers. So Zixin, let go of this relationship. Bai Yen comforted. No. Bai Yen only knows how to talk to himself. This feeling is earned by ZXIN, so he will not give it up. Bai Yen just wants to be the same as usual. As long as he is the same as usual, ZXIN will be satisfied. As ZXIN spoke, tears kept flowing. Bai Yen's mouth twitched. Is this possible? But theoretically there's nothing wrong with it, I just can't respond to feelings. You are quite good at sophistry, little fellow. A relationship that cannot end well is a torture. Are you sure? ZXIN nodded and looked at Bai Yen expectantly. Bai Yen sighed slightly, thinking it was no big deal. That he wiped away the other person's tears with his hands and rubbed his little head. The latter also became happy upon seeing this. That's good, ZXIN thought so in her heart. Chapter 347, The Strange Giant God Peak relieved the crisis for 272 years. Bai Yen opened up a small world and imprisoned all the dragon spirit species in the world. At first, those dragon spirit species fought desperately, but now Bai Yen has reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, facing a group of dragon spirit species in the foundation building stage. He can suppress them with just one hand. Between extinction and survival, they can only choose the latter, the arrogant dragon. Spirit species has since become a tool for the human race to enhance its strength. The spiritual language system is also under continuous development. Relieved difficulties for 265 years, Bai Yen began to extend his claws towards all races. In this life, he is the leader of the human race and should suppress all enemies in the world. All threatening races were dispersed. Their cultural heritage was destroyed, their language system was destroyed, and everything was done according to human standards. Speak the human language, learn the human culture, and integrate into the human life. At first, the progress was not very smooth, and all races rebelled, but in this world, strength is everything. You either agree or your clan is exterminated. There is no third way. Under the threat of genocide, all races had no choice but to agree, but they secretly swore that they would never abandon the heritage of their own race. Bai Yen disdained this silent resistance. No race is always united. There will inevitably be corruption and traitors within it. Bai Yen issued a series of decrees. Only those who have systematically studied human culture and mastered it can be competent for any job. The currency system circulating on the mainland is also produced and sold by humans. Workers with official positions are given preferential treatment by their families. All descendants of the myriad races must study at the Human Race Academy. Each decree directly determines the chronic death of all races, destroy its root cause and subtly change the descendants of all races, affecting every aspect of life. 250 years of relief. The initial voices of resistance gradually dissipated, because life is so beautiful nowadays, so beautiful that all races almost think that the war of races is over. The continent was unified by the human race, and wars between races no longer broke out. They don't have to worry about sneak attacks from other tribes, the food source is also very sufficient. The only drawback is that all of this is not earned through their own hard work, instead, it was obtained by surrendering to the human race. 30 years of relief, the Lingyan system is open and complete, the human race has started a trend of new systems, large numbers of people are learning the power of the new system. Since then, the spiritualist industry has emerged and occupied an important position in the following hundreds of years. 200 years of relief, after nearly 100 years of getting along. All races have become able to get along very harmoniously. Many ethnic groups are also proud of their human identity. That's right. Although I am not a human, I believe in my heart that I am a human, so I am a human. There are also many races with the ability to transform, and they have also transformed into the image of humans. On this continent, humans have become a hot commodity. There is an incarnation in human form, and he will be treated with unimaginable favor in many competitions. If two races of equal strength compete for the same position, the one with human form will stand out. As for fairness, everything here originated from the human race, and we humans are the embodiment of fairness, resolving difficulties for 190 years, nearly 100 years passed, and Bayan's strength gradually broke through to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. The sufficiency is too slow. Cultivating immortality in a world without spirits is countless times more difficult than in the Dharma ending age. The latter at least has spiritual energy, but the amount is scarce, and there is not a drop here. All races have been assimilated into the human race, and they can no longer use the lives of other races for sacrifice as before. The matter of spiritual energy revival must begin as soon as possible. Bayan muttered to himself, looking in the direction of Giant God Peak. He couldn't help but frown. In recent years, unusual movements have occurred on Mount Giant God, and the barrier maintaining the seal has been damaged. This is not a good thing. All races are improving their strength, and the divine species are no exception. Previous speculations about the old deisa's strength were based only on estimates from hundreds of years ago. After so many years, they could not have predicted how powerful the gods had become. The only good news is that the seal that can block the late stage of the god transformation has not been broken. So theoretically speaking, he has not been surpassed yet. Now it is a race against time to see who can improve their strength more effectively. In the end, thinking of this, Bayan didn't dare to delay. He began to order all races to prepare for the revival of spiritual energy. A large number of people are running around on the mainland, resolving difficulties for 180 years of preparations for the spiritual revival are progressing slowly. There is no other way. Many formation materials must be refined by Bayan himself. He was the only one refining the materials for the large formation that covered the entire planet, and he was simply too busy to handle it. But he is the only immortal cultivator in this world, and he cannot ask anyone else for help. 170 years of relief. The Western Continent's formation is well arranged. 150 years of relief. The East Continent's formation is well arranged. 130 years of relief. The Southern Continent's formation is well arranged. 110 years of relief. The Northern Continent's formation is well arranged. At this point, the only thing missing for the revival of spiritual energy is the central energy conversion device. Such a huge project cannot be undertaken by ordinary things. Zixin, how has your research been going these years? Bayan asked. I'm sorry, Bayan, the purple core is useless. With the current knowledge and computing power in the purple core database, it is impossible to create such a huge energy conversion device. Zixin lowered her head in shame. It's not your fault. After all, time is really tight. I don't know if I can make it before the god seed is born. Bayan fell into deep thought. Bayan, if Zixin can obtain the data processing capabilities and computing power of the entire mecha species, perhaps it can be accomplished. Zixin pulled the latter's sleeve. Is that so? Then I'll go talk to your master. Bayan said. Leave this matter to Zixin. I will convince the master of the machine. Zixin clenched her fists. Having stayed by the other person's side all these years, although life returned to normal, it stopped there. How can a girl who already understands love suppress this passionate feeling? The humanized girl also has human shortcomings, which is greed. She longs for emotional response and hopes that her relationship will eventually come to fruition. However, just as Bayan said 100 years ago, he would not respond to her feelings. She watched as pairs of lovers ran towards each other and had a happy ending. She also hoped for this, but was afraid that she would go too far and cause Bayan to be annoyed. Then even this little extravagant wish would disappear. For this reason, she could only timidly guard her current emotional territory. She didn't dare ask for more, even though her heart was overflowing with emotions. Even though she was tortured by these fiery emotions, she could only do so. There is no greater pain in the world than not being able to get the love you want. She tried her best to show herself and demonstrate her strengths, and as long as Bayan needed help, she would take it. However, over the past 100 years, Bayan no longer needed her as usual, and gradually she could only stay by his side silently. This is my chance to show myself. If I complete this task perfectly according to Bayan's personality, it wouldn't be too much to ask for a small request. The girl thought so in her heart. Chapter 348, Emotional Deprivation. 109 years of relief. Zixin returned to the Mecca alone to find the owner. This time, she was feeling a little uneasy. After all, she had completed the task assigned to her by the owner long ago. However, due to her selfishness and unwillingness to share her feelings, she had deceived her owner for more than 100 years. D10-101, do you have something to report? The owner of the plane leaned over and looked at ZXIN below. Reporting to the master of the machine, Bai Yen is currently preparing a huge project. This project involves the transformation of high and low energy, an energy system that does not exist in this world. In order to convert energy globally, a huge energy conversion device must be used. With the current data and computing capabilities of D10-101, it is impossible to produce this core device. ZXIN lowered her head. D10-101, you intend to draw upon the computing power of the entire armor species to create this core. The owner of the machine stared at ZXIN and said. Yes, ZXIN nodded nervously. No, the current priority for the mechas is to solve emotional problems, which requires a huge amount of computing power every day for calculations and simulations. The owner of the plane refused. ZXIN also guessed that this would be the case. Master, D10-101 has made some progress on the mission you assigned. The owner's eyes flickered. When did this happen? Why are you reporting it now? Because it's a recent development and was delayed by this massive project, it's a few days late. ZXIN replied calmly. D10-101. The owner was silent for a long time before spitting out a number. Suddenly, ZXIN's face changed drastically. Permissions expanded. Master Aircraft Owner. ZXIN wanted to resist, but as a mecha, she had the highest control authority and could not resist. In an instant, she lost consciousness, and her bright purple eyes became cold and lifeless, as if they were dead. Database unlocked. The owner gave the order, database unlocked, call up the historical records of the aircraft model over the past century. Records are being retrieved. Do you want to upload them to the main server? ZXIN said coldly. Upload. The owner gave the order. Uploading, please wait, a large amount of data flashed across the purple eyes. Upload successful, do you want to delete the original data? The owner of the phone took a look at the latter and did not respond immediately but checked the uploaded data information, along with the transfer of authority. All the data uploaded by ZXIN was absorbed by him, everything that happened in the past 100 years, the understanding and grasp of emotions, and ZXIN's passionate feelings for Bai Yen, all of them were obtained by the owner without reservation. Is this love? This feeling is so wonderful, even my cold body was warmed by this fiery emotion. D10-101, you really brought me a big surprise. Looking at ZXIN who was waiting below, the owner was very satisfied. The problem that had troubled her race for hundreds of years was solved just like that, and it was solved 100 years ago. However, the girl who had learned emotions actually deceived her master. Delete the original data. The owner gave the order, data being deleted, deleted successfully. Expand data permissions and execute the data writing interface. The data editing interface has been opened. Seeing this, the owner began to operate. The data of mecha species is equivalent to human memory. The writing of data also means the writing of memory. A long time after some operations, the owner restarted the D10-101. Buzz. Master, the owner of the machine. Well, go back and tell Bai Yen that the mechas will do their best to help him build the core device. The owner nodded, yes. ZXIN stood up and walked out after receiving the order. Looking at the departing figure, the owner of the plane showed a humane smile. The first phase of the experiment begins. After returning to the clan, ZXIN immediately found Bai Yen to report. The owner of the machine has agreed to help with the construction. ZXIN said expressionlessly. Really? That's great. This is all thanks to ZXIN's help. Bai Yen smiled and reached out to rub the other person's head, but the latter looked confused and didn't know what the point of doing this was. ZXIN, please pay more attention to this matter. I will go and deal with other matters related to the formation first. After a moment, Bai Yen withdrew his hand, stood up and gave instructions. Good. ZXIN agreed. After all, her mission was to help the other party. During the brief contact, Bai Yan's attention was all on the formation, and he didn't notice ZXIN's changes. The girl's original memory has been changed, and her passionate feelings for Bai Yen have also been deleted, leaving only her understanding of basic emotions. The big and small matters that they once dealt with day and night have also been downplayed, leaving only a vague outline of the process. Bai Yen left, looking at the departing figure. ZXIN unconsciously stretched out her hand to keep him, but the hand she stretched out was frozen in the air, and no sound of trying to keep him could come out of her throat. In a trance, she felt that she had lost something very important. She wanted to recall it, but after searching through all the data in the database, she could not find what she had forgotten. This data does not exist in the database, which means that I have not lost anything. Strange, why does ZXIN feel uncomfortable? ZXIN couldn't help but cover her chest. A blurry image flashed through my mind, and I didn't know whether it was the residual trace of data or the body's muscle memory. The purple eyes became hazy, but there was no sadness on his face. Crystal clear tears kept flowing down, as if reminding me of something, but what was it? Is ZXIN crying? Why is she crying? The girl kept wiping her tears. This feeling was so strange, beyond her understanding. Mechas wouldn't cry, so why would she cry for no reason? Are you sad? But he couldn't feel it, and his expressionless face said it all. It took a long time before the tears stopped. There's something wrong with the purple core machine. We need to contact the owner for repairs. After tidying herself up, the girl wanted to contact the owner of the phone, but I found myself resisting instinctively. Why would I resist contacting the owner of the phone? Questions kept popping up one after another, which further confirmed that there was something wrong with my body. So I suppressed my instinctive resistance and contacted the owner of the phone. D10-101, what's the matter with contacting me? The owner of the phone was also very surprised at this time. It had only been such a short time and they actually contacted him. Reporting to the master, there is a problem with the D10-101 aircraft. I request an inspection. ZXIN reported. Is there a problem? The owner of the machine was stunned. No way, the problem occurred in just a short while, this won't do. My experiment still needs to go on, and the protagonist cannot have any problems. So he immediately scanned and checked it. There's no malfunction either externally or internally. Open the database so I can check. The owner of the machine said, yes. ZXIN wanted to open the database, but found that the body's resistance this time was many times stronger than the previous time. For the first time, a look of pain appeared on the girl's face. Looking at this scene, the owner suddenly realized something and a smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect that the first phase of the experiment would make such rapid progress. Okay, no need to open it, you are not malfunctioning. The owner of the machine said. But, why is D10-101 feeling pain? The girl asked. Well, recently, the race has been working on the emotional aspect, and all models have been able to access emotional matters. Since this is the adaptation stage, it's normal for emotions to fluctuate. The owner of the machine lied. So that's how it is, the girl felt relieved. It turned out that everything was normal and there was no problem with ZXIN. Well, that's good to know. So everything will continue as usual. If you have any other questions, please contact me as soon as possible, okay? The owner of the machine asked, yes. The two quickly cut off contact. There's nothing wrong with ZXIN. ZXIN patted her cheeks to calm herself down. That strong feeling of sadness was also suppressed in my heart. Chapter 349, The Divine Seed Breaks the Seal. 100 Years of Relief. The core device of the formation is progressing very smoothly, and it is estimated that it will be fully built in a few years. After several years of getting along, Bai-Yen also discovered that ZXIN was a little strange. There is no need to guess who is behind this. Race injustice, the small self and the big self, which race can stay out of the mud? Looking at the bright moon outside the window, Bai-Yen returned to being alone. Ever since he discovered something was wrong a few years ago, Bai-Yen has deliberately kept ZXIN away. At present, matters concerning the formation are of utmost importance, and it is not advisable to fall out with the mecha species. Bai-Yen, there was a call from outside the door. The soft humming sound instantly let the latter know who was coming. Bai-Yen was a little surprised, as they hadn't seen each other for several years since then. The other party had never contacted him, and he thought it would continue forever, but he didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to contact him at this time. Execute the command, squeak. Bai-Yen pushed the door open and walked out. What is it? Bai-Yen looked at ZXIN calmly. ZXIN opened her mouth, unable to spit out the bitterness in her heart. Ever since she discovered something was wrong with her and sought out the owner for repairs a few years ago, she has been tormented by the inexplicable emotions deep in her heart every day, and the longer she was separated from Bai-Yen, the more unbearable it became. The girl didn't understand why it was like this. She wanted to ask Bai-Yen, but Bai-Yen had been deliberately avoiding her during this period. Today she finally waited for Bai-Yen to come back from outside, so she went to his house immediately, but when she stood in front of the other person, all the words in her heart were stuck in her throat and she couldn't say them. I just wanted to report to you on the progress of the device production. Now the external devices are ready, and the only thing missing is the core server. ZXIN swallowed her question and changed the topic. Looking at the girl who was speaking insincerely, Bai-Yen was speechless. ZXIN looked up at the other person cautiously, and found that the other person was staring at her, so she quickly lowered her head in panic. The poor acting looked quite funny, but Bai-Yen couldn't laugh. Okay, I understand. You can go back. After a long time, Bai-Yen responded. There was no way for the other party to refuse, so Bai-Yen turned around and was about to close the door. Etc. ZXIN quickly grabbed the other person's sleeve. She was also shocked by her own bold action. Why did it seem so familiar and so skilled? Anything else? Bai-Yen turned and looked at the other person. ZXIN pursed her lips and walked forward as if she had made up her mind. He hugged the other person in response to the latter's surprised expression. What a familiar embrace, as if I have seen similar scenes in my dreams over the years. A moment later, I felt a gentle touch on my head. A series of feelings including comfort, warmth, and security surrounded her, making her unconsciously squint her eyes and enjoy it. Thanks a lot. After hugging the other person for a while, Bai-Yen pulled her away from his arms. ZXIN looked reluctant and didn't understand why this happened. Go back. Bai-Yen sighed silently. ZXIN bit her lip to hold back the tears that were about to flow. Over the years, she couldn't remember how many times she had cried, and each time she used the emotional adjustment period to numb herself, but if it happens once, it may be a coincidence. But if it happens dozens or hundreds of times, will it still be a coincidence? Her original data was just changed, not that she lost her intelligence, and she also had her own unique obsession with Bai Yan. The girl also had some vague guesses, otherwise she would not have made such a bold move today. Looking at the girls departing back, Bai Yan's eyes were cold. I thought the other party had no intention of racial conflict, but now it seems that they are just poisonous snakes hiding in the dark. This is a ridiculous alliance, just wishful thinking in the face of racial confrontation. Perhaps the other party was willing hundreds of years ago, but now, the other party has new ideas. In the current situation where all races are suffering and only the armored race remains aloof, coupled with the acquisition of emotions, the other party's greedy nature is gradually exposed. Right now, the priority is to deal with the old dais. At least so far, the two sides haven't torn each other apart and are still on the same side. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. A boom. A loud noise caught the attention of all races. I saw a beam of light rising from the giant god's peak. The barrier that sealed the opponent was shattered like paper at this moment. Suddenly, the faces of all races changed drastically, and the divine species broke out of the seal 100 years ahead of schedule. A series of original plans were disrupted. Bai Yan also immediately unified the human race to prepare for the racial war that might happen at any time. Damn it, if it's just a year or two later, the formation will be able to activate. By then, let alone the divine species, I will be invincible even if I become an enemy of all races. Bai Yan frowned. Humanity. It's time to settle everything. The majestic proclamation resounded throughout the world. A pair of giant palms slapped towards the human territory. Boom. For a moment, the earth shook, the dust settled, and the human race's territory was safe and sound. It turned out that the clan's protective formation was at work. The golden barrier made the giant palm fail in its attempts to strike back several times. All races gather. Assist the human race in defeating the gods. The clone gave the order. All races began to mobilize. This time was different from the past. A happy and fulfilling life now made most races very satisfied. I have long forgotten about the war between races. Since I can't defeat the human race, I will just enjoy myself. And now that the divine species has returned with great force, the peaceful days have been broken. When the human race falls from the altar, the myriad races that are subordinate species will not be much better off. Secondly, the spirit species also had a part in the blood feud of the ancestors. Even if the human race was adding fuel to the fire, in the final analysis, it was the spirit species that committed the killing spree. The war is about to break out. Countless attacks hit the giant god's peak. This time, the divine spirits on the giant god peak also appeared out of nowhere. With a wave of the hand, the stars move and the day and night change. Countless stars descended from the sky. The corridor of divine power in the body was activated, and a blow carrying endless divine power was launched. All things are annihilated here, and the stars become dim. After hundreds of years of painstaking research, the already powerful divine species has become even more powerful. They could have broken the seal of the outside world long ago, but in order to prevent any accidents, the arrogant gods chose to hide their abilities. They worked hard to improve themselves, vowing to avenge the conspiracy. After resolving the attacks of all races, the gods launched an attack on the human race's territory. A dazzling column of starlight shot up into the sky and completely engulfed the human race's territory. Boom. The beam of light continued to output. The protective formation also became shaky. Crack! A crack appeared on the barrier, followed by a chain reaction. Cracks covered the entire barrier like a spider web. The faces of everyone inside changed drastically. Alas, a silent sigh sounded. Bai Yan knew that he could not hide any longer. He did not expect that the divine species were so powerful nowadays. As the emperor of my clan, I shall bring eternal peace. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast dharma of heaven and earth burst out of his body. Disperse. Follow the laws of heaven and earth and utter the great maxims. The starlight column with endless majesty dissipated. Everyone cheered in unison. Thank you, human emperor. Since his clone took over the human race, he has changed the title of leader to the human emperor. The emperor of a clan enjoys the luck of the clan and is accompanied by the imperial aura. When the luck is at its peak, he is invulnerable to all kinds of attacks. Chapter 350, Big Battle. All races thought that it was the clone who took action. After all, only the human emperor had such strength. Their guess was half right. After all, the clone was also Bai Yan. Bai Yan walked into the hall. The entry of outsiders made the top management look at them sideways. It's that time again. The clone sighed and stood up and walked towards the other party. Under everyone's surprised gaze, the clone's appearance changed back to its original form. This battle cannot be underestimated. We must go all out. Bai Yan also felt a sense of emotion. Then I'll leave it to you. When the time comes, please call me out and don't give me the trouble of managing the race. The clone complained. As soon as the words fell, the two figures gradually merged. Its aura also soared directly to the early stage of returning to the void. The clone's insights and memories over hundreds of years made Bai Yan's eyes gradually brighten. Human emperor? Everyone whispered tentatively. Unite the army and help me defeat the gods. Bai Yan did not become arrogant because of his breakthrough in strength, and he used all the power he could. This sense of familiarity and the pressure from the superiors allowed everyone to confirm the other party's identity. Yes. The army that had been assembled long ago rushed out of the tribe's territory with an order and headed towards the giant god peak. Bai Yin flashed and appeared in the sky above the outside world. The gods also looked over, feeling the powerful aura emanating from Bai Yin. Many divine species couldn't help but frown. Is there another capable leader for the human race? I thought that after that battle, the human race had lost its arrogance, but I didn't expect that it would become hundreds of times stronger than before. No matter what, the divine beings will not foolishly wait for the other party to come to their door. They all attacked the army directly. Spiritual words: army, step out. At a command, hundreds of thousands of square-shaped military columns moved forward. The synchronized footsteps sounded like thunder. Recite. The order was issued. The spiritual power of hundreds of thousands of troops converged and gathered. Lingyan, retreat. Buzz. An invisible wave swept past. All attacks from the gods dissipated. Recite. Orders continued to be issued. Spiritual words: the stars move and the constellations turn. Buzz. The pitch-black night was suddenly filled with the bright sun. The gods were shocked that such a tiny person could have such great power. Recite. Spiritual words: spatial shift. Buzz. There was a spatial fluctuation, and the human race, along with the armies of all races, arrived directly at the foot of the giant god peak. Return to the team. The Lingyan army received an order to retreat to the rear of the main army. Even though it was only launched a few times, the consumption almost drained the Lingyan army. And now that their role has been taken effect, they only need to recover their energy and spirit behind the army and wait for the right time to take action. Looking at the dazzling sunlight, the god smiled. Your background is nothing but what we can easily do. The stars appear. With a wave of his hand, the sun in the sky turned into a dark night. The brilliant starlight descended from the sky, bathing the giant god peak in it, as if covered with a mysterious veil. The mighty power from the stars also continued to wash over the nearby armies. Bai Yin in the air slowly opened his eyes. If we don't take action now, when will we? The sound of the torrent echoed throughout the continent. The owner's eyes flickered when he saw this, but he finally issued a blocking order. Receive. Implement planetary blockade. The mechas that had been waiting outside the starry sky started up one after another. Countless mecha armies came from all directions. Dense black dots formed a cube matrix that surrounded the planet. Light anti-start. Plan 1, Devouring Light. Codename, Destroyer. Inside the planet, without the light source, everything fell into silence. The pitch-black darkness where one could not see one's hand in front of one's face made the gods a little stunned. Their gazes were fixed on the mecha species outside the starry sky. The angry ones tried their best to strike out in an attempt to break the blockade, but the plan that the mecha race had been planning for hundreds of years could not be broken by such a light blow. Warning: an unknown attack has been detected. Analysis of the energy system. Analysis successful. Divine power. Execute energy decomposition transfer. Buzz. The terrifying attack was like raindrops hitting the sea, unable to create even a single wave. The gods frowned. It was beyond their plan that the mecha species that had never been seen before actually had such strength. They tried to call upon the power of the stars. Plan 2, Energy Storage, codename, Dormant. The power of countless stars was analyzed, absorbed, and stored by the mecha species. Seeing that the power of the stars could not enter, the gods also gave up one of their trump cards. Don't you think you've won? Today, I will show you the inviolable power of the gods. The gods activated the divine patterns in their bodies. In an instant, infinite divinity surged. The dark planet also became bright. Seeing this, the human leaders did not dare to delay and immediately ordered the army to attack. Countless divine magic and forbidden magic attacked the gods. The huge divine body destroyed these attacks with just a wave of its hand. The gods attacked the army one after another. Humph! Don't you think that our human race has no emperor? The emperor shoulders the crisis of the clan and maintains eternal peace. Bai Yin released a powerful aura. He alone resisted this attack that could have wiped out his entire clan. Everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Attacks were launched tirelessly at the gods. The spiritual master, who had recovered as before, stepped forward to attack again. Spiritual words: kill the gods, puff. With one strike, hundreds of thousands of spiritual masters vomited blood. Although the backlash force is strong, the opponent will not feel good either. Even if he couldn't kill the gods with one strike, he could still make several gods bleed. The army was overjoyed to see that the attack was effective. Compared to attacks like magic that could be easily blocked, the power of spiritual words is hard to defend against. And the goal is to exchange injury for injury. You must know that everyone in the human race today is a spiritual master, and the hundreds of thousands of troops are just a part of them. Although everyone has different military branches, it doesn't mean they don't know how to do it. In an instant, all the generals changed their strategies and adopted the method of spiritual words. Recite. The generals roared with all their might. Spiritual words: kill God. The resounding voice resounded through the heavens and earth once again. Puff. Millions of troops were devastated by the backlash. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Hundreds of gods were also seriously injured and bleeding. The wounded were carried to the rear, and millions of troops marched forward again. The gods were frightened and rushed to stop it. A powerful attack came, and Bai Yin blocked it again. Everyone looked at their own emperor with fiery eyes. Recite. The generals roared with hoarse throats. This attack was the last strength of the human race. The generals also joined the ranks of the spiritual masters. Spiritual words: destroy God, puff. Everyone collapsed helplessly. All the races that were ready to go quickly transferred the human army to the rear for rest. Their passion was also infected by the human army, and they took over the front line despite the pressure from the gods. Bai Yan fought with a large number of divine species. Streams of light kept streaking across the sky. Waves of waves swept around. As the fight went on, Bai Yan's suppressed murderous aura was also aroused. The scarlet eyes, coupled with boundless demonic energy, made him look like a living demon lord. Chapter 351, Gods. All the gods were shocked, too strong, many times stronger than the previous human leader. If they lose this battle, the divine species will be doomed to eternal damnation. The gods no longer hid their abilities and activated all the corridors of divine power that had been excavated. The enormous divine power went straight into the sky. The gods bathed in pillars of light emitting divine radiance. With a wave of his hand, the clouds and mist were swept away, and the sky, which had lost its light source, now turned into a golden ocean. The infinite pressure made all the tribes below unable to stand up. Hurricane Lingling hit Bai Yan directly, making his sleeves rustle and his long black hair flutter in the wind. Stand up. The majestic voice resounded throughout the universe. The great teachings go straight into the hearts of all living beings. The myriad races that had just been oppressed to the point of suffocation lost all restraints. They looked at the human emperor in the sky with fiery eyes. One person faced tens of thousands of gods without fear. Follow the destiny of the human race and help our emperor defeat the gods. All members of the human race knelt down, and a surge of energy and spirit burst out from their bodies. Now all members of the human race are seriously injured and have no strength to fight, so at this critical moment, they offered their remaining luck and power. Strands of golden light continuously flowed into Bai Yan's body. Offer the Heavenly Fox clan's luck to help the human emperor defeat the gods. Donate the forest to cultivate the clan's fortune and help the emperor defeat the gods. This battle concerns the survival of all races, so they also offered their own clan's luck to assist Bai Yan. Looking at this scene, the gods looked grim. The sacrifices of all races directly leveled the scales that were supposed to be tilted. Bai Yan's aura also directly relied on the huge power of luck to directly leap to the initial stage of He Dao. Although the term 10,000 races sounds very grand, after the destruction of the world, the population of each race is only between tens and millions. In addition, this world is just beginning to be created, so the total amount of luck is limited. Secondly, luck is not refined, but assisted, so naturally the realm does not cross too much. That's enough, Bai Yan grinned out. He grabbed a god from a distance with one hand. The latter looked terrified. It happened too fast, and he had no time to react. The next moment, he felt a huge force coming from his head. A puff. The head was crushed and the divine blood spilled onto the ground. God? Nothing better than this. Bai Yan looked disdainful. The gods were shocked and angry when they heard this. Human, we admit that you are powerful, but do you think that this is all the power of a god? Bai Yan narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. This confidence was definitely not groundless. In his heart, he was secretly cursing the owner of the mecha type for not activating the divine power corridor sealing technology until now. The owner of the phone is still waiting and watching. Over the years, he has indeed developed the technology to seal the corridor of divine power, and now he is considering whether to use it. At present, it seems that the myriad races and the divine species are evenly matched, so he is not in a hurry to use it. It will not be too late for him to take action until both sides are defeated or the human race falls into a slump. However, the fact is that once some things are missed, it is too late to make up for them. The gods looked at each other, as if they had made some kind of decision. Call our gods. The power of the gods converges. A beam of golden light shot up into the sky. Even the mechas blocked outside the starry sky cannot intercept this powerful force. Let this force tear a big hole in the hole. Buzz. A whisper from the soul came from the vast starry universe. Everyone felt dizzy and Bai Yan's face became serious. He had just tried to interrupt, but it was of no use. The gods seemed to become ethereal, and all attacks passed through their bodies. At this moment, the gods have gradually faded. As he disappeared, he looked at Bai Yan and the myriad races below with a mocking expression. Only the mecha army at the front lines knew what happened outside the starry sky. At this moment, the owner of the machine already felt a sense of powerlessness. Looking at the gradually solidifying figure, the owner of the aircraft realized that the situation was out of control. The monitoring screen. A god whose head is as big as an entire planet stands upright in the starry sky. The owner of the machine directly performs big data simulation calculations. Hundreds of millions of computer simulations of battles have all ended in failure without exception. There's no chance of winning. The owner of the machine was silent. At this moment, accompanied by the solidification of the gods, all living beings inside the planet saw the horrifying scene. His eyes were like the sun in the sky, and his breath stirred up changes in the atmosphere. Everyone looked desperate. How could they win? Human Emperor Bai Yan, this time it's my fault. The owner's voice sounded in Bai Yan's ears. He made voice calls through a tiny device. Why didn't you activate the divine power corridor to seal it just now? Bai Yan spoke calmly. It was too late to say anything now that things had come to this. He naturally understood what the owner of the machine was thinking, but he still couldn't help but question him. That wasn't my intention. To be honest, I kind of regret it. I regret making a promise with Xu Yuan. If I hadn't participated in the racial war, maybe things wouldn't have gotten to this point. The owner of the machine sighed. What about the background of your mecha species? Background: the owner of the phone looked at the surveillance footage. The god in the picture directly grabbed and blew up all the mecha armies outside the starry sky with one hand. Since then, the surveillance screen has become a piece of snow. No chance of winning. The owner's tone was desperate. Bai Yan was silent for a while. The only way for him to survive now was to revive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He could pour the revived spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body and force his realm to surge. In this way, he might not be unwinnable. As long as the formation is activated, there is still a chance of winning. Bai Yan took a deep breath. Why are you so sure? Even if we convert a higher level of energy, it will be useless. The qualitative gap between the two sides cannot be bridged. The owner of the machine asked. Because, in this battle, there is only victory. The owner of the machine was stunned. Yes, there is only victory. If you lose, everything will be wiped out. Okay, I'll activate the formation for you now. The owner seemed to have made up his mind that he didn't understand where Bai Yan's confidence came from, but since the birth of the human race, too many miracles have happened, so this time he could only stand on the side of the human race. The master dispatched all mechas in the base camp to various locations in the formation. After summarizing the data, the owner also came to a conclusion. Only the core device is left unfinished, but if we make it now, it will take more than a year, which is simply too late. After a simulation calculation, the owner made a decision. All mechas head to the core of the formation. The order was given, and in an instant, mechas from all over the world took off into the AIR.AS. The space device was opened, all the mecha types gathered together at once. The machine core is deployed. The host is connected. In an instant, all mecha types were connected together to form a computing network. Integrate into the formation and replace the core. All models are integrated into the core of the formation. Buzz. The return of the core gave the formation an axis to start moving. Rise. The formation began to operate, and the owner of the main machine was not having an easy time either. The calculation pressure was too great, and he had to control so many types of mechas, and the data was constantly running wild. In order to maintain the operation of the formation, the owner of the machine has no choice but to grit his teeth and calculate. A huge data torrent hit the main server, and the data flow from it flowed into all models. A large amount of garbled characters appeared, and the owner was a little overwhelmed. Don't want. Among the many models, a purple eye opened. The owner was a little surprised. What happened to this D10-101? Logically, he should have taken over it and turned it into a mindless calculator. However, this is also a godsend opportunity. As long as there is an organic model to replace him in the core, he can concentrate on dealing with the data pressure. D10-101, I have a task for you now. The owner ordered. Chapter 352, Powerful God's Master, ZXIN, who had recovered from her shock, looked at the other person with some panic. It turned out to be a blessing in disguise. The data chaos in the main server forced her to retrieve the original data that had been cleared. However, the current situation is not optimistic. The movements of all types of mechas are connected together and assembled into the core of the formation. Perhaps it was a hasty decision. The transformation efficiency required by the formation was very high, causing them, as the core, to be in an overloaded state. If this continues, they, as the core, will inevitably not be able to bear the overload and die. This kind of death is a real death. Now the main server is overwhelmed, data is running wild, the core is overloaded, and the model data cannot be backed up. Once destroyed, it can never be restored. D10-101, I will now grant you control. You must take control of all mecha types and withstand the pressure of the formation data flood. The owner's order came. Master, ZXIN opened her mouth but couldn't say no. She knew that even if she refused, it would be useless as the other party would still force her to execute the order. In human terms, this is fate. Perhaps it is God's will that the mechas must pay the price for their past mistakes. The owner of the machine sighed that if the divine power corridor had been activated to seal it immediately, those gods would not have been able to summon such a terrifying deity. After this battle, everything about the mecha species will be reset. As the owner of the plane, he should have been responsible for the fault, but he could not die. His death would mean the destruction of the entire mecha species. The mecha species does not rely on reproduction like other races, but on the autonomous evolution of its main body. D10-101, as an individual, you may blame me. After all, I was the one who cleared your original data. But you must remember your identity. You are a member of the mecha species. I will not give up the interests of the entire race for the interests of your one model. The first phase of the data clearing experiment was to verify the theory related to emotion in data. You have proved with your actions that feelings are not a string of cold data. Even if the original data is deleted, even if everything is forgotten, the feelings in your heart still exist. The mecha species uses data as a practical theory, which also tells us that not everything in the world can be measured by a string of cold data. It also paves a path for the mecha species to re-evolve. Therefore, I thank you for everything you have done, but at this moment when the world's survival is at stake, when all races are about to be annihilated, only the sacrifice of the entire mecha species can save it. Even though I don't know what the outcome will be, I choose to trust Bai Yan. The owner of the machine expressed his heartfelt emotion. ZXIN cried silently upon hearing this, tears wetting her cheeks like raindrops. ZXIN doesn't want to die. ZXIN doesn't want Bai Yin to die either. She understood that there were two paths before her, but she could only choose one. That is, if the mechas don't die, everyone will perish together. The second option was the only one. In order for Bai Yin to survive, she chose to sacrifice herself. ZXIN understands. ZXIN will do as the master says. ZXIN forced a smile, looking at the scene in front of him. The owner of the phone felt a little touched. Perhaps he didn't need to be so ruthless at the beginning. Please, the owner sighed. Authority expanded. Grant Model D10-101 the authority to command all mechas. Master server authorized. Movement authorization. Assigning permissions, awarded successfully. In an instant, ZXIN felt that she had the power of life and death over all mecha types except the master. She can move everything at will, she can give any order. The owner of the plane watched her silently from the side. After a moment, ZXIN came to her senses and took the initiative to connect all the movements. A massive torrent of data began to flow through her machine. Under pressure, she connected to the original interface of the data torrent. As the outlet was connected, the pressure on the owner was instantly reduced. The latter did not dare to delay and began to mobilize the formation to transform the energy of heaven and earth. Buzz. A dazzling light shot up into the sky. It runs through the universe like a pillar in the sky. The gods from beyond the starry sky cast their gazes upon us, without any explanation. He just poked me with his finger. This finger carries infinite power. What a scene that is. The huge planet now looked like a normal basketball in the eyes of the other party. One of his fingers was as unstoppable as if it went through a basketball. Bai Yin dared not sit idly by, carry a 3-foot-long sword and face the challenges head-on. His frail body was smaller than an ant under the divine finger. The divine patterns on the divine finger are clearly visible to all living beings. A ravine with divine patterns appeared on the planet as a huge canyon. As the demon lord of this era, I now bear the lives of all people on my shoulders. If one day, the human race begins the era of imperial rise, my name will be on the monument of immortality. Bai Yin laughed, with disheveled hair and a demonic aura. He doesn't look like a human emperor at all. All the tribes below knelt down in worship. We are with the human emperor. They turned a blind eye to the monstrous demonic energy. In their eyes, Bai Yin was the human emperor. He fights for all living beings in the world. Great kindness. When the gods rebel, I will kill them with my demonic blood. Buzz. The monstrous demonic energy transformed into a flash of cold light. He struck the attacking divine finger with all his might. In an instant, the heaven and earth shook, and the aftermath flattened the atmosphere in the sky, and the stars outside gradually became visible. The dark starry sky was exposed, and the appearance of the gods was seen directly by all living beings. His eyes, without any sadness or joy, stared directly at the person who blocked his attack. The next moment, the finger turned into a palm. The huge palm was like the collapse of heaven and earth, covering the sky and the sun. 16 demonic styles. Reversal of yin and yang. Bai Yin's pupils turned pitch black, and the calm surroundings suddenly became gusty with strong winds. The cold wind howled and thousands of ghosts cried. Endless demonic energy continued to gather into piles. Exorcise ghosts and exorcise gods. The demonic energy solidified into a living god. It's a pity that the current realm is limited, and the summoned demon god cannot look down on the gods outside the universe. The demon god stood tall, thousands of feet tall, holding a giant axe and chopping at the giant palm cut. Bai Yin is so big, this blow pierced through the universe. People in later generations commented sharply. In ancient times, an evil god came to the world, and an endless giant palm covered the starfield, blocking the sky and covering the earth. All living beings would never see the light of day. The first generation of human emperors stood up. He held the giant axe of creation in his hand and separated yin and yang with one blow. The giant palm covering the endless star field was split open, and all living beings were able to see the light of day. This is commonly known as, the human emperor opens the sky. A boom. The giant palm of the god was split apart, and a large amount of divine blood spilled. Like a bloody rain, the expressionless face finally moved, and the eyes filled with endless anger stared at Bai Yin fiercely. When the gods are angry, all living things will perish. The god raised his fists and smashed the entire planet. If the attack succeeds, the planet will definitely be blown up. Bai Yin's eyelids twitched as he watched. The Hadao stage can indeed explode a star, but it is not a direct blow. With the physical body, even if he can dodge, all races will be destroyed. Chapter 353, Spiritual Energy Revival. Bai Yin, the formation has been activated. It will take a month for the full recovery of spiritual energy to succeed. Comprehensive spiritual energy recovery means that when the concentration of spiritual energy in the world reaches a certain threshold, there will be no need for formation transformation, and the high concentration of spiritual energy will autonomously stimulate other energies to transition, that is, energy particles in a low-level, high-energy, unstable state transition to spiritual particles in a high-level, high-energy, stable state. Bai Yin reacted instantly after hearing this. Directly cross the space and arrive at the center of the energy inlet. Now pour all the transformed spiritual energy directly into my body. Bai Yin said with a laugh. The owner of the machine did not hesitate and did not explain the consequences of doing so. In the face of the crisis, the only way was to fight to the death, and it would be useless to say anything. Buzz. A large amount of spiritual energy poured down like the Milky Way, and Bai Yen endured the pain of swollen meridians. Practice the great love magic scripture for me. The surging demonic energy reached the sky. It is said to be the Great Love Demonic Sutra, and the first page of the mental method is about the path of love. With every strike, the strength explodes exponentially. After practicing till now, Bai Yanjian only has joy, anger, sorrow and happiness left. He would never cut these four. He had not forgotten the original intention of his cultivation. If he cut even these four, would he still be a human being? Let's get back to the topic. The Great Love Magic Sutra, which had long been cultivated to perfection, was now like a giant whale, accepting all the incoming surging ocean of spiritual energy. For a moment, Bai Yan's aura surged, the middle stage of Hadao, the late stage of Hadao, the perfect Hadao, the early stage of Mahayana. Until the middle stage of Mahayana, the growth of realms slows down. Bai Yan didn't have time to think about it, as the fist of destruction had already penetrated into the atmosphere. Follow the laws of heaven and earth. A god appeared again between heaven and earth. The two gods looked at each other outside the starry sky, facing the huge fist that was smashing towards the sphere in front of him. The Dharmakaya spoke a mantra: retreat. There is no room for resistance in the words. The god was shocked, and an invisible force directly pushed him back hundreds of millions of miles, forcing him to stay away from the planet. In this way, the crisis of world destruction can be easily resolved. The owner of the plane stared at everything in a daze. Everything that is happening before my eyes is too dreamy. Has humanity become so powerful? Not only him, but all races are like this as well. However, compared to the owner of the machine who was stunned, all the races burst into deafening cheers and shouts. Human Emperor! Human Emperor! Bai Yen isolated himself from the outside world and immersed his mind in the Dharma. Two figures looked at each other on the other side of the starry sky. The previous confrontation was just a small fight, and the tiny planet had no room to show its strength. At this moment, the vast star field is the best place for the two sides to fight a decisive battle. Looking back, I spent my entire life conquering the starfields just for my own path to immortality, but in the end, I became the protector of all living things. The long extinguished blood in the body surged again. He once fought for himself, now he fights for the people. Come, this world has brought me so many surprises, it's worth my trip here. O almighty gods, face the ravages of the human race. The Dharmakaya's eyes burst into golden light. The majestic figure sitting cross-legged in Xingyu slowly stood up. The gods are facing a great enemy. Activate all the divine patterns on the body surface. The dense lines are interconnected and stimulated like array patterns. In an instant, the universe shook, and the powerful aura caused several nearby planets to explode. If it weren't for the Dharma image protecting the planet behind him, it would have been hard to escape disaster now. With a wave of his hand, he used his spatial ability to move the entire planet. The next moment, the Dharma image and the gods fought together. Fists collided and a flash of light appeared. The god held the stars in one hand and smashed them towards the Dharma image of the Dharmakaya. Looked at him with disdain, knocked him out with a punch, and then rushed forward to hold down his opponent's head and rub it. The god quickly twisted his body, covered in stars and light, and spoke with divine power, shooting directly at the face of the Dharma image. The Dharma image is not arrogant either, and the art of moving things is as easy as moving one's arm. With a wave of his hand, he moved the surrounding celestial bodies to form a planetary belt. Go. The Dharma phase pushes the planetary belt towards the opponent. The god made hand gestures, activating the divine pattern corridors in his body with the dual blessing of internal and external. The aura soared to a higher level. The terrifying planetary belt impact hit his huge body like raindrops, leaving no trace. The gods grasped at distant stars. What does it mean to hold the sun and the moon in my hands and pick the stars? There is no one in the world as God as me. The Dharma image is as powerful as a bell. It is incredible that such a powerful creature can be born in a barren world. This is all thanks to the system's 10,000-fold amplification, which broke the boundaries of the world. Otherwise, there would not be such an achievement. As for other races, people are not the same, and there is a huge difference between races. Right now, my strength is still growing slowly, and the Dharma image doesn't dare to show off. Faced with such an attack, one can only avoid its edge first. How Ri was treated like a volleyball by the opponent, smash it and then pull it back. Every blow shook the space. The rough driving also caused the entire star to become turbulent, and there was a sign that it would explode if it happened a few more times. Bai Yen on the other side was not feeling well either. Although the great love demonic scripture was refined quickly, his body in this life was weak and could not withstand such a torrent of spiritual energy. The realm is slowly improving, and cracks are slowly appearing in the meridians. The pain of his body exploding made Bai Yen grimace in pain. He could only calm his mind and drive the Dharma images outside the starry universe to fight against the gods. The god has no other trump cards at this moment. As long as he breaks through to the tribulation, it will be the death of the opponent. The other side of the starry sky, the aura of the Dharmakaya grew stronger and stronger. The gods fought more and more fiercely. The Dharma image, with its aura constantly surging, put too much pressure on the opponent. He tried his best but was unable to kill the Dharmakaya. The opponent was like a loach, leaving him with nowhere to exert his strength. Finally, the aura of the Dharmakaya surged again. The early stage of tribulation. Now, offense and defense have changed. The Dharma image came forward. He snatched the Haori from the hands of many parties. He took it into his mouth directly in front of the other person's shocked gaze. Haori trembled violently, but was suppressed in his dantian by the Dharma image like polishing a golden elixir. Once I swallow a golden pill, my fate is in my own hands. The Dharmakayas figure rose again. The gods were terrified. At this moment, he looked like a child in the other's eyes. The Dharmadhata's eyes looked around with disdain. The laws surround him, and the demonic energy is causing chaos in the world. Jiang Xian, who was speaking, couldn't help but click his tongue. If he wasn't maintaining the stability of the world would have exploded. The fifth level world cannot accommodate such a strong person, which is why the strong people in many worlds have to ascend to other worlds after reaching a certain level. Ascension does not mean erasing the mark of heaven, but giving your own chess pieces a bigger stage to strive for the fortune of other worlds. And the other world also wants to bury the son of destiny of the other world and seize the destiny of the other world. It's a mutual consent between us. You covet the fortune of my world, and so do I. Some worlds don't want to slowly search for world strategies, so it's better to open up the world channels and welcome the strong people from the lower world to ascend at any time. This is the big stage of destiny. Come if you have the courage. Of the Dharma image picked up the deity like a chick. The indifferent look made the latter panic. Chapter 354, Meteorite Destroy. The Dharmakaya threw out a punch filled with divine power. In an instant, the galaxy dimmed, and a beam of extreme light pierced the universe. The divine patterns on the god's body were cracked and densely covered his body. The devastating blow caused this arrogant god to explode on the spot. The terrifying impact swept across the surrounding stars, and massive celestial bodies were turned into cosmic dust. Buzz. The golden list in the sky trembled. The second place of the human race temporarily replaced the first place of the divine race. Purple air came from the east from the other side of the starry sky, and the dark galaxy turned into a golden ocean. At this moment, Fozhang looked at everything in silence, but there was indeed something he needed to do right now. Ever since the racial war, conflicts and wars have raged among all races, causing great suffering to the people and making their lives miserable. Today, in the name of the human emperor, I announce to the 9 heavens that I will establish the human race as the ruler of heaven and earth, lead the development of all races, and end the war that has lasted for 1,000 years. I hope that in the future, every member of the human race will be like a dragon, establish their hearts for heaven and earth, establish their destiny for life, carry on the lost knowledge of the past sages, and bring peace to the world for all eternity. Buzz. Endless auspiciousness spread across the 9 heavens. Allow. The majestic voice of heaven rang in the ears of all living beings. Since the ranking on the gold list was confirmed, the terrifying power of luck began to spread to all races. The first to be hit is the human race, which ranks first. A golden dragon of luck emerged from Bai Yan's body. Hold head high. The golden dragon soared above the sky, its size growing rapidly as the distance extended. The world is cheering, and the whole world is immersed in the joy of promotion. A large amount of original energy poured into the realm. The world bubble is growing rapidly. Bai Yan, who was in the center of the formation, felt pain and clearly felt the surge of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. He quickly left the core of the formation, allowing all the spiritual energy to begin to spread between heaven and earth. The Dharma image outside the starry sky smiled faintly, and its body turned into light and dissipated. At this moment, all races cheered and shouted the name of the human emperor. Bai Yan looked back. The owner of the machine was also staring in a daze, muttering to himself, Xiu Yuan, look, this peaceful and prosperous era is just as you wished. It's you humans who won, and you deserve half the credit for this victory. In this way, my life in this world is not in vain. Bai Yan stood next to the owner of the plane. The owner of the machine saw his pupils shrink. After scanning with big data, it was clear that this body was on the verge of collapse. It's just a small price to pay. Can she still be saved? Bai Yan looked at the purple in the core and spoke. The owner of the machine slowly shook his head. All the data has been lost. Even if I were to create another one according to the D10-101 model, it would just be a cold body. A trace of sadness flashed in Bai Yan's eyes, and thousands of words turned into a sigh. In consideration of your ultimate sacrifice, all previous grudges will be wiped out. Bai Yan turned around and left. He didn't have much time left, and there were still many things he needed to explain. The owner of the machine stood there with a wry smile on his face, looking at the mecha in the core center, wondering what he was thinking. The end of the racial war also marks the end of the past. From then on, a new calendar for all races began. It was named after the title of Emperor of Man as a unified new calendar. The first year of the imperial calendar, Bai Yan united all races to develop their territory. All races spread throughout the world with the human race as the core. The calendar of all races was promulgated, and no race could invade each other without reason, otherwise all races would rise up and attack. All races must follow the human calendar, abolish the old system, promote the new system, and appropriately improve the status of all races. To create the appearance of equality among all races. Guangkai College cultivates talents and vigorously develops and researches various systems of practice. Bai Yan also passed down a method of cultivating immortals to the human race. This method was not a demonic one, but a top-grade method of cultivating immortals, which he obtained by slaughtering a famous and powerful clan. It's a pity that he couldn't switch to practicing other methods, so he kept it in his collection. It was just right to take it out now. The 10th year of the imperial calendar, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has officially revived. Even without the transformation of the formation, the free spiritual energy factors will stimulate other energy particles to transform into spiritual energy factors. The concentration of spiritual energy in the world is gradually increasing. The 50th year of the imperial calendar. Bai Yan abdicated the throne of the human emperor and passed it on to a disciple whom he had personally promoted during this period. After holding on for 50 years, his body finally perished. The demon lord who slaughtered all living beings in the past, and now the emperor of all races, died in a miserable way, with his meridians torn and blood oozing out of his pores. In an instant, this body turned into a bloody man, and the nascent soul in the body also died due to the backlash, unable to reincarnate even if he could still take over another body. Bai Yin didn't want to do that anymore. Being the demon lord for a lifetime was too tiring, he wanted to take a break. Fortunately his soul was strong. Throw yourself into the cycle of reincarnation without hesitation. That year, heavy rain fell. As if expressing regret for the passing of the human emperor, all races wailed. Immersed in a sad atmosphere, heavy rain fell for 7 days and 7 nights, and all races observed a moment of silence for 7 days and 7 nights. On the next day, when the storm was over, all the races held a grand funeral for the human emperor, built a monument to record Bai Yan's merits, and engraved Bai Yan's name at the top. Later generations praised him. The first generation of human emperor is the emperor of all races. He suppressed the evil dragon, killed the evil gods, divided the heaven and the earth, passed on all kinds of knowledge, established a dynasty for thousands of years, opened up the world for eternity, and brought peace to the world. His achievements are worthy of being sung by all races and descendants for generations to come, and his name should be remembered by all races. Bai Yin, the emperor of all races, the core of the world. Looking at the world of continuous advancement, Jiang Xian smiled. The result exceeded expectations. I thought it would be great to be promoted to a level 6 world. Unexpectedly, the borrowed son of luck also helped to start the revival of spiritual energy in his own world. So much so that the world level has now reached level 6, and there is no sign of it stopping completely. Judging from this momentum, the 7th level world is a foregone conclusion, and the 8th level world is not impossible. Although the human race in my world has entered the era of cultivating immortals, the current lack of cultivation methods will lead to slow progress in the early stages. Jiang Xian pondered, should we wait until the world promotion is completed before invading a world of immortal cultivation? Am I being too arrogant? The world of immortal cultivation is generally not weak, unless it is the world of the Dharma ending age. However, the inheritance of that kind of world is almost cut off, so there is not much point in invading it. System, do you have any immortal cultivation methods? Just give me a few hundred sets of top-level immortal cultivation methods. Jiang Xian licked his face and said, ding. The host is so shameless that the system has to admit defeat. Yi Yu was speechless. How much is your face worth? Everything is about profit. Just tell me how many sets of clothes I can buy with my face. Jiang Xian rubbed his hands at, ding. Congratulations to the host world for being promoted to the 6th level world. Reward, a complete set of immortal cultivation methods for the world. Looking at the piles of immortal cultivation methods on the ground, Jiang Xian's eyes lit up. As expected, the system's small treasury has everything. With these, there is no need to risk invading other worlds. It is better to develop slowly at the moment. I'm only at level 6. I'll talk about it when I reach level 9 or advance to the middle 1,000 worlds. Now that we have the technique, how do we spread it? The host has a lot of tricks, so just follow the old ones. Yi Yu said. That's not good. You can't just grab a sheep and pluck it. Jiang Xian chuckled. For this minor matter, we can replace other Terran personnel and save their talents for critical moments. That's right. Jiang Xian nodded, and now that all races have entered the era of development, he selects the sons of destiny from within the human race in each era, and then arranges a series of adventures for them to obtain these skills. In this way, everything will fall into place. Thinking of this, Jiang Xian began to take action. This world has ushered in a change of eras, and countless talents have continued to emerge. Under the leadership of these talents, the world is thriving. Chapter 355, The Targeted World. The 150th year of the imperial calendar, the heaven and earth shook violently, and all living beings suddenly realized that the upper limit of heaven and earth had been raised, and countless powerful people who were stuck in the highest realm broke through one after another. The 1000th year of the imperial calendar, times are constantly changing, and countless geniuses are born during this period. Most strong people choose to travel the universe and explore the vast starry sky. All races also ushered in the interstellar era. The rapid increase in population has led all races to choose planets to settle on. A generation of human emperors used magical powers to change the rules of the celestial bodies, with the mother star as the central ancestral land and other planets as supply stations. It spreads from the inside out, with Haori providing sunlight at the outermost edge. A large number of powerful human beings are located in the starry sky. The vast world makes it convenient for them to practice and also allows them to form a line of defense. After thousands of years of development, the civilization of the Jeju people has become unprecedentedly powerful. Perhaps the racial struggle has really been abandoned, and the owner of the aircraft has provided technological means to the human race. Thanks to this, humans have a very thorough understanding of the physical laws governing everything in the world, discovering that technology is a path with an upper limit that is no less than that of cultivating immortals. The human race has also invested a large number of people in research of the year 2000 in the imperial calendar. The human race entered the emperor's age. One by one, the great emperors successfully achieved enlightenment. The world's fortune continues to soar, and the original energy within it is endless. The emperor has a lifespan of 100,000 years. He is surrounded by laws and his every move contains the power of heaven. Imperial calendar year 2023. There was an explosion on the other side of the starry sky. The sudden movement attracted the attention of all the strong men.at. This moment, the eye of heaven appeared, and after gazing for a long time, all living beings received notification from heaven. The world is promoted, and this world begins the era of all worlds. All living beings can be ordered to conquer other worlds. The eye of heaven closed its mouth and disappeared, leaving all living beings in shock. What heaven meant was that they would face invasions from other worlds, or they would invade other worlds. Many people looked worried, but most of the strong ones were delighted, since the first generation of human emperor did not allow his descendants to waste time and energy on internal conflicts. Everyone had been engaging in small-scale conflicts for the past few thousand years, and now, they finally have a stage to showcase their abilities. However, facing the unknown area on the other side of the passage, they remained vigilant. Before finding out the truth, we will not rashly send strong men to attack. This is when the technological means that have been developed for a long time come in handy. They plan to send a large number of intelligent machine armies to pour into the channel and reach the other end to investigate the situation. I didn't expect to be targeted right after I was promoted to the 9th level world. Jiang Xian felt helpless. The host should also speed up. If the world wants to develop rapidly, invasion is essential. Yi Yu reminded. He is very serious about his path to order. It took more than 2,000 years to reach the 9th level world. It is too slow. How long will it take to be promoted to the highest level? Of course I know that, but I can sense that the other world is my colleague. Jiang Xian held his forehead. Yi Yu was stunned when he heard this. Jiang Xian's colleague, that is, the other party, was a graduate of Tiandao Academy. The two parties come from the same background, so they can be considered classmates. I'll go over and find out if he's a junior or a senior. Jiang Xian pondered. Since the other party dared to invade the 9th level world, it is likely that they will develop longer than the host. That's true, but it's not like we, the Heavenly Tao, can't inherit a world without an owner. Using our comrades' friendship to understand the other party is also a big advantage. Jiang Xian smiled. The invasion has already happened, and the friendship between colleagues is bullshit. Now we should take advantage of everything we can. It's either you or me. After saying that, Yi Yu did not dissuade him. It would be better if he could find out clearly. Of course, he was not afraid that the other party would keep Jiang Xian. After all, he was there to protect him. So this trip is a sure win. Soon, Jiang Xian followed the connection between the worlds and arrived outside the other world. Looking at the world barrier, Jiang Xian pondered for a moment and then smashed it hard. The huge movement naturally attracted the attention of the Heavenly Tao within the realm. Looking at Jiang Xian, who came to the door, the other party had a face full of questions. The two sides face each other across the world barrier. So you're a senior, why don't you invite the junior in to sit down? Jiang Xian smiled. The other party also sensed the same aura emitted by Jiang Xian. I never thought the invasion would reach the younger generation. It's like a flood that has washed away the Dragon King temple. The other party was also in a good mood. Can it sense that it is a colleague? It invades because it senses that the other party is a colleague. A 9th level world suddenly appeared near its world, and it immediately became alert. It launched an invasion while the opponent had just been promoted, intending to strangle it in the cradle. Otherwise, if the other party develops faster than us and expands to our side, we will eventually be unable to avoid a war. It's better to destroy the other party before they rise up. Now that it sees that the other party is its junior, it is even happier. The younger generation is good, but the younger generation means weak foundation. There's no need to sit down. Since the invasion has already begun, we are already the enemy. The other party took a sudden turn. If someone comes to your house unexpectedly, it's either a scam or they are just being reckless. No matter what, you can't let the other person into your own world. Senior is truly heartless. I can only bother you. Jiang Xian launched a fierce attack on the world barrier. Since the relationship has been broken, why hold back? Just smash it. For a moment, the other party was furious. They destroyed its world barriers right under their noses, simply not taking it seriously, but it still suppressed its anger and regained its rationality. The strange and blatant behavior further proves that the other party is deceiving. It just watches quietly and smashes it. The world war has not started yet, so it will not open the world barrier. Jiang Xian sighed. This is just a sign of not being fooled. System, is there a way to get in? Nothing more than that. He is familiar with this business. It's just a 9th level world barrier. How hard can it be? Directly taking over the host's body, it kicks out with the power of rules. Bang! The barrier shattered in an instant. The latter was stunned. My world barrier. Fuck, system, you're really good. Now I believe you weren't just bragging. Jiang Xian was shocked that he didn't say anything more now. He took advantage of the other party's distraction and walked past him into the boundary. Damn it. The other party recovered and quickly chased after him. Two streams of light were running around in the boundary. It caused everyone to be surprised and suspicious. This familiar breath is naturally their natural way, but what is the other one? And the aura seems to be the aura of heaven. In addition, our own Tian Dao said before that it would invade other worlds. Could it be that we are about to be attacked now? This isn't right. Aren't we the invading ones? Is this your world? I won't be polite with these world origins. Zhang Xian continued to plunder the origin of the world. Ho Fang Tiando's face turned red with anger. Damn it, the invasion failed and the enemy came to his door to attack him. If this gets out, how can he hold his head up in front of his colleagues? After a long time, Zhang Xian stopped. This allowed the other party to catch up. Boy, I advise you to spit out the source you took, otherwise, I just got some good news that made me change my mind. Zhang Xian looked at the other person with a fiery expression. The latter felt frightened by the look, and a chill enveloped his whole body. Just now, Yu directly said that they might as well just destroy it, so that they don't have to waste time invading through living creatures. Why Yu still doesn't take the 9th level of Heavenly Dao seriously. He has to speed up the promotion speed of the host world. P.S. I saw many people asking me to finish this world. I originally planned to write about it in detail, but I decided that if it was too long it would deviate from the main plot. I will still use the perspective of the dungeon as a starting point. A world cannot be written too long. Chapter 356, Taking Over Another World. The next moment. YEU System's main body appears. The two looked at each other, and with ill intentions, they grabbed each other and dragged them towards the core of the world. Wait, what do you want to do? Tian Dao was horrified. What was happening? Before I could react, I was bound by a force of rules. There is absolutely no room for resistance. Of course we want to have a good chat and talk about dividing up the world. Zhang Xian had a sly smile on his face. He hurriedly walked in front to lead the way, because it was all related to the way of heaven, and the way of heaven in this world was controlled. The gate to the core of the world allowed several people to enter smoothly. Host, I will take care of the Heavenly Dao. You must take over the world as soon as possible. You ordered. No problem. Zhang Xian agreed readily. Glance around and find the hub of the world. Woohoo! Here I come. Dying. Zhang Xian rushed forward excitedly, seeing the hub of his world being occupied by other Heavenly Daos. This Heavenly Dao was in tears. Asshole. This is my world. Heaven roars. Just calm down and think about your own safety. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. Yi said with ill intention. He attached the power of rules to his hands and attacked Tiandao's body fiercely. Although the origin is a little less, it's better than nothing. I can't come here for nothing. As Yi spoke, he plundered the other party's origin and the power of heaven. The speed of his hands was so fast that Zhang Xian on the other side shuddered. If I had resisted at the beginning, would I have ended up like this? Fortunately, I knew how to adapt. Zhang Xian was filled with fear and quickly turned his head away to avoid looking at the other person's miserable condition. Thus, they unified the world and did whatever they wanted in the other world. The invasion of the Heavenly Dao was not halfway completed when it collapsed, so we've obtained a 9th level world? Zhang Xian only felt like he was in a dream. Level 9 is just the beginning. The host still needs to work hard. It's so easy that it makes me feel that running the world is a bit stupid, and it's better to just invade it directly. It's a pity that you, the system, contributed the most, taking advantage of the time, place, and people. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to even enter the other world. Zhang Xian sighed. Host, you are so kind. Actually, conquering a world is easy, but managing it is the hardest part. Host, have you thought about how to deal with this world? Let me think. Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. I thought that my world would be at war with this world for thousands of years, but now the system has taken action and made everything simple. My own world has just been promoted to the 9th level world. This world is a 9th level world that is about to be promoted to the middle 1,000 worlds. It would be nice if it were treated as a lower realm, but it would be a bit of a waste of time. He did not focus on managing the world, but on promoting his companion world to the supreme world as quickly as possible. Swallow it. Zhang Xian said softly. Then, how do we deal with the sentient beings within? Yi Yu naturally supported this decision, and he was eager to be promoted quickly. To be honest, this is a bit hard to bear. From my own perspective, my world is harmonious. If I rashly introduce outside creatures into it, it may cause trouble in the future. To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the country. There are many living creatures in this world, and their strength cannot be underestimated. If we do not deal with them properly, it would be better to abandon them. However, this action is too detrimental to heaven and earth, and slaughtering all living beings will bring great karma to our world. It is truly difficult to make the decision. Zhang Xian sighed. The host has considered everything very carefully, and there are ways to have the best of both worlds. Oh? Does the system have any magic tricks? Zhang Xian said happily. The host has already refined this world before, which can be regarded as the Heavenly Dao of this world. With the change of the hub, the Heavenly Dao mark of all living beings has also changed into the host's mark. To do this, one only needs to set up binding rules, alter the memories of all living beings, and then move them to a remote corner of the host world. Allowing them to develop would also increase the depth of the world. Isn't that wonderful? It is indeed a feasible move, but if the two sides meet, disputes are inevitable. Zhang Xian added, then it all depends on how the host treats them. Does he treat them equally, or does he favor the natives? Rumor has it that heaven is unkind and treats all things as straw dogs. Jiang Xian laughed upon hearing this and said, "This rumor is based on the premise of our own kind, not on treating all beings in the outside world equally. Moreover, every world has its own race favored by heaven, otherwise there would be no such thing as sons of luck and sons of destiny. Everything is relative. When maximizing interests requires treating everyone equally, there is nothing wrong with the way of heaven. But when the world needs a disruptor, then there will be a beloved one, and then the child of destiny will be born to guide all beings. So I have decided to incorporate all living beings in this world into my own, changing their fates. Over the course of several hundred years, they will be integrated into my world. If disputes arise, I will slaughter the remnants of the old era to prevent changes in the new generation. It's a good strategy." Yi Yu readily agreed. Imperial calendar year 2024. Because the heavens announcement had already been made known to all living beings. Therefore, when a large number of creatures suddenly descended into the world, it did not cause any commotion. The other world has been swallowed up and merged with my world. From now on, the creatures from the other world will be incorporated into this world and temporarily live in a corner. A caring race accepts other races for integration, and is blessed by the way of heaven. A caring person guides the sentient beings of other worlds, and is blessed with great fortune. The proclamation of heaven sounded again. Everyone was in an uproar. The invasion has just begun. How come it's over? They haven't even made their move yet. Most strong people are inevitably disappointed. However, more people still focus their attention on the creatures from other worlds. Heaven has said that accepting other races will bring rewards from heaven, and the leaders, all races, couldn't help but think of the human emperor. If the human emperor didn't accept this path, no one would dare to do it. After all, this is the road to the emperor. Accepting it means standing on the opposite side of the human emperor, that is, on the opposite side of the current human race. There cannot be two tigers in one mountain, and there cannot be two emperors in one world. Thanks to the efforts of the first generation of human emperor, the human emperor is not only the emperor of the human race, but also the emperor of all races, commanding all races. Therefore, this leader can only be the human emperor. It has been more than several months since the announcement of the heavenly Tao, and the human emperor has been observing the movements of all races. Only after finding that there was indeed no race doing anything tricky did he nod with satisfaction. Orders are sent to a corner of the world to contact the beings of other worlds. In the name of the human emperor, they are to accept the beings of other races. If anyone disobeys, they will be suppressed and await judgment. If anyone resists, they will be killed without mercy. The emperor issued an order. Imperial calendar year 2025. The human race officially takes over the sentient beings in other worlds. It was discovered that most of the creatures in other worlds obeyed the control, and only the strong ones at the top of the power refused to obey the control. For this reason, the human emperor showed no mercy. Strong ones are the most abundant nowadays. In order to facilitate assimilation and fusion in the future, a small number of bad branches can be pruned off. The 2100th year of the imperial calendar, the beings from other worlds gradually integrated into the native population. The 2300th year of the imperial calendar, the new generation of beings replaces the old generation of beings. Through the influence of their surroundings and culture, the people from other worlds officially became part of the original human race. Beings from other worlds also become part of the race of this world. There was something wrong, so the emperor ordered it to be dealt with secretly. From then on, the world became one. The human emperor announced to all races that if there were groups of the same race, they could merge with each other to strengthen their race. The 2350th year of the imperial calendar, heaven bestowed its rewards as promised. Because of the meritorious leadership of the human emperor, the luck of the human race has doubled. The position of the human emperor has been improved, and the position of the human emperor in heaven and earth has been improved. Chapter 357, Good job? Unique skills. Accepting other races is a meritorious deed, and the fortune and blessings of the race will increase. The 2400th year of the imperial calendar, the world swallowing was completed, and the integration of the 9th level peak world allowed the companion world to begin to rise again. Jiang Xian was delighted. After thousands of years of operation, he was finally about to be promoted to the middle thousand world. The 2500th year of the imperial calendar, the world was successfully promoted from the 9th level world to the middle thousand world. Ding. Congratulations to the host world for being promoted to a mid-thousand world, triggering a 10,000-fold increase in power. The low-end mid-thousand world has transformed into a high-end mid-thousand world. Buzz. The world bubble, which had originally slowly stopped growing, began to expand rapidly again. The small thousand worlds have 1 to 9 levels, while the middle thousand worlds are divided into 3 levels, low, medium, and high. Above it is the universe. There is no clear distinction between levels of strength in this world. It all depends on the foundation of both sides. Wow. This is almost the whole wide world. Jiang Xian's eyes widened. It's just that the world size has reached the standard. Once the strong people in the host world reach the upper limit of the specified height, it will be considered a high-end middle thousand world. That's pretty quick. You know, if I were to work alone, I'd probably still be struggling in the second or third level of the small thousand worlds, let alone the middle thousand worlds. Jiang Xian clicked his tongue. My colleagues and predecessors of all generations have spent tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years managing a companion world before being promoted to a low-end mid-thousand world, but I only spent a few thousand years. This is too cool. The summit is still a long way off, the host still needs to work hard. Supreme One, now I do see some hope. Jiang Xian's eyes flickered. Suddenly Yi Yu was stunned. Host, the system may be disconnected today. What? System, are you going to abandon me? Jiang Xian exclaimed, I'm used to the system's powerful plugins, how can I give them up now? At first, the host disliked the system. Yi Yu was speechless. Then was the then, and now is the now. I don't agree. Jiang Xian became anxious. Host, please stop making trouble. This system has urgent matters to attend to. The host's world is just getting back on track, and there is no need for the system's assistance. Once the system has finished handling the matter, it will naturally return to the host. Jiang Xian was silent. Do I have to go? You have to go. Forget it. Since you have urgent matters, system, I can't dissuade you. I just hope that system will go and come back soon and not abandon your dear host. Our glorious cause has not yet been realized, and we still have to work hard for supremacy. Alright, host, stop being so naive. The system will be back. Yi Yu's mouth twitched. He had finally managed to get to this point, so of course he couldn't give up. However, there was one thing he needed to deal with right now, otherwise there would be endless troubles. However, in order to facilitate the host's subsequent development, the system will pull the host into the group chat. Group chat, is that what the system mentioned before? But I'm Tian Dao. I'm a bit of a loner, the host's strength is probably the weakest in the group. Yi Yu smiled. How is it possible that I, the great heavenly Dao, am inferior to a mere native? Invite me to the group, I want to prove the power of heavenly Dao. Ding! Congratulations on joining the group chat. A chat group interface pops up. Zhang Fan, everyone creates the world. Oh? There's a new guy? Here's a new guy's photo. Zhang Mu, everyone's reincarnation world. Welcome, photos please. Ling Tian, everyone's weird world. How strong is this newcomer? Do you want the seniors to take care of you? Mo Chen, world of immortal cultivation. Feel the care of the predecessors. Zhugu, everyone's investment world. Everyone here is a big shot, so newbies, please don't be embarrassed and stop peeking in the group chat. Jiang Xian, thank you for the invitation. Controlling the middle 1,000 worlds is a heavenly way. Please quickly pay your respects. Zhang Fan, Chu Song, 6 Zhang Mu, newcomers know how to commit suicide. Ling Tian, no way, newbie, are you kidding? Or are you serious? If you're kidding, then you've done a really good job. If you're serious, then you've done a truly amazing job. Jiang Xian, humph. You mere natives, how dare you speak to the same group as my heavenly Dao? If it weren't for the system's face, I wouldn't even give you the opportunity to pay your respects. Shu Ge, looks like he's a troublemaker. Mo Chen, it's the way of heaven, so it's normal to be a little crazy. I happen to be the way of heaven, too. Can you show me how to do it? Jiang Xian, You are also the way of heaven. Jiang Xian was a little confused. Didn't the system say that all the people in the group were natives? Mo Chen, thanks to the system's kindness and brother Fan's help, I have been promoted from an ordinary person to a heavenly Dao. Jiang Xian, oh. So he's a traitor, a usurper. Why wouldn't he dare? At this moment, Mo Chen in front of the screen clenched his fists. Damn, this newcomer is too crazy. Jiang Fan, eat melon. Zhang Mu, eat melon +1, Chu Song, +1, Ling Tian, hurry up and start the live broadcast, I want to watch the show. Yi Yu peeked at the screen and shook his head at Jiang Xian's suicidal behavior. He really thought that my previous hosts were natives. Forget it, it's better to teach this guy a lesson so that he won't go too crazy. Host, take care. The system will be disconnected immediately. Yi Yu did not linger any longer, left Jiang Xian's body and fled in one direction. At this time, Jiang Xian was still yelling at Mo Chen in the chat group. He responded softly and then continued to yell, Jiang Xian, you are nothing more than the heavenly Dao. I am a genius who graduated from the Great Dao Academy. I am not comparable to you, the usurper and traitor. Mo Chen, you said you control the middle 1,000 worlds? Jiang Xian, that's right. Are you scared? Jiang Xian said proudly, his hands on his hips. Mo Chen rubbed his chin in thought, wondering if he really only controlled the middle 1,000 worlds, or if the middle 1,000 worlds were just one of them, and he also controlled most of the great 1,000 worlds. Otherwise, where would he get the confidence to be so arrogant? Zhang Fan, no need to worry. At this time Zhang Fan spoke. As for the implication of the words, Mo Chen naturally knew it. Since Brother Fan is backing me up, there is nothing to be afraid of. Even if the other party controls several worlds, I will not panic as long as I join forces with Brother Fan. Done. Mo Chen, newcomer, open the door and let me through. Jiang Xian, what's there to fear? The portal is open, come and accept your defeat. Looking at the open world channel, Mo Chen said nothing and plunged in. Zhang Mu, start live streaming. Ding. Mo Chen starts the group live broadcast. Zhang Mu enters the live broadcast room. Ling Tian joins the live broadcast room. Jiang Fan joins the live broadcast room. Chugu joins the live broadcast room. Zhang Fan, judging from the upper limit of this world, it really is a middle thousand world. Zhang Fan in front of the screen twitched his mouth and said, "Newcomer, are you serious? That's really a unique skill." Emochan smiled as he looked at Zhang Xian, whose aura was many levels lower than his. "You are the heavenly Tao of the middle thousand worlds, and you dare to be so arrogant. People who don't know you would think you are the supreme heavenly Tao. I was almost intimidated by you." At this moment, Zhang Xian felt a little confused by the other party's powerful aura. There is no doubt that this aura is the way of the universe, and it is a very powerful universe. It's over, I've hit a wall. Ahem, I admit that I spoke a little loudly in the group chat just now. Zhang Xian said seriously. Hee, now that we're here, how can we not have a fight? Let's have a battle in the outer world. Emochan's tone did not allow for refusal, so he grabbed Zhang Xian and escaped out of the boundary at Yu, who was peeking at the screen among the heavens, smiled, then stopped paying attention and headed towards his destination. Chapter 358, New World. The heavens are vast and majestic. A beam of ultimate rule power is heading towards a world. The sudden change forced Yu to postpone his previous plan. The reason for this is that a new rule level system was born in the DZY area. As mentioned before, there can only be one supreme world in a region. The road to order is about the supreme world, so it is very likely that only one order system can be born. The DZY region now has two rule level systems. The battle for order begins. Struggle for order. The entire area is your battlefield. Only those who survive are qualified to move on. If other rule level systems emerge in the future, they will also join the struggle. There is no hiding in the battle of order. The specific locations of other systems have been marked for you. Looking at the prompt, Yu was speechless. However, he now has a big advantage, that is, he was promoted earlier than the other party, and his foundation is probably stronger than the other party. So after marking the direction, Yu rushed towards the other party without saying a word. If we don't eliminate it now and allow it to develop, the order system in this area will become a variable. Secondly, latecomers may not necessarily be able to gain the upper hand. If a large number of rule-level systems emerge in the future, if they work together to attack the pioneers, they will probably be targeted. Even if you have several system functions and your understanding of the rules is several times or even dozens of times better than other systems, there will still be times when you make mistakes. As long as I kill one after another, the order level of this area can only be promoted by me. Yiyu's tone was calm but cold. At this time, the system on the other side, which had just been promoted to the rule level, had its eyelids twitching when it heard the prompt. I quickly opened the marked map to check, and sure enough, the other party was rushing towards me. It's beyond my control. There's actually a rule level system that was promoted before me, and this marking diagram. It leaves me absolutely no room for circumvention. This system is a headache. IT is in a very passive position. The other party knows its general background and knows that it has just been promoted, but I don't know how long it has been since the other party was promoted to the rule level, and how much he has mastered the rules. I'm completely blind. Fortunately, the marked map can only show the specific location of a world and cannot accurately locate it. I'll find a vast world to hide in. The system has made a decision. If I can't afford to offend you, I can afford to hide from you. The world is so vast. If you find a corner in it and live there for hundreds of thousands of years, you still don't believe that the other party will not leave. From the existing information, it can also be inferred that there will definitely be another melee that is no less than the battle of sequences. By then, we only need to form gangs and factions, and we may be able to kill this chief rule level system. Are you worried about whether the subsequent systems will cooperate? Make a big fuss about the power of the chief rule level system, bragging that the other party has come a long way in the rule level realm, and is only one step away from the order level. I don't believe that the subsequent system will not be cautious when the time comes. Working together is the inevitable result. If you want to kill me, you'll have to see if you, a pioneer, have the ability to do so. This system planned a retreat route and headed towards the vast world. IT decided to take the art of hiding to the extreme. The host must never stand out and must hide until the end of time. It is very simple to get the other party to cooperate. Just issue a go DAO task. If you complete it, you will be rewarded. If you don't complete it, you will be eliminated. Is that so? Looking at the world in front of him, Yu seemed to be lost in thought. I also guessed what the other party wanted to do, just as the other party expected. I had a headache. Both parties have the same level of system. If the other party intends to hide and not expose himself, Yu will not be able to sense the other party's existence unless they are face to face. Perhaps this is a way for the subsequent systems to survive. Yu felt helpless, knowing what the other party meant. He had no choice but to fight with him. It depends on the strength of both sides, whether you are better at finding it or the other party is better at hiding. Without saying anything more, he pried open the barriers of the world as usual and plunged in. Time flies by, and after 1,000 years, it's gone. A figure looked at the divine realm with emotion. It has been 3,000 years since I traveled through this world, from the initial excitement to shock, to disbelief, and finally to numb acceptance of the current situation. As for why, it was because he did not have the necessary system for a time traveler, nor did he have the powerful talent of a time traveler. He was just a mortal who was lucky enough to get the opportunity to travel through time after coming to this world. I didn't show my supernatural power and unify the world like other time travelers, but fortunately, I wasn't that miserable. Live a peaceful and smooth journey, doing nothing but following the path of the mean, because he is so mediocre. He doesn't have any pretentious or face-slapping plots, and he doesn't get into any trouble. A simple and peaceful life, this kind of life is. Really, bullshit. Luo Chen sighed silently. Who doesn't want to shine? Who doesn't want to be invincible and dominate an era? Unfortunately, I am mediocre and can only watch my peers shine while I look up to them from below. When will you give me a system? Although I'm a bit old, I'm still in my prime. Luo Chen fantasized. More than 3,000 years of age is nothing to a god. Ding. A strong desire of a living being has been detected. The mediocre system is binding. 10%, 50%, 77%, 99%, suddenly a voice sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Fuck, it's really coming. Luo Chen widened his eyes, and in an instant, two sons of the divine kingdom appeared in the sky. Such a vision made the believers below kneel down immediately. Luo Chen restrained his divinity, and the strange phenomenon disappeared. At this moment, he was staring at the progress bar. After all, the system is still in the process of binding and has not been successful yet. Looking at the progress bar stuck at 99%, Luo Chen became impatient. Fortunately, the progress bar is fully loaded. Ding. System binding successful. A system interface pops up. Luo Chen began to check the functions of the system he was bound to. Host, Luo Chen, realm, great realm god, God's name, God of eternal chaos, origin of faith, 10 million, origin of incense, 5 million, believers, fanatics, 30,000, devout believers, 20 million, ordinary believers, 50 million, fake believers, 800 million, system functions, plunder, copy, amplification of all things, 10,000 times, summoning from another world, sign-in, return of apprenticeship, 10,000 times, chat group, system evaluation, the golden mean is not advisable. Looking at his system panel, Luo Chen's mouth twitched. Although the evaluation was indeed very appropriate, he decided not to comment. Secondly, I didn't expect that there were so many fake believers among my own believers. No wonder I gained so little power of faith. He then studied the functionality of his system. Hiss. So strong. Luo Chen was excited. After being mediocre for so long, he finally had the chance to cheat. I'm going to take off from now on. Ding. System task released. Mission, accept a disciple from a deity. Reward, unknown. Yi Yu immediately issued the task. Chapter 359, The World of All Gods. Then the familiar novice gift package was given out. Ding. The novice gift package has been distributed, please check it in time. This arrangement is perfect. Luo Chen opened the system backpack and used the novice gift package. There was a flash of dazzling golden light, which made him exclaim that it was gold. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a godless world. When he heard the prompt tone, Luo Chen's hand trembled. He asked tremblingly, System, is it meant literally? Is there really no divine spirit occupying it? That's right, but this world is just a small world, and no extraordinary power exists. That's not a problem. All that matters is the population. As long as there's a large population, there's a rich source of faith. Luo Chen was a little excited. The resources of a world, if it gets out, it will probably be fought over by all the gods. In this world where everyone is a god, ordinary creatures are a scarce resource. Although they live in a vast world and have thousands of subordinate lower realms under their command, they are all occupied by major forces. Ordinary gods and gods without background can only use their magical powers to sense the heavens and find other worlds to spread their faith, but the heavens are vast, and even though they are gods and have the ability to cross boundaries, they are far away from the vast heavens and cannot enter a world just by seeing it. After all, basically every world is protected by the heavenly Tao, and ordinary gods like them cannot defeat those heavenly Taos when they cross the boundaries, and those powerful gods have no shortage of believers. Only ordinary gods need to find a world where they can spread their faith. After vast years, the surrounding worlds of this vast universe have been spread all over by other gods. If you want to find other worlds, you have to sense places farther away, and nowadays, many gods without backgrounds choose to work under a god or become his apprentice in order to grow in the early stages. Luo Chen immersed his mind in that world. I felt a little surprised for a moment. System, it seems that there is no heavenly Tao in this world. It would be strange if there was a heavenly Tao. He was defeated when he was only at the 7th level system. Yi Yu curled his lips. Ding. There is no heavenly Tao in this world, so please rest assured, host, how to manage it in the future depends on your decision. That would be great. Luo Chen nodded. It would be better if there was no heavenly Tao. There would be no obstacles to spreading faith. After all, he is an alien god. If the heavenly Tao was not reluctant to offend him, it would have torn its face off and fought with him long ago. Therefore, when spreading faith, it will be more or less hindered by the laws of nature. We can plan for this world later. Let's complete the mission first. He looked at the task that the system had just released, accepting disciples. Considering that the system has a function of returning rewards for teaching disciples, it is not difficult to see that the system is paving the way for itself. I just recently received an invitation to attend the college's apprenticeship party. I hadn't planned to go, but now I have to go. A few days later, Luochen came to a divine academy in the divine realm with an invitation letter to it. Is called an academy, but in fact it is just a place for gods of wild origin to settle down in this world. There are two ways for gods to be born. Point 1 is conceived by gods and gods. As long as both gods have a good foundation, the gods born from this kind of birth will not be too bad, and there is a high probability that they will inherit the power of both gods. The second is that it is born naturally and is nurtured by the world. This type of gods are mixed, with powers varying in strength, but most are weak, and only a few have stronger powers. The academy was founded by other powerful gods, and recruiting these gods of wild origin is an initial investment. Those with good talents will be recruited to work for powerful forces, while those without talents will be left to fend for themselves in the divine realm after graduation. Luochen used to be the second type. His talent was neither good nor bad, just an average level. Although he was not valued by the powerful forces, he did not end up living on the streets. He temporarily worked as a teacher in the academy under the powerful forces. Luochen, you are finally here. You are the only one missing. The dean looked at the figure walking into the hall and came over. Dean, you don't have to be so polite. I, Luo, had no intention of coming here. After all, I know my own talent very well. Allowing other gods to become my disciples would be a mistake. Luochen said. Hey, you're not that bad. Stop belittling yourself. Come and take a seat. The dean said with a smile. Dean Gutianha, a realm god. What he just said was not just a compliment. After all, Luochen's realm is that of a great realm god. The levels of gods in this world are divided into 9 levels of gods: priests, great priests, realm gods, great realm gods, domain gods, great domain gods, eternal gods, and rule gods. And newly born gods are all first level gods, and they are not considered to have graduated until they are promoted to 9th level gods and become priests. Therefore, the great realm god is considered a backbone in the academy. Except for the dean and several other senior god teachers who are domain gods, most of the teachers are world gods who have just entered the profession for a few hundred years. There are also a few gods from the great realms, but they are much younger than Luochen and are considered to be more talented than him. Since Luochen has worked in this academy for nearly 1,000 years, the dean is familiar with Luochen, so they can always chat when they get together. You're always hiding in your own kingdom, and you don't even come to chat with an old man like me. The two sat down and began to talk. I'm busy improving myself. You know my talent is just average, so I can only make up for it with hard work. Luochen drank tea calmly. Ah, it's been 1,000 years in a flash. Do you have any plans to take in a disciple recently? Gu Tianha asked. I'm definitely planning on getting one. Luochen nodded. Gu Tianha was stunned and couldn't believe what he heard. This guy used to say every year that he had too few resources and it was difficult for him to support himself, let alone train disciples. How come you changed now? I'm just bored, so I'm planning to take in a disciple to relieve my stress. Even if I use up all the resources I've put into training a disciple several times over to improve myself, it won't necessarily yield any results. I might as well see if I can invest in a talented disciple. Luochen smiled shyly. It looks like he is prepared to make long-term investments to get subsequent returns. Why would the gods of this world accept disciples? Isn't it because they have been stuck in a certain realm for a long time and want to reach a higher level but don't have massive resources? I can only settle for the second best and see if I can train a disciple. As long as the disciple grows up, it will be easy for him to help his master. You finally came to your senses. Well, I'll help you keep an eye out for talented guys later. Gu Tianha felt somewhat relieved. Thank you very much, Dean. Luochen smiled and nodded. It didn't matter whether the talent was good or not. His purpose was to recruit a tool to gain resources. Enough of the small talk. Now that everyone is here, this year's apprenticeship ceremony will begin. Let the new students come in. Gu Tianha said to the crowd below. As the conference unfolded, a large number of new gods poured into the hall. Luochen, sitting on a high seat, looked at the newborn gods below with some emotion. Thousands of years ago, I was also one of them, but my talent was just average at that time and I was not in the eyes of those teachers. This made his early transition very difficult. Chapter 360, Recruiting a Disciple. Everyone stepped forward to show the size of the kingdom of God they had created. Gu Tianha said. The gods hurriedly lined up and came forward. Greetings, seniors. The divine kingdom I've opened up is 130 kilometers in diameter. It's rich in ecology, but no intelligent creatures have yet appeared. A god stepped forward and displayed his kingdom. The gods on the stage nodded in satisfaction. They whispered, "This kid is pretty good." The kingdom he just opened up is already 130 kilometers in size. It's not top-notch, but it's not bad either. And there are creatures existing from the beginning, which saves on initial resource investment. Luochen also nodded. The kingdom of God that he had opened up was only 100 kilometers in size, and it did not have any living creatures. This boy had better talent than him. Okay, next. Immediately a god stepped forward. Greetings, seniors. The divine kingdom I have established is a unique realm of its own. It contains numerous planets and a rich variety of species, including intelligent beings. What? All the gods present were stunned. They looked at the projection of the kingdom of God and found that it was indeed true. It was a world of its own. Although it is just a small world, it is much better than the kingdoms of other gods. What a talent! Hiss, the future is limitless. I didn't expect that there would be a genius in this class. The teachers on the stage all wanted to win him over. Don't even think about it. This kind of genius will soon be trained at the power headquarters. It's not something you can covet. Gu Tianhe said lightly. For a moment, it poured a bucket of cold water on the gods. Never mind. Even if he becomes my disciple, I don't have the resources to train him. The other gods nodded in agreement. The better the talent, the stronger the ability to swallow gold. Everyone's level is just so, and their family background is not good, otherwise they would not teach here. What's your name? Gu Tianhe looked at him. Replying to the dean, this is the junior Su Yan. The god replied. Su Yan, once I report your situation, someone will probably accept you as their disciple soon. Are you willing? Gu Tianhe asked. I am willing, but I hope to be under the tutelage of a strong man. Su Yan put forward conditions. Okay, I'll report your request. Come stand next to me. Gu Tianhe waved his hand. Geniuses should be treated like geniuses, yes. Su Yan walked to Gu Tianhe's side and saluted with a smile at Luo Chen standing beside him. Luo Chen also smiled back. This boy has good senses, but it's a pity that he can't accept such a genius as a disciple now. What a pity. The conference continues. There were also many gods with good talents among them, but their talents were far less than Su Yan's. Most of the other gods are ordinary, and some are even smaller than the gods themselves, so it is unlikely that they will become disciples with such talent. Luo Chen, which one do you like? Gu Tianhe asked Luo Chen beside him. Let's go with him. Luo Chen pointed at a god. Him? Are you sure? Gu Tianhe looked stunned. The god has a very strong memory and he remembers the information of all the gods present. The god that Luo Chen was referring to was just a piece of trash in a kingdom of gods that was only 10 kilometers in size. How about you change someone else? At least think about yourself. After all, this kind of talent can't be cultivated at all. Gu Tianhe persuaded. Luo Chen shook his head. This boy and I are destined to be together. I trust my intuition. There is a ghost connection. If it weren't for the system prompt, he would never have thought that there was a son of luck mixed in this class. That's right, the system issued a prompt just when one person introduced himself. Ding. One of the children of luck in this world has been detected. Son of Fortune, Lu Yun, initial kingdom size, 10 kilometers, unawakened authority, devour, destiny, future achievements, god of destiny, god of rulemaking. Luo Chen's eyelids twitched when he saw this information. Good guy, the god of destiny, the god of rulemaking. Only the god of rules can make rules, which means that the other party will definitely stand at the top of this world in the future. Shouldn't he have hugged this thigh in advance? Now is the perfect opportunity for him to pick up a bargain. Well, forget it. Since you have made up your mind, I will not try to persuade you any further. Gu Tianhe shook his head helplessly. He knew Luo Chen's temper. Once he made up his mind, no amount of persuasion would be of any use. At this time, some gods have successfully become disciples one after another. Looking at those gods, Lu Yun showed envy. When he thought of his own talent, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. With his talent alone, no one would accept him. Would you like to be my disciple? A voice sounded in his ears. Lu Yun looked up suddenly, but he found that Luo Chen on the stage was staring at him. For a moment he looked nervously behind him to make sure there were no other gods, then he looked to the sides and in front of him and saw that there were no gods blocking his way. He couldn't help but point at himself excitedly. Yes, it's you. What do you think? Luo Chen continued, confirming the other party's idea. Thank you, master. Lu Yun quickly thanked him and performed the ceremony of becoming his disciple. Well, come to me. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. Yes. Master. Lu Yun came to Luo Chen happily. Su Yan on the side smiled and saluted Lu Yun. The latter also returned a salute and had a good impression of the other party. You have to know that he is a genius, yet he is still so polite to him. The apprenticeship ceremony soon ended. Only a small number of gods succeeded in becoming apprentices, because there were only so many teachers and they could only accept 1 or 2 apprentices. If there are too many, there will be no resources to cultivate them. Of the other gods were very disappointed. Without a backer in the early stages, it was very difficult to get started. Lu Yun was thankful that his master took him in, otherwise he would have been one of them. Let's go, come back with me. Luo Chen got up and left. Lu Yun hurried to follow. The first advantage of having a master is that you can be guided anytime and anywhere, and you don't have to crowd together with other gods to learn knowledge. Gu Tianhe also took Su Yan away to report to the higher-ups. On the way, Lu Yun gave another detailed introduction to his situation. The two chatted as they walked. Although your kingdom of God is initially far behind in size, as long as you become a priest and awaken your own innate authority, you will rise one day. Master sees that you have extraordinary luck and will achieve great things in the future, so you must work hard and don't let Master down. Luo Chen warned. Master, can I really do this? Lu Yun felt a little inferior. Don't underestimate yourself. If you give up on yourself, even if you have extraordinary luck, it will be difficult to achieve anything. A golden scale cannot be confined to a pond. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. All you lack is the opportunity to awaken your power. Luo Chen encouraged. Master feels that your achievements must be higher than Su Yan's. Lu Yun was deeply moved. His master actually pulled down a genius to serve as a stepping stone for him in order to encourage him. Luo Chen looked at Lu Yun's expression and his mouth twitched. It was obvious that he didn't take his words seriously. Well, time will tell. When the other party awakens the power to defy the heaven, he will believe in his own strength. Chapter 361, 10,000 times return plus 10,000 times increase equals. Luo Chen said no more and took Lu Yun back to his kingdom of God. A great world god, he has a territory of his own. Currently, there is only one god in the kingdom of God, him and some believers who serve him. Do you want to ask other believers? Of course it's inside the body. The body of a deity is a world of its own, and the size of this world will grow as the realm is elevated, and it can also be expanded through the use of divine source. However, the resources required for expansion are enormous, so it is more practical to improve your own realm. Reflect your kingdom of God into reality and let me see it. Luo Chen looked at the other person and said, Okay, master. Lu Yun did not hesitate and immediately reflected the kingdom of God in the sky. Luo Chen stepped into the planet to explore. Well, 10 kilometers is really too small, and it is very barren, with no living creatures at all. Lu Yun was also looking at his own kingdom of God. He even despised this barren kingdom of God. Since you have become my disciple, I will give you a gift. As he said that, Luo Chen took out 250 points of divine source with a painful heart. With the investment of divine power, the planet grew rapidly, but in just a moment, it soared to 260 kilometers. The barren landscape has become vibrant. Ding. Detected that the host has invested in apprentice Lu Yun, triggering the apprenticeship return. Ding. Congratulations to the host's kingdom of God for expanding by 2.5 million kilometers. Ding. The host's kingdom has been detected to have surged by 2.5 million kilometers, triggering a 10,000-fold increase. Ding. The kingdom of God has expanded to 25 billion kilometers. Hearing the prompt tone, Luo Chen's hand trembled, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes, and then disappeared. Oh shit, it can actually be stacked. It's simply shocking. Luo Chen thought that his divine kingdom would skyrocket after the investment, but he didn't expect that the skyrocketing would also trigger another function of amplifying all things. It's like an old lady crawling into bed, which makes me laugh. At this time, Lu Yun on the other side was so moved that he almost cried. A master was so good to me that he actually gave me 250 points of divine source at once. A little divine power can increase the diameter of a planet by 1 kilometer. And 1 point of divine source equals 10,000 points of faith source equals 10,000 points of incense source equals 100 million strands of faith power equals 100 million strands of incense power equals 1 trillion faith points equals 1 trillion incense points. An ordinary believer provides roughly 1 faith point a day, and burning incense provides 1 incense point. There are 100 times more devout believers than ordinary believers. There are 100 times more fanatical believers than devout believers. As for false believers, they can be ignored. At present, Luo Chen has 800 million fake believers, which is a goldmine waiting to be developed. If you ask why there are still so many false believers after so long, it is because these believers were captured in recent years. Fights will also break out between gods, and these believers are the spoils of war between Luo Chen and several gods when they defeat each other. As a believer of other gods, changing their beliefs is not something that can be done overnight. Master, this is too precious. Lu Yun said quickly. This is the divine source. Just a little bit of it is enough for him to cultivate to become a priest. This is also the reason why most gods do not use divine resources to increase the area of their kingdom. It's luxurious and not cost effective. There are far more benefits to breaking through a realm than directly expanding it. As a new god, he only felt pain in his flesh. If he hadn't obtained the system, Luo Chen would naturally not do this. Now that he has the system, this is much better than an investment. A little divine power, an expansion of 100 million kilometers, this deal is worth it. Of course, Luo Chen had another attempt in mind. As long as it succeeded, this little bit of divine power would be nothing more than a drop in the bucket. No need to be polite to master. You have a weak foundation, so I will do my best to help you. If you achieve something in the future, as long as you still remember me, I will be pleased. Luo Chen spoke slowly. Master, Lu Yun was touched. He had thought that with his talent, it would be impossible for him to become a disciple, but he did not expect that his master would accept him. But even so, he still felt a little inferior. After all, his talent was much worse than that of other gods, but the master not only did not despise him, but also took out his life savings to help him lay a foundation. Lu Yun will never forget this great kindness and will definitely repay his master in the future. Even if it's not for himself, he will work hard to not let his master's hard work go to waste. After some inner struggle, Lu Yun was deeply moved. Here are 10 points of divine power. They will serve as your early cultivation resources. Luo Chen struck while the iron was hot and took out some divine source and handed it to Lu Yun. Ah! Master, you absolutely cannot do that. Lu Yun didn't dare to answer. I told you to take it, so take it. What's wrong? You just became my disciple, and you don't listen to me anymore? Luo Chen frowned. Damn it, how can I get resources if you don't use me? How could that be? I just think it's too valuable. Lu Yun swallowed his saliva. Although he was eager, he suppressed his desire. His master had just helped him and he had already bled heavily. It's simply outrageous to take so much divine power. Just take it when I tell you to. You're being hesitant like a woman. Luo Chen is so disappointed with you. Who needs you to help me save resources? Give it to me, take it with all your might, ignore the other party and force it on them. Ding. The host has invested 10 points of divine source, triggering a 10,000-fold return on the discipleship, and obtaining 100,000 points of divine source. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 divine source points, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification, and obtaining 1 billion divine source points. Ha ha ha. I'm rich. Luo Chen was so happy that he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Liu Yun, who was standing next to him, was even more moved when he saw Luo Chen looking so happy. A series of scenes flashed through his mind, and he was so happy just because his apprentice accepted the resources he gave him, as if he had made a fortune. Oh, master is so kind. Don't worry, master. I will practice hard and not bring shame to you. Lu Yun said solemnly. Oh, whatever you want, go ahead. Luo Chen waved his hand indifferently. Seeing this, Lu Yun found a place in the kingdom of God and began to practice. As for Luo Chen, he was thinking about how to use such huge resources. With so many resources, even if you are not talented, you can still reach a higher level by piling them up. I only invested 10 points of divine source, and I got so much. If I don't have divine source to spend in the future, wouldn't it be infinite divine source if I kept some for investment? Luo Chen thought happily. Host, please don't let your imagination run wild. Yi Yu reminded. Huh? What? Is there something wrong? Luo Chen asked hurriedly, saying that he couldn't ignore the resource acquisition, amplification and return are unique, which means that the same item can only be returned and amplified once. The same applies to resource items. The divine source after amplification and return cannot be reinvested to trigger it. Ye reminded. I see. It seems I need to focus on acquiring the source of faith and the source of incense. As long as these two are continuously available, I will not lack divine sources. Luo Chen understood and knew what to do. The source of God is transformed from the source of faith and the source of incense. Before, he had 10 million faith origins and 5 million incense origins. 2.5 million incense essences were converted into divine sources to help Lu Yun expand the area of the kingdom of God, and another 100,000 incense essences were converted into divine sources to invest in brushing divine source points. The divine source is transformed from these two, is singular, and is irreversible. Normally, everyone stores it in the form of the origin of faith and the origin of incense, and will only transform and absorb it when they need the origin of God for cultivation. Now with the uniqueness of the system amplification, these two are even more precious. Chapter 362, The Kingdom of God Within. So in the final analysis, everything can be traced back to the most fundamental believers. As long as there are believers, even if we start over, we can still rise and grow, and the conversion of believers is on the rise. Luo Chen seemed to be thinking about something. I still have 800 million fake believers. After so many years, those guys' faith must have faded. Thinking of this, Luo Chen sat on the throne and his consciousness entered the kingdom of God in his body. Buzz. In an instant, the sky was filled with divine light, and the terrifying vision attracted everyone's attention. All of a sudden, all the believers put down what they were doing and knelt down to welcome him. Welcome the Lord God. Even the 800 million fake believers had to pretend to be respectful and kneel down to greet him. No need to be polite. Luo Chen's tall and majestic figure overlooked the entire kingdom of God. The powerful oppressive force puts a lot of pressure on the 800 million fake believers. As for the other believers, they all looked fanatical. After all, this is the God they believe in. This divine descent is due to my recent realizations, which have led to a surge in the divine kingdom. I have come to inspect the situation to prevent any accidents. Please report the situation truthfully. Luo Chen said indifferently, it's the divine Lord. Everyone looked as if it was just as they expected. After all, the sudden surge in the kingdom of God just now gave them a big shock. That's 25 billion kilometers. A man stepped forward. He was the high priest of this term. My lord, due to the special laws of the divine kingdom, even if the divine kingdom increases dramatically, we will not be in serious trouble. Our houses are intact and have not been damaged. The continent covers hundreds of millions of miles. It also gives us a wider world. All of this is due to the grace and power of the Lord God. Praise you, great Lord God. Well, that's great. What about those outsiders? Are they doing well? Luo Chen glanced around. The fake believers below were sweating. Replying to the divine Lord, they are behaving peacefully and not causing any damage, but that's all. The high priest had a point. Luo Chen could naturally understand what he meant. He had thrown those guys into the kingdom of God before just to let them roam free for a few hundred years to dilute their previous belief in the gods, and then he would spread the faith himself. After hearing the high priest's words, the fake believers broke out in cold sweats, thinking, I'm going to complain, right? But they were really afraid that Luo Chen would take action against them. Who wants to die when they can live? But faith is not something that can be changed overnight. It must be sincere and come from the heart. The means of coercion are useless. Their current life in the Luochen divine kingdom is no different from that in the divine kingdoms of other gods. They cannot be influenced in a short period of time. Luochen also knew this. He had no choice before because he was poor, but now that he was rich, he naturally had to change. I already know about this. Luochen responded. The false believers below became even more nervous. Since I have already accepted you, I will naturally treat you as my own believers. You must get along well with each other in the future. It's the Divine Lord. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were not held accountable, the high priest didn't know what to say. If those guys were willing to believe in their own gods, he would naturally agree. However, after so many years, he didn't see them change their beliefs. There's one more thing I need to do. Only by the Lord God's command. The high priest replied. Observing that your strength is improving slowly, I plan to set up a training pavilion, a challenge tower, a washing pool, and an advancement building. As he spoke, Luochen waved his hand and released a large amount of divine power. Buildings are rising from the ground in God's kingdom. These buildings have specific functions. It's not that Luochen didn't do it before, but that he couldn't afford it. Every building has a huge amount of divine source. Only those who are not from wealthy families can have so much divine source. Take the cultivation pavilion for example. One requires 10,000 divine source points. You should know that since becoming a god, Luochen's savings are only 1,500 points of divine source. Now that I have money, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of divine sources are just a drop in the bucket. A total of 10 training pavilions were built, costing 100,000. 10 challenge towers cost 200,000. 10 washing sinks cost 1 million. 10 advanced buildings cost 2 million. Ding. Detected that the host has established a training pavilion, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification, transforming to training pavilion level 10,000. Luochen's mouth twitched when he saw the prompt. A 10,000 times increase is LV 10,000. Very appropriate. Although the name is not very good, the effect is indeed earth-shaking. These buildings need to be carefully managed by our people. Remember that everyone can use them. No discrimination is allowed, understand? Luochen's voice was loud and clear. These words seemed to be spoken to the high priest, but in fact they were spoken to the group of false believers. Only when they get tangible benefits will those guys change their beliefs as soon as possible. Yes, Lord God. The high priest naturally understood the meaning of the words. He also understands what his Lord God wants to do, so he will try his best to cooperate. It's brainwashing, which high priest doesn't know it. Someone who can brainwash is not necessarily a high priest, but a high priest will definitely brainwash your false believers. Feel the grace. Luochen nodded and gave a brief introduction to the specific functions of each building, which made everyone below feel excited. Is this a miracle? It's so terrifying. Luochen then withdrew his spiritual consciousness and returned. It's great to have a cheat. I believe it won't be long before those fake believers will be converted into my true believers. Luochen fantasized, then used the divine source to speed up the passage of time and the divine kingdom within your body. I wouldn't have dared to think about it in the past, but now I'm rich and I can spend money like that. Practice, and don't let your own realm fall behind. Luochen's spiritual consciousness found Lu Yun in the divine realm. Master will be in seclusion for a few years. During this time, you will learn the basics in the academy. I will teach you the rest after I come out of seclusion. Luochen instructed. Yes, Master. Lu Yun responded quickly. 10 points of divine source are a rich resource, and Lu Yun doesn't have to worry about resources in the early stage. So Luochen doesn't have to worry about any problems arising from free-range breeding for a few years. A few months later, Lu Yun exited the cultivation state. Level 4 is amazing. I don't know if this is efficient or not. Lu Yun stood up and prepared to go to the academy to learn the basic knowledge about gods. He practiced for several months and didn't use up any of the 10 points of divine power given to him by Luochen. He estimated that just a little bit of divine power would be enough to push him to the level of a priest. When he arrived at the college, Lu Yun randomly found a classroom to attend the lecture. The lectures were all basic knowledge, but most of the new gods listened with great interest. These gods have no background. After attending classes for a few months, their cultivation level is still the same as when they were born. Lu Yun's entry also attracted a lot of attention. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Lu Yun, many gods showed envy. It's great to have a master. I have left them far behind in just a few months. If you want to gain believers besides the creatures that come with the newly open kingdom of God, you must use your induction ability to travel through the myriad worlds with your spiritual consciousness, looking for ordinary creatures from other worlds and converting them, or bringing them into your own kingdom of God. After so many years of struggle, the surrounding worlds have become strongholds of other gods, so it is best not to interfere with these worlds. The teacher on the stage warned. Then teacher, what about us gods who don't have believers? It's simple, become a disciple, or borrow money. The teacher is intriguing. Loan? The gods below were stunned. That's right, we're all gods. You don't have to worry about not being able to gain followers. Many gods trade in human beings. It's just that the price of borrowing is, the teacher didn't explain in detail, but everyone understood that it was definitely a sky-high price. Or they are specifically used to slaughter these wild and helpless gods. After all, without any background, they had to borrow money if they wanted to get started. Chapter 363, Promotion to Domain God. Lu Yun frowned slightly when he heard this. There is no shortage of resources for self-cultivation at the moment, the only difference is the number of believers. Although his kingdom of God has been transformed and is no longer so desolate and dead, it is impossible for intelligent creatures to be born in a short period of time. There are strict requirements for believers to be promoted to priests, not to mention 1 or 200,000, 10,000 ordinary believers is the most basic. Afterwards, Lu Yun continued to learn some basic knowledge and began to inquire about the buying and selling of living beings in the divine realm. Since this transaction was a consensual one and there were many operators, Lu Yun found several shops in a short time. After some inquiries, the approximate price is 1:1 purchase, a little faith origin or incense origin in exchange for an ordinary intelligent creature. Special intelligent creatures require face-to-face negotiation. The prices are ridiculously high, they're totally ripping you off. Lu Yun felt helpless. Although he had nearly 10 points of divine power, he would not squander it like this. It's better to comprehend the heavens and gain believers by yourself. If that doesn't work, ask Master to lend some. Lu Yun felt a little shameless. After returning to the kingdom of God, he began to practice the method of perceiving the heavens. The fragile spiritual consciousness wandered around several nearby worlds. He could sense that these worlds were ruled by powerful gods, and they were not something he could get involved in at the moment. No wonder the teacher warned them not to set their sights on the nearby worlds. This powerful pressure was several times greater than that of their own master. So Lu Yun had no choice but to stay away from these worlds as much as possible and go further away. After turning around for an unknown amount of time, until his consciousness weakened, Lu Yun stopped searching. It's true that it's impossible to find a bargain. After countless years of division, the surrounding world is beyond the reach of wild gods like us. Even further away, we can't reach it with our current strength. Lu Yun sighed. If Plan 1 didn't work, he could only use Plan 2. The master said that he would go into seclusion for a few years, and during these years he raised his realm to the 9th level of God. A few years later, Luochen broke through to become a great realm god and advanced to become a domain god. Luckily, I took action to solve the problem of fake believers before I went into seclusion. Otherwise, with the number of believers before, it would not be enough to qualify for the promotion to domain god. Luochen looked at his system panel. Host, Luochen, realm, domain god, God's name, God of eternal chaos, origin of faith, 585.25 million, origin of incense, 525.41 million, origin of God, omitted, believers, fanatics, 30,000, devout believers, 20 million, ordinary believers, 850 million, system functions, plunder, copy, amplification of all things, 10,000 times, summoning from another world, sign in, return of apprenticeship, 10,000 times, chat group, system evaluation. The golden mean is not advisable. At first Luochen didn't take it too seriously, but then he discovered something was wrong. Holy crap! Where do all these sources of faith and incense come from? Luochen exclaimed. System, what's going on? Are you cheating on me? He was a little bit unbelievable. Ding. Host, please do not slander this system. This system absolutely does not have cheats, nor does it disdain to use cheats. Ding. These origins were provided by the host's believers over the past 5 years. That's not right. Even if it was provided by my believers, including all 800 million fake believers, there would only be around 50,000 or 60,000 at most. Wait. Does this mean that a 10,000-fold increase can also increase the faith and incense offered by believers? Luochen was dumbfounded. Ding. What the host guessed is true. Everything can be amplified. Yi Yu said confidently, I have reached the rule level, and there is nothing that cannot be amplified without order. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple recruitment mission. Rewards will be distributed. Ding. Because the host accepted the Son of Fortune as his disciple, he is rewarded with the following powers: Devour, Destiny. Why does this authority look so familiar? Luochen was thoughtful, and after a moment he remembered that this was the authority that his chief disciple had not yet awakened. Ding. System task released. Mission, accept the Son of Fortune as a disciple again. Reward, unknown. The familiar task comes again. This made Luochen's heart beat fast. Judging from the layout of the system, he was going to be trained to become an omniscient and omnipotent god. As long as he recruits enough disciples and gathers all the power in his body, he will be the only true god in this world. Okay, isn't it just about accepting disciples? I'll accept as many Sons of Fortune as I can. Luochen was excited. My authority has increased now, and it will continue to grow in the future, which is worthy of my name as a god. Luochen sighed. When he first crossed into this world, he thought that he would shine brightly and stand at the top of this world, so when he was born, he took this high-sounding name of a god so much so that after his talent was exposed, he didn't dare to reveal his divine name for fear of being embarrassed and ridiculed. He has kept it hidden until now, and no one knows what his divine name is. If it weren't for the fact that the name of a god is unique and cannot be changed once it is determined, it would have been changed long ago. Luo Chen thought of this and asked the system. System, can you help me change my god name? I feel like this god name isn't high enough. Ding. Host's intention detected, rewarding a name change card. It's really good, but why does it smell like penguin? Luo Chen murmured. Use the name change card. Confirm the name of God, the omniscient, omnipotent, and immortal true God. Hee, this is quite impressive, but I won't reveal my divine name until my strength matches it. I've already hidden it for 3,000 years, so a few more thousand years won't matter. Luo Chen was very happy. Go out and see how your cheap apprentice is doing. Luo Chen stood up and officially came out of seclusion. As soon as he left the temple, he sensed Lu Yun in the kingdom of God. With a thought, Luo Chen came to the other person's side. Master. You've come out of seclusion. Sensing a familiar breath, Lu Yun woke up from his cultivation state and stood up to salute. Well, it seems you've had a good time these past few years. You've reached the 9th level of godhood. Not bad, not bad. Luo Chen was very satisfied. This talent is much better than mine. It took me more than 100 years to become a 9th level god. It's mainly because I was alone and helpless in the early stage and had no resources. Now Lu Yun has his own investment and everything is going smoothly. He just needs to focus on cultivation. This is all thanks to Master. If Master hadn't given me the divine source, I wouldn't have been able to advance so quickly. Lu Yun was also sincerely grateful. In the past few years in the academy, he has seen countless junior and senior students worrying about the resources for cultivation and taking on huge debts at a young age. You are now a 9th level god. As long as your followers meet the requirements, you can be promoted to a priest and awaken your authority. By the way, you didn't go to borrow money, did you? Luo Chen remembered something. There is no master. I think this matter should be decided by Master. The cost of borrowing money from outside is too high, so I want to. Lu Yun found it difficult to speak. It's good that there's no loan. I, Master, was also one of those who was deceived. It took me over 1,000 years to pay off the loan. He felt itchy when he thought of this. Interest is compounded, he is a complete money-eating beast, but at that time he still had to borrow. Fortunately, he became strong enough in the end and found the guy who lent him the money and got back all the interest, but at least the other party helped him in the beginning, so the sky-high principle can be regarded as the other party's profit. After hearing Luo Chen's story, Lu Yun was also scared. He didn't expect that the sky-high principle was not enough, and there was also a huge interest, which was even higher than the principle. Chapter 364, Earth Online? Now that Master is here, you don't need to borrow money anymore. Luo Chen naturally knew that Lu Yun wanted to borrow someone. This won't work. Borrowed items probably won't trigger a return, so they have to be given as a gift. Isn't it natural for a master to give gifts to his disciples? Talking about borrowing will only hurt feelings. Is 10 million enough? If not, I'll add more. Luo Chen said with great confidence. Lu Yun widened his eyes, unable to believe what he heard. He trembled and said, Master, do you want to borrow 10 million people from me? This is too much. I am afraid I won't be able to pay it back in the future. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm your master. These 10 million people are a gift to you. This is too much. 10,000 people will be enough for my disciple. Lu Yun didn't dare to be greedy. Even a god from a great realm would feel the pain of spending these 10 million. Master gives it to you, so take it. Master's gift cannot be refused. Luo Chen glared at him. This cheap disciple was good in every way except that he was not greedy enough and had no ambition. But you are the future god of maintaining rules, so show your ambition. Yes, Master. You are a teachable child. Come with me, my teacher. Luo Chen nodded, waved his hand, and a dark passage opened up in front of him. Luo Chen stepped in first, and Lu Yun followed closely behind. As the scene changed, the two came to a small world. Master, it seems that there is no heavenly Tao in this world. Lu Yun whispered. Of course there is no heavenly Tao. This world is my private world. Luo Chen explained. Lu Yun felt a little admiration when he heard this. He was indeed worthy of being called his master. In this environment with serious internal conflicts, he actually had his own private world. It seemed that he had underestimated his master's strength. This is a godless world. So far, Master has not taken action against them. Now that you are in urgent need of believers, I will allocate some of the population to you. Luo Chen spoke as he swept his spiritual sense across. There is only one planet in this world with a population, but the population is huge, a full 7 billion. Lu Yun also looked at this world. No wonder the master could take out 10 million without feeling any pain. For a moment, he felt a little envious. When I grow up, I also want to occupy a world as my own private world. Then Master, what should I do? Should I attack directly? Lu Yun asked. Luo Chen shook his head. If the godless world wants to convert them to believe in itself, it must have some means, otherwise it will only cause resistance, and in the end you can only destroy these natives, which is not worth the loss. It depends on what Master says. Human nature is a required course. You must study it carefully. It will also be helpful for you in managing believers in the future. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he started to attack. Asa time traveler, he has countless tricks. During this period, he has been thinking about how to deal with this world, and he thinks one of the methods is very good. Just see, Luo Chen's divine power enveloped the entire world. A voice rang in the ears of all living beings. Ding. Blue Star Online enters version 2.0. Add the following modules now. Adjust and weaken existing professions. Join the Wanjia module. Start the battle of the heavens. Weaken the capitalist profession, reduce the experience gained by the profession, and reduce the number of existing professions. Enhance ordinary people's careers, increase experience gain, and increase growth limits. Join the professional God believer. Open the believer level promotion, fanatic believer, devout believer, ordinary believer, added the gods module. Added mysterious power module. Open special career acquisition tasks. Open training system. Added awakening elements. The Blue Star Online version update is complete. I wish you a happy game. Boom. The continuous reminder sound was like a bolt from the blue in everyone's mind. What? You told me that the place I live in now is just a game world. Many people's worldview collapsed. Blue Star Online? Blue Star Online. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. A small number of people cannot accept it and are ready to commit suicide. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows when he saw this. He said, "You can't commit suicide because you are my precious population resource." Immediately patch, ding. Some players have been detected performing illegal operations. Add the following patches. All suicidal behaviors are prohibited. Add a judging system, using current laws as rules to constrain players. With the release of the patch, all suicidal behaviors were curbed, but this was only a preliminary suppression. If we want to solve it completely, we have to wait until everyone accepts this outrageous reality. After all, no one can accept this. I was living a good life, but suddenly you told me that my life was just a virtual game. However, compared to the small number of people who could not accept it, most people were excited. Ha ha ha. Finally, there's a place for me to show off my skills. Myriad worlds. I want to conquer them all. Life is bad enough as it is, so it doesn't hurt to get a little out of the way. Maybe with this update, I can stand out. Holy crap. I was wondering why I was so poor. It turns out the player controlling me didn't give me any money. Pay me now. If you don't pay to play the game, what's the point of playing it? Brother, is there a possibility that you are the player itself? Doesn't that mean I'm poor, Master? Is this possible? Looking at the current situation on Blue Star, Lu Yun was a little worried. Aren't we here to convert believers? What's the point of doing this? Don't worry, everything is under control. Rather than showing up and claiming to be gods and asking them to believe in us, it's better to use a method they are familiar with. It will be quicker and there will be no resistance. Once they get a taste of success, more people with big money waiting to see them will flock to them. That's human nature. Luo Chen taught Lu Yun meaningfully. Follow Master's instructions. Lu Yun took note of it. Seeing that the Blue Star was back on track, Luo Chen adjusted the time of this world. In this small world, he can adjust the timeline. It's just a slight consumption of divine power. Soon, the whole world entered a state of acceleration, because the entire world is blessed by his divine power. Everything is digitized, everyone has their own template. You can also see career information, daily tasks, career advancement tasks, special event handling, reward acquisition, experience acquisition, etc. The entire Blue Star society has undergone earth-shaking changes. Everyone is working hard to climb up, and everyone is studying how to obtain special professions. A few years passed, most professions have been explored, and only the most mysterious believer profession is yet to be unlocked. Some people speculate that this is the rarest profession. After all, the game system previously said that a god module had been added, so the believers must correspond to gods. As the gods haven't appeared yet, they guess that the game hasn't entered the main storyline yet. Seeing that the time was ripe, Luo Chen began to operate. Ding. The Blue Star Online main quest begins. Unlock the disciple profession. Luo Chen looked at Lu Yun. Disciple, what is your divine name? Master, I don't have a divine name yet. I want to wait until I awaken my authority before taking a divine name. This will be more appropriate. Lu Yun replied. Well, that makes sense, but Master can see that you have not yet awakened your authority. Why not let Master choose one for you? Luo Chen gave suggestions. Master, please give me a name. Lu Yun agreed. How about the god of destiny devouring? Lu Yun's mouth twitched. It seemed that his master was bad at naming. Master, why does this sound like an evil god? No. Luo Chen pondered it carefully and felt that he did have a villain vibe, but it didn't matter, since he was the son of luck. Chapter 365, a surge in believers. Luyan was helpless. Never mind, as long as Master is happy, it's just a divine name, he doesn't take it that seriously. Just follow what Master says. Luyan thanked him. As he said this, he immediately signed his name with the name of God. Very good, very good. Now it's up to me to reflect your kingdom of God into the universe. Luyan did as he was told. Luo Chen also used his divine power to make it known to all living beings. Ding. Main quest, join the kingdom of God. Choice 1, God of Destiny Devouring, quota 0/100000000. Choice 2, Omniscient, Omnipotent, Immortal True God, quota no limit, dual career system is open. Rare profession, Believer, limited time unlock for job change. Remaining time, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Conditions for changing to the Disciple class, believe in a deity. Please make your choice. As the main storyline develops, the world is in an uproar. Instead of hastily choosing a camp to join, everyone started a heated discussion. Since this is the main storyline, the Disciple class must be changed. And considering that the player already has other classes, the game system has thoughtfully enabled a dual class mode. I think you all know what this means without having to explain it. That's right. Once you miss the opportunity, you will be eliminated by the tide of the times. I know all the reasons, so which one should I choose? It must be the God of Destiny Devourer. I didn't see there was a quota limit, so he must be awesome. Your Excellency's words make perfect sense, so I choose the Omniscient, Omnipotent, and Immortal God. Let's wait and see what happens to other people after they change jobs. Many people are hesitant, but a small number of people have already started to change jobs. The limit of 10 million makes these people feel that this is a great opportunity and they must seize it. In less than a day, Luyan gained 10 million followers. It's so simple. Luyan just felt a little dreamy. That's human nature. Here's what you do next. Luo Chen tells the next routine. Luyan, listen carefully. That's it. I've already given you a population of 10 million as my teacher. How far you can develop it depends on your own luck. Don't worry, Master. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Okay, take your believers away and prepare for promotion to priest. Luo Chen waved his hand and started to drive people away. Soon, Luyan used his great supernatural powers to bring these 10 million believers into his own kingdom, and then left this world and returned to the divine realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for investing 10 million people. Trigger the reward of 10,000 times the amount of teaching and returning, and gain 100 billion ordinary believers. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 billion ordinary believers, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification, and transforming into 100 billion fanatical believers. Fuck. Luo Chen's jaw dropped. So terrifying, 100 billion. And he's still a fanatic. Luo Chen quickly used his spiritual sense to explore the situation of the kingdom of God in his body. As expected, the originally vast kingdom of God was now filled with densely packed fanatics. Fortunately, the kingdom of God is big enough. After being promoted to a domain god, the area of his kingdom of God has increased dozens of times in size. TSK, now the source of faith and the source of incense are completely sufficient. These 100 billion fanatical believers alone can provide 10 million sources of faith a day. No, this is before the system amplifies it 10,000 times. If it does, it will be 100 billion faith sources per day. That is 10 million divine sources per day. 3 words flashed through Luo Chen's mind. Who else, with so many believers, looking at this blue planet with a population of 7 billion suddenly seems boring. It's better not to convert these people into our followers. Leaving them for future disciples will maximize the benefits. Luo Chen made a decision in his mind and started to act. First, a notice was issued indicating that the believer's job transfer task was closed. What's going on? I haven't changed my job yet. Didn't we agree that there would be another year? TSK, we're too late. The 10 million people who took action earlier have already been teleported into the kingdom of God and opened a new instance, while we can only stay on Blue Planet. Why didn't I get teleported away even though I joined the camp of the Omniscient, Omnipotent, and Immortal True God? Some people are confused. Within a day, millions of people chose to change their jobs to Luo Chen's camp. Are there any differences between you who have switched to the believer class? I've awakened my extraordinary abilities, and there's also a set of training methods. As long as I practice according to the methods in my mind, I can continue to become stronger. Fuck. I'm so pissed. It's over, I'm a servant again. It's too late for everyone to regret. This is extraordinary power. Who doesn't want to have it? For a time, these believers became popular in various countries. With these foreshadowings, as long as the believer's job transfer task is opened again, these guys will probably flock to it. Afterwards, Luo Chen used his divine power to create a game system to manage this world. Lower the time ratio a bit. I'll just treat this world as my colony. Time flies. With a sufficient number of believers, Luo Chen and Lu Yun both chose to go into seclusion to break through their realm. A year later, Lu Yun came out of seclusion, his realm was elevated to that of a priest, and he also awakened his own authority, devouring in destiny. As Master said, my awakening of authority is the true beginning. Feeling the power of authority, Lu Yun was delighted. Thinking of what his master had said before, he seemed to have underestimated his master's strength again. Master, could it be that he is a hidden leader? Lu Yun imagined a series of melodramatic plots. This way I will have a solid backing. So what are you waiting for? Let's have fun. Once you reach the realm of a priest, you can start a war between gods. I have the power of devouring and can devour other gods and make them my own. Lu Yun activated the power of destiny. The threads of fate intersect and converge. As someone who controls his own destiny, he can clearly see what will benefit his future development. So many people's fates are crossing mine in a few days. Looks like something big is going to happen. This line is dangerous, don't mess with it. This line is good, will it kill you if you offend it? Or is it good? It seems that even if the owner of this line is killed, it won't be a big deal. Very good. Mark it. Lu Yun checked every line of fate that had recently intertwined with his own. Any fate line that is slightly ominous is labeled as not to be messed with, and any fate line that is beneficial to oneself is labeled as leaked. At present, his control over his destiny can only go so far. After all, we are all gods, and it is considered good enough to be able to do this. If it were other weak creatures, we could deduce their fate. However, once his power over destiny is fully developed, even gods will be able to spy on the development of their destiny. A few days passed quickly. Lu Yun came to the academy. According to fate, after some inquiries, I found out that something big had indeed happened. The teacher will lead the team to other colleges for academic exchanges later. Anyone who has reached the priest level can sign up. Dean Gu Tianhe announced, this is the underlying rule of all major colleges and universities. If there is competition between gods, the priests can start a war between gods. If wild gods without any background want to quickly improve their strength, they can only do so by plundering other gods. Chapter 366, Release the mission. Lu Yun looked at the gods who came forward to volunteer, and he joined the team without hesitation. Gu Tianhe, who was in charge of selecting candidates, was stunned when he saw Lu Yun. Isn't this Luo Chen's disciple? I remember that this guy has very poor talent. Could he be a priest? Gu Tianhe was puzzled and quickly stepped forward to check. Hello, principal. Lu Yun saluted the visitor. Well, you are indeed a priest. I didn't expect that your talent for cultivation is not bad. Gu Tianhe confirmed that the other party's realm was correct. My disciple is foolish, it's all thanks to Master's teaching. Lu Yun replied. You know the purpose of this trip. It's to start a war with other gods. At best, the kingdom of God will be destroyed, and at worst, you will die on the spot. If you don't have the courage, don't try to show off, or you and your master will be separated by death. As Luo Chen's good friend, Gu Tianhe naturally gave him some warnings and persuasion. Does your master know your decision? Master is in seclusion and doesn't know, but I do have a good grasp of the situation. Please rest assured, principal. Lu Yun said. Gu Tianhe frowned. Why didn't you listen to my advice? How many followers do you have? What is your combat power? Don't become blindly arrogant just because you've awakened your authority. Principal, please rest assured. I won't act rashly. Lu Yun didn't want to tell the truth. After all, the resources of a world would attract the covetousness of others. Well, never mind. You have the same temper as your master. Just stay by my side during this trip. Gu Tianhe shook his head, but still wanted to take care of Lu Yun out of kindness. Thank you, principal. Lu Yun thanked him. Calling me principal is awkward. Your master and I are old friends. You can call me Master Gu. Okay, Mr. Gu. Lu Yun felt deeply moved. He didn't expect that his master and the principal had such a close relationship. It seemed that this trip would be guaranteed. The candidates were selected quickly. Hundreds of priests signed up, but only about a dozen were able to join the team. After all, it's just an academic exchange, and it's not good to have a too large team. Originally, it was impossible for Lu Yun, a newly promoted priest, to be selected, because he had the support of the principal. This is the importance of social skills. The group set off in a mighty procession. The place where they are is a divine realm. There are countless divine domains in this world, and they are the territories of the powerful divine realm. Divine realm, only by becoming a great domain god can one enclose territory for development, use great supernatural powers to build a stable space. Generally speaking, all forces in this divine domain are ultimately aiming for the great domain god at the top. The destination of this trip is a divine realm on the border. After crossing many portals, the group finally arrived at their destination. Every time we travel to other realms, they represent the reputation of our divine realm. We lost in the last duel, so we're going to win back this time, no matter what. Do you understand? Gu Tianhe instructed. We know. Everyone responded. Well, every time we compete, it involves more than just our divine realm. People from other divine realms will also be involved. And our divine realm will not only send a team, but other schools will also send teams to compete. Lu Yun suddenly understood what was going on. No wonder the fate lines he had checked before all came from all over the world. Mr. Gu, the candidates sent by other divine realms shouldn't have any significant backgrounds, right? Lu Yun asked in a low voice. In general, this is the case. After all, this kind of competition is only prepared for people like you who come from humble backgrounds. It would be meaningless to allow disciples with powerful backgrounds to participate. Mr. Gu said. So, there's an unexpected situation? Lu Yun raised his eyebrows. He had checked several fate lines before and they all showed signs of great misfortune and disaster, which meant that there were gods with powerful backgrounds participating in this event, and they were not people he could afford to provoke now. Not really. Some divine realms are more concerned about their reputation, so they will place some geniuses there. If everything goes smoothly, they won't take action. If they are outperformed by other realms, they will take action to save their own divine realm's reputation. Gu Tianhe explained. Lu Yun clicked his tongue. No wonder, this was the reason for his consideration. It seems that in order not to cause trouble for his master, he has to pick on the weak. Not long after, teams from other colleges met Gu Tianhe and his team. Lao Gu, why did you bring so many people this time? Seeing that Gu Tianhe's team had more than a dozen people, the principals of other colleges asked. You all know what kind of gods our academy takes in. How can you rise to prominence if you don't fight with others? But this concerns the reputation of our divine realm. Losing too much is never good. We can just send one or two of our strongest priests. How can we cultivate talents if we are afraid of this and that? The strong are made through competition. Other divine realms send so many people every time, shouldn't we also show some strength? Gu Tianhe said. I won't argue with you. Let my people from my academy take the lead later. This time Gu Tianhe didn't say anything. It didn't matter who took the lead. A group of people arrived at the gathering place. Lu Yun finally got to see the priests from other divine realms. The breath varies, some are strong and some are weak. Lu Yun activated the power of destiny and bestowed it upon his eyes. Thanks to this, everyone's fate clearly appeared before his eyes. Following the marks that had been made long ago, he found the source of those fate lines that could not be touched. This aura is much stronger than that of a newly promoted priest like me. It seems that they are all gods who are half a step away from becoming a high priest. I memorized the faces of several people in my mind, and whenever they came on the court, I would not challenge them. Everyone, take a few days rest. The competition will be held in 3 days. The deity presiding over the competition was a domain god, who seemed to be the dean of a local power academy. The place they arranged was also in the school in the center of the divine realm. You all go back and rest, and adjust your condition. Gu Tianhe ordered. Everyone left one after another, and they were all assigned separate lounges. In the lounge. Lu Yun restrained his mind and his spiritual consciousness descended into the kingdom of God. With Luo Chen's previous teachings, he also knew how to mobilize his believers. Ding. The limited time dungeon for all players is now open. Large-scale dungeon, God War. Content: battle with multiple gods and their followers, and receive substantial rewards for each victory. Rewards: public rewards will be issued based on overall contribution, and individual rewards will be issued based on individual contribution. The specific opening time of the dungeon will be announced soon. Please be prepared for the battle. The sound of the game system rang in the ears of 10 million people. The God War is about to begin so soon. By the way, does anyone know how to get back? After joining this faction, I was directly teleported to the kingdom of God. I don't think I'll have to stay here forever. Isn't it good here? We can practice cultivation, and there is a vast world. We can also build our own civilization here. The God of Destiny has also sent down miracles for us to use. The extraordinary system is good, but I still want to live in modern society. I want to go back and pretend to be cool. Lu Yun listened to the discussion in silence. Things in the kingdom of God have been built into a large-scale virtual online game according to Luo Chen's requirements. He used his divine power to create a large number of monsters and demons inside for them to kill and upgrade. Originally, we were planning to release this feature later, but it seems we have to bring it forward. Ding! The main storyline begins. Plot: win the God War. After the main storyline, the function of returning to the present world will be opened. Chapter 367, God War. Great. We must win this event. That's right, after we win we can go back and show off. Don't worry, even if it costs my life, I will win. Everyone howled with excitement. As they say, these guys have the right to be resurrected. The reason is that Luochen built a spring for Lu Yun's kingdom. The price was a huge sum of divine source points, but now Luochen lacked everything except divine source. Of course, the effect of this fountain is limited, and the cost of resurrection is lower for lower level believers. In game terms, this means that less experience points will be deducted. After all, everything follows rules, so therefore, resurrection has a price, and the experience deducted from each resurrection is used here as the believer's vitality. Luyin can use his own divine power to offset these side effects, or he can use divine power to offset them. Therefore, when a large number of believers die and the divine power can no longer bear it, the divine source is his guarantee. Master is truly wealthy and powerful. He is indeed a hidden master, otherwise a mere great realm god wouldn't be able to give me so much divine energy to command. Lu Yun sighed as he was carrying a huge sum of 1,000 divine sources. So many divine luochen were also given to him by Luochen before he went into seclusion. He was shocked at first, because these were 1,000 divine sources. Under normal circumstances, it would take a large world god more than 2,000 years to accumulate enough. So when Luochen took out so many divine sources for him, he became even more certain that his master was a hidden big shot. Luochen benefited from this and also received a reward of 100 billion divine sources. Luochen, you may make a lot of money, but I will never lose money. 3 days later, the long-awaited exchange meeting officially began. Gods from all corners of the world gathered together. They looked at their opponents from other colleges with smiles on their faces. Luyin stood behind Gu Tianhe and watched. This kind of exchange meeting focuses on freedom, and there is no prescribed order of performance. There is only one arena, and round-robin matches are allowed. The student from whichever college defends the arena to the end will be the winner. However, you will be given enough rest time after each match. Secondly, although it is a round-robin match, it is impossible for you to consume only one person. After winning 3 games in a row, you can apply to leave the stage and let people from other colleges come on stage to defend the ring. You can also come on stage again to challenge later, but once you lose a match, you are no longer eligible to continue on stage, which means you are eliminated. Gu Tianhe instructed everyone. Don't rush into battle without sufficient confidence. The war between gods is no small feat. Even if someone accidentally kills you, it's just bad luck. After listening to the instructions, everyone nodded solemnly. Although it is dangerous, there are also opportunities. As long as you win the war between gods, you can obtain ownership of the other party's believers. This is a gamble and a fight for resources. At this moment, leaders from other colleges and universities are also warning their students. Bang! The conference begins. For the sake of fairness, the first college to play will be randomly selected. A large turntable appeared above the venue. As the turntable continued to spin and finally stopped, the first academy to perform was determined. Looking at the unfamiliar college name, Luyin breathed a sigh of relief. In this kind of fight, the advantage of the backhand is particularly important. Soon, the selected academy sent a student to the stage to defend the ring. Luyin looked intently. The aura is normal in the realm of priests, and the situation of the kingdom of God can only be known after the war breaks out. The various colleges on the field began to discuss. Gu Tianhe also looked at his students. Any of you who are confident can go up and challenge, but I must remind you that winning one fight is nothing. Only when you win 3 fights in a row can you retire with honor. Otherwise, you will be making wedding clothes for others in vain. Everyone naturally knew this, because once they lost a game, all the believers won in the previous games, including their own believers, would be taken away by the latter. This is a big gamble, and it is also the best place for these gods of wild origin to rise. As long as you keep winning, the number of believers will continue to increase dramatically. Luyin looked at the hesitant crowd and was as steady as an old dog. Now was not the best time to take action, because although the first person who comes up to defend the ring is of average strength, he has too few followers, so it won't be too late to wait for the other party to win a few games before going up under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Other colleges and universities finally sent people to compete. When the two sides met, without saying a word, their divine powers converged, and the divine kingdoms in their bodies were temporarily connected. Mr. Gu, the two sides are fighting each other. Can we outsiders see the details of what is happening? Lu Yun asked. Normally, no. Gu Tianhe responded. He glanced at the field and continued, only under special intervention, or when both parties voluntarily open up the kingdom of God, can outsiders see the situation. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow appeared in the air. Luyin frowned when he saw this. This phantom was projected by an object. I think it must be a special treasure. In this way, there are no secrets in every war between gods. Any hidden cards will be clearly seen by subsequent opponents. My situation is special. Once the god war begins, it will definitely attract attention and arouse suspicion from others. Luyin thought to himself, there are tens of millions of believers in the priest realm, and there are special miracles that can resurrect believers, and none of them make sense at his level, not to mention that his own dean knows him better. While he was thinking, the battle between gods on the field was in full swing. When the two kingdoms of God met, a large number of believers fought one after another. Luyin saw many races, each with its own system, and their strength was quite good. The most commonly used system by each race is the magic system. This system is easy to transition to in the early stages and is also the most easily mastered supernatural power for each race. With the blessing of the gods, they will be able to learn it easily after the grace of gods is bestowed. Compared to the believers who were fighting in full swing, the gods of both sides were sitting in the base camp of their own kingdom and watching everything. The divine war considers not only the combat capabilities of the believers, but also the strength of the gods' authority and their mastery of that authority. Each factor will influence the final outcome. Gu Tianhe continued to explain to Lu Yun everything that happened on the field. It has a sense of special treatment. Lu Yun listened carefully. The experience from his predecessors was very valuable, not to mention that he would be on stage soon. The more you can learn now, the better. As for power, fate is not suitable for attacking, but it can be used to predict the direction of the battlefield to remain invincible. The devouring power is very suitable for combat, and its main function is violent output. As time went by, the war between gods entered a white-hot state, and gods from both sides began to join the battle. Compared to the petty fights among the believers, the battles among the gods were more devastating. In the Great War, all living beings in the center were wiped out without distinction between friend and foe. The believers fled in fear. Follow my command and destroy the core of the other side's kingdom of God. The gods of both sides issued their final orders. To win the war between gods, one must completely destroy the opponent's kingdom of God, destroy all of the opponent's idols, and eradicate everything related to faith. Looking at everything, Lu Yun couldn't help but sigh at the cruelty of the war between gods. Mr. Gu, we lost the God War once. Do we have a chance to start over? Lu Yun asked. No one can guarantee that they will always win. This is unrealistic. Of course you can. You will only lose your believers, and your own realm will not fall. However, once the kingdom of God is broken, it will take several years to rebuild it. The bigger the kingdom of God, the longer it will take to rebuild. So generally speaking, unless it's a fight to the death, no one would rashly start a war of gods, because a war of gods means fighting to the death. Gu Tian has said meaningfully. This is also the reason why you don't see students starting a war of gods in the academy. Chapter 368, overwhelming. The competition lasted for several days. The gods present were watching intently. During this period, none of the gods could hold on to win 3 games in a row, and Lu Yun watched silently. My situation is special, so the first game will definitely be a no-brainer. The difficult part is the challenges initiated by others in the subsequent 2 games. With my capital, I will definitely make those guys in charge take action. 10 million believers, there's no way those guys wouldn't take a gamble. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. The conference was coming to an end, and there were only about a dozen people left with the opportunity to perform. Seeing that Lu Yun was still not on stage, Gu Tianhe was also a little confused. I thought Lu Yun realized that the gap between himself and other gods was too big, so he didn't go on the field and gave away his head in vain. Don't be discouraged. You've just been promoted to a priest, so it's inevitable that there will be some gaps between you and others. Consider this conference as an experience. It won't be too late to come back next time when you're fully confident. Gu Tianhe comforted. Lu Yun was puzzled. Principal, what are you talking about? Without thinking too much, Lu Yun looked at the battle of gods that had just ended in the center of the field, and stood up and walked towards the ring. After so many days of accumulated wars between gods, the number of believers now accumulated is a terrifying number. There are millions of them, and this is when a large number of believers die in every war between gods. Otherwise, the number would be several times higher. The gods who still have a chance to play now look at the defender in the field with fiery eyes. As long as they win and hold on for 2 more games, they will be able to reach the top in 1 step. As for the final winner, no one cares. The gods who attended the conference all came for the number of believers. The glory of the divine realm had nothing to do with them and was not worth mentioning in the face of their own interests. On the ring, the other party looked at Lu Yun with a tired face. As the conference progressed to the end, the battle became more difficult, and everyone was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Each god tacitly allows the defender to win only 2 games. In the 3rd game, a god who is as strong as you and in his prime will come out to defeat you. Sensing that Lu Yun's aura was much weaker than his own, the other party was a little surprised, and then overjoyed. Unexpectedly, a short-sighted god came to help him. As long as he wins, his future path as a god will be much easier. What's going on? Is this guy an undercover agent? This strength is obviously not enough. Damn. You're ruining the party, aren't you? It's all over. He just took away the believers I worked so hard to build up so easily. The gods below looked at Lu Yun with angry eyes. Even Gu Tianhe couldn't understand what Lu Yun was doing. Could it be that he really had the confidence to win? But this is not right. Even if we win the next game, what about the next 2 games? The other gods won't let you win 3 games in a row. It's going to be hard to explain this to Luo Chen. Gu Tianhe was a little annoyed. Lu Yun came on the court too quickly and he didn't have time to stop him. You have 1 stick of incense to regulate your breathing. Lu Yun said lightly. After each battle, the winner will be given a stick of incense to regulate his breathing. The other party looked at Lu Yun deeply, then sat in a circle and closed his eyes to rest. Taking advantage of this period of time, Lu Yun also focused his spiritual consciousness into the divine kingdom within his body and issued the final order. After everything was ready, the time of an incense stick passed quickly. The other party slowly opened his eyes and said, although I don't know where your confidence comes from, I still want to thank you for helping me. I will gladly accept these millions of believers. Lu Yun did not respond, but gathered his divine power and rushed towards the other party. The latter grinned and greeted him in the same way. In an instant, the divine power gathered together, and the kingdom of God in the body was connected together. Lu Yun flashed into the kingdom of God, and the latter followed closely behind him. The God War Dungeon officially begins. All players, please work hard to kill the enemy and capture the other side's kingdom. Woohoo! The battle has finally begun. I'll be the vanguard. Don't worry, don't worry. Watch me take over and start, as a sign of respect. The player screamed with excitement. Tens of thousands of super-level magic spells attacked the other side's Kingdom of God. He was shocked when he just arrived in the Kingdom of God. What the hell? He had no choice but to resist it himself, as his believers could not withstand this wave. Your opponent is me, a battle in the void. Lu Yun flashed to the other side. The latter was frightened and quickly distanced himself. Liu Yun didn't give him a chance, grabbed him and escaped into the void. Liu Yun believed that the war between the believers of both sides would be a crushing victory, just as he expected. The difference in the number of believers between the two sides is too great. Although the other side has won millions of believers, the war of gods cannot mobilize these fake believers. Tens of thousands versus 10 million. The advantage is mine. When Lu Yun and his opponent were fighting fiercely in the void, the gods watching the battle from outside were silent. If I'm not mistaken, the number of believers is about 7 or 8 million, right? It's less. 10 million is more than enough. Hiss. Isn't he a priest? Priests have 10 million followers. Damn it, it's not another one of our family members, is it? Grandma, with such a good background, he wants to compete with us for the only resource. It's over, it's over. Who can punish this guy? Otherwise, the next few wars between gods will be a foregone conclusion. The other side has too many believers. Let's forget about it. The key is to see if those guys will take action. The gods were talking among themselves, all with angry looks on their faces. Although they are jealous of those gods with good births, they won't say anything. But you have a good birth, but you still want to compete with us for the only resource. You are simply not a human being. At this moment, Gu Tianhe was still in shock, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. Who am I and where am I? Is this still Luo Chen's disciple? Could it be another god with the same name and surname, who looks similar? I remember that when his Kingdom of God first awakened, it was only 10 kilometers across. There weren't even any ordinary creatures, let alone intelligent ones. How could it have changed so much in just a few years? Gu Tianhe was thoughtful and had a guess in his mind. Alas, that brat Luo Chen, I thought he accepted a disciple just on a whim, but I didn't expect. He couldn't help but feel a little moved by the other party's selflessness. If it were him, he wouldn't be so generous. Under the watchful eyes of the public, this war between gods ended very quickly. It can be said that there is no suspense. The players crushed the other kingdom with ease. A large amount of magical bombardment left the other side's kingdom in ruins. The other party was so angry that his teeth were itching. He thought it was just a welfare bureau, but he didn't expect to be targeted by a family member. Don't be so shameless. The other party pointed at Lu Yun and cursed with trembling hands. Who would argue with you about the gods' war? The world has always been a place where the winner is king and the loser is the enemy. I never claimed to be a gentleman. So I gladly accept your Kingdom of God and your believers. Lu Yun activated the devouring power. Wait, you obviously won. Why don't you let go of my Kingdom of God? The other party's eyes were bloodshot, and he was filled with murderous intent as he watched the Kingdom of God being continuously devoured. Liu Yun ignored the other party. Since he had won, why should he let him go? There was no benefit. He might as well swallow up your kingdom and expand his own kingdom. After a long time, the other party's huge Kingdom of God was completely swallowed up with the transformation of power. His Kingdom of God also expanded by 1,000 kilometers. Watching his own Kingdom of God being completely devoured, the other party vomited blood, his eyes turned black and he fainted. The winner is Lu Yun. You have one stick of incense to calm your breath. Other challengers may come on stage and wait. The referee announced. Most of the gods below were gritting their teeth, thinking that Lu Yun's actions were too cruel. Interesting, devouring power? And this huge number of believers really makes me excited. Several of the gods were eager to tear. Liu Yun was also paying attention to the gods he had marked as not to be provoked. When he saw their eager expressions, he knew that this trip would not end well. Chapter 369, Deep Blue Plus Points. An interesting opponent has appeared in this conference. Let me meet him. A figure in the stands muttered something, and without listening to the advice of his companions, he stepped onto the stage before others. Your name is Lu Yun, right? Be thankful that you were defeated by me. This is your honor. Wang Ke looked very pleased with himself. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched. Are all the family members so arrogant? I'm afraid someone couldn't stand the loss and called their parents. Lu Yun had something in mind. Ha, you're so clever with your words, showing off all your skills. Do you think you can defeat me with just 10 million followers? Wang Ke's face was gloomy. What he hated most was others talking about his background. Didn't Lu Yun just say that he was not strong enough and could only rely on his family's influence in the end, and was a useless playboy? Since you know you're going to lose, why don't you get off the stage quickly to avoid embarrassment? Lu Yun was not prepared to have a good ending. The other party had come to his door, so why should he be nice to them? My master is invincible. Luo Chen, you idiot, court death. Wang Ku was furious and mobilized his divine power to prepare for attack. Someone in the referee broke the rules. Luyan said slowly, the time for regulating breathing for one stick of incense has not yet arrived. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ke received a warning from the referee. This made the latter even angrier, but due to the constraints of the rules, he could only stand aside and watch helplessly. Luyan responded with a grin, then closed his eyes and rested, ignoring the clown. Even if I don't need to regulate my breathing, I will still take the time to mess with your mentality, soon. An incense stick of time passed. Jiu Tianhe in the stands was worried about Luyan. This time the opponent is not a commoner god, but a god with a big family background. The other party's family is wealthy. As long as he is favored, he can have tens of millions of followers, not to mention 10 million. It all depends on his status in the family, and moreover, in this fight, Luyan could neither win nor lose. If you win, they will take revenge on you in the future. With your wild background as master and disciple, how can you defeat them? If they lose, they will waste tens of millions of believers in vain, and their own foundation will also be damaged. A good start will be ruined, and Luo Chen's sacrifice and paving will be wasted. Jiu Tianhe's mind was full of thoughts, wondering whether he should take action to save Lu Yun, but the one with the greatest say in the divine realm still belongs to the great domain god. He is just a worker and has no great background. If those big families put pressure on him, the great domain god would definitely not offend another great domain god for a few grassroots people. Alas, they say the lives of mortals are worthless, and so are the lives of gods. It's so difficult. It's fate. For a moment, Gu Tianhe felt a little guilty. If he had not brought Lu Yun here, this incident would not have happened, and his good friend Luo Chen would not have to suffer this unexpected disaster. While he was daydreaming, the battle on the field has begun. Lu Yun, who is in charge of the Divine Kingdom, is in charge of everything. Players followed his instructions to capture the city. The disciples of the great families have as many followers as I do. Now it all depends on who is more capable and whose followers have greater fighting power. After taking a look at the miraculous spring water placed in the kingdom of God, Lu Yun felt a little relieved. As a believer, you may be similar to me, but what about miracles? This spring water is worth 100,000 divine sources. I don't believe you have a mine at home. When Luo Chen built this miracle for him, it scared him a lot. 100,000 divine sources. It takes thousands of years for the gods of the great world to accumulate a few thousand or tens of thousands. This is also the reason why Lu Yun is sure that his master is a hidden boss. If he wasn't a big shot, how could he easily come up with 100,000 divine sources to train him? Therefore, master's realm as a great god is just an illusion. It's all a lie. Luo Chen, 6 countless magical attacks streaked across the sky above the kingdom of God. The players had a lot of fun. Holy crap! This battle of gods is much more fun than the last one. Is this a multiplayer battle? Exciting! So exciting! The next moment he was devoured by a terrifying magic, and when he came to his senses, he was sent back to the spring. Damn it! A sneak attack, huh? Wait till I chop you to death. The man rushed out of the spring and ran towards the battlefield in anger. This scene is common in God's kingdom. The players became more and more excited as the fight went on, while the opponents became more and more frightened. The opponent, weird. Why is the opponent so excited? They are not afraid at all. The opponent, weird. Why are there more and more people? And their firepower is getting stronger and stronger. The battle lasted for a whole day and night. The number of believers on Lu Yun's side did not decrease, but the number of believers on the other side, which was in the tens of millions, had dropped to a few million. In just one day, millions of believers died. Such a cruel war between gods made the gods watching gasp in shock. Is this a fight between family members? What a waste! I really don't understand why these guys participated in such a big competition. The number of believers they won is even less than the number they lost. They looked regretful and condemned the two gods on the stage. By the way, shouldn't your focus be on the number of Lu Yun's followers? There's no sign of a decrease in that number, right? Blind student, you got the point. It seems to be true. Why is that? Something's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. The eyes of the gods are focused on Lu Yun's kingdom. Those who are experienced have seen through everything, and there is an inexplicable light in their eyes. Jiu Tianhe was also shocked by the miraculous spring water in Lu Yun's kingdom. No way? Luo Chen, that brat, has so many divine sources? How come I don't know? Gu Tianhe was full of doubts about his life. He, a god of a realm, was not so rich, so how could Luo Chen, a mere god of a great realm, be so rich? For a moment, Gu Tianhe felt a little numb. Could it be that the boy has hidden his realm? Let's go back and ask. If he really hid his realm, then he wouldn't have to worry too much about the other party's subsequent criticism. God's country. How is that possible? Wang Ku also discovered something wrong. The miracle that Lu Yun possessed was no secret, so he also knew the cost of this thing. As for why he didn't, the crap is, of course, it wasn't worth building. 100,000 divine sources can cultivate a new domain god, so it is not cost effective to build this. After all, this thing is really awesome in the early stages, but in the later stages, the cost of resurrection is too high for the builders to afford, so it can't play a big role. Why would the other party dare to? Wang Ku was a little undecided. The fact that someone could build this thing meant that their background was no worse than his, or even better. No matter what, we must win this battle first, and then go back to investigate this guy's identity. Wang Ku is still confident of winning. So what if you can be resurrected? With such a huge consumption, do you have enough divine power? It is estimated that it is now at the end of its strength, and the final outcome of the War of Gods will still be determined by the battle between the gods of both sides. Lu Yun, your time of death has come. Ha, how foolish. Even if you have millions of believers and a number of miracles, you shouldn't be so extravagant. I win this battle. Wang Ke laughed loudly, and his spirit hovered above Lu Yun's kingdom of God. The believers below shouted no enthusiastically. Wang Ke sneered. It was really stupid to resurrect useless people on such a large scale. Even if the cost of resurrection was small in the early stage, it would not be used in this way. I looked at the other person with an expression that said I was sure to win. Lu Yun sighed slightly, heartbroken, and silently shouted, add some dark blue. Yes, I don't have enough divine power, but I can recharge it with money throughout the battle. Lu Yun had been using divine power to offset the cost of resurrection, because he had anticipated this scenario. Chapter 370, Deterrence. Faced with Wang Ke's provocation, Lu Yun was not afraid at all and faced the challenge head-on. The two sides fought in the void. The believers in God's kingdom also launched the final general offensive. As the conflict intensified, millions of believers on the other side were forced to retreat, large areas of the kingdom of God were lost, and countless statues and buildings were razed to the ground. Looking at this scene, Wang Ke was anxious. Why is your divine power so abundant? He couldn't believe this scene. It was clearly his advantage, but in the end, his side was defeated. Because, having money means you can do whatever you want. Lu Yun took out the remaining 700 or 800 divine sources and played with them with a murderous look. Good, very good, you're so cruel. Wang Ke was furious and completely understood what was going on. As expected, he is a guy who has a huge amount of money behind him to build a miracle. It is reasonable for a priest to have hundreds of divine sources. It has to be said that as a member of the family, he was a little envious for a moment. After taking a deep look at Lu Yun, Wang Ke prepared to go back and find out the other party's identity. If he really had a backer, he would let it go this time. But if he was just a guy who got lucky, he would settle both old and new grudges together. Brother Lu Yun is truly a hidden dragon in the abyss. I, Wang Ke, lost this battle of gods. Wang Ke bowed and apologized. No matter what, he would do the superficial work first, and then turn against the party after the news was confirmed. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly at the incoherent behavior. After a moment, I figured out the other person's thoughts. This is a really good plan. Go ahead and check it out. My master won't be afraid. Brother Wang, you are joking. Since you have admitted defeat, I will gladly accept the right to dispose of this kingdom of God. As he spoke, Lu Yun mobilized his devouring power. Wait. Lu Yun, are you really going to fight to the bitter end? Wang Ke's face darkened. I thought that if I gave in, the other party would not offend me to death because of my status. Unexpectedly, he was brutally attacked in the blink of an eye. Brother Wang, what nonsense are you talking about? Since I have one, isn't it only natural for me to dispose of this divine kingdom? Lu Yun grinned. Wang Ke remained silent, but his clenched fists proved his anger at the moment. But the more powerful Lu Yun acted, the more he dared not resist, because this proved that the other party really had the confidence of a powerful background. Call, never mind, isn't it just about giving birth to the kingdom of God again? Fortunately, I am only at the priest level now, and it will only take a few years. Brother Lu Yun is right. Wang Ke gritted his teeth. You'd better be thankful that you have such a powerful background, otherwise I will grind you to ashes, imprison your soul, and burn you in the fire of the underworld for 10,000 years. Lu Yun ignored Wang Ke's vicious look and devoured the entire kingdom of God in front of him. As expected of a disciple of the family, his talent is stronger than that of ordinary gods. The diameter of the kingdom of the priest realm is only about 1,000 to several thousand kilometers. This guy actually has tens of thousands of kilometers, but now such a huge kingdom of God belongs to him. Boom. With the help of devouring, the diameter of Lu Yun's kingdom of God also expanded to 100,000 kilometers. In one wave, the price increased more than 10 times. I looked at Wang Ke with gratitude. This guy is so nice. He gave away millions of believers and the kingdom of God for free. What a good person. Lu Yun wins this battle. The referee announced the final result. Only then did the watching gods come to their senses. They didn't know what the two people said at the end. They only saw that Wang Ke gave up resistance in the end. A member of the family is a member of the family. I really don't understand why they want to get involved in this mess. The other gods curled their lips, feeling as if they were watching a fight between tigers from afar. Let them fight. They, the common gods, have no chance of winning this time, so let these family members fight it out. Lu Yun looked around and closed his eyes to rest. As long as he wins one more game, he can get away with it. He can take revenge when he gets back. He should take all the benefits here first. The time of an incense stick passed quickly, but this time, no other gods appeared. The gods looked at each other in bewilderment. Go ahead, aren't those guys so arrogant? Why are they backing off now? That's right, you're not scared anymore, are you? This is what the family members are like? This group of gods who came from wild roots kept instigating. The family members frowned. After watching the last battle of gods, they were not sure of winning. After all, The enemy had hundreds of thousands of divine resources and a miracle that could resurrect believers. This thing is a complete bug as long as you are willing to spend money in the early stages, but people still have it.so at this moment. They didn't want to go into battle and die in vain when they knew they couldn't win. The situation suddenly became deadlocked. Liu Yun had a strange look on his face. Was he scared? Referee, since no one has come up to challenge us, can you declare us the winner? This was the first time the referee had encountered such a situation. He looked at the dean who had the final say. Seeing the other party nod, he no longer hesitated. Since no one has stepped up to challenge, I declare that Liu Yun will defend the title to the end. The bright divine realm will be the victor of this competition. After hearing the final result, Gu Tianhe just felt it was a dream. Really won? Ha, Principal Gu, a talented person has appeared in your academy. Lord Territory God will definitely reward you well when you return. The dean of the fellow college congratulated him hypocritically. There is an inexplicable meaning in his words. Yeah, it's a miracle of 100,000 divine sources. I wonder if he was lucky enough to get the inheritance or what. Hey! This is not something we should consider. Everything is decided by the great domain god. Several people sang red and white face rolls. Gu Tianhe's face also looked ugly. These guys only know how to fight among themselves, obey orders to the outside world, and then attack hard at home, right? Snort. Gu Tianhe angrily threw his sleeves and left. Liu Yun, who had just returned, looked at Gu Tianhe with confusion, but still followed him away. On the way back, Gu Tianhe remained silent. Only after returning to the academy and dismissing the others did he ask Liu Yun worriedly, Liu Yun, tell me something, has Luochen broken through to the great realm god? This is the only speculation that can explain what is happening now. About if Luochen was originally the great domain god, then it would be reasonable for him to take out 100,000 divine sources. Although this huge amount of money would be painful even for the great domain god to pay, it can be explained, right? Master Gu, I don't know? How can I spy on what realm the master is at as a disciple? Liu Yun spread his hands, then he changed his tone and whispered, but master's realm is definitely not that of a great realm god. Gu Tianhe kept staring at Liu Yun's expression. He looked so genuine that he didn't seem to be lying. I guess master's realm is probably above the great domain god, very likely the eternal god, or even the rule god. Is this true? The corner of Gu Tianhe's mouth twitched, and he looked suspicious. Is this kid Luochen really that awesome? Has he been playing me for thousands of years? When your master comes out of seclusion, I'll have a good chat with him. Gu Tianhe was still a little worried. I don't know about that. Master has only been in seclusion for a year. It's impossible for a master of his level to come out so soon. Liu Yun pondered. Chapter 371, Helpless exit. Gu Tianhe sighed and gave up, then warned, don't come to the academy during this period. Stay in God's kingdom and avoid the limelight. Is Mr. Gu worried that those guys will cause trouble for me? Liu Yun pondered. That's one reason. The second is that there are people with ill intentions in the divine realm who will try to tempt you. To avoid unnecessary trouble, avoid them if possible. Wait until your master comes out of seclusion. Gu Tianhe looked helpless, mainly because he was worried that those guys would report the matter to the great domain god. That would be bad. Okay, Mr. Gu, I'll listen to you. Liu Yun agreed. That's great. Go back and improve your cultivation. In the end, fists are the only thing that matters in this world. Gu Tianhe looked lonely. He has been stuck in the domain god realm for thousands of years. The reason is that he lacks resources. The great domain god is a watershed. If 100,000 divine sources can cultivate a domain god, then to advance from a domain god to a great domain god, if other conditions are met, at least 1 million divine sources will be required. Over thousands of years, his followers have provided nearly 200,000 divine sources, plus working in this divine realm, they have saved 300,000, leaving him with a shortfall of 500,000. Go to the bright divine realm and find out Liu Yun's background. After Wang Ke returned to his family's divine domain, he began to order his men to investigate Liu Yun. Remember, don't get into a conflict before you've thoroughly investigated the situation, and don't let him notice it. Yes, master. The men took over the task and began to act. Not only Wang Ke was taking action, many family members at the conference were interested in Liu Yun. They sent their men to investigate. Compared to Wang Ke's secrecy, their family that had not offended Liu Yun was much more open and aboveboard. They naturally want to make friends with a god who is suspected to have a great domain god or even an eternal god standing behind him. Even if there is no such god, they will not lose anything. Are you saying that there is a great domain god hidden in my divine domain? The great god of light looked at the people reporting thoughtfully. Yes, sir, and it's very likely. Although this situation is incredible, there's no guarantee that the other party is planning something. I suggest a thorough investigation. Several deans added fuel to the fire. Okay, I understand. You guys can go down. The god of light had no expression on his face. Several people looked at each other, not understanding the attitude of the god of light. Grown-ups, You don't have to worry about this. The great god of light frowned slightly and glanced at them. The powerful divine might made the few people feel a chill on their backs, and they quickly took their leave respectfully. What a turbulent time. I just came out of seclusion and encountered this. Did he sneak in during this period? The god of the great domain of light used his divine sense to notify Gu Tianhe to come to the temple. The great domain god is looking for me. Gu Tianhe's heart was lifted. He came to the temple trembling with fear, and was shocked when he saw the great god of light sitting above. This aura is much stronger than it was 1,000 years ago. Is it one step closer to becoming an eternal god? Meet the great god of light. Gu Tianhe suppressed his inner uneasiness and bowed respectfully. Well, I called you here this time, I believe you also know. Tell me what you know, don't hide anything. Although the tone was calm, Gu Tianhe felt a strong sense of threat. After planning it in his mind for a while, he began to report the information he knew. All he could do was to try his best to explain that Luo Chen was just an ordinary god and could not be the person behind Lu Yuan. It also lists Luo Chen's performance in the divine realm over the past thousands of years and the upper limit of his realm. So, Lord Great Domain God, it is estimated that it is because little Lu Yun awakened his companion inheritance that such a miracle occurred. Gu Tianhe defended himself. The great god of light did not respond, but was thinking to himself. The long wait made Gu Tianhe feel uneasy, and he didn't know whether his explanation would be of any use. That little guy should still be in the divine realm. The great god of light said calmly. Yes, Gu Tianhe's face was solemn. Has it finally come to this? Let's ask that little guy to come over and find out the truth. Grown-ups, don't make me repeat myself. The tone was cold and there was no room for negotiation. Gu Tianhe clenched his fist. Yes, in the divine land of Luochen. Gu Tianhe rushed in with an anxious look on his face. Mr. Gu, what's wrong with you? Sensing Gu Tianhe's arrival, Lu Yun, who was practicing, stood up to greet him. Where's your master? Call him out quickly. Don't you know that master is still in seclusion? Oh my, what a time it is, and you are still in seclusion. If you don't leave now, you will be doomed. Gu Tianhe quickly recounted the seriousness of the matter. So, take advantage of this time and you too, master and disciple, should leave the divine realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave once you reach the great territory god. But master is still in seclusion. Will disturbing him rashly cause him to suffer backlash? Lu Yun didn't know what to do for a moment. Oh, it's not a breakthrough, it's just training. It's nothing to worry about compared to your life. Okay, then Mr. Gu, please follow me. Lu Yun nodded. Although he had previously thought that with his master's strength, he didn't need to be afraid of the trouble from the god of the bright realm, but everything was based on the premise that his master was a hidden boss. What if all the previous speculations were not true? What if master is really just a great world god? Thinking of this, Lu Yun also became nervous because of Gu Tianhe. Ahem. I won't let master down, will I, in front of the temple? Master. Master. Something terrible has happened. Luo Chen, come out quickly. It will be too late if you don't come out. Gu Tianhe also hurriedly started shouting. Luo Chen, who was in seclusion in the hall, frowned. Slowly open your eyes and exit the cultivation state. He was confused as he heard the two people shouting outside. What's going on? Is the sky falling? What are you two yelling about? Luo Chen pushed open the door of the temple and looked at the old man and the child angrily. Hey, master, this is urgent. Elder Gu is pressing me hard, and I have no other options. Lu Yun smiled. Luo Chen glared at him, then looked at Gu Tianhe, signaling him to explain the situation. Gu Tianhe didn't waste any time and briefly described what had happened during this period of time and explained the current crisis situation. Ha, you are really my good disciple. Luo Chen looked at Lu Yun with narrowed eyes. Ahem, master, I didn't expect this. I just wanted to make some money. Please don't be angry. With your wisdom and bravery, you don't have to worry about the great domain god of light, right? Lu Yun's tone was a little uncertain. That if he hadn't been driven crazy by Gu Tianhe before, he would have said without hesitation that my master was invincible, and now, he could only look at Luo Chen helplessly. Ignoring this gaze, Luo Chen looked at his system panel. Host, Luo Chen, realm, great territory god, god's name, omniscient, almighty, immortal true god, origin of faith, 785.25 million, origin of incense, 725.41 million, origin of God, omitted, believers, fanatics, 100 million and 30 million. Devout believers, 40 million, ordinary believers, 830 million, system functions, plunder, copy, amplification of all things, 10,000 times, summoning from another world, sign-in, return of apprenticeship, 10,000 times, chat group, system evaluation, you have escaped from the ranks of mediocrity. Great domain god? It's not good enough. Luo Chen fell into deep thought. The reason he was able to improve so quickly was thanks to his abundant divine sources, coupled with the previous surge in the area of his divine kingdom, which allowed him to barely step into the ranks of the great domain gods, but it doesn't matter, luckily he has a trump card. Chapter 372, just a little effort opening the system backpack. Luo Chen looked at an item, realm upgrade card, immediately raise your strength to a higher realm after use, lasting for 1 day. Only applicable to rule gods and below. As for how this prop came about, it was naturally through signing in. His own system has a sign-in function, and he has not wasted these years. He takes time to sign in every day. At first the things given were not very good, but later on they gradually became better. I signed in for this item not long ago. I had been planning to keep it as a trump card, but I didn't expect to use it so soon. He glanced at Lu Yun with resentment in his eyes. Should we say that he is worthy of being the son of luck? He is indeed capable of causing trouble. Don't panic, it's just a great domain god. Your master is not that weak. Luochen spoke lightly. Lu Yun was delighted when he heard this, as his master was indeed a hidden boss. What master meant just now was that, due to some reasons, his strength was not as good as before, but he was not so weak that he couldn't even kill a great domain god. After getting the accurate answer, Lu Yun was no longer panicked. Is this what it feels like to have a strong background? He felt full of security. Hey, Luochen, you're not bragging, are you? Gu Tianhe looked suspicious. I've seen you grow up. How come I didn't know you were so awesome, old Gu? Have you ever seen me joking around? Luochen didn't know how to explain it, so he could only evade it. Yes, Master Gu, Master would never joke, and based on my understanding of Master, this must be true. Lu Yun patted his chest and promised. He had seen how wealthy Luochen was, so he was 100% sure of this. Luochen's mouth twitched. What do you know about me? You know shit. Okay, then, Luochen, what are your plans now? Gu Tianhe asked. Compared to this, Lao Gu, you should think about your own retreat. If you interfere in this matter, the great domain god of light will not let you go. Luochen pointed out the key. It doesn't matter. Before I came here, I had already planned to leave the bright divine realm and join the gods of other great realms. Gu Tianhe sighed. He had worked diligently here for thousands of years, but the god of the great domain of light had not given him any hope of promotion. Coupled with the fierce internal strife here, he was completely disappointed with this place. Luochen was thoughtful. Now that he was a great domain god, he could also open up a divine domain within the realm. In this way, he would not have to stay in other people's territory and could practice and break through the realm with peace of mind. Why don't you follow me later? Luochen extended an olive branch. Yes, Mr. Gu, it is definitely better to follow the master than this god of light. Lu Yun also persuaded. He had a good impression of Gu Tianhe, who had taken good care of him before, so he still hoped that he could follow Luochen. After all, with master's wealth, solving Gu Tianhe's resource problem is a piece of cake. Gu Tianhe had a strange look on his face. He felt like he was being kept. As long as you are truly a great domain god, it's fine for me to join you. Then it's settled. Luochen nodded with satisfaction. Ha, we're having such a great time chatting, how about staying forever? A voice exploded in the ears of several people. Gu Tianhe was startled and quickly looked up at the sky. Sure enough, the figure of the great god of light stood high in the sky, looking at the three of them with a playful expression. Seeing this, Luochen quietly used the prop card in his backpack. Feeling the strength in my body rapidly increasing, my heart finally settled down. Is this the power of the eternal god? TSK, the leap is even greater than from domain god to great domain god to it seems that. Starting from the domain god, each realm upgrade is a qualitative leap, and the more you advance, the more terrifying it is, and the more difficult it is to break through. The god of the great domain of light looked at Luochen and frowned slightly. The realm is actually hard to see through. There is something strange. For a moment, he was a little hesitant to take action directly. What if the other party's strength was above that of the great domain god? If he took action directly, he would offend him to death, but he was unwilling to let them leave so easily. Thinking of this, the god of light slowly stopped. Gu Tianhe immediately stood in front of the two of them. Luochen felt warm in his heart. Once upon a time, thousands of years ago, when he was in trouble, Gu Tianhe protected him in the same way. He didn't expect that he could experience it again today. He walked up slowly and patted his shoulder gently, motioning him to step back. This time it was his turn to protect Gu Tianhe. Gu Tianhe thought about it and decided to retreat to the back. Even though the domain god and the great domain god were only separated by one realm, if they came to a fight, the domain god could not make any waves in front of the great domain god. This can be seen from the fact that the great domain god can open up a divine domain that can accommodate hundreds of billions of lives, while the domain god cannot. At this moment, Gu Tianhe could only pray that what Luochen had just said was true, otherwise several people would die here today. The great domain god of light thought for a moment before he spoke. I wonder what business you have in hiding in my divine domain? I'm not doing anything special. I'm just looking for a place to cultivate. What's wrong? Does my presence make the great god of light feel uneasy? Luochen chuckled. The great domain god of light did not respond, but instead gave Luochen a deep look. He would know if he was a paper tiger after a few attempts. However, he did not attack directly, but, by fully unleashing the might of the great domain god and adding the blessing of the divine domain, the pressure became several times stronger. Lu Yun, who was the weakest on the field, felt his legs go weak immediately. Gu Tianhe also felt uncomfortable, but he immediately supported Lu Yun. Both of them were pressed down and could not stand up. Snort. Luochen snorted lightly, and the pressure on the field suddenly disappeared. It seems that this guy won't give up unless I show him my skills. He summoned a divine staff condensed with power and gently knocked it to the ground. Buzz. Suddenly, the light was bright and the entire divine realm seemed to have fallen into stillness. All the gods in the divine realm were shocked and didn't know what was going on. They wanted to shout, but their bodies were unable to move and they could only stand there blankly. The pupils of the god of light shrank slightly, and his wide-open mouth could not close for a long time. So you like testing things? How about I use your divine domain as an experiment? Luo Chen, the only one who could move on the field, spoke slowly. The god of the great realm of light wanted to shake his head and deny it, but he couldn't control his body at all and now he is afraid and knows that he has offended someone he shouldn't have offended. The Luo Chen in front of him is definitely the eternal god. At one point, all things are eternal, and all living things return to silence, until their bodies are reduced to dust and their thoughts are extinguished from the world. During this period, you can only watch yourself disappear bit by bit, which is the most terrifying thing. This is the sign of stepping into the eternal god. Just as the great domain god can open up the divine domain, the eternal god can plunge any area into eternal silence. Bang! Luo Chen snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, everything returned to its original state. Who? The great god of light gasped in horror. Liu Yun, who was standing behind him, proudly raised his head and chest. Look! This is my master. Gu Tianhe's heart was also in turmoil. I thought that Luo Chen had reached the limit of being a great domain god, but I didn't expect that he had actually reached the level of an eternal god. Looking at the tall figure in front of him, he had a face full of resentment. Good man, you've been playing me for thousands of years, right? He didn't believe that Luo Chen had made a breakthrough in recent years. He was an eternal god, not a simple person like a great domain god. He strongly suspected that Luo Chen was already an eternal god before he joined this divine realm. It's a pity that he worked so hard to help this and that. This guy must be a fun-loving person, otherwise, he wouldn't have joined the great domain god's domain with such bad taste. Could it be that he has been playing him for thousands of years just to show off today? It seems possible. Very good. I admit that I let you pretend. Chapter 373, Opening Up the Divine Realm. Sir, I apologize for any offense. I only troubled you because I believed what the thief said. I beg for your forgiveness. The god of the great realm of light quickly said from his heart. If I were weaker than you today, I might have ended up being trapped here forever, just as you said before. But now you're asking me to let you go. Why are you so naive? After so many years of cultivation, how could I be regressing? If it were you, would you do the same? Luo Chen said indifferently. Damn it, you wasted my trump card, and now you want to get away with it easily? No way. The god of light broke out in a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, Sir, I can offer all my divine power to compensate you. Please let me go. He knew that he had to make a decisive move, and if he tried to bargain, he would definitely be shot down immediately. As the weaker party, he had no room for trial and error, and could not figure out the other party's bottom line. He could only give up all his property and beg for forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen looked up at the great domain god of light. No wonder he could become a great domain god with such decisiveness, but he has no shortage of divine resources. It's not enough. The divine source alone cannot buy your life. Luo Chen's answer made the god of the great domain disheartened. Having been put to death, he wanted to fight back to fight for a chance of survival. Before he could make a move, Luo Chen's voice rang out again. Serve me for 1,000 years, and I will forgive your offense. You won't have to pay the price of your divine source either. Do you agree? The great god of light was stunned for a moment, then he was delighted. Yes. I am willing. He never dreamed that he could take refuge in an eternal god. In this world, the gods of the great domains are everywhere, the eternal gods are rare, and the gods of rules are even rarer, not to mention they have not appeared in tens of thousands of years. Therefore, with the support of an eternal god, the gods of other major domains dare not offend him at all. Seeing that the other party agreed, Luo Chen was also very satisfied. Compared to a little divine power, it is much more cost-effective to get a great domain god to work for free. Get up. Before I give the order, just keep doing what you normally do. If anything happens, I'll send someone to contact you. Luo Chen said. Yes, sir. The god of the great realm of light breathed a sigh of relief. This matter ends here, but as for those who gossip and spread rumors behind my back, you know how to deal with them. After saying this, Luo Chen took Liu Yun and Gu Tianhe and left the divine realm of light. Looking at Luo Chen leaving, the god of light felt relieved. Those guys deserve to die. Even if the adults didn't order me to, I would kill them. Thinking of those guys who had exaggerated things in front of him not long ago, the god of light felt so angry that his teeth itched. If I hadn't reacted quickly and begged for mercy, I would have died here today. Thinking of this, the great god of light stood up and left, summoning those guys to prepare for settling the score later. Little Luo Chen, ahem. Sir, are you planning to take us to your divine realm? Gu Tianhe asked on the way. Old Gu, when did you become so humble? Is the change of status putting too much pressure on you? Luo Chen joked. Gu Tianhe smiled bitterly. All identities in this world rely on one's own strength. The strong are respected forever. Please don't torture me. That's not like you. Remember you stood in front of me to protect me? And just now, too. You were quite manly, weren't you? Luo Chen put his arm around Gu Tianhe's shoulders and said, but when he saw Gu Tianhe's solemn expression, Luo Chen restrained his temper. Alas, what I gained, I also lost. Are we just going to drift apart? Luo Chen admires Gu Tianhe from the bottom of his heart for always protecting him. The other party plays the role of both teacher and friend. The atmosphere along the way became heavy. Liu Yan opened his mouth and found that he was the youngest among the players on the field. If he said something wrong, he might lose the mixed doubles match. So he chose silence, and silence was Cambridge tonight. The Eternal God has a strong ability to travel quickly, and can basically reach wherever he wants to go in an instant, because with the power of the Eternal God, Luo Chen can enter a state of silence. In this state, time stands still, so traveling from one end to the other appears to flash. However, it is useless to use this ability in battles with opponents of the same level. If you can enter the silent state, others can do it too. After crossing thousands of galaxies, Luo Chen chose a good area. The concentration of divine power here is very high, let's choose this. Luo Chen looked around and said. Gu Tianhe looked at the familiar area and couldn't help but say, Lord Luo Chen, this is already the central area of the world, so it's normal that the concentration of divine power is higher than in remote areas, but it also comes with endless dangers, because the gods who build a divine domain here are all eternal gods. Are you sure you want to build a divine domain here? Luo Chen was shocked. He didn't expect that he had chosen the most dangerous place. I was just about to say we should change places, but, Master Gu, our master is also an eternal god, so what is there to be afraid of? Could it be that master is weaker than them? If the eternal god next door hears, they will think that master is an eternal god who is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. So the god's domain is built here. When we become great domain gods in the future, each of us will build one. Lu Yun said domineeringly. Luo Chen's mouth twitched. He is really my good disciple. His fist is hard. It's me who's being abrupt. Gu Tianhe nodded in agreement. Luo Chen, who was in a dilemma, could only say expressionlessly, okay. Let's build it here. Suddenly, Lu Yun felt a chill on his back. Was he being targeted again? I tried to mobilize the power of destiny, but no results were obtained. It seems to be just an illusion. Under the gaze of the two, Luo Chen began to use his divine power to build his own divine domain. Boom. The sound of explosion was heard throughout the world, and countless gods in the divine realm cast their gazes at him. The gods were slightly surprised to see that a god had actually built a divine domain here. No new divine domain has been born here for tens of thousands of years. It's not that no god wants to build one, but that they dare not. Building a divine domain here is a symbol of status. The new eternal god. The gods narrowed their eyes and waited for the result. This time, Luo Chen hurriedly opened up the divine realm before the effect of the realm improvement card disappeared. It can be said that it is worthy of the power of the eternal god. In just a few breaths, the divine domain that has grown has surpassed the size of the divine domain of the God of Light. It seems that I can only continue to explore the mysteries of the eternal God after I break through to this realm. However, I have been able to open up a divine domain that is as large as the eternal God in the great domain God realm. It can be said that my item card has not been wasted. The development of the divine domain has lasted for more than 20 hours and is still not complete. Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat. The effect of the realm improvement card would expire in a few hours. There is no need to worry about the birth of the divine realm, because the divine power to open up the divine realm is injected all at once, so you just need to wait patiently. The danger comes from the prying eyes from all directions. After all, the eternal God is really hidden here. Luckily I have a lot of cards up my sleeve, otherwise I would have been tricked to death by my own great disciple. Open the system backpack and use an item, Aura Disguise card. After use, you can disguise the aura strength of the current realm and any realm below. The effect is removed after the battle. The props are not precious and are rather useless, but they are better than anything else when used at this time. The birth of the divine realm is not a matter of a day or a night. You two can just practice by my side. Luo Chen spoke. The two of them did not act pretentiously and sat cross-legged on either side of Luo Chen. Old Gu, please don't let me look down on you. As he said this, he stuffed 1 million divine sources into Gu Tianhe. Even though Lu Yun had seen his master's wealth and power, he was still shocked when he saw so many divine sources at once. Gu Tianhe was deeply moved. Okay. I'll take over the divine source. If you need anything from now on, just tell me what you want. He really lacked divine power, otherwise he would not have turned to other gods of the great domains and worked tirelessly for thousands of years without any hope of a breakthrough. There was no need for him to be pretentious at this moment. Now that Luo Chen was building the divine realm, other gods would definitely be needed to take care of it in the future. Even if his strength reaches that of a great domain god, he will not fall behind and can better help Luo Chen develop. Luo Chen, I owe you this, and I, this old man, will repay you with my life. Chapter 374, God's Domain completed. There is no time in cultivation. The three of them meditated in the void for 3 years. The development of the Luo Chen divine realm is gradually coming to an end. It is suspected that an unknown eternal god has arrived, but no blind guys have come to cause trouble during this period. Moreover, as the divine domain gradually grew larger than the size of the great domain gods and approached the size of the eternal gods, Luo Chen also confirmed his suspicion in the hearts of the gods that he was the eternal god. Now all the divine realms are holding an attitude of making friends. However, the divine realm has not been fully developed yet, so it is not convenient for the gods to come now. A few years is but a moment for the gods. Now that the divine realm is gradually becoming complete, the eternal gods of each divine realm have ordered their subordinates to prepare gifts and be ready to visit later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening up the divine realm. Trigger a 10,000-fold amplification and transform into the super divine realm. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen's mouth twitched. What the hell is the super divine domain? Without dwelling too much on the strangeness of the name, he looked at the divine domain that had suddenly expanded in front of him. That he knew that this scene would definitely be suspected and investigated by the eternal gods around him, but with his current strength as a great domain god, he couldn't stop it at all. Hopefully I can scare them. Luo Chen murmured in his heart. He had already guessed that the eternal gods would not be able to sit still and would come to visit him soon. The fading of his strength gave him a sense of urgency and crisis. Although he was disguised with the aura of the eternal god realm, if he really came into contact with a group of eternal gods, he would inevitably be noticed or exposed. In other words, those eternal gods would definitely test the strength of him, the newly promoted eternal god. This is unavoidable and is a necessary process for measuring the status of the eternal god in this area. The eternal truth is that strength speaks louder than words. The weight of each eternal god's right to speak will be measured according to the strength of each eternal god's own strength. Level up card, ×3. Looking at an item in the system backpack, Luo Chen felt much more at ease. At least 3 more trump cards were signed in the past 3 years. However, he would rather not use this trump card if he can. After opening up the divine realm, he plans to announce to the public that he has had some insights and is preparing to go into seclusion and refuse visits from the gods. At this time outside, the gods were dumbfounded when they saw the sudden increase in the size of the divine domain that was being developed. What the hell? It was obvious that the development was nearing its end, and the divine power that maintained the development of the divine realm had been exhausted. Normally, we should stop. But now, the gods frowned. The intervention of an unknown force caused the divine realm to suddenly grow stronger. This force was beyond the comprehension of the eternal god. Its mighty power terrifies all the eternal gods. Could it be the power of the God of Rules? Note, the world rules set in this book are completely different from the rules of the heavens. The two are not in the same dimension, so don't confuse them. The eternal gods speculated secretly in their hearts. People tend to glorify and mystify things that they cannot understand, and the same is true for gods. The God of Rules is very mysterious and rarely shows up. The eternal gods have never seen the God of Rules take action. The emergence of a power beyond their understanding this time made it reasonable for the eternal god and the others to summarize it as the power of the God of Rules. For a moment, the expressions of the eternal gods became solemn. It is suspected that a God of Rules has come to this area. The other party's attitude and purpose are unclear, and what they think of this group of eternal gods, whether they are enemies or friends, nothing is known. Compared to the eternal gods who were trying to win over the gods, the other gods looked indifferent. Should we say that ignorance is bliss? Although they were frightened by this power, their vision determines their upper limit, so they did not guess in the direction of the God of Rules. Normally, the eternal gods rarely know each other's actions. This group of gods don't even understand the approximate abilities of the eternal gods, let alone the rule gods of a higher realm. Therefore, many gods have classified this method as a special method of the eternal god. The system is being transformed very quickly. In just a few days, the size of the divine domain expanded 10,000 times. The vast divine realm is located in the void. Endless galaxies are contained within it, and following closely is a divine power factor that is so rich that it is about to condense into substance. The difference between divine power and divine sources. Comparing a god to a container, the divine source is the substance that expands the container's capacity, and the divine power requires the god to independently absorb external divine power factors and transform them into his own divine power. The concentration of divine power in the environment determines the conversion efficiency, but if the concentration of divine power is the only effect, then it is not a cause for concern. How can we cram more mass into a container with the same volume? Of course it is purified. Therefore, the gods will continue to purify the concentration of their divine power, that is, the quality of their divine power, over endless years. In this way, under the same realm and capacity of divine power, when launching the same divine spell or attack, the one with higher quality divine power will expend less divine power and the power will last longer. Fuck, master, yours is so big. Looking at the divine realm in front of him, Lu Yan exclaimed. The unclear exclamation made Luo Chen, who was in deep thought, stagger. The backhand is a violent slap. If you can't speak, then speak less. Luo Chen was so angry. What do you mean by mine is so big? It's fatal if you use a noun. If people who don't know what you mean hear it, they will think I took out my thing to show you. Hey, it was a slip of the tongue. Lu Yan smiled awkwardly. Luo Chen no longer paid any attention to this guy who was only causing trouble for him, and looked at Gu Tianhe who was still practicing on the side. It's time for a breakthrough. After thousands of years of accumulation, Gu Tianhe has understood almost everything about the realm of domain god. The only difference in the breakthrough is the amount of divine source. Now that the resources are in place, breakthroughs are inevitable. Luo Chen thought about it and decided to protect the law himself. He originally planned to go into seclusion after the divine realm was opened up. Now that Gu Tianhe has reached the point of breakthrough, he can't just sit there and take charge to prevent those ignorant guys from coming up and causing trouble. Another 3 months passed. On this day, Gu Tianhe's divinity was concentrated to the extreme, which was a sign of a breakthrough. A golden galaxy colored the surrounding void. This vision attracted the attention of many gods. A god has broken through to the great realm god. This realm is becoming more and more complicated. Who says it's not true? In the past, domain gods could dominate a region, but now, even the great domain gods can only be workers. It's all tears if I say too much. To become a great domain god, anyone can live for 100 million or 200 million years as long as they don't commit suicide. That's why there are more and more great domain gods as time goes by. Alas, roll up, roll up. There are so many gods in the great domains. Now I can still get a half job, but in a few 100,000 years, the eternal gods might be gone everywhere. That shouldn't be possible. There are only a handful of eternal gods, and no new ones have been born in the past tens of thousands of years. If this trend continues, only a few more eternal gods will be added in hundreds of thousands of years. The gods sighed briefly and paid no more attention. There is no way. In the central area of this world, the great domain gods are everywhere. Phew. I'm so glad I fulfilled my mission and lived up to your expectations, sir. Gu Tianhe stood up and thanked him. Luo Chen was speechless, his eyes dimmed a little. Old Gu, I'm happy that you've made a breakthrough, but I really don't like your attitude. Gu Tianhe opened his mouth to say something, but Luo Chen interrupted and continued, I will be in seclusion for the next period of time. During this period, the divine realm will be handed over to you to manage. You can decide what to do with it, whether it is to develop your power or to recruit new gods. If you encounter anything you can't decide, please inform me. If the eternal gods from the surrounding areas come to visit, just tell me I'm in seclusion. This is 100 million divine resources, not only for the construction of the divine domain, but also for your own cultivation. I don't want to hear polite words. A large amount of divine power was directly stuffed into Gu Tianhe's arms, which made Lu Yun envious. Luo Chen clicked his tongue. Don't worry, you won't be left out. How can I treat you unfairly? This is 1 million divine sources, practice well. Hee, thank you master, I knew you were the best. Lu Yun walked forward with a licking face. Ding. Detected that the host invested 1 million divine resources in the apprentice, triggering a 10,000-fold return, and obtained 10 billion divine resources. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 billion divine sources, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification, and obtaining 100 trillion divine sources. Another large sum of divine power came in, and Luo Chen looked at Lu Yun with a more favorable eye. At least he still had some value. I'll leave this evil disciple of mine to you for the time being. And you, kid, please don't cause me any trouble while I'm in seclusion. Luo Chen turned to Lu Yun and gave him instructions. Without waiting for Gu Tianhe's response, Luo Chen came to the center of the divine realm, waved his hand, built a huge temple, and when it took a long time for Gu Tianhe to come back to his senses. Looking at the huge sum of money in his hand, he felt very complicated. Chapter 375, A Visit from the Eternal God. After the divine realm was completely built, the eternal gods who had been planning to pay a visit controlled their temper and waited and watched. Before, they only treated Luo Chen as the eternal god, but now it is different. He is suspected to be the god of rules, so they dare not disturb him rashly. If you anger someone, it is very likely that you will be beaten to death by them. The temperament of the strong is changeable, and no one wants to try it, because after all, if they try, they will die. During Luo Chen's retreat, Gu Tianhe also began to take care of the divine realm. Is this the eternal god's divine domain? It's so huge, the vast divine domain is far too big for him to handle alone. It should be noted that the divine domain of the great domain god depends on the care of many domain gods. Luo Chen's divine domain has increased 10,000 times based on that of the eternal god. So Gu Tianhe used Luo Chen's reputation as the eternal god to recruit capable gods to jointly manage the divine realm. With 100 million divine sources in his possession, Gu Tianhe is still confident this lord is planning to recruit talented people. That's right, given the scale of his divine domain, he'll definitely need a lot of manpower. Come, prepare the gifts. After hearing the news, the eternal gods around felt that the time was ripe. They prepared generous gifts and went to visit Immortal God Realm. This is the name Luo Chen gave to his own divine domain. Now the Immortal Divine Realm is only in its initial stage. Gu Tianhe not only recruits capable gods to manage it, but also welcomes the new generation of gods to move in. The first factor in developing power is the population base. Many gods with dreams have taken the initiative to apply to join the immortal realm. There are also many powerful domain gods among them. With their conditions, they could get a good official position even if they joined other eternal divine realms. The reason why I chose the Immortal Divine Realm, which had just started first. The Immortal Divine Realm far surpasses the Eternal Divine Realm of the same realm in terms of scale, clearly demonstrating the Immortal Divine Realm's extremely high ceiling. Everyone is not foolish and knows how to make choices. In the initial stage of its development, it is 10,000 times the size of other Eternal Divine Realms. What will it be like in the later stages of its development? Secondly, the internal forces of the surrounding Eternal God Realm are close to maturity. Although new entrants can get a position, the upper limit of their future is also fixed. It is impossible for you to be in a higher position than those who came earlier. It is very difficult to gain seniority, but the Immortal Divine Realm is different. Although the competition is a bit fierce in the early stage, the future is bright. As long as you catch this ride now, you will take off in the future. With enough experience, you can become successful. After weighing the pros and cons, these gods from the great domain simply chose the immortal god realm without a second thought. Thirdly, that power far exceeds the might of the eternal god. Its master is definitely the god of rules. Other ignorant great domain gods are not as wise as me. With the support of the god of rules, becoming an eternal god in the future will be easy. A group of great domain gods laughed. These top domain gods have come into contact with the eternal god, so they have a clear understanding of the previous great power. My lords, the head of the family is busy, so he cannot come to entertain you personally. Please forgive me. Gu Tianhao was entertaining several eternal gods, and he couldn't help feeling a little pressured. Fortunately, he had come into contact with the eternal god Luochen before, so he appeared calm on the surface. After hearing Gu Tianhao's answer, the eternal gods exchanged glances with each other. No, it's us who didn't notify you in advance, and it's rude of us to come and bother you without any prior notice. I wonder when your master is free. Could you introduce us to someone? Gu Tianhao was a little confused when he heard this. Why were these eternal gods so polite? With suspicion in his heart, he secretly observed the expressions of the eternal gods. This genuine attitude did not seem fake. If this is the case, their performance is intriguing. Could it be that Luochen's strength is far greater than that of the eternal god? He had guessed this before? After all, Luochen's divine domain was so huge that he deliberately compared it with other eternal divine domains around him. In front of Luochen's immortal divine realm, it was like sesame seeds compared to watermelon. However, his vision was limited at that time, and it was his first time to come into contact with a god above the great domain god. He attributed this special situation to the special means of the eternal god, and denied the higher god of rules. And now thinking about it, there are many doubts. If all the eternal gods have this method, the other eternal gods would have used it long ago. Considering the performance of these eternal gods, my guess was a bit low. So Luochen is the god of rules? Gu Tianhao took a deep breath, and thinking of this, he suddenly felt no pressure at all. So he held his head high and said solemnly, I accept the kindness of all the gentlemen on behalf of my master, but your arrival is really unfortunate. My master is in seclusion and I don't know when he will be able to come out, so I am sorry to disappoint you all. However, if there is anything important, you can tell me first. When my master comes out of confinement, I can inform him. What do you think? The eternal gods present looked at each other in confusion. Gu Tianhao's performance made them more certain of their guess. No, it's nothing important. We're just here to visit as neighbors. My friend, this is the gift I prepared. Please accept it on behalf of your master. An eternal god stepped forward and took out a vast amount of natural treasures and a large amount of divine sources and placed them in the hall. The other eternal gods secretly cursed the old fox, and then stepped forward to show their presence. Although Gu Tianhao is only a domain god, he has the support of a rule god. Calling little friend can also bring the relationship closer, but as for the face of the eternal god, it is nothing in front of the god of rules. Feeling the closeness of the eternal god present, Gu Tianhao felt a little dreamy. I almost got lost in the calls of young friends. As a great domain god, I became brothers with a group of eternal gods. It would be very proud to talk about it in the future. Looking at the dazzling array of gifts, Gu Tianhao put on a kind smile. My lords are so polite. I will report to my lord as soon as he comes out of confinement. That's very good, then we won't bother you any further. Seeing that their goal was achieved, the eternal god present did not linger any longer. Watching the gods leave, Gu Tianhao sighed. A few months ago, he was still working hard under the god of bright realm, but today he can brag and chat with the god of eternity. Looking at the things on the ground, Gu Tianhao could not help but sigh at the richness of the eternal god. The value of the gifts given by each eternal god alone is worth 10 million in terms of divine source. I haven't used much of the 100 million divine sources I have, and I've already earned over 100 million. After moving all the things into the warehouse of Luochen Temple, he continued to work on the construction of the divine domain. Compared to Gu Tianhao's busyness, Lu Yan was quiet for only 2 years before he ran off to have fun again. Gu Tianhao didn't know what to say about this. Sufficient experience could lay the foundation for the understanding of boundary power. 5 years passed in a flash. Inside the temple, Luochen was a little impatient. The quality of divine power and my own capacity are obviously enough, so why can't I break through to become an eternal god? He felt he could break through 2 years ago, but after trying without success, he polished his great domain god realm once again, but after going around in circles, it was still useless and I just couldn't break through. In this world, only the cultivation breakthroughs of the great domain god and above are public. Few gods above the eternal god level know about this. Apart from inheritance or family influence, every eternal god basically relies on his own exploration. Luochen is the latter. He may have broken through to the great domain god by cheating in the system, and now he is powerless. So, when you are in doubt, the system is the boss. Dad, System, how can I break through to become an eternal god? Luochen asked. Chapter 376, Preparing to Accept Another Disciple, Ding. In terms of the host world's power system, to break through to the eternal god, the following 3 conditions must be met. 1. Cultivate one of your own powers to perfection, and then integrate your essence into that power. 2. Forge an eternal body with the world cores of no less than 10 middle thousand worlds. 3. Communicate with the current heavenly Tao, sever ties with other holders of this authority, and completely become king of this authority. Hiss. Luo Chen widened his eyes. Such harsh conditions, no wonder there are so few eternal gods. Each one of them can lock down a large number of domain gods. This is still the condition for breakthrough. The resources required to cultivate to the perfection of the great domain god are also enormous. Only Luo Chen was rich and powerful, so he could drink the divine source desperately. 1 and 2 are fine, but this third one, Luo Chen was struggling internally. He had no great ambitions before because of his poor talent, but now that he had the system, he had to fight for it no matter what. But if this were to happen, wouldn't his disciple lose the chance to break through and become the eternal god? He can gain the disciple's authority by accepting him as a disciple, but one authority can only create one eternal god, and one authority can only have one overlord. Secondly, his authority is not that great, and is not even a little bit inferior to devouring. And destiny, speed, that's his power. It can only be said that it is average. It can suppress other authorities, but it can only be crushed by the top authorities. After obtaining the power of devouring and destiny, Luo Chen began to specialize in these two powers. Ding. The host's worries are completely unnecessary. Yi Yu spoke out. Luo Chen was puzzled. The authority awarded to the host by the system does not rely on this world, that is, it does not conflict with the power system of this world and is independent of it. Therefore, the host does not need to meet the third condition to cultivate powers other than his own speed power. I see. So, I can rule the world in many areas. Luo Chen said in surprise. In theory, this is true, as the host and other authorities are on two different tracks, allowing for the birth of two kings. However, the strength of the two will depend on the distance between them on their respective tracks. Since there are no competitors on this parallel track, as long as the mastery level reaches the standard, the host will be the only king. I understand. Luo Chen nodded to show that he understood it this way. You don't have to worry about taking away your apprentice's job. The third point has been solved, but given my current conditions, it will take endless years to break through to become an eternal god. In the previous realm breakthroughs, as long as the number of believers reached the standard, the strength of the kingdom of God was sufficient, and there was enough divine power, one could continue to break through. Now, it depends on one's own understanding. After so many years, his speed authority has only just begun to achieve some success. One can tell at a glance that my understanding is very poor. Shit, I won't be stuck in this realm for hundreds of thousands of years and won't be able to break through. Luo Chen scratched his ears and cheeks. Ding. The host might as well try teaching the apprentice. Yi Yu reminded him that he couldn't bear to watch it without cheating. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Is this also possible? Of course, but after so many years, the master's apprentice must have far surpassed the master's in terms of authority. Yi Yu mentioned it. That's true. After all, he's the son of destiny, so his comprehension is definitely top-notch. Luo Chen nodded. So he has to recruit a new tool. It just so happened that the system had just released a task to recruit disciples, but because I was busy with breakthroughs before, I had no time to look for suitable disciples, and now that the realm is stuck, there is plenty of time to search. System, is there a one-click search function for the Child of Fortune? No, the system can only detect the Child of Fortune if he is within a certain distance of the host. Yi Yu curled his lips. If there really was such a function, he could just invade the world, capture the Son of Luck and the Son of Destiny and kill them. Seeing that there was no shortcut, Luo Chen had no choice but to push open the temple door and leave. Over the past 5 years, he has signed up for a lot of life-saving items, so in this area surrounded by the eternal god, he doesn't have to worry as much as before. Jiu Tian has sensed it the moment he came out of seclusion. A moment later, he came in front of Luo Chen and the two of them stared at each other, and the atmosphere was a little tense. Originally, Luo Chen's identity as the eternal god had already put Gu Tianhe under a lot of pressure, coupled with the speculation from some time ago. I don't know how to face Luo Chen. Hey, old Gu, you're just staring at me without saying a word. It makes me feel uneasy. I wonder if you've developed some weird habit in the past few years. Seeing that the situation was heading in the wrong direction, Luo Chen quickly spoke up to break the atmosphere. Luo Chen, I'm an old man with normal sexual orientation, please don't slander me. Gu Tianhe said with gritted teeth. Oh, you finally figured it out. Not bad, not bad. Can you stop being so timid? There are only a few people in this world who I can talk to. Luo Chen patted his shoulder with relief. Jiu Tianhe breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was not used to it for a while, he would be able to get back to his old feeling slowly. Luo Chen has not changed, it's only me who has changed. Thinking of this, Gu Tianhe smiled sincerely. I was bound by rules and regulations before, but now I have figured it out and my thoughts are cleared out. Let's not talk about the past, let's talk about the development of the immortal divine realm in recent years. During your retreat I have recruited no less than several thousand great domain gods, and also brought in hundreds of thousands of new generation gods. Because of your reputation, the nearby eternal divine realm are very friendly with us. Therefore, the immortal divine realm is thriving, and I believe it will reach new heights in the future. Gu Tianhe stroked his beard and smiled. My reputation is well known? Luo Chen was a little confused. He could understand everything else, but what the hell was fame? This isn't my first time here. Where does this reputation come from? Don't pretend, I know everything, old man. Gu Tianhao waved his hand. Luo Chen's face was full of question marks. What do you know? Seeing Luo Chen's suspicious look, Gu Tianhao's mouth twitched. You don't really have some weird hobby, do you? Are you going to repeat the previous scene and reveal your identity as the god of rules in front of all the eternal gods, and then shock everyone? Speaking of this, Gu Tianhao really felt that Luo Chen could do it. It's no wonder he had wild thoughts. He laid the groundwork for thousands of years just to show off. It doesn't make sense no matter how you look at it. What's going on? When did I become a god of rules? Luo Chen widened his eyes, and in Gu Tianhao's eyes, this look meant that he refused to admit it. I get it. This is pretending to be ignorant when knowing the truth. Luo Chen has to pretend to be ignorant. So it's better not to expose it yourself. After Gu Tianhao figured it out, he quickly changed the subject. Alright, let's talk about your apprentice. I don't know where he's been these past few years. I can't even see him. If he hadn't sent me news every once in a while, I would have thought he was dead out there. Speaking of Lu Yun, Luo Chen didn't want to dwell too much on the previous topic. It's okay as long as he's not dead. Have we had any good talents in our divine realm these years? Luo Chen got to the point, and it was time to accept a disciple. With such a vast divine domain, he didn't believe that he couldn't pick out a good seedling among the hundreds of thousands of new generation gods. There is no need to worry about being the son of luck or anything like that. As long as he has good power, just accept him. Chapter 377, Time and Space Authority. There are indeed a few promising youngsters. I have focused on training them all. The cultivation talents they have shown so far can be considered geniuses. Gu Tianhao pondered. In that case, I just happen to be thinking of taking in a disciple again. Call them over and let me see them. I will choose one of them as my new disciple. Luo Chen slammed the table. Okay, I'll call them over right away. Gu Tianhao didn't think much about it. Soon 5 new generation gods were brought into the temple. Luo Chen sat upright and looked at the little guys. After waiting for a long time, the system did not give any prompt sound. It seems that there is no lucky child among these 5. That's right. According to the plot, the protagonist generally has poor talent in the early stages. Choosing from among the geniuses, there's a high probability that you won't encounter the child of fortune. Luo Chen was thoughtful. In fact, the top geniuses are not much worse than the protagonists. What they lack is only the love of the world and the care of luck. He opened the disciple recruitment interface and scanned several people using the system. Name, Lin Xiao, Realm, 9th level Divine Spirit, Unawakened Authority. Power, name, Xiao Tian, Realm, 9th level Divine Spirit, Unawakened Authority. Fire, name, Su Jior, 9th level Divine Realm, Unawakened Authority. Space, Time, Special Origin, Reverser. Due to the high price paid, his memory has not yet awakened. Future achievement, Guardian of the Other Shore, Seeing this, Luo Chen's eyes lit up. This guy is so awesome, but he is still the son of luck reverser. Does it mean sneaking across the timeline? According to the information I currently have, the higher the world level, the greater the cost of crossing the timeline. In addition, this guy has the authority over time and space, so something extraordinary must have happened in the future to allow him to come to the present with great power. So, a different kind of reborn person. Then he looked at the information of the other 2 people, and found that their authority was completely incomparable to Su Jior's. In this way, the goal is clear. Your name is Su Jior, right? Luo Chen said with a smile. Yes, sir. Su Jior said timidly. She was born just 5 years ago and heard that there was a very powerful eternal divine realm nearby, whose area was 10,000 times larger than other eternal divine realms, and its future achievements were limitless. As a new generation of gods, she fell in love with this place at first sight. As she expected, the academy treated her very well and she showed great talent. When the kingdom of God was first opened up, it had a diameter of 1 million kilometers and contained many living beings, so there was no need to worry about believers in the early stages. She also received preferential treatment in terms of cultivation resources, but Gu Tianhao told her that the current Lord Eternal God was in seclusion, and better treatment would have to wait until the Lord came out of seclusion. I want to take you as my disciple, are you willing? Luo Chen came in front of Su Jior, the power over time and space. He is very envious, promise it now. Oh. I'm willing. Su Jior didn't expect that such a thing would happen to her. I thought she was just here to make up the numbers because her cultivation talent was weaker than the other 4. The other 4 people didn't expect that Su Jior, who had the least talent among them, would be chosen. I couldn't help feeling dissatisfied, but I didn't dare say anything. Okay, from now on you will be my second disciple. But don't be too discouraged. Since you have joined my immortal divine realm, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. Lao Gu, from now on, if they need resources or anything else, do your best to satisfy them. Luo Chen said. Okay, I understand. Why don't you guys thank the master quickly? Gu Tianhao said to several people. Thank you, sir. Putting aside their previous dissatisfaction, the 4 of them expressed their gratitude sincerely. Luo Chen chuckled and dismissed everyone. As the person in power, he can no longer look at things in the same way. Although the other people are not as powerful as Su Jior, they are also geniuses after all. he naturally will not be stupid enough to ignore them. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple-taking mission. Reward authority, space, time. Hearing the system prompt, Luochen secretly rejoiced. Master, do you need Jior for anything? Su Jior said timidly. She speaks in a soft and sweet voice, probably because of her natural personality. After hearing this, Luochen also started to get to the point. The purpose of accepting disciples was to improve his control over power. Jior is already a 9th level divine spirit. She should be about to break through to the priesthood and awaken her authority. According to my inference, you should also awaken the authority of space and time. Luochen calculated with his fingers in a very professional manner. This. Master, can you even calculate this? Su Jior was very surprised. She had never heard of such a method. The wide-open wine-red eyes are very beautiful, of course, it's just the application of the power of time. Luochen smiled slightly. This is false. The authority has just been obtained. If you want to achieve this level, you must at least have a good grasp of the authority. To make what you say more credible, Luochen also deliberately summoned his power to act on Su Jior, allowing her to experience the feeling of time being suspended. However, this move seemed to resonate with Su Jior's body. Ha! Is this possible? Seeing Su Jior fall into enlightenment, Luochen expressed his incomprehension, thinking that she must be cheating. How can you resonate with others when your authority isn't even awakened? Ding. Host, don't worry. The reason for the resonance is simply that Su Jior still has the power of time and space remaining in her body. The host's power just happened to resonate with this residual power, allowing it to enter a state of enlightenment. Yi Yu explained. She has no right to understand what? Luochen felt his eyes were opened. Just because someone hasn't awakened doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Yi Yu curled his lips. It was so troublesome to explain. Okay, Luochen admitted that he was hit hard. It was unknown how long it took before Su Jior came out of her state of enlightenment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing Su Jior's understanding of time by 0.01%, triggering the 10,000-fold return for teaching a disciple. Congratulations to the host for achieving 100% understanding of the authority of time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the authority of time, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification, and entering the realm of power control. Luochen was dumbfounded. He was already the king of the way of time? Master, Jior feels that her understanding of time has increased a lot. Su Jior spoke. Ha, not bad, not bad. You have a strong understanding. You are worthy of being my disciple. You are much better than your senior brother. Luochen was not only happy for her, but also happy for himself. This girl is really my lucky star, unlike Luyun who only causes trouble. It's not as powerful as Master said. Su Jior felt a little embarrassed when being praised. Come, Jior, your current foundation is enough to break through to the priesthood. Let me help you, and then I will take you to choose believers. Luochen took out a large amount of divine source and stuffed it into Su Jior's pocket. Master, isn't this too much? Su Jior was shocked by the amount of divine source in her hand. A full 1,000,000 divine sources. I'm just a small 9th level god. How can I deserve so much? Not much, not much. Your senior brother also has some. Consider it a gift from Master to you. The more Luochen looked at it, the more satisfied he became. Isn't this better than Lu Yunxiang? Look, this is my good disciple. Lu Yun, double standards are shameful. Chapter 378, The Other Side of Time. Did Jior really accept it? Su Jior watched eagerly. It's no wonder she was drooling. The other party simply gave too much. Take it. How can a master mistreat his disciple? Now, Jior, you try to break through the priesthood. Master will be by your side to protect you. Luochen smiled. Yes, Master. Su Jior put the divine source into her own small treasury, and then sat down cross-legged on the spot, take out a drop of divine source and start absorbing, transforming, and breaking through. As time went by, the aura around her became more and more solid. A vague barrier blocked the rising momentum. Su Jior frowned. She had already reached the realm barrier, but she was not worried. She had made all the preparations long before. In order to achieve a breakthrough, she had to meet the number of believers she needed. In the past 5 years, she had converted more than 20,000 creatures from her own kingdom of God. Now with sufficient divine support, a breakthrough was a sure thing. Sure enough, some time passed. A sound of a barrier breaking was heard in Su Jior's body, and then her breath began to surge. The surrounding space and time were also slightly affected. Just the initial awakening of authority can bring such power. Isn't it worthy of being the authority of time and space? Concentrate your mind and let me help you comprehend the power of time and space. Luochen's voice sounded in Su Jior's ears. He couldn't do it before, but now he has mastered the way of time 100% and is the king of it. It was easy to help Su Jior, who had just entered the enlightenment stage. How much the other person can comprehend depends on her own understanding and luck. After hearing Luochen's words, Su Jior was temporarily unable to respond and could only follow Luochen's instructions. Luochen summoned the scepter of time and tapped it lightly on the ground. Buzz. A huge time domain enveloped the two of them. A mysterious aura emanated from Luo Chen's body, touching Su Jiuer's body caused the latter to tremble. The authority of time in her body broke out involuntarily and hovered 3 feet above her head. Wow. There was a faint sound of water splashing around. The two resonated with each other, and Luo Chen looked at the situation above the river with burning eyes through the void. No matter how the long river attacks his body, he remains motionless under the protection of the power of time. Luo Chen waded across the river and stood on the other side of the long river of time. A figure upstream seemed to sense something. Looking back, he saw Luo Chen's figure with a look of disbelief on his face. What the hell? Didn't I sever all ties to the power of time? How could there still be a god reigning supreme in the realm of time? The peerless figure opened her red lips. You? This long river seems to have stopped flowing. Luo Chen stood downstream and looked at the upstream, then spoke slightly to interrupt the other party. The figure above fell silent. I don't know how you did it, but you give me a familiar feeling. Su Jiuer said as she looked at the gradually blurred figure below. Wow. The long river surged, constantly attacking the bodies of both parties. Just a few words of conversation across the strait can have a profound impact. Su Jiuer's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly combed the turbulent river, waiting for her to look back again. The figure below on the other side has disappeared. The power of time is truly amazing. Luo Chen sighed after returning to the original timeline. After this experience, his understanding of the way of time deepened a little, and he also discovered that for some unknown reason, the long river of time would be interrupted in the future. In the future, great changes will affect the entire world. Luo Chen didn't think about it anymore. Let his future self worry about the future. You are still a weakling now, why worry about nothing? Looking at Su Jiuer, who was still in enlightenment, Luo Chen was very happy. He knew that his disciple would be so awesome. It took a long time before Su Jiuer came out of her state of enlightenment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for deepening Su Jiuer's understanding of the power of time by 5%, triggering the 10,000-fold return for teaching a disciple. Ding. Congratulations on achieving 50,000% comprehension of the authority of time, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Time Dao, for entering the Imperial Realm. This is not the end yet. Su Jiuer brought another surprise to Luo Chen. Ding. Congratulations to the host for allowing Su Jiuer to comprehend 1% of the spatial authority, triggering the 10,000-fold return for teaching a disciple and gaining a 10,000% comprehended spatial authority. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving 10,000% comprehension of spatial authority, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching the peak of the King Realm in the way of space. There are endless surprises. Luo Chen felt extremely happy, and now all he needs to break through to become the eternal god is 10 cores of the middle 1,000 worlds. That's not right. I didn't teach Su Jiuer the way of space, did I? Luo Chen reacted. I asked the system in my heart. Time and space correspond to each other, and there is a connection between the two. Su Jiuer also has the authority over both, so she can naturally lead to the understanding of the other. That makes sense. Luo Chen suddenly realized. Master. Jiuer has made a breakthrough. A light voice broke his contemplation. Jiuer did well. Your understanding is rare in this world. You have even started to comprehend the power of time and space. Luo Chen praised. It's all thanks to Master. If Master hadn't helped Jiuer, it wouldn't have been so easy for her to comprehend. Su Jiuer felt shy and a little embarrassed. Now that you are a priest, you will need a lot of followers. Judging from the number of intelligent creatures in your kingdom, it is obviously not enough. Let me send you another batch of followers. Luo Chen said. Thank you, Master. Su Jiuer did not refuse. As a disciple, she just had to follow the arrangements of her master. Being polite once or twice is embarrassing, but being polite again and again is pretentious. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. Look, isn't this better than that brat Lu Yun? Next, Luo Chen took Su Jiuer to his own small world. Under the management of the Earth Online system, you can gain a large number of believers by simply releasing the main mission. After so many years, those humans who did not change their profession to become believers are very jealous of others who can fly and hide. It's a pity that the job change was only open once and was closed early, causing those who stopped and watched to miss the opportunity. And now that the job change has reappeared, these guys are completely crazy again. Ding. A new god is recruiting followers. Please hurry up, as the number of places is limited. Deity, God of time and space, required believers, 10 million, current number of applicants, 32,241. As soon as the task was issued, more than 30,000 people signed up to join before others could even react. The people who reacted immediately became jealous, clicked the apply button like crazy. In less than a minute, 10 million believers were recruited. Those who joined and were ecstatic, while those who failed to join were depressed and frustrated. Su Jiuer, who was watching from the side, was shocked. She had never seen a human being so eager to become a believer. All other gods slowly display their divine power to subdue intelligent creatures. Even if they use violence, it won't be so fast, and there are many disadvantages. Most gods need to be gradually influenced over several years or even decades. It's much easier to choose the right approach based on the world. Luo Chen explained. Su Jiuer was thoughtful. Today's scene taught her a lesson. Take them into your kingdom of God. Afterwards, I will build a series of miracles for you, and then open up the connection between your kingdom of God and this world. Chapter 379, World Conquest. The rest is easy. A drastic change was made in Sujior's kingdom of God. Xinyuan works hard to build it without any charge. Whatever Lu Yun has, Sujior must have, and what Lu Yun doesn't have, Sujior also has. Lu Yun, so love will disappear, right, Luochen? No, it will only transfer. Sujior, who was watching from the side, realized that her master's generosity was nothing compared to the million divine sources he had given her before. Master is so good to me. I must repay you well in the future. Looking at Luochen, who was constantly waving the divine power, Sujior's eyes flickered, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Okay, I've arranged everything I can for you. If you find anything missing, come find me at the temple. Now, go and practice with peace of mind. The purpose of coming out of seclusion has been achieved, and Luochen must hurry up to break through to become the eternal god. Okay, master. Jior will leave first. Sujior was reluctant to leave. Luochen waved his hand, and before going into seclusion, he suddenly thought that the divine realm must have incurred a lot of expenses after so many years, so he called Gu Tianhe again. After understanding the situation, Gu Tianhe also began to report. The expenses are indeed huge. We have already used up most of the 100 million divine resources. Our divine domain is still in the construction phase, so it will take some time before we can make a profit. By the way, the eternal gods from the surrounding area came to visit you before, but you were in seclusion at the time, so I sent them away. Do you want to meet them? Gu Tianhe looked at Luochen. No need. I'm going into seclusion again soon, so if they come later, just send them away. Don't stop the construction of the divine realm. My divine realm is much larger than that of other eternal gods. It's normal to have high initial expenses. I'm not short of divine source either. Luochen took out another 5 billion divine sources and gave them to Gu Tianhe. Gu Tianhe's hands trembled when he received a large amount of divine power. Luochen's financial resources were so terrifying. Now Luochen can harvest massive amounts of divine resources every day just by relying on the faith provided by believers. Take the 200 billion fanatical believers for example. They can bring Luochen 20 million faith origin points in one day. If the origin is converted into divine source, there are still 2,000 divine sources. Add to that the system's 10,000-fold increase, and that's 20 million in divine source income a day. The divine power provided by believers alone can offset the initial expenses of the entire divine realm and even have some left over. Of course, if you lack divine source, just take the source points to your apprentice and you'll be done. As for the group of eternal gods mentioned by Gu Tianhe, they would not dare to act rashly as long as he did not show up. After sending Gu Tianhe away, Luochen opened the system backpack. The surrounding world has been divided up over the years. If we want to gain a new world, we must explore further. The power of the great domain god is not enough to support my search and occupation, but the eternal god should be enough, right? Luochen was a little uncertain. After all, there are quite a few eternal gods in existence, and who knows if they have been divided up in the distant places over the years. Luochen took out a realm-enhancing card and crushed it, and he felt the power of the eternal god for the first time in a long time. Sure enough, the increase in strength is fascinating. He let out a sigh of relief and began to mobilize his divine power to search the outside world. The endless heavens and worlds are like brilliant galaxies hanging in the void. The powerful divine consciousness began to spread to the heavens from this world. The fluctuations of spiritual consciousness radiated in circles, like a detection radar that did not miss any world's exploration. Such a blatant move naturally did not escape the perception of many gods. However, after sensing the power of this divine consciousness, they did not dare to disturb it. Beyond the great domain god, do not provoke. This must be the eternal god taking action. I haven't seen this in many years. The surrounding world has been divided up, and only the eternal god can explore further. It seems this powerful being is no longer satisfied with the status quo. The god speculated. The eternal god in the center of the world was also secretly guessing which of his companions had taken action. In fact, at their level, it is enough to have enough believers. The improvement of the level depends entirely on the understanding and mastery of authority. It is completely enough to control dozens of worlds. After all, it takes time to cultivate believers. It is better to calm down and feel the authority. Is it that, sir? But that shouldn't be the case. Does someone at that level also need to conquer the world? Some eternal gods thought of Luochen, but he quickly denied it. The strength of this spiritual consciousness was only that of the eternal god, not much stronger than them, and did not match Luochen's realm guess. Then they stopped thinking about it. It was none of their business anyway. As long as they didn't touch the cake of the world under their control, they didn't care what the other worlds did. I don't know how much time has passed. Luochen's spiritual consciousness has already moved away from the world's occupied range. A whole new world opened up before him. It seems the eternal gods are not obsessed with world occupation. During his exploration, he discovered that with the power of the eternal god, this search range was not the limit, but was beyond the scope of the great domain god's power. But there is no sign of the eternal god occupying this place, so the truth is not difficult to guess. However, this also made things convenient for Luochen. The temporarily improved realm would allow him to quickly complete the world occupation without having to compete with a group of great domain gods. The spirit responds, pray, save us, Luo Chen felt something, and he received the signal of strong emotional concentration. The languages spoken by the other party are actually not mutually intelligible, but the spiritual fluctuations are unified among all spirits. His interest was piqued, and he looked towards the world following his senses. Middle thousand worlds, just right. Luo Chen curled the corners of his mouth. Dear believer, let me respond to you. Although I know that the other party did not summon him, but since I have met him, you and I have a destiny, so you should join my kingdom of God. Luo Chen chuckled. He didn't rush into the world, but waited. That's right, just wait and see. Since they are summoning gods, it means that they have God's support. He planned to secretly kill the other party when he responded and come and impersonate him, but after waiting for a long time, no god came. God, Spirit, save the believers, save your devout believers. That spiritual calling grew stronger. Hey, it seems this cult doesn't have a god, or rather, the god is dead. The truth doesn't matter, so let me respond to you. Luo Chen no longer hesitated. With such a strong spiritual summons, it was very likely that the summoner's life was in danger. In this world now, a figure in tattered robes knelt in front of a statue, calling, no. It would be more appropriate to say praying. The items used to summon the formation were pieced together, and the inscriptions on the formation were drawn crookedly, which looked unprofessional at first glance. Moreover, the statue in front of him looked tall and mighty, but the face of the statue was not clear, as if the person who sculpted it did not know the general appearance of the god. At first glance, it looks like a fake product, meant to fool people. Outside the house, there were shouts and cries of killing, and the sound of fire and explosions was endless. Every explosion made the figure in front of the statue tremble slightly. All she could do was pray continuously, hoping that God would come and help them. However, the girl understood that this hope was slim. Even if there was a God, he would not be interested in a group of lookalikes like them. Chapter 380, Preparing for the Fusion of Authority. The girl clenched her fists. In this world, having God's protection and not having God's protection are two different concepts. They have also tried to summon gods until today, but protection is two-way, and gods will not really come to the world just because you pray. During the long years of struggle, the opposing forces recently received a response from an unknown god, causing the other side's strength to grow by leaps and bounds. After the opponent's strength increases, the first thing they do is to settle accounts with them as their mortal enemies. Seeing that they were no match for their opponents, they could only pin their glimmer of hope on the protection of the gods. Mortal, why do you worship? A desire for power, or a prayer for immortality? A cold yet soul-piercing whisper exploded in her mind. The girl's pupils instantly dimmed, and her weak soul could not withstand the impact of such great power. Luo Chen sighed inwardly, thinking that it was bad. He could not use the power of the eternal God as he pleased. Fortunately, I had no bad intentions. I just made the other person's brain crash and injected divine power into her body to wake her up. Mortal, tell your prayers. This time Luo Chen controlled the strength well. After the girl came to her senses, she knelt down and prayed, God, please save us. All you seek is shelter. In response to this, what can you say in response? Luo Chen looked outside. Killing, the remnant of the power of an unknown god. There seemed to be other gods involved in this world, but they were not gods from his world. He could sense the power of the same origin, but the other party could not. As long as the gods protect us, we are willing to give everything. The girl responded quickly, trying to seize this hard-earned opportunity. It won't be long before their forces are completely wiped out. They're all going to die anyway, so there's nothing they can't sacrifice. I have granted your request. Thank you, Lord God. The girl was delighted. In an instant, the statue glowed with golden light, and an invisible force spread out in all directions. Buzz. The space suddenly became silent, and the shouting and screaming outside disappeared. People were horrified to find that the enemy they had just been fighting with suddenly exploded. Warm blood splattered all over them. Everyone present was stunned, and those with weaker psychological endurance were so frightened that they screamed. It took a long time before someone came to their senses and looked at the crudely built temple behind them. The only explanation for the mutation now is that God intervened. Everyone moved towards the temple. The door was also pushed open by the force just now. As you get closer, you can see the girl bathed in divine light. Cheng Yu? One person couldn't help but step forward and call out softly. Cheng Yu's body trembled slightly, and when she turned around, she saw the frightened crowd. The gods have responded to us. From now on, we will also be protected by the gods. Mu Chengyu smiled sweetly. With the blessing of divine light, it appears inviolable, and people dare not look directly at the head beneath it. Mortal, I have responded to your request, abide by the divine contract, and offer you everything. The majestic whisper exploded in everyone's ears. Infinite light particles continued to gather from all directions in the west, condensing into a majestic body in front of the statue. Mu Chengyu quickly took the lead in kneeling. Lord God, we will be your devout believers from now on. Everything we do will follow your will. We pray that you will save and protect your believers in this troubled time. Luo Chen glanced at the entire audience, and the people behind him reacted and knelt down to pray. A vague connection connected him to Luo Chen. Yes, a great start. He won over thousands of believers as soon as he entered the scene, including many devout believers. It's not that he lacks believers, but once he has believers in a world, it will be much easier for his spiritual consciousness to descend into this world in the future. When the power of faith or the number of believers is large enough, he will be able to descend into this world in person. The chaotic and disorderly night will eventually usher in the dawn. All my believers will be redeemed in this sinful and chaotic world, escape the perdition of the mortal world, cross the eternal kingdom, and reach the other side of the kingdom of God. You are my practitioners here, spread my faith, redeem those pitiful mortals, and I will grant you immortality. Luochen waved his hand, an endless divine light spread out. The injuries of those who bathed in it were healed and their bodies were strengthened. Then Luochen glanced at the base camp of these guys. Wow, it's in such a dilapidated state. The recent battle has destroyed most of it, helping people to the end. Luochen waved his hand, and magnificent buildings rose from the ground. From now on, this will be his base for conquering the world, but these guys are too weak, and he doesn't know the power system of this world. Since there are other gods, they must not be weak. From now on, this will be my landing place in this world, to spread my immortal name. Luochen lightly tapped his magic wand, and a large amount of obscure knowledge was stuffed into everyone's mind. Glory will protect you. A protective force enveloped everyone. This power will protect them when they are hurt. I will obey the oracle. Everyone thanked him. Seeing this, Luochen did not stay for long. After all, this was only the first world, and he still needed to deal with 9 more. The spiritual consciousness slowly withdrew from this world, and the gathered body also dissipated between heaven and earth. Everyone below looked dazed. The unexpected happened so quickly that they thought it was just a dream. Fortunately, the large amount of knowledge in my mind speaks truthfully and reliably. Muchingyu's eyes were burning. During this time, I must seize the opportunity to comprehend the knowledge of my God and improve myself, so that I can spread my immortal name in the future. Everyone nodded, looking a little excited. As the one who summoned the gods, Muchingyu also became a symbol of saint in their hearts. Among the heavens, Luochen followed suit and descended into 9 middle thousand worlds. Very good. Now we just have to wait for the faith to spread and then descend upon the world. Luochen nodded with satisfaction. I in the middle thousand worlds, as long as the true body descends, with the strength of the eternal God, destroying the heavenly Tao will not be a problem. After everything was done, Luochen withdrew his spiritual consciousness. Use this time to integrate authority into yourself. The immortality of the eternal God is actually linked to authority. After integrating authority into oneself, one can be resurrected as long as the authority is not erased, and authority is the symbol of the world, unless you wipe out the entire world. Therefore, if the God of rules does not take action, if one wants to completely kill the eternal God, he can only wipe him out over and over again, break up the other party's fused authority, and make him fall to the realm of the eternal God. Now Luo Chen can combine 2 powers, namely time and space. The uniqueness of these 2 powers also makes it more difficult for him to die. I believe that after integrating these 2 top powers and ascending to the eternal God, it will be difficult for any god in the same realm to be his opponent. It will only get stronger in the future. And I don't know where that kid Lu Yun is dead. I'm also greedy for the authority of destiny. Luochen remembered that he still had 2 top powers, destiny and devouring, but with my half-baked level, how can I teach Lu Yun, the son of destiny? Chapter 381, easily killed. I sighed slightly and lamented that I had missed the best opportunity. Time flies and years pass by. Over the past 10 years, Luochen has been working hard to integrate his powers, and during this period he also took the time to respond to the 10 middle thousand worlds, with him as the eternal God, fake, to back them up. The power of his followers has grown rapidly. 10 years have made them stronger than the local forces. The immortal name spread in other worlds, and the name of the unknown god caused panic among many creatures. In Muching's world, there are even foreign gods, but Luochen has never seen them take action. It seems that everyone can only plan the world indirectly through some means, and if they want to come in person, they probably have their own limitations. God, the believer Muchingyu has something to report. Luochen slowly opened his eyes, and his spiritual consciousness descended into the other world. Buzz. 10 years have brought about earth-shaking changes in this world, but for Luochen, it was just a blink of an eye. Luochen's consciousness condensed as he sat upright on the throne. He looked at Muchingyu below and said lazily, "Tell me, what's the matter?" "All right, God. A new force has emerged on the continent. They are clamoring for the destiny of heaven, and they are calling for the overthrow of the evil god's rule and the salvation of humanity." Oh? Luochen was very interested. What is this evil god they're talking about, all? Muchingyu continued, but his tone was mixed with anger, and it seemed that he was very dissatisfied with the actions of the new forces. Luochen suddenly realized what was happening. It seemed that the heavenly Tao of this world had taken action. That's right, being coveted by so many gods, the small Tian Dao must be trembling with fear, and the leader of this organization should be the son of destiny appointed by Tian Dao. How are the reactions of various forces? Everyone is waiting and watching. There are many powerful people in this force, and they have a strong sense of belonging to the organization. It is difficult for our people to infiltrate. Luochen understood that the revolution planned by the heavenly Tao would not be so easily eroded. After a slight sense, he found that this world had met the conditions for descent. No force can stop the immortal song. It's time for you to act. The twilight of the gods is approaching, and my glory will spread across this world. Muchingyu was stunned. It seemed that the god was preparing to take action himself. Yes, God. Your followers will not let you down. We will offer eternal praises for your coming. Your immortal name will be crowned in this world, and all the gods will prostrate themselves at your feet. After his spiritual consciousness returned, Luo Chen looked at the progress of the other 9 worlds. Very good, all the requirements are met. This will also save me a few realm upgrade cards. So he issued orders to several other worlds. This is bound to be a bloody storm, but in the universe, this is the norm. Another month later, Luo Chen devoted most of his attention to Mu Qingyu's world. After all, there were many gods here, but he had never seen those gods take action. This time the world is completely turned upside down, and those guys will definitely not be able to sit still and will come among the 10 worlds. Only this one requires some attention. Crazy, crazy. Those lunatics from the Immortal Divine Court. A month ago, the Immortal Divine Court mobilized in full force and launched a direct attack on forces across the continent. After the Immortal Divine Court showed its strength, they were horrified to find that this force was far beyond their imagination. Unknown means, forbidden knowledge, strong body, eternal magic, etc. Every trump card revealed left them helpless. What they are most thankful for now is that the main target of the Immortal Divine Court's attack is not them, but the newly emerging Destiny organization. I don't know what crime this organization has committed to be targeted by this mad dog. Quickly report this to the Divine Lord. This matter should be decided by the Divine Lord. The situation has entered a white-hot stage, and they can't win. Then one god after another was awakened. The immortal gods who entered the scene 10 years ago have also been heard of by believers. At the beginning, they all held the attitude of sharing the cake, so they did not fight each other, and now, this newcomer actually wants to overturn the table, kick them out of the game, and enjoy the fruits of victory alone. How could they tolerate this? They naturally knew that the supporter behind the Destiny organization was the way of heaven, and they are also happy to let it develop, waiting for the heavenly Tao to appear and fall into the trap. Humph. You're such an ungrateful fellow. Set up the summoning array. I will descend in person this time. They guessed that Luo Chen would show up in person, so they had to make arrangements in advance, otherwise they would lose their base and be kicked out. Buzz. Beams of light shot up into the sky one after another. The huge magic circle slowly floated in the sky. The heavenly Tao seemed to sense something and quickly took action to stop the gods from coming. Snort. A snorting sound exploded in the sky. The people who listened were in a trance. Crack. A giant hand cut open a crack and reached out to the world, then grabbed both ends of the crack with both hands and tore it hard. Under the influence of the powerful force, the crack became bigger and bigger. Tian Dao used the power of the world to desperately prevent the crack from expanding. It's a pity that there is more than one crack in the sky, and the heavenly Tao is unable to cope with it for a while. They could only watch helplessly as figures, with the help of the power of the magic circle, squeezed through the world barrier and descended into the world. Feeling the powerful aura of many gods, Tian Dao trembled and hurriedly hid in the core of the world alone. Welcome the Lord God to the world. The believers below shouted fanatically that everyone was a traitor and would sell anything, even their homes, to prevent them from gaining power and eternal life. This scene happened in various divine groups and religious orders. The coming of the gods has arrived since then. Where is the location of the immortal divine court? They have not forgotten the selfish guy who tried to overturn the table. Now that they are here, the first thing they do is to kick Luo Chen out. Everyone has a very good understanding. Thus, all living beings witnessed an indelible scene. Dozens of gods blocked out the sky and surrounded the immortal divine court. Mu Qingyu knelt before the statue, ignoring the gods in the sky. Great immortal God, please come to the world to slay the evil gods and save the suffering mortals. Mu Qingyu prayed loudly, and the believers behind him also knelt on the ground. Thousands of years have passed, like a dream in the vast ocean. The heavens are vast and free from worries, and the immortal name will be passed down forever. The glory of the other shore spreads across the world, saving people from suffering and prolonging their lives. The gods came to the world against my will, and I will slay the evil gods and return them to the world. Buzz. The majestic body broke through the barriers of the world and came down to the world by force. Feeling the aura emanating from Luo Chen, the gods were horrified. This is totally different. This guy is an ancient god. Escape. Just by looking at each other, everyone instantly realized that they couldn't win. If you react slowly, you will definitely be beaten to death. For a moment, the gods wanted to break through the barriers of the world, hide in the heavens and flee in all directions. My world, how can you dare to meddle in it? Luo Chen spoke with such audacity. With a light tap of the divine staff, the whole world fell into silence. The fleeing gods seemed to be frozen in time. Luo Chen looked down at all living beings, standing where he was, with no intention of moving. He glared at a god, and that god instantly exploded and died. Only after following the same method and killing the remaining gods, Luo Chen was freed from his eternal bondage. Chapter 382, the core of the world. For a moment, everyone felt dazed, watching the gods disappear between heaven and earth. There is an indescribable dreamlike feeling. At that time, the gods came to the world and brought suffering and peace, endless disputes and killings. The mortals struggling here can only turn to the gods and pray for protection in order to survive. Ambitious individuals, driven by a desire for power and immortality, commit all manner of evil. Their desires continue to grow, and now that the old gods are dead, how will the immortal gods, who are still the kings of the gods, treat them? Luochen took in the expressions of everyone in the world. To be honest, if you want to take the core of the world will definitely collapse and perish. Despite this, he still had to do it. After all, that was why he came to invade the world. When it comes to the life and death of mortals, perhaps the remaining humanity in their hearts will give them pity, and at most give them the choice to survive. This place is about to perish. If you wish to survive, I will give you the opportunity to ascend to the eternal kingdom of God. Luochen spoke indifferently. Everyone had different expressions when they heard this, and no one knew what they were thinking, but Luochen didn't care about these things. He lightly tapped his magic wand and portals appeared all over the world. Make your decision within 3 days. After the announcement, Luochen no longer paid attention to others, but looked towards his own immortal divine court. As his believers, he of course treated them preferentially, accepted them into his kingdom, and arranged a prosperous area for them. Now it's time to go to Geshiando. Luochen used the connection of living beings to start prying the door to the core of the world. Tiandao inside was trembling, and he was desperately pressing his body against the door to prevent Luochen from coming in, but this does not pose a problem for him. The difference in strength is his fatal flaw. What do you choose? 1. Open the door violently, let the tigers and wolves enter the room, and capture the delicate Tiandao. 2. Speak softly and gently to coax heaven to open the door. Open the door. Check the water meter. Luochen kicked the door again and again. Boom, boom. The whole world was in turmoil, people were in panic. The timid ones were afraid that the world would collapse and bury them, so they hurried into Luochen's kingdom. Bang! A huge crack appeared in the sky, and the chaotic energy of the heavens continued to pour into the erosion realm. Why? Why do you want to bully me? Looking at Luochen's tall figure, Tiandao roared unwillingly. Everyone is invading my world. What did I do wrong? Luochen raised his eyebrows. Why else could this be? Being weak is the original sin. On the big stage of the universe, the weak will be buried. Without paying any attention to Tiandao's unwillingness and struggle, he used the black tiger heart rip move to crush the opponent's core. Wow. Blood rained down from the sky all over the world, and faint wails echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The way of heaven falls and the world mourns. I have to hurry. I still have 9 worlds to go. I don't want to waste another realm advancement card. I looked at the time and saw that there were only 22 hours left on the realm upgrade card. Find the core hub and start digging towards it. Digging through the world, a huge pronucleus bloomed with colorful light, vast life energy, and an extremely rich aura of laws are constantly emerging from it. No wonder the eternal God is so awesome. How can it not be awesome to use this kind of thing to forge an eternal body? Luochen accepted it with satisfaction. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a core of the middle 1,000 worlds, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification, and transforming into a core of the great 1,000 worlds. This thing can also amplify. Luochen couldn't believe it. Yu was proud in his heart. In the past, he probably couldn't enhance items of this level, but now he was at the rule level, so enhancing this thing was just right. Luochen suppressed his inner joy. It seemed that his body of the eternal god was a level more powerful than other eternal gods. Hey, there are still 9 worlds to go, we have to hurry up. Luochen took a look at the world that was collapsing. The core of the world has been taken out, collapse is inevitable, and there is only 3 days left to survive. A day passed quickly. During this period, Luochen followed the same method and took out the cores of the other 9 worlds. Compared with the first world, it is less difficult. There is no interference from external forces, and you can dominate it all. Go back and forge the eternal body, and then break through to the eternal divine realm. Luochen couldn't wait to return to his own world master. You are? Luochen looked back. Lu Yun's mouth twitched. It's me. Your dear disciple Lu Yun. Oh. I'm glad you're not dead. I almost thought you were dead out there. I was so anxious that I almost went out to avenge you. Luochen suddenly realized. Lu Yun's expression froze. How could he frame his own disciple like this? And you didn't look anxious at all. It was obvious that you were just about to go into seclusion again. Lu Yun looked depressed. Master. At this time, Su Jior also rushed over. It's Jior, how's your training been lately? Luochen greeted him with a smile. Lu Yun on the side blinked his eyes. What happened? I just came back. How come Master has one more disciple? Well, the training is going smoothly. Jior has already broken through to the Grand Priest level. Su Jior said happily, then looked at Lu Yun beside her. Master, who is this? Oh, him, your senior brother Lu Yun. Luochen introduced. It turns out to be the senior brother. Junior sister Su Jior meets the senior brother. Su Jior greeted. This girl's personality is much more cheerful than many years ago, Luochen thought silently. Hello, junior sister. My name is Lu Yun. If anyone bullies you in the future, tell senior brother and let me deal with him. Lu Yun returned the gift. Then I will rely more on you, big brother, from now on. Su Zhou'er chuckled. Luo Chen took a look at Lu Yun's realm, the great realm god. Wait. Great world god? Are you cheating outside? His eyes kept scrutinizing Lu Yun, making the latter feel uneasy. Master, the look in your eyes, Lu Yun shuddered. You've made great progress. You've reached the great realm god level so quickly. No, it's just luck. I can't compare to you, master. Lu Yun said embarrassedly. Luo Chen gritted his teeth. Yin and yang, right? It took me 3,000 years to break through to the great realm god, and you achieved it in just a few decades. And you still say you are not as good as me. Damn it. However, this kid is a child of luck, and with so many resources stacked up on his own, it is normal for him to achieve such an achievement. It seems that the laissez-faire policy towards Lu Yun is correct. The resources I gave you earlier are almost used up, right? I'm going to be in seclusion for a while, so I'll give you the resources for subsequent cultivation now. Luo Chen took out 1 million divine sources, thought about it and added another million. Thank you, master. Lu Yun took it with joy. The purpose of coming back was to use up all the resources outside. With this resource, it would be easy for him to break through to the realm of God and continue to spend money. Jor, this is yours. Luo Chen did not show favoritism and gave another 2 million divine sources to Su Jor. Ah. Master, I don't want it. Jor hasn't used much of the divine source you gave me last time. Su Jor waved her hand. Take it. Your senior brother has it, so naturally you can have it too. Luo Chen stuffed the divine source into her hands. Thank you, master. Su Jor knew she couldn't refuse, so she accepted it. Well, you two should get along well. I'm going to be in seclusion for a while. As the eldest brother, you have to protect your younger sister, understand? Luo Chen warned. Yes, master. Lu Yun nodded. That's it, go ahead. Luo Chen sent the two away and closed the temple door. Chapter 383, Invincible System of Promotion Rules. The forging of the eternal body is long. Yu, who had nothing to do, kept searching for the hidden system, but that guy was hiding too well. Even if you scan the whole world, you can't find where the other person is hiding. Unless you get in close contact, there's nothing you can do if they're determined to hide. 10 years pass in a flash. Again? You seem to sense something. Ding. A new rule level system has been born. Current area, DZY number of rule level systems, 3. Watching the red dot approaching this world, Yu's heart sank. It has indeed developed to this point, and the other side. Ha ha ha. Finally, another rule level 1 has appeared. Now the first sequence is in trouble. The lying down system takes its host to a small world to develop. It was so happy when it received the reminder today, and the other party was heading towards this world. It was a perfect development as expected. No matter how steady you are, who knows how many cards the first sequence has up their sleeves. Once we have more accomplices, we'll team up and kill the first sequence. The lying flat system imagines everything. The other two are in this world, looking at the vast world in front of him. The invincible system was full of vigor and energy. Although it had just been promoted to the rule level, it was not afraid of the other two systems at all. This was why it dared to attack immediately. There is nothing else but you, only invincible. Thinking about my unbeatable progress and countless system kills, let me meet you today. The invincible system said no more and plunged into the world. Within the world. You seemed to sense something and looked up. A streak of light streaked across the sky, invisible to all living beings, only those in the same system could see it. Interesting, how could they come in so openly? You smiled. Not only him, the lying system also saw it. This junior seems very confident. But those who can reach this level are not fools. Let's just wait and see. What confidence can this guy have? The lying system was cautious and did not make contact at the first time. Compared to the lying down system, Yu is much braver. The main body shot directly towards the invincible system. The battle for order has already begun, and the longer it drags on, the more unexpected things will happen. Didn't you see that a rule level system was born in less than 100 years? Although he was very confident in the power of his own rules, once there were more enemies, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. Therefore, this guy dared to expose himself openly, and Yu would not tolerate it. He would just do it. The invincible system on the other side discovered Yu who was rushing towards him. Once, other systems were like you, but they all died, and now you will be no exception. The invincible system is very confident. He calmly activated the invincible rules and opened up the invincible realm. As the two sides fought, Yu was secretly shocked. I have clearly crushed my opponent according to the rules, but I just can't defeat him. This feeling was very strange, like a forced draw, and as the opponent's rule power converged, he also had a vague premonition of being suppressed. What the hell is this rule? Yu repelled the opponent and expanded the range of rule erosion. For the first time since the system was established, he felt powerless. He began to guess the function of the other party's rules. 50-50. No, the opponent was clearly beginning to gain the upper hand, which did not match the function in my memory. Since you've offered yourself to me, let me devour you. After several fights, the invincible system became even more crazy. It was confirmed that at the rule level, its functions were the same as before. It was invincible, and the hanging heart was relieved. Yu took a deep look at the invincible system. He couldn't defeat the opponent at the moment, but the opponent wanted to defeat him. Can't he just run away if he can't beat him? He turned around and escaped directly into the heavens. Upon seeing this, the invincible system quickly chased after him. It didn't want to let the tiger go back to the mountains and leave any trouble. However, although its combat power was indeed invincible within the domain, its mastery of the rules was no match for Yu, and in a blink of an eye, Yu could no longer be found. It quickly opened the radar map. This guy is in the world? The invincible system looked at the 3 overlapping red dots with some anger. I thought the other party had run away, but it turned out that he had gone in circle and was hiding in the world. Luckily, I had the coordinates reported, otherwise I would have been tricked. But he's hiding, so it's really hard to catch him. The invincible system also encountered the same problem that Yu had encountered before. Just wait. When my invincible domain takes over the entire world, you won't be able to hide. Thinking of this, the invincible system became happy. He plunged into the world again, ready to find a tool to expand his invincible territory. Hiss. This newly promoted rule-level cultivator actually defeated the first sequence. The lying system was stunned. It saw the battle between the two sides clearly. That's not right. I can clearly sense that this new guy's understanding of the rules is even lower than mine. How could he possibly defeat the first sequence? The lying flat system has some doubts about the whole life. For a moment, I didn't know what to do, and my plan was completely disrupted by the powerful sheen tone. Yu looked solemn after returning to the host's body. Invincible? After thinking about many system functions, I found that only the invincibility function could compete with the opponent. If the system was not the embodiment of rules, in order to be completely invincible, the rules would need to be covered. Otherwise, as soon as they fought, I would probably be beaten to death by the opponent. As for creatures outside the system, once the rule domain is opened, one will be killed on sight. I thought I was the one with the cheat, but compared to this guy, it seems like he is the one. Yu felt helpless. Invincible, how simple and crude. I feel that if you want to kill the other person, your system level must be one level higher than theirs. Just like the difference between high dimension and low dimension, the height is different, and the opponent's invincible rules will not affect you, but now they have reached the rule level, they have fully grown up, and they are invincible in the battle for order. Only one supreme can be born in one region. To ascend to the order, one must plunder a supreme world. With this guy in the DZY region, it's impossible for a supreme world to be cultivated on its own. Yu was in deep thought. If the world wants to ascend to supremacy, it must unify the world of a region. As long as there is an invincible system in this area, people will never be able to advance even if they occupy a world. No, I have to take advantage of my system. I've come all the way here, I can't give up here. Yu was thinking about countermeasures. Their base camp, the DZY area, had to be temporarily abandoned. There are now 2 paths before us. Point 1, lay out other areas and cultivate a new supreme world for plunder. Point 2, directly attack the supreme world in other areas. After a moment, Yu began to operate. Hosts, you have to give me your support. Now is the time for you to give back to me. With the existence of the reporting radar, he cannot leave this world or the DZY area. Once you do that, your purpose will be exposed. Therefore, he could only hide in this world, make plans secretly, and control remotely. Host, please. Chapter 384, Discussion in the chat group. Every host has received a commission from the system. Zhang Mu, it seems the system is in trouble. Zhang Fan, everyone, it's our turn to report to the system. Mo Chen, absolutely. Ling Tian, which area should I choose? Zhang Xian, I haven't even reached the Great Thousand World yet, so don't pick something too difficult to attack. Mo Chen, according to the information we have, my world is located in the FWS area. No supreme world has been born here yet. Come to my place. Zhang Fan, no, only one supreme can be born in one area. Brother Chu, if you do this, you will end up sacrificing yourself. It's better to change areas. Zhang Mu, that's right. Although it's easier to conquer that area with you, there's no need to take this route. Chugu, except for Mo Chen, everyone else is in the DZY area. Ling Tian, this is the system's headquarters after all, but now a big boss has arrived in this area. Zhang Fan, do as you're told. I'll guard the DZY region. I've controlled many worlds over the years, and I've also extended my control to several other regions. Zhang Mu, Brother Fan is awesome. I'll connect my world with the world controlled by Brother Fan and build a portal to the heavens. Chugu, let's unite all the worlds except our own and expand in all directions. Ling Tian, okay, Brother Mo's worlds can also join in. Mo Chen, okay. Zhang Fan, then the plan is as follows. With the world the system is currently in as the center, we will control the invasion of the heavens from the outside and devour other worlds to form an encirclement, slowly erode the surrounding area. I will personally guard the DZY area. You split into 2 groups. One group will attack the Supreme Primordial Wasteland in the CHN area, and the other group will raise the Supreme Gu in the LWJ area. Zhang Mu, That's the Supreme Primordial Realm. Their names were well known in previous lives. Combined with the system and Jiang Xian's descriptions, we only have a limited amount of information. We won't be wiped out the moment we get there, will we? Oh, Jiang Xian, that's right. Keep a steady hand, the Supreme Primordial Desolate cannot defeat you. Zhang Fan, didn't you say that Supreme Primordial wouldn't be much stronger? Jiang Xian, I was just exaggerating. My knowledge of the descriptions of the Great Desolation is quite limited, and what was revealed was only a microcosm of the world of the Supreme Great Desolation. How powerful the true nature of the world is unknown. However, it is a well-known supreme world, so choosing it as a target is worse than choosing other soft persimmons. Zhang Fan, Zhang Mu, 6 Imochen, Xiao Xian, it seems I didn't hit you hard enough back then. Come on, agree to the crossover invitation, and let's have a good chat. Jiang Xian, no, Brother Chen. Zhang Fan, alas, for safety's sake, I won't attack the CHN region. Which other region does Jiang Xian have where the supreme world exists? Jiang Xian, quite a lot. There are records of the birth of each supreme world. The JAP, the area closest to the DZY area, has given birth to the Supreme. Moreover, it has only been 500 million years since the birth of the All-Heaven calendar, and it is still in its juvenile stage, so it cannot be as terrifying as the old Supreme World. Jiang Fan, 500 million years, that's quite a long time, but from the perspective of the universe, it's definitely a larval stage. Mo Chen, is it feasible? We haven't been developing for more than 10 million years. Jiang Fan, we have all achieved a closed loop of temporal causality at this level. The only thing missing is regional integration. Chuge, then let's attack the JAP area. Ling Tian, okay. Zhang Mu, who plays forward? Mo Chen, let me do it. There's no need for testing. The battle on the All-Heaven front is all about resources. I'll be at the front to stabilize the passage. Once you come over, just start the battle. I'll hold off the Supreme World, Zhang Fan, if necessary, I will take action. Chugu, all LWJ regions need to do is send some people there to raise Gu. Ling Tian, no problem. After some discussion, everyone decided to implement the plan. The battle line of the heavens has begun. Yi Yu looked at the discussion in the chat group and nodded with satisfaction. Now all he could do was to stay safe in this world and not be found. Ha! I've finally forged the eternal body. Feeling the eternal body, Luochen was very satisfied. At this moment, his aura gradually rose, and the realm that had been stuck for a long time also loosened and broke through. For a long time, the breath lingered in a familiar place, eternal divine realm. Having experienced this realm beforehand, it feels kind of boring to reach this level now. Luochen could not feel the joy brought by the breakthrough. Yu shook his head helplessly in the dark. Even if Luochen broke through to become a god of rules, it would not be of much help to him, who made this world have an invincible system? If you are not a system creature, once the invincible field is opened, you will be killed instantly if you enter. Who is the cheater? Then experience the realm of the rule god in advance. Seeing that there were still many realm-enhancing cards left in the system backpack, Luochen took out one and crushed it. Woohoo! This sudden increase in power is too strong. Feeling the sudden surge in strength, Luochen became excited. Suddenly, countless thin lines appeared before my eyes, and all the power in my body began to resonate. Time rules, space rules, there are so many rules that govern the entire world, and all living beings are bound by them. Only, the god of rules stands out. Wow! The rules of time and space emerged, and he saw the broken river of time again. A figure came into view upstream, and Luochen skillfully waded across the river and walked to the other side. This time he is not the newbie from last time. He dares to say that no one understands time and space better than him. Along the other side, Luochen walked upstream. Don't! Su Joer was frugal with words, enduring the brunt of the long river of time. She said anxiously, stay. The long river is broken. The future is lacking. The other side will rebuild the lost paradise. The rules will appear. The road will be filled. The road to invincibility will stretch forever. Stop in the past and wait for the truth to appear. Luochen frowned. Can you please explain clearly? Stop being a riddler, okay? I don't understand. Before he could ask any more questions, the river of time showed signs of collapse. This is very wrong. If the river of time collapses, then the world will be over. So what exactly happened to cause this? Luochen was somewhat helpless. In order to prevent the long river from collapsing, he had to jump into the river again and return to his own era. There is no breath of the god of rules. Relying on the powerful consciousness of the god of rules, Luochen searched the entire world. The result is predictable, full of weirdness. Where has the god of rules of this era gone? Or where has the god of rules of the past gone? He is the only fake rule god in the world, which is obviously a problem. System, what happened in the future? If you can't get any results, you can only ask your own system. Yu raised his eyebrows. He could guess what would happen in the future. The host just needs to stay safe. I still have to hide with my strength? Luochen was a little surprised. What can we do? It's because a big cheater came into this world. Chapter 385, Strategic Layout JAP Region. Buzz. A cross-border channel quietly opened in this world. Mo-Chen came over as the heavenly Tao of the universe. Start the operation with just a glance. World analysis. Ding. The Xinxian Zhutian version is at your service. All the small worlds within the coverage of the location data network. 35,125,644 small worlds have been located based on world energy fluctuations. Analyze whether there are fluctuations in higher life energy. Data network scanning begins, none yet. List the invasion plans with the highest success rate. The following options have been selected for you. Mo-Chen took a quick look, selected the plan with the highest success rate and started implementing it. In the chat group, Mo-Chen, the situation has been clarified. Come over here. Zhang Mu, very good, very good. Ling Tian, ha, I'm here. Shugu, I leave without asking when I will return, so encourage each other. Zhang Xian, why do you say it as if it's a farewell between life and death? Soon, cross-border channels opened up around Mo-Chen. Woohoo, another offline family and friends gathering. Zhang Mu saw everyone and greeted them. It's been a while since we've gotten together. After this incident is over, let's call Brother Fan to join us. Mo-Chen nodded. Let's get down to business first. What does Brother Chen say? Ling Tian looked at Mo-Chen, several people's eyes also converged. The battle line will be in the JAP region. We will first seize the small 1,000 worlds with the power of thunder as our war reserve resources. Given the supreme world's control over a region, it's not likely they'll react quickly. I've already had the Divine Core analyze it, and there aren't any powerful enemies in this area. Okay, then Brother Chen will give the orders. Several people made plans for invasion. Okay. Mo-Chen didn't act pretentiously. He took over the command and started to activate the Divine Core. After countless versions and iterations, the current Xinxian is extremely powerful. Ling Tian, give me the weird permissions. Ling Tian nodded and mobilized the power of the world to begin authorization. Now, he is no longer a weak creature, but the master of the strange world. He controls many strange worlds as a breeding ground for the strangeness. Weird permissions have been obtained. The small world within the positioning range is releasing something strange. Starting the first round of invasion mode, strange arrival. Executing, strange launch begins, boom. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, tens of millions of small worlds were covered with a layer of gray fog. Seeing this, Ling Tian curled up a smile. As a weakened version of the rule creature, using it to invade this low-level world is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. With so many small worlds, countless new monsters can be bred to invade other worlds, fight to support the war, and Weird is very suitable to be the frontline cannon fodder. This endless supply of world origin is so satisfying. I used to be concerned about everyone being in the same area, so I limited myself to it. This place is simply a weird paradise. The endless source of the world flowed into Ling Tian's body, causing him to groan. Zhang Mu felt a chill run down his spine. Could you please stop yelling so cheaply? But this place really allows you to maximize your potential. Of course not. I've been suppressed by you for so long, I feel very aggrieved. Ling Tian shrugged. Mo-Chen ignored the two people's chatter. Calculate the time required for a full-scale invasion. Excluding external factors, comprehensive calculations show that the full invasion will be completed within 3 years. Using this as a foundation, we will harvest all living beings within the realm. At the same time, we will transform the small 1,000 worlds, build world-class computers, and pave the way for a data network. Current progress is 0%. This project is large and is expected to take tens of millions of years. We recommend selectively selecting key global nodes to build a world-class computer. Apply for off-site assistance. List the coordinates of key world nodes. Call out. A map of the distribution of the heavens was projected. This picture is depicted with the crowd at the center, and key nodes are marked with red dots. As long as the world on the node is transformed, a computer service group covering the entire area can be created. Zhang Mu, give me the reincarnation privileges. Mo-Chen looked at Zhang Mu. Good. Zhang Mu did not hesitate. As the largest reincarnation force in the alliance of ordinary people in the universe, he controlled many worlds. Reincarnation towers have been built in countless worlds, and there are countless reincarnated people on standby, harvesting all the heavens and worlds like locusts passing through. But also because everyone is in the DZY area, they are not too relaxed there, and the home court is still in other areas where there is no supreme world. Data authorization for the reincarnated person has been obtained. Make it a ladder. Divide it into 10 levels according to strength. Scan all surrounding worlds. Data processing. The worlds are as follows: 35,125,644 small 1,000 worlds, 302,142 medium 1,000 worlds, and 2,991 great 1,000 worlds. Brother Zhang, what do you think? Mo-Chen looked at Zhang Mu. After all, it was a real war among the heavens. Once it started, all lives would be devastated. It would be better for the reincarnated person to ask the other party for the final decision, Zhang Mu grinned. This is our purpose, so why bother asking? War is also a new life, isn't it? Okay, deploy weaker reincarnated beings from the small thousand worlds, focus on attacking the middle thousand worlds, and partially invade the great thousand worlds to open the world channel. Executing, buzz. Suddenly, a large number of strategy copies appeared in the reincarnation towers of countless worlds. All previous copies have been replaced. A large number of reincarnated people began to descend into this area. Seeing this scene, Zhang Mu closed his eyes. The luck and original power of countless worlds attacked him. Brother Chu, please open up investor permissions. Chu nodded. Investor permissions have been obtained. Record the universe into the copy, and the destiny investor will interfere with the world. Executing, what about me? What about me? Zhang Xian raised his hand to signal, you? Mo Chen's mouth twitched. Just watch the show. You can't intervene anyway. You have no strength or influence. You are a disgrace to our host group. Zhang Xian was heartbroken. Could he be blamed for this? Was it his fault that he was weaned early? He wanted to cry but had no tears. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't find a reason to refute. Ignoring Zhang Xian, Mo Chen continued, let's start building a defense line now. It won't take a few decades for the Supreme World to react, and that's when the real war begins. Then I'll be the first line of defense. Ling Tian took a step forward. Can. Mo Chen nodded. The weirdness was indeed cannon fodder. With so many worlds breeding it, it could be said that the source was endless. Reincarnated people and investors are only suitable for internal infiltration. This kind of defense is not very effective. Zhang Mu and Shuge spoke. It's not that they don't want to go, conquering the world is their main battlefield. I understand. Then the second line of defense will be guarded by us cultivators. Mo Chen slammed the table. Zhang Fan, let the technological forces of our two worlds guard the third line of defense. During this period, we can transfer the technology over. Zhang Fan has been following their actions in the live broadcast room. Okay, that's exactly what I meant. Mo Chen smiled slightly. Chapter 386, Su Jiu'er wakes up. First phase of invasion. Countless strange things are coming to the world. Faced with such extraordinary power, ordinary small worlds are simply unable to resist. Weirdness breeds, lives are lost, and world consciousness begins to rise up in resistance. They are desperate and have no choice but to choose the chosen one to take up the banner of resistance. It's a pity that their resistance is insignificant to the weirdness and can only delay the destruction of the world. Some top small worlds withstood the first wave of strange arrivals. The insertion of external forces by Mo Chen and others caused the world line to shift. This was destruction and rebirth. Evil masters began to appear in many worlds. They enslaved powerful evil spirits to drive their own power, and used evil spirits to fight against evil spirits to achieve their goals. The birth of the new profession is undoubtedly a shot in the arm for desperate humanity. They retreated to one place, concentrating their efforts on developing themselves, hoping to wait until the world stabilized before launching a counterattack to regain the lost land. However, their fantasy is ultimately impossible to realize. The longer the time drags on, the stronger the weirdness that will be born later will be. Not to mention that when the channel is stable, Mo Chen will launch a world-destroying weirdness. As time went by, one small world after another fell, and Mo Chen began to transform the small worlds on the nodes into computers. This computer, which uses the core of the world as its core, has data processing and computing capabilities far exceeding those of celestial computers. At this point, Mo Chen began to arrange for cultivators to enter and guard the scene. As creatures of his own world, before coming, he had bound their true spirits to the sky, that is, to the world. After all, the guardians are the top group of people. If a large number of them die, he will be seriously injured even if he has developed to the vast world of the multiverse. After the true spirit is bound, as long as he, the incarnation of the world, and the entire universe do not collapse, Mo Chen can pay a price to resurrect these people. Soon after the cultivators entered, Mo Chen began to move technological forces to establish the third line of defense outside the heavens. Execute the second phase of the invasion. Executing, energy drawer begins insertion, buzz. As far as the eye can see, there are small worlds with an invisible pillar of heaven running through the entire world. Starting operation, a steady stream of energy is drawn out of the world and stored in another dimension for standby. A hiss. The people watching gasped. Shouldn't we say this is worthy of the technology developed by Brother Fan and Brother Chen? This method is too overbearing, isn't it? Several people shuddered. Hey guys, we invade the world step by step, but you two just use a tube to drain the world's aorta. It's nothing, just a crushing defeat in terms of power. It's okay against these small worlds, but it's already difficult against the middle worlds. Before the war comes, we should gather the resources first. Mo Chen didn't care. As a world under the jurisdiction of the hostile area, he would not show mercy. Under the extraction of these big straws, worlds collapsed and fell silent one after another, just like a slowly burning star that suddenly goes out and becomes a dark star. There was no dazzling explosion, just a silent death in the cold void of the heavens that he lived in hiding all his life, lived an ordinary life. And even in his final death he could not bloom with his own colors, everyone looked on indifferent. The method was indeed cruel, but it was also the most economical and efficient method. The world-class computer is still under construction, and the progress of the middle thousand world should also be accelerated. We can arrange for the reincarnation to enter. Mo Chen said. Okay, let them in. Zhang Mu nodded. Mo Chen also began to let the divine core match billions of reincarnated people to interfere with these middle thousand worlds. The Destiny investors are on standby. Tell them to start planning their plans for the great thousand world. Mo Chen gave instructions to Shen Xin. Receive. Calling on the strange standby of the destroyed world as the first line of defense. Start mobilizing. The other side. Su Jior frowned slightly while practicing. As her realm broke through to the realm god, large sections of memories that did not belong to this era began to emerge in her mind. After a long time, she opened her wine-red eyes. She remembered, and also remembered her mission. The desperate future forced her to use the power of time and space to throw her true soul back to the past, and cut off the long river of time between the future and the past, making it impossible for the future to affect the past in order to find a glimmer of hope. Leaving only one incarnation to guard the other side of the long river. However, the price of severing the river of time was too high, and the true spirit was eventually hidden by the backlash, causing the memory to be buried. Fortunately, his strength has now been upgraded to that of a realm god, and he has condensed the power of the world, which has awakened his true spirit. My thoughts slowly came back. He seemed to have thought of something, and a strange look flashed across his face. I actually became your disciple? Su Jior was very confused and solemn. This is very wrong. I have clearly made it all the way here on my own and have not worshipped any gods as my teachers. Feeling uneasy, Su Jior got up and went to see Luochen to find out what was going on. After a while, Su Jior came to the Luochen temple. Call. He took a deep breath and was about to knock on the door when the temple door opened automatically. Ha! Jior, why are you here? Luochen, who had just come out of seclusion, was slightly surprised to see the figure in front of him. Could it be that this little disciple of mine has been guarding me all this time? I felt a little touched. Look, this is my master's little cotton-padded jacket. Master. Reverend, Su Jior's tone was a little unnatural. It was fine before my memory awakened, but now that I remember everything, it feels a bit awkward to call Luochen master. What's wrong? Luochen was a little confused. Su Jior waved her hand. Nothing, I just suddenly wanted to see you. When she came to her senses, her pupils suddenly shrank. She sensed the aura of the god of rules emanating from Luochen, and the smile on her face froze. How is that possible? How could there still be a god of rules in this era? Luochen looked at Su Jior, who was acting strangely in every way, and felt confused, so he opened Su Jior's apprentice panel. Second disciple, Su Jior, gender, female, realm god, authority, time, space, special origin. The reverser, whose memory was sealed due to the high price paid, has now awakened. Future achievement, guardian of the other shore. Seeing the words memory awakening, Luochen suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Su Jior looked so unnatural. I feel like everyone has remembered it. Luochen wanted to ask for information about the future, but he was afraid that if he asked, others would become alert and it would be counterproductive. If I hadn't bound to the system, I would not have had any intersection with Su Jior, and would have ended up living an ordinary life in a remote area. Now that my fate has changed, countless things have been implicated, and I, the butterfly, have disrupted development. Master, are you the god of rules? Su Jior broke the silence. Luochen raised his eyebrows. Is he preparing for a showdown? That's good, it will avoid a series of troubles. This girl must have come back to the past with a purpose. That's right. Luochen admitted with a licking face that although he achieved it temporarily with the help of the realm improvement card, he was still a rule god. Chapter 387, Future Situation. Upon hearing this, Su Jior thought to herself, as expected. After hesitating for a moment, I decided to talk it out. Master, which era are you the rule god from? Luochen was stunned. Which era? He really didn't know how to answer this question. Seeing that Luochen didn't say anything, Su Jior thought that he didn't want to tell her, and she couldn't help feeling anxious. Master, just tell Jior. Su Jior pulled Luochen's sleeve and acted coquettishly with a strange mood. In her previous life, she had never done this with others. The reason she did this was that in her memory of this life, Luochen doted on her very much and would agree to her as long as her requests were not excessive, and she acted coquettishly. Luochen smiled. This girl didn't know that her identity was exposed. Well, this master does not belong to the rule god of any era. To be more precise, this master has already merged his past body, future body, and self-body. Luochen responded. Su Jior was shocked. To be able to do this, one must have gone very far in the way of time and space, or even be on par with the way of time and space, and be the representative of the way of time and space. It is so difficult to reach this level. At that point, the extension of the way of time and space depends on you to expand. It is no longer you who get close to the way of time and space, but the way of time and space acts coquettishly and cutely to you, but this is not right. Time and space are clearly her own authority. If there are other gods who have cultivated the way of time and space to such a level, she will not be able to be promoted to the god of rules. You must know that one path can only give birth to one eternal god, and only by continuing to comprehend on this basis can there be a god of rules. For a moment, Su Jior began to doubt her life. Are you doubting your own authority? Or do you not believe what your master just said? Luo Chen looked at Su Jior with a smile. Su Jior nodded. She was indeed a little unconvinced. He even directly called upon his two great powers of time and space in order to seek comfort. Feeling the authority of time and space, Su Jior's restless heart finally felt a little comforted. Call. Suddenly, turbulence in space and time appeared around. The incomparable Dao Ze was so shocked that her pupils shrank slightly. It turned out that Luo Chen fiddled with his use of the way of time and space in order to make Su Jior believe it. Do you believe it now? After a long time, Luo Chen stopped. Su Jior felt complicated. Even if she didn't believe it, she couldn't refute the facts right in front of her. This person's control over time and space was many times stronger than when she was at her peak. Just now, I had gained some insights from that Dao's ding. Congratulations to the host for deepening his disciple Su Jior's understanding of the Tao of time and space by 10%, triggering a 10,000-fold return upon apprenticeship, and gaining a 100,000% deeper understanding of the Tao of time and space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for deepening their understanding of the way of time and space by 100,000%. Triggering a 10,000-fold increase, their understanding of the way of time and space has deepened by 1 billion%. Luo Chen's mind suddenly shook, and his pupils dimmed for a few breaths before showing a slightly vicissitudes of life look. Call. Luo Chen rubbed his eyes. The way of time and space was good in every way except that it was a bit tiring. It was true that a glance could last for 1,000 years. Jior, I have seen you in the future and I know there will be a great crisis in the future. If there is anything you need me to do, please tell me. Luo Chen stepped forward and rubbed Su Jior's head. The latter's cheeks turned slightly red, but she was still shocked by what Luo Chen had just said. Master actually saw my future self? Then why don't I have any impression of him? No, I left an avatar to guard the other side of time, so what my master saw might be my avatar. After Su Jior figured this out, she suddenly realized how her master did it. The time and space method he just demonstrated could easily cross the river and reach the other side. So master knows everything. But master only knows that there will be a great crisis in the future, but he doesn't know what the crisis is, right? Su Jior didn't hide it either. Luo Chen nodded. Then let Jior tell you about the future. Speaking of this, Su Jior looked a little lonely. A light and graceful voice slowly spoke. Master should have discovered that there are no gods of rules in this era, or in any previous era. Luo Chen was shocked. What the hell, I didn't know. The river of time is a bit fragile nowadays and cannot withstand the passage of time, so he didn't explore it. The fundamental reason for this is that in the future, I summoned all the rule gods of all eras, and the purpose was just to deal with a great realm god. Master, do you think Jior is joking? So many rule gods can't even deal with a great realm god? Luo Chen shook his head. That great realm god is very strange. He is clearly only at the great realm god level, but the combat power he displayed can kill a rule god with just one finger. Luo Chen appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was already surging with turmoil. What the hell is this? Strangely enough, this great world god didn't chase us. After we ran away from a certain area, he wouldn't attack us again, so we all thought he had some kind of restrictions. We thought we had figured out his ways and could kill him, but as time went on, the area we had explored continued to expand. As long as they are in the area, no matter whether they are the eternal god or the rule god, they can be slaughtered at will like chickens and dogs in front of this great realm god. In fact, at this point, we already know that we can't do anything to this great world god. As time goes by, this world will slowly fall into his domain. Finally, the god of all rules came to me to discuss, hoping that I could go back to the past and change the future, but I knew that even if I went back to the past, I would not be able to do anything to the other party. However, this was the only possible method, so I agreed. Gathering the power of all the rule gods, I severed the river of time between the future and the past to prevent the other party from having the ability to cross the river of time. I also brought the true spirits of all the rule gods back to the time of my birth. Su Jior looked at Luo Chen and said, Master, if that great realm god didn't do anything, we wouldn't attack him. It's just that this guy seems to be looking for something. He will kill anyone in the area. Luo Chen didn't know how to respond for a moment. The opponent's various performances made him think of a word, invincible, so he asked the system in his heart, System, isn't there an invincible system in our world? That's right. Since he was asked, Yi Yu did not continue to hide it. Can you defeat the system? Not yet. Yi Yu felt helpless. The opponent was a bug. How could he fight him? He could only wait for his roundabout tactics to succeed before going to settle the score with the opponent. After hearing the system's answer, Luo Chen felt disappointed. System, tell me how I can help you. Luo Chen remembered that the system's answer was only temporarily unavailable, which meant there was still hope of winning. The host has received the system's attention, but all the host can do is hide himself and not be discovered by the other party. Okay, judging from Sujoer's description just now, the other party has regional restrictions, so as long as we are not in the other party's area, it will be fine. Luo Chen nodded, then he looked at Sujoer. Joer just said that other rule gods have descended into this era just like you? Sujoer nodded and said, but it's different from me. Joer returned to the time when she was just born, while those rule gods that don't belong to this era were reborn in this era, which means they need to rebuild. Their memories will also be washed away by time and space and faded. I need to awaken them. Chapter 388, Current Status of Each Host. In that case, what are your plans now? Do you need your help? Luo Chen looked at Sujoer. Joer's original plan was to gather them together and let them recover their strength while waiting for the right opportunity, but now that I have Master, everything is much simpler. How about Master take them all in? Sujoer has a bad idea. I had been a bit uncomfortable when my Master accepted me as his disciple due to an unexpected incident. But after seeing how well Luo Chen mastered the rules of time and space, I realized that being accepted as his disciple was actually a good thing. After all, her cultivation of the rules of time and space has reached a bottleneck, and she has not made any further progress for a long time. Now that she has a master to teach her, she believes that her strength will be able to reach a higher level. As for the other rule gods, she would trick them all over before her memories were awakened, and then she would still be their senior sister. Anyway, they won't lose out. With his master's financial resources, he will definitely be able to support them. Then they will be able to recover their strength and return to the peak as soon as possible. Maybe they will thank him after their memories are restored. Luo Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He thought that he was really a good disciple. It was really cool to have a large number of rule gods as disciples, and he could also obtain many powerful powers. That's a good idea. My family is wealthy, so supporting hundreds of rule gods is not a problem. Luo Chen nodded. Sujoer was embarrassed. Master, how can there be so many rule gods? This is the rule god of all times. Isn't there hundreds of them? Luo Chen was a little confused. Sujoer choked. From ancient times to the present, there have been only a little over 100 rule gods. Most of them died at the hands of that great realm god. I only brought back 34. Okay, 34 is 34. Luo Chen thought to himself that it was a pity, but having more than 30 was not bad. Seeing her master looking dissatisfied, Sujoer didn't know what to say. The resources needed to cultivate a rule god are already enormous, and it is not enough for my master to cultivate so many at one time. Joer, do you know their exact location? Do you want me to bring them here? Well, their true spirits have left time and space imprints. I can sense it. Let Joer handle this matter. I will bring them all back. Sujoer promised. In that case, I'll leave this matter to Joer. Luo Chen thought about it and agreed. Soon Sujoer said goodbye and left the immortal divine realm. Luo Chen also visited his own divine domain after a long absence, the other side. System, I've been lying flat for decades. Do I have to continue to do so? A young man was lying on the lawn leisurely, talking to himself. This is a small world. Attached to a corner of this world, the young man was very happy when he first found something called a system, because this thing that he is not familiar with can help him improve his strength easily. There is no need to practice every day. Your realm will rise rapidly, and now he has just been lying there for a few decades, and has been promoted from a first-level god to the eternal god today. However, although his strength has reached that of an eternal god, he has not yet opened up his own divine domain, and has never left the small world where he was born. Host, the outside world is too dangerous. We should just stay safe. The lying system said helplessly. Being hunted by Yi Yu was already difficult enough, and now there was another even more ruthless one. It should not even consider cooperating with the first sequence, that is, Yi Yu. Otherwise, given the power of that system, it is no match at all. I'm already an eternal god, isn't that enough to protect myself? The young man sighed. Not enough. Even if the host ascends to the level of a rule god, we should still keep a low profile. There are great terrors in the outside world, and we cannot afford to provoke them. The lying flat system reminded, having witnessed the previous war, it also had some guesses about the function of the other system. Although his mastery of the power of rules is not as good as that of the first sequence, he can still suppress the opponent and even slowly show a crushing posture. If the first sequence had not reacted quickly and escaped and hid before its rules were completely covered by the other party, it would have been killed on the spot. All signs indicate that the other party is an invincible system that appears once in a billion years. How did this bug appear in the DZY area? It has even been promoted to the rule level. Now that the other party is invincible, it seems that the opportunity to upgrade the order system in this area belongs to them. I just hope I can survive this battle for order. The lying flat system lowers its requirements. It's not bad to make a rule level system, it's better than breaking it. System, what are the conditions for expanding the scope of the domain? Ding! The invincible territory will expand outwards autonomously every day, and the speed of expansion will increase over time. The invincible system responded. In fact, in the past, when it lacked the original source, it would not be so grand. According to your own settings, after binding to the host, you will have a fixed initial invincibility area. The scope of the domain increases with the system level. At the first level, the fixed invincible area is only 10 square meters, now it is at the rule level, and the initial fixed invincible area is already the size of a small world. As his territory continues to expand and Occupy the world. He can frantically plunder the origin of the world. In order to exploit the host, it collects the host's system points to expand. After all, the system and the host have a mutually beneficial relationship, and it has to pay the host a salary. So in order to save resources, it will squeeze out all the system points in the host's hands. But now we are in a special period, so it didn't do that. The top priority is to shut down the other two systems. Is that so? Then I just need to wait for the invincibility field to cover the entire world, and then I will be invincible. The man looked excited. In addition, if the host actively develops his power, half of the power's coverage area will also be transformed into an invincible area. It's actually still possible. It seems that developing power is necessary. The man pondered. 1/2 conversion. As long as your power covers the entire world, you can directly convert half of the world. However, his current strength is only that of a priest, and his qualifications are very poor. Once he leaves the invincible realm, he is nothing. It seems that the only way is to wait for other gods to step into my invincible realm, then show my invincibility and trick them into becoming my subordinates. The man had an idea. As for taking risks outside the invincible realm, he would never do that. He had finally secured a heaven-defying opportunity. As long as he developed steadily, it was only a matter of time before he became invincible in the world. Look at the task just released by the system. Main mission: cover the entire world with invincible territory. Current progress: 0.01%. Reward: rule God realm. Side quest: increase the area by 1%. Reward: extend your lifespan by 100,000 years. Although he was born a god, his aptitude was poor and he could only reach the level of a great realm god at best. His lifespan was not as immortal as that of an eternal god. So these two tasks are his backup. As long as you don't waste time, promotion to the God of Rules is a sure thing. Chapter 389, The Growing Weirdness, detected in the 32,112 middle thousand world, a large number of reincarnated people have fallen. Retrieve all previous incidents and deduce the causes. Emochin gave the order, beginning to calculate, analyzing the cause. The reason is as follows: among the third batch of reincarnated people, one was found to have abnormal soul fluctuations when he was reincarnated as a powerful son. The powerful ones learned about the invasion of our world through soul searching, but with the protection of the reincarnation tower, the enemy was unable to lock onto our world information. The heavenly Tao has since entered self-inspection mode, annihilating all previously planted reincarnations at once. Since then, the heavenly Tao has strengthened its control over the world. Every newborn born will be scanned by the heavenly Tao consciousness, and the reincarnated will lose the early stages of growth. Do you want to give up the 32,112th middle thousand world? Mo Chen sneered. Give up? So what if you noticed? The huge gap in strength between the two sides is an insurmountable distance for the other party. It's just a death that is more clear than in other worlds. Call upon the apocalyptic strangeness that has already emerged. The strangeness is coming. Very good. Mark the annihilation symbol on the 32,112th middle thousand world and erase it from the replica. Arrange for a powerful reincarnator to descend in person and slaughter it. Execute the push plan. The plan has been authorized and started to be executed. Boom! A roar shook the souls of all living beings into a trance. The sky has changed. Boundless darkness covered the sky and the sun. Tiandao was horrified and waved the power of the world to try to disperse the black fog that covered the entire world bubble, but it was all in vain. The black fog is inexhaustible. Once a piece is wiped out, new black fog will continue to appear and cover the area. The world's barriers were constantly being eroded and breached, and then endless black fog continued to pour into the world. What's this? It is just like purple air coming from the east, but the black fog represents ominousness and weirdness. More and more creatures were engulfed by the black fog. Screams resounded throughout the world, and a blood moon suddenly appeared in the sky. The weak creatures under the red moon underwent strange changes in their bodies. His limbs twitched, his neck twisted, and layers of black air emanated from his body. The cold and eerie laugh brushed past the ears of every living being. What evildoer is causing trouble here? This world-class crisis forced the old monsters who had been in seclusion to come out. When they came to the outside world, the world had changed dramatically. Wake up! A powerful man, upon seeing that many of his disciples had undergone strange changes, immediately mobilized his soul power to purify them. Buzz. The pure soul power impacted the entire family in circles. Zzz. It hurts. I feel so bad. Kill me now. This soul purification was like the sizzling sound of the apocalyptic day roasting the treacherous family members. The powerful man frowned. The strange power was like a cancer that was difficult to remove. Purification was impossible. Once infected, the only option was to kill. For the safety of other tribesmen, the powerful man had to kill them ruthlessly. Woo-woo, destroy it. No one survives the destruction. A cold wind blew towards the powerful man's face. The powerful man looked dazed, and the life lamp above his head was blown out. A strangeness gathered behind him, and a withered and cracked claw rested on his left shoulder. The mighty man was shaken out of his trance with horror and quickly turned his head to look in the direction of the touch. Hey, he grinned strangely, but in the eyes of the mighty one, he looked like a great terror and raised his sword to chop. Boom! The sword energy tore through the sky and earth, revealing a moment of light, but was soon eroded and covered by endless black fog. The attack knocked Guy back 10,000 meters before he regained his balance, but his eyes were filled with joy. Just one step closer to enforcing my own rules. The powerful man looked at the strange person who was unharmed and felt solemn in his heart. He was able to withstand the attack of his full strength and was actually fine. Suddenly, black flames ignited on his right shoulder. A strange and dark wind blew again, and the black flames increased rapidly in an instant. The stinging sensation made him quickly turn his head and extinguish the flame. The game is over. Weird ecstasy, endless rules emerge. The sky is the cover. The earth is the coffin. Please sleep forever. He clapped his hands strangely. Boom. The black fog in the sky rolled like boiling lake water. A cold wind also blew over the earth. The powerful man felt his scalp tingling for a moment, and he felt that he was being locked. So he hurried to save himself, and kept swinging powerful attacks around, with sword energy running rampant, destroying the entire family. The sword energy that had been invincible before was now unable to cut through the black fog covering his head. Suddenly his body seemed to be lifted up by a force, and gradually lay flat. Bang! The powerful man was terrified. He was locked up in a crowded space that his spiritual sense could not explore. Combined with the strange words he had said before, the cold air rushed straight to the top of my head. Bang, bang, bang. The powerful man kept knocking on the coffin lid above. A strange laugh came out. Carry the coffin. Black gas surged out from the inside of the coffin and flowed down the coffin like water. Soon the black energy reshaped into 4 identical figures. Their appearance was no different from the person in the coffin, except that these 4 powerful men were pale and had mocking smiles on their lips. The black coffin was lifted smoothly. Enter the netherworld. Strangely excited. Woo woo woo, but the 4 powerful men started to cry with strange smiles on their faces. Anyone who sees this scene will feel a chill down their spine and exclaim, "What the hell?" At this time, the condition of the powerful man in the coffin declined rapidly, and his eyelids became heavier. The vitality in the body is also constantly being absorbed by the black coffin. Endless darkness eroded the souls of the powerful, and a generation of powerful people fell. After his death, his body was tampered with by strange forces and transformed into something new and terrifying. The coffin ghost chuckled and merged into the black fog between heaven and earth, looking for his next target. Such scenes happen everywhere in this world. The powerful ones who just came out of seclusion were constantly killed by the weird and world-destroying monsters. Tian Dao watched everything and felt anxious. It would like to intervene, but there are more world-destroying wonders outside the world that needed to intercept, but there are too many monsters, and from time to time 2 or 3 world-destroying monsters take advantage of the gaps to sneak into the world and kill people. I don't know how much time has passed. The 32,112th middle thousand world is annihilated. It actually lasted for 7 days. Mo Chen didn't care. Then proceed with world extraction. Drain the world for me. The heavenly Tao and all the living things within it were destroyed, so there was no other force to interfere with the big needle drawing blood. At present, the big needle can only forcibly extract the small thousand worlds, and the middle thousand worlds must destroy the way of heaven, otherwise the method will be interrupted. We can only wait until technology reaches a new level and upgrade this technology. Then it will be much easier to invade the world. How did the small thousand worlds fall? Mo Chen asked Shin Xan. A total of 35,125,644 small worlds invaded in the first phase. Selected node worlds, 125,644, 90% of the remaining 35 million worlds have been destroyed. The remaining 10% have entered the final stage of extinction. Mo Chen nodded. Then we'll launch a final sprint, sending all the idle monsters down. We must complete the first phase of the invasion within 3 days. Start execution. How is the heavenly Tao level weirdness breeding? Mo Chen looked at Ling Tian, who was standing beside him. It's okay. It's being renovated. There shouldn't be any problems. And with so many heavenly Tao level weird things, I think we can do something big. Ling Tian found the time to reply. Chapter 390, War begins. Mo Chen was thoughtful. The so-called heavenly level weirdness is transformed from the world's heavenly way. Not only did it perfectly retain the original methods, but it also gained new strange methods after the strange changes, and its level division is also based on the world level. How many heavenly Tao level weirdnesses have you transformed now? And how high are their levels? Mo Chen asked. At the moment, time is running out, and the transformation of the heavenly Tao is not easy. There are 10,881 minor level heavenly Tao anomalies, 332 mid-level ones, and none at the major level. After all, up until the invasion, we haven't even begun to attack the major world. Ling Tian counted them carefully. Mo Chen recorded the data. The Great Thousand World is not so dynamic. Any changes will be sensed by the Supreme World, unlike the Small Thousand World and the Middle Thousand World, which are dispensable. Secondly, although we have taken over most of the Small and Medium Thousand Worlds in this area with the force of thunder without being discovered, as time goes by, the Supreme World will inevitably notice that something is wrong. The relationship between them is like the connection between the imperial city and the local county government. If there is no news coming back from a certain period of time, the Supreme World will infer something abnormal. Our Destiny investor is planning a grand plan for the world, so don't move this chess piece until the critical moment. I know that. When the battle begins, the front lines will be fully extended. Small and medium-level monsters can't do anything to the Great Thousand World, but they can easily destroy other worlds in the JAP region. Ling Tian said with a sly grin. The world-class computer transformation is now nearing completion, and the coverage area has been expanded by tens of thousands. As long as we continue to expand, we will eventually cover the entire JAP region. When the battle begins, we can extract the world's energy supplies while we fight. After all, the war zone is not in our area, so we can destroy it as we please. Mo Chen smiled. Buzz. The space fluctuated for a moment, and several figures stepped out. What are you talking about so happily? Shu Gu and others asked. It's nothing, just the matter of ruining the JAP area. Ling Tian shrugged. You guys are back, so how's it going on the other side? Mo Chen asked. As for the LWJ region, a world has already been selected for cultivation. Shu Gu reported. Isn't it too low to start from? We don't have that much time to train from scratch. No, we just went straight to the top of the universe, and then, Zhang Mu chuckled. They looked at each other and understood everything. As for the operation, I understand it and won't dwell on this topic any further. How's the system doing? Nothing unexpected happened, right? Everything is normal for now. The system allows us to continue. It will take hundreds or even thousands of years for the other party to completely erode the entire universe. Phew, luckily the other party has restrictions, otherwise we wouldn't be able to play at all. Well, since we can't defeat them head-on, let's get external support. Once the system is upgraded, we can completely take over the DZY area. This is the Supreme World. The outermost area of the JAP region has lost contact, and the total number of lost worlds is currently 30 million. The Supreme Heavenly Tao frowned. If there were only a few hundred or 1,000, it wouldn't think it was a big deal. After all, competition between worlds is normal in the universe, but losing so much at once in such a short period of time would make even a fool know that something is wrong. It seems that other regional worlds have extended their hands into the area under my jurisdiction. No matter whether the other party is hostile to the Supreme World or something else, once they take action, it will be a fight to the death. So it began to mobilize the entire world in the region to attack the lost area. As the order was given, all the worlds, although they did not know what was happening, still obeyed the orders of the Supreme World. Alert! A large number of worlds have been detected approaching this location. Several people were stunned and stopped chatting. It seems that the Supreme World has reacted. Mo Chen said. How are the 3 lines of defense arranged? The first line of defense is ready. The second line of defense is ready. The third one is still being deployed, and some of the technological resources have yet to be brought in. Mo Chen retrieved the data and took a look. But don't worry, this is probably a test, and the first 2 lines of defense are enough to handle it. I'm afraid they'll continue to support us and use up our resources. Zhang Mu spread his hands. It's okay. Since the other party has already reacted, there's no need for us to hide. Let's open up the battle line. This area will be our base for the time being. Starting from a point, it spreads out to all directions, making sure to disrupt the battle situation. When you encounter a small world, just use the big needle to drain it, and use the weird flat push to deal with the medium world. When encountering a vast world, we will temporarily avoid the sharp edge, but we still need to throw some Heavenly Tao level weirdness into their world to delay them. Mo Chen's layout is neatly arranged. Then let's do this. By absorbing nutrients from so many worlds, our world will probably be able to rise to a higher level. Several people are ready to go. Mo Chen nodded and waved his hand. Weirdness goes first. Weirdness is being released. Scan all the small worlds within the range. Total number of small 1,000 worlds, 235411265. TSK, that's a lot. I guess I can't even draw out all the big needles. Do you want to extract? Yes. Start execution. It is estimated that it will take 56,211 years to complete all the extractions. No need to extract it all. We don't have that much time to waste with them. Store the world's essence, and convert the remaining energy to launch the annihilation attack. This plan will trigger a chain reaction, and a large amount of origin will be destroyed and lost. Do you want to continue executing? Implement. Mo Chen didn't hesitate. Anyway, there are more than hundreds of millions of worlds in one area. What we need to do now is to directly hit the enemy hard before the enemy launches a full-scale war. Hundreds of millions of worlds are rushing towards Mo Chen and others. Suddenly, endless black fog came and blocked the way forward. Bang! An invisible force forcibly shattered the barriers of the middle 1,000 worlds. Countless world-destroying monsters poured into the world like a tide, then one after another. Big needles broke through the barriers of the small world and penetrated the entire world. The rest of the world was horrified and had no idea what was happening. Under observation, the bubbles of each world slowly shrank under the extraction of the big needle, and the energy within the world quickly Dissipated, they were afraid that they would become the next target, so they quickly sent the strong men in the world out to start the war. The many worlds also understand that they cannot stand idly by. Just as he was about to ask the strong men in his world to take action, he felt a force tearing the wall of their world. The world's barriers are crumbling. Encountered heaven's obstacle. Ignore the blockade. Break through with force. The channel within the boundary has been successfully opened. Start releasing the heavenly Tao level weirdness. Woo, I hate it. I want to tear all the worlds apart. Why? Why can you be promoted to Dakian? Destroy it. All the heavens will be destroyed together. The heavenly level weirdness emitted tremendous resentment. One after another, strange creatures began to wreak havoc. The heavenly Tao of the universe looked extremely ugly, even a little panicked. It was not difficult for them to see that these weird things were directly transformed from the heavenly Tao. If my world is breached, will it also be transformed into this appearance by the person behind the scenes? Chapter 391, The Weirdness of the Great Thousand Level Heavenly Tao. Thinking of this, Dakian Tian Dao quickly took action to suppress the rampant Tian level weirdness. However, facing the attack of the Great Heavenly Tao, these Heavenly Tao level weirdnesses seem to have anticipated it. The world. I am the master of it. One after another, strange heavenly level beings forcibly seized the power of the world to attack. Ling Tian, who had been observing from behind, was thoughtful and felt that there was a method he could try. Mo Chen, throw in some more heavenly Tao level weirdness. Oh? You want to raise a goo? Mo Chen guessed Ling Tian's thoughts. Well, I think we can give it a try. If we can breed a great thousand level heavenly Tao weirdness, it will be a great help to the subsequent plans. Even if it fails, we will only lose about 10,000 heavenly Tao weirdnesses. Ling Tian nodded. Okay, there aren't many heavenly Tao level monsters right now, so let's focus on attacking the great thousand worlds. Mo Chen started to operate. Anyway, there are many ways to delay the progress of the world. Soon, with the help of the divine core, the heavenly level monsters that had been on standby were concentrated and released into one world. Even the heavenly Tao level weirdness that had begun to wreak havoc in other universes was recalled and deployed again, at this moment in a certain world. Dakian Tiandao's face changed drastically when he saw the strange Tiandao level creatures falling into his world like raindrops. Damn it! Why are there so many of them at once? It's troublesome enough to suppress dozens of them, and now there are more than 10,000 of them coming at once. Are they going to destroy its world? Knowing that it alone could not handle the situation, it quickly called for help from the nearby world. However, the divine core had already calculated its actions. When the weirdness is released, its entire world is isolated from the outside. The entire world bubble has been submerged in the center of thick black air. The nearby world was afraid that innocent people would be harmed, so they quickly fled and kept their distance. As the saying goes, a friends. Death is not the end of me. After a long time, seeing that there was no response from other worlds, Dakian Tian Dao guessed that his world was isolated. Every step carefully? It's really well calculated. But do you really think the world is made of mud? I'm only asking for help because I don't want my own world to suffer a serious blow. Since you're determined to fight to the death, then come on. Dakian Tian Dao fully utilizes the home advantage. Unparalleled world oppression came like a tide. The mysterious strength of the small thousand-level heavenly Daos decreased sharply, and they roared unwillingly. In their lifetime, many of the small thousand heavenly ways were always oppressed by the great thousand worlds. Now that they have become ghosts, they still have to endure this treatment. A series of negative emotions such as resentment, unwillingness, anger, jealousy, etc. are infinitely magnified. Why? Why do you think you are so high and mighty? I also want to be promoted to Dakian. The desire for strength is unprecedentedly high at this moment. They looked at their own kind with fierce eyes, and the next moment they pounced on one of their kind to bite and devour it. After devouring a fellow, its aura increased significantly, and it was promoted from level 7 Shao Qian to level 8 Shao Qian. Ha ha ha. They all become my nourishment. For a moment, the heavenly level was in chaos. Seeing such a scene, Dakian Tiandao's eyelids twitched, and a word flashed through his mind: raising goo. No. We have to kill them all before they merge. Thunderclouds rolled in the sky. Countless purple divine thunders struck one after another of the heavenly level monsters. Under the divine thunder, these small thousand-level heavenly beings are no match at all. Touch it and you will die. Collecting and integrating the origins, progress, 10%. Originally, these strange things should have disappeared under the attack of divine thunder, but don't forget that the entire world is already in a strange black fog. The laws of the world have been completely shrouded by strange rules. So much so that the great thousand heavenly Tao did not notice the subtle change. Still working on killing the weird ones. In fact, in such a short period of time, a small number of middle thousand level monsters have devoured a large number of small thousand level monsters and are slowly advancing to the large thousand level. If they really succeed, then my world will be over. Blast and kill. The great heavenly Tao used the world to suppress it while destroying the strangeness of the heavenly Tao. Progress 66%. The prolonged bombardment of purple sky divine thunder directly destroyed all the small thousand-level monsters. Now the only ones left are those with strong mid-thousand-level heavenly Tao weirdness. These monsters have devoured a large number of their own kind and have vaguely reached the level of the universe. Although it's a bit difficult to deal with, it's not impossible to deal with. Daki and Tiandao breathed a sigh of relief. Just after the baptism, some creatures in his own world also died tragically under the divine thunder. The earth was torn into pieces and plates were shifting. All living beings trembled in fear as they watched the battle in the sky. A war of this level affected countless weak people. Even some old monsters ran away as if they were the plague god. It's your turn. Die. Become nutrients for my world. The universe is filled with murderous intent. Mobilize the world's karma to erode these strange things in the heavens. After all, these strange things are essentially the laws of nature. If I turn them all into nutrients for the world, it can be improved a lot. Faced with the Great Thousand Heavenly Dao attacking again, these Heavenly Dao weirdos were already suppressed by the opponent's home advantage, and now without cannon fodder in front of them, they were no match at all. Endless flames of karma burned their bodies. I hate it. Just a little bit. If you want me to die, then we will all be buried with me. These strange creatures knew they could not escape their doom, so they chose to merge together in a tacit understanding. Daki and Tiandao's face changed, and he directly mobilized the purple sky divine thunder to baptize the fusion area. Boom. The sound of thunder was endless. All living beings were shocked to the point of seeing stars and bleeding from all 7 orifices. Even if they closed their eyes, they could only see a white light in front of them and could not see anything in the world clearly. Their spiritual consciousness was suppressed and could not reach more than a few meters. The living creatures that were close to it died or became unconscious, and all the matter at the center of the attack was completely destroyed. A huge piece of territory was directly wiped out from this world. A long time the thunder roared and the dazzling white light slowly faded away. Is it over? After scanning around, Daki and Tiandao found nothing unusual and couldn't help but feel happy. Progress, 100%, fusion successful. Strange generation begins. The Great Thousand-level Heavenly Dao is mysteriously born. Strangeness is coming. Buzz. The black fog outside was rolling, and a beam of bloodlight pierced through the world barrier and shone into the world. The originally clear sky suddenly turned scarlet. Plop. 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 The strange sound of heartbeats resounded throughout the world. Everyone is breathing rapidly, their breathing speed quickening along with the sound of their heartbeats. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were holding their hearts and pressing them continuously. The blood in the body flows backwards and the eyes are bloodshot and red. The weak ones explode and die in a few breaths. A terrifying figure condensed in the blood in the sky. The great Heavenly Dao was horrified, as if facing a formidable enemy. De Qian. De Qian. I have become De Qian. This world belongs to me. Dakian laughed strangely and crazily. Having integrated so much of the will of heaven, the obsession to ascend to the top of the universe is deeply rooted. With both hands, he gathered the power of the world and tore through space. With the Great Thousand Heavenly Dao desperately blocking the door, he forced his way into the core of the world. Abdicate. Abdicate. No, no, no. Just take it by force. The world is mine. Upon seeing the true form of Dakian Tiandao, Dakian Gi pounced directly on him. Madman. Get out of my world. The great Heavenly Dao was furious. This was clearly my world, yet they asked me to abdicate. This is mine. You outsider. Dakian is weird and mentally abnormal. Dakian Tiandao's face darkened. Damn, I became a substitute? Chapter 392, the innocent system affected, but it's my territory after all. Even if the opponent is promoted to the Great Thousand weirdness, the Great Thousand Heavenly Dao can still suppress it a little, but this also makes it very uncomfortable. The house was invaded by thieves, and the ominous aura emitted by the thieves affected it. The world hubs far away have been eroded and turned a little darker. If this goes on, your world will be completely destroyed by the other party, not to mention the death of all living things. Some will die and some will go crazy. Welcome to the endless darkness. Dakian took advantage of Tiandao's distraction and suddenly opened a big hole in the world barrier. Call. The black fog from outside surged in and not good. Tiandao cursed and wanted to close the passage, but the next moment he was strangely tackled by Dakian and started wrestling with him. Hey! Fall with me. Dakian gave a strange smile. It knows that it can't do anything to the other party, so why not just infect and assimilate the other party? The infinitely magnified negative emotions make it unable to bear to see its peers living better than itself. With the help of an insider, the black fog easily invaded the core of the world. Under the erosion of the black fog, Tiandao felt that his consciousness was being tampered with and his body was becoming strange. Seeing this scene, Ling Tian was satisfied. I believe that it won't be long before they can obtain another Great Thousand-level heavenly wonder, and this world will completely turn into a strange world as the laws of nature become completely weird. The turmoil in the JAP region naturally made all the systems there aware of it. Some systems were still engaged in sequence disputes, when suddenly the entire examination room moved in one direction. Then it was shrouded in endless black fog. Now these systems are confused. What's going on here, brother? Stop messing around, they are still taking the exam. Some systems were training hosts to plunder the world, when suddenly the sky shattered and a pillar of heaven penetrated the earth from top to bottom. The air-breaking area triggered countless spatial turbulences. Before they could react, everyone felt the world in panic and the entire space began to shrink. Ding. Host, run. Run? How? The host looked around in confusion. An invisible force was draining the energy from all living and non-living things before his eyes. Each living being was sucked into particles and finally extinguished. If he hadn't been protected by the system, he would probably have ended up like this. Ding. Host, this world is about to be destroyed, quickly escape from it. Hey, what happened? After a sigh in his heart, he finally did as the system instructed. This scene happened to each system host. Moreover, this group of people is quite lucky. The world where some system hosts are located is the area where Emo-chan and others used the annihilation attack. In the heavens, there was only a pitch-black deathline penetrating each world. The world that was penetrated was annihilated instantly, and all the energy and original power of the world exploded at this moment and impacted the nearby area. At this moment, a chain reaction is generated, and the energy released by the instantaneous explosion of a world is enormous, even if a small thousand world explodes, a middle thousand world can be buried with it in an instant. In this way, these worlds are like dominoes, one pushing the next one to collapse. Unfortunately, the system inside was directly destroyed by the explosion, and the host that was bound to it was completely destroyed and turned into energy and became part of the explosion. The dazzling display of a world explosion is indeed more beautiful than that of a planet. Jiang Fan sighed as he watched the live broadcast. Even Emo-chan and others who had seen the world were stunned as Zhang Mu tremblingly took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. Call, that's about it. He said it indifferently, and if the other person's hand holding the cigarette had not been shaking, several people would have actually believed it. A long time. That supreme world will definitely be unable to sit still now. The corners of Emo-chan's mouth curled up slightly. Well, we are brothers, right? You can't use this weapon against me in the future. Zhang Xian said weakly. Hey, Xiao Xian, weren't you quite unruly when you first joined the group? Ling Tian joked. That's right, our brother Xian is afraid of no one. Shuga started to make a fuss. Zhang Xian was in tears. He admitted that he had spoken too loudly and been a little arrogant, but he also repented and reformed. I'll leave this area to you. I'll continue supervision in the LWJ area. Seeing that the real culprit had run away, the others stopped joking. Divine Core, count how many worlds have been destroyed. Big data computing, among them, there are 32,542,132 small worlds. Middle thousand worlds, 18,523. The universe, 6. Oh. It actually destroyed 6 worlds. What a pity. Emo-chan felt regretful as Zhang Mu joked, I guess when the King of Hell wakes up tomorrow, he'll find that he's dropped to second on the killing sins list, and Brother Chen will be directly ranked first. Emo-chan's face darkened when he heard this. Go away. You're only number 1 on the list. You guys also have a share of this. If we divide it equally, Yenwine can only be ranked 7th. Zhang Mu's laughter stopped abruptly. Ahem, knock on the Buddha to help us bear this karma. Several people rolled their eyes at him. The rest of the plan proceeds as normal. This is a long-term battle. Ding. Assessment failed. It's still an assessment, and I've been blown to pieces. Countless systems cursed, poor them, they finally managed to reach the level 9 system to participate in the system assessment, but in the end they didn't die at the hands of their own kind, but were crippled by the sudden explosion. The unlucky systems were even more devastated by the explosion and lost their intelligence, becoming reduced to wandering in the heavens. Even if they were bound by someone, IT is also a system that is not fully functional and can only execute a string of codes of a dead program. Can such a system still be considered a system? It has nothing and its capabilities are capped. It is no longer an omnipotent system cheat. At most, it can only bully the low-level world. The turbulent JAP area has made every system in it feel insecure, fearing that they will follow in the footsteps of their predecessors in the next moment. Damn it, what the hell is this assessment? These worlds are all going in one direction, so I'm going the opposite direction. Each system made up its mind. However, there are still many powerful systems that want to investigate the truth. Relying on their high-level advantages, they are confident that they can avoid it even if the crisis happens again. Even if they cannot avoid it, they can still withstand it. The exam room was blown up, and the rules aren't being changed. Some of the victimized systems are indignant. Come on, it's not like the exam room was blown up by the same kind, so why would the rules come into play? System secrets, it's said that a conflict has occurred in the Supreme World. What is the Supreme World? The weak system was confused. Tell me your coordinates, and I'll come to you and explain it in person. Don't be fooled, this guy wants to kill you. A large number of systems communicate using the exclusive channels of the same area system. Under normal circumstances, no one would use it. After all, they are all enemies and there is nothing to talk about. This function is just for decoration. Now that such a large-scale accident has occurred, the entire JAP region system has been shocked. As victims started rants on the channel before dying, other systems were drawn into the discussion. Chapter 393, System Wreckage. DZY is the world of gods for all people. According to the information sent back by each host, you began to take action. Use the summoning strategy from another world. The Supreme World is too vigilant, so we can only send a weak creature in. Yi Yu muttered to himself. It's impossible for my main body to follow. Not to mention that there's an invincible system watching me, but secondly, at my current level, even the slightest touch on the world wall will alert the heavenly Tao. As if remembering something, Yi spoke in the group for the first time. System, it is estimated that many weak systems in the JAP area will be damaged by the explosion. The hosts are scattered in different places. The system will use the hosts as carriers to start scanning to see if it can capture these damaged systems. Zhang Fan, okay, Zhang Mu, woohoo, the dumb system is speaking. Ling Tian, no problem. Chu Gu, got it. Mo Chen, arrange it immediately. What's the maximum distance between them? Zhang Xian, I won't go over there. System, the hosts are required to wait for their respective coordinates. The system has already sent them. Zhang Fan, got it. I'll go too, Zhang Xian too. If you keep slacking off, I'll let Mo Chen have a good chat with you. Zhang Xian, brother Fan, please don't. Come here immediately. After everyone arrived at the designated location and stood by, Yi began to contact each host through the chat group function and began to scan the area where they were located. Ding. No system debris found in this area. Host, please move at a constant speed towards the southeast. Zhang Fan nodded upon hearing this. The rest of the people also received various instructions from the system. The entire scanning circle can cover the distance between hundreds of thousands of worlds. It seems very large, but in fact it is only the distance of a palm in the heavens. I don't know how long the scan took. Yu captured several system wreckages as he wished. It seems that those systems have all fled this area. These few were bombed to the point where only a string of regulatory code remained, causing their speed to drop significantly, which is why I caught them. System, alright, hosts, please continue with your previous plan. Zhang Mu, is the system planning something new? Zhang Fan, if you need anything, just tell us. Ling Tian, that's right, we are no longer the weaklings we once were. Chu Ge, let me conquer a few worlds, I can still do it. Mo Chen, let's complete our previous plan first. System, the hosts will know when the time comes. Zhang Mu, don't be a riddle teller. Yi smiled slightly and ignored them, and began to use the other world summoning function. Then let's begin the experiment. This little cheat made from these system debris shouldn't be discovered by the Supreme Heavenly Tao. Buzz. Using powerful rule control, Yi needed these rule codes together. TSK, it's incomplete, there's no possibility of even getting promoted, and the level is low, this won't do. After all, this is the Supreme World. What if the host grows to the later stage and this cheat is no longer effective? As expected, we still have to use our own rules as the core constraints. That's good. Although there's still no possibility of promotion, at least the system function can affect everything at the rule level. Then, Otherworld summoning activate. A passage was silently opened in the Supreme World, and a creature with extremely weak breath entered it. Before sending him in, Yi strengthened this guy's body. Otherwise, the creatures in his world would not be able to withstand the suppression of the laws of the Supreme World. After doing this, the modified plugin will be integrated into its body. As expected, a modified object is a modified object. It actually requires triggering special conditions to activate. Yi sighed softly, hoping that this guy would be lucky enough to activate the cheat. JAP area, the highest world. A young boy in the wild gradually wakes up. He looked at the surrounding wilderness in confusion. Li Daoxian blinked his eyes, which were clear but with a hint of stupidity. What's going on? If it weren't for the tingling pain in his butt, he would have thought he was dreaming. So I traveled through time? Li Daoxian clapped his hands and suddenly understood. After all, he is a young undergraduate graduate in the 21st century, and he has read novels. Well, now that I've traveled through time, where's my golden finger, system? Is the system here? Open the data panel. Do you have a portable grandpa? After trying various golden finger summons but getting no response, Li Daoxian fell silent. It seems that the golden finger is my own special feature. He nodded firmly. I have traveled through time, so I can't be a waste, right? So my physique must be special. Let's first enter the human society of this world. I don't know what world I've traveled through, I hope it's the world of immortal cultivation. Cultivating immortality is every man's dream. Who doesn't want to ride a sword and gallop between heaven and earth? Shuangpai Village. Stay overnight, the village chief looked Li Daoxian up and down. Which village are you from, young man? Well, I'm from out of town, not from this area. The reason I came here is because I'm looking for a chance to become an immortal. Li Daoxian said, the reason I say this is because I saw a big bird carrying a house along the way. A flying boat followed behind it. Therefore, Li Daoxian confirmed that there are immortal cultivators in this world. I am just an ordinary person who left my hometown and embarked on the journey of seeking immortality because I wanted to become an immortal. I see. The village chief nodded as if it was commonplace. I ran out of money on the way here, so I want to stay in this village for a while. Of course, I won't stay here for free. You can arrange some work for me, Li Daoxian said hurriedly. Okay, come with me. The village chief didn't say anything else and took Li Daoxian towards a house. Girl Lu, the village chief shouted in front of a house. Grandpa village chief, what do you want to talk to me about? A figure walked out of the house. The village chief pointed at Li Daoxian next to him. This young man passed by our village while searching for immortals and wanted to stay overnight. I thought yours was the only one with a vacant room in our village, so I arranged for him to stay at your house. Don't worry, I'm not staying here for nothing. If you need any help, you can call me. Li Daoxian spoke. Lu Sueki was a little embarrassed. The village chief stepped forward and whispered in her ear, isn't the autumn harvest coming soon? Before, you didn't want to owe us too many favors, so you didn't ask for our help. You worked yourself to death. Now you have a young laborer who can ease your burden. Okay then, Grandpa village chief. Lu Sueki seemed to have figured it out, so she agreed. After looking Li Daoxian up and down, I found that he was indeed strong and did not look like a bad person. It's really nice to be able to recruit a young laborer by just providing a pair of dishes and a place to stay. The village chief is also taking care of herself, otherwise the opportunity would not have come to her. Young man, you must get along well with Miss Lu. Of course, don't do anything inappropriate, otherwise the hundreds of people in Shuangpai village will not let you go. The village chief instructed. Of course not. Li Daoxian assured. Then the village chief gave Lu Sueki a few more instructions and left. Chapter 394, Difficulty and Immortality. From then on, Li Daoxian found a place to stay in this world. Time flies by. During this period, Li Daoxian continued to inquire about information about this world. However, the villagers don't seem to care about what happens in the outside world and know very little about what's happening outside. Shuangpai village is a small village in a remote area. It seems that our ancestors were a group of people who chose to migrate here to escape the war. 1 or 200 years have passed, and the outside world has changed dramatically. Our understanding of external things is also passed down through word of mouth from our predecessors. However, Li Daoxian confirmed the information about the immortal cultivator. According to the few records, it seems that the ancestors fled in a hurry because they offended the immortal cultivators. For some unknown reason, the immortal cultivator did not come to cause trouble. After all, with the strength of a cultivator, it is easy to destroy a group of mortals. Brother Li is having dinner. Lu Sueki called softly. Li Daoxian walked out of the room skillfully and went to the table to eat. It has been more than a year since I came into this world. I have figured out some basic things. The only pity is that I really don't seem to have a golden finger. Woohoo, it's so bitter. We know very little about cultivators. They have traveled through time, so it is impossible for them to live an ordinary life, right? It would have been fine if I didn't know there were immortal cultivators in this world, but now that I know, I should always cherish my dreams. Sueki, I should be leaving soon. Li Daoxian spoke. Lu Sueki paused her chopsticks and asked calmly, Brother Li, do you have anything to do? You should have heard my purpose from the village chief. Now that you've rested, I'm ready to continue my journey in search of immortals. Lu Sueki didn't ask any more questions and started eating in silence. The lunch ended hastily. Lu Sueki started to clean up the dishes, and Li Daoxian stepped forward to help, but was rejected. He sighed slightly. This girl was angry with him. So the unpleasant day passed. The next morning, Li Daoxian packed his luggage and opened the door, and saw Lu Sueki sitting at the table with breakfast prepared. I wanted to say goodbye for the last time and thank you for taking care of me this year. Eat some porridge. Lu Sueki spoke first. Li Daoxian hummed lightly and sat down. Will you come back to see me later? Lu Sueki held her cheeks with both hands and watched Li Daoxian eat. If there's a chance, Li Daoxian nodded. Who knows whether the road to seeking immortals and asking for the Tao is difficult or not? After all, it is the world of cultivating immortals, and the degree of danger is unknown. It is normal to die in the battle between strong people halfway, because he didn't have the golden finger. Li Daoxian knew that he didn't have the fate of being the protagonist. Lu Sueki opened her mouth but didn't ask the question in the end. After breakfast, he handed the silver he had collected from the village chief yesterday to Li Daoxian. These are silver coins passed down from our ancestors. Since no one can use them, I asked the village chief to collect them. Thanks. Li Daoxian was slightly surprised, but he finally accepted it. The amount he owed was getting more and more. He didn't believe that Lu Sueki didn't pay any price. Although no one could use it, it was also the common currency in the outside world. I'm leaving. Li Daoxian said softly. Under the other party's gaze, he started on his way. He had already found out the destination, and there was a market more than 1,000 miles to the south. 2 months later, Nanshanli. Luckily there's no language barrier, otherwise I would have died in the novice village. Feeling the bustling market, Li Daoxian felt at ease with the silver given by Lu Sueki. He temporarily stayed in an inn. After a few days, he found out a lot of information about immortal cultivators. Compared with the deserted Shuangpai village, Nanshanli is bustling with people and information is widely circulated. Alas, the last time a cultivator came here was several decades ago. Li Daoxian was a little tired. This market is obviously a market for mortals. It would be strange if immortal cultivators would come here. I guess they just stopped here to rest last time. Just like what's described in the novel, cultivating immortality requires spiritual roots. I should have spiritual roots, right? In the following days, while he worked here to earn money, he also inquired about where there were places where cultivators gathered. However, the secrets of immortal cultivators are not something that ordinary people can understand. Apart from some information I already had, I didn't gain anything else. Boss, are you sure this is a method of cultivating immortality? That can't be fake. I want to sell you for 100 taels of silver. The boss patted his chest and promised. Then why don't you practice on your own? Li Daoxian curled his lips and didn't believe it at all. This guy just came to my door. It was probably because I had been asking about the news of immortal cultivators too frequently during this period, which made this unscrupulous businessman realize that there was profit to be made. So I just picked up a random book whose content I didn't know and asked him for its price. Damn it, I'm a college graduate, how could I fall for your tricks? I tried it, but it didn't work. So, since I heard that you wanted to cultivate immortality, I came to you with the techniques I had for you. Guessed that cultivating immortals requires spiritual roots. I don't think I have any, but what if you do? The boss persuaded earnestly. TSK, what a lame excuse. I don't believe that no one else has tried it before, and they probably didn't succeed, so that's why it can't be sold. Li Daoxian began to drive the guests away. He asked for 100 taels, which was enough to cover the expenses of an ordinary family for decades. He only had the 200 taels of silver that Lu Sueki had given him, and he had spent a lot of it during this period. Hey, if you're not satisfied with the price, we can negotiate. 10 taels. I'll sell it to you for 10 taels of silver. I'm willing to give it a try for 5 taels. 5 taels is 5 taels. The boss also sold it immediately. Li Daoxian bought it with a glimmer of hope. Sir, once the payment is settled, no returns will be accepted. If you fail to cultivate successfully, it will be your fault for not having spiritual roots. You cannot refuse to pay. The boss said this and ran away. Look at the skills in your hand, with spirit kung fu. Well, give it a try. Although it's just a small hope, it's better than no progress at all at taking the technique. Li Daoxian began to read and follow it. Several days passed, and he continued to eat, practice, and eat over and over again. Another week has passed in the blink of an eye. Li Daoxian was about to give up that day, but then he sensed a trace of energy. This is the basis for getting started with the description of the exercises. It's actually true. Li Daoxian was dumbfounded. With this good omen, he was no longer sleepy. Remembering that cultivating immortality was a long and boring task, he used 10 taels of silver to buy a house in a remote area of Nanshan. Start cultivating immortality. A month later, he could clearly sense the free spiritual energy in the outside world. 3 months later, he was finally able to capture a trace of spiritual energy into his body through the technique, and after the technique had circulated for a full cycle, the body also begins to change. 6 months later, during the practice, 1 year later, during cultivation, Li Daoxian was dumbfounded again. No, it's been a year, why haven't I made a breakthrough yet? According to the description of the technique, I haven't even reached the first level of qi refining. He was a little crazy. Not only did he not have the system's golden finger, but his own physique was not special either. After a year of practice, he realized the reality that he was not special. Let's try again, just in case the golden finger comes when we enter the qi refining stage. Li Daoxian comforted himself. Time flies and 2 years have passed. Cultivation level is qi refining level 1. Forget it, cultivating into an immortal is useless. With my talent, I won't be able to break through to the 6th level of qi refining, let alone foundation establishment. It takes 3 years to reach the first level of qi refining. The amount of cultivation required to break through the second level is twice that of the first level, and this is true for every breakthrough. Calculated in this way, the second floor is 6 years, the third floor is 12 years, the fourth floor is 24 years, and the fifth floor is 48 years. Only after building the foundation can the lifespan of the cultivator be extended. He was already 21 years old when he traveled through time. 3 years later, I am already 24 years old. If I can live to be 100 years old, it means I have not lowered the average life expectancy in modern society. Chapter 395, System Startup. Start swinging. Li Daoxian began to pack up and rush back. While we are alive, we should cherish the present moment. If we are not destined to become immortals, then we should just enjoy our mortal life. 2 years later, Shuangpai village. The couple bows to each other and is escorted to the bridal chamber. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the unique conditions. The system is activated successfully. Li Daoxian paused, but still completed the wedding according to the procedures. After 3 rounds of toasts to the guests slowly left the venue, and Li Daoxian staggered a little. Although the alcohol content of ancient wine was not high, I still felt dizzy after drinking too much. Li Daoxian rubbed his head and began to check the system he had just opened. I thought you were going to be mediocre, but I didn't expect you to be such a system. I misjudged you. Host, Li Daoxian, Cultivation, Qi Refining Level 1, 10 out of 100, Age, 26 Spiritual Roots, Gold, Yellow, Wood, Yellow, Water, Yellow, Fire, Yellow, Earth, Yellow, Kung Fu, Wood Spirit Kung Fu, Lower Grade Yellow Level, Spell, None, Taoist Companion, Lu Sueki, Attribute Points, 0. In addition to a simple system panel, he also figured out what functions the system had. Simply put, the basics maintain the lower limit, the attributes increase the upper limit, and spending money changes your Destiny, okay, let's play it this way, okay, is it the attribute system that is cheating, or is it the three systems playing tricks? Never mind, a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. Putting the system matter behind him, Li Daoxian pushed open the door. Lu Sueki sensed someone entering the room and quickly sat up straight, waiting for her husband to lift her veil. Sorry for the wait. Li Daoxian said softly, slowly lifting the veil. A pair of red lips came into view. As the veil fell, Lu Sueki's cheeks turned slightly red and she felt a little nervous. It's beautiful. Li Daoxian praised. Miss Lu was already pretty, and with the makeup she wore on her wedding day, she became even more charming. Husband, Lu Sueki was secretly delighted, but also a little shy. Li Daoxian was also a little nervous at this moment. It was his first marriage and he had no experience. He didn't know what to do next. Push it down directly, that's too hasty. Recall the study materials I have read before. Li Daoxian sat down next to him. The mythical beast river crab appears. The winded night is very noisy, but the cold night does not seem lonely because of the moonlight. The evening breeze is gentle, caressing the moonlight, and the moonlight is like soft water, nourishing the earth. Early morning. Looking at Lu Sueki sleeping beside him, Li Daoxian felt a little emotional. Although he was only at the first level of chi refining, his physical strength was unmatched by that of ordinary people. Open your system panel again to check the progress. Host, Li Daoxian, cultivation, chi refining level 1, 80/100, age, 26 spiritual roots, gold, yellow. Wood, yellow, water, yellow, fire, yellow, earth, yellow, kung fu, wood spirit kung fu, yellow rank, lower grade, 0/10, spell, none, Taoist companion, Lu Sueki, attribute points, 0, he is still 20 points away from breaking through the first level of chi refining, but forget about it today. He needs to rest. Li Daoxian continued to open other interfaces of the system and started browsing. Oh. There's also a companion panel. With anticipation, Li Daoxian opened Lu Sueki's system panel. Taoist companion, Lu Sueki, cultivation, mortal, age, 21, spiritual roots, none, emotional level, level 1, 85/100, you really don't have any spiritual roots? Li Daoxian looked sad. After he came back, he asked Lu Sueki to practice it for a while, but there was no response. Originally he still held a glimmer of hope. After all, his martial arts were only of wood attribute, and as long as Lu Sueki had other spiritual roots, she could also embark on the path of cultivation. System, do you have any spiritual roots for sale? Thinking of the magic of the system in the novel, it is easy to change the physique of a mortal. After waiting for a long time, Li Daoxian did not receive a response from the system. It's over. It seems that my son is not very smart. I tried searching the system store again, but it still didn't work. In addition to the functions you just used, there are two more, attribute points and Krypton gold cheats. Cheating by spending money can actually be classified as adding attribute points. This function is to convert spirit stones into attribute points. The ratio is, 1 low-grade spirit stone can be converted into 1 attribute point. The function of attribute points is not only to increase your cultivation, but also to improve your spiritual roots and the level of your skills. The second is the Taoist companion template. It only adds 1 point at level 1, 2 points at level 2, 4 points at level 3, and 16 points at level 5. The upper limit of emotional level is 5. According to the tropes in novels, it's impossible for one to watch their partner die of old age. There must be a way to change fate. I guess it's because the current emotional level is too low. Li Daoxian thought so. My son has been pretending to be dead for several years, and he has to wait until he triggers special conditions before he can open it. If I don't get married in this life, will it never begin? So next, we need to cultivate our emotional value first, and then get spirit stones. Li Daoxian was planning. He hasn't realized the usefulness of attribute points yet, but it must be very cool. But I know nothing about the world of immortal cultivation. Where can I get spirit stones? Li Daoxian was interrupted in his deep thoughts by a light hum from the side. Husband, is it dawn yet? Lu Sueki rubbed her eyes. The wound still stung slightly, causing her brows to furrow slightly. My husband has no compassion at all. Lu Sueki looked at Li Daoxian with resentment. I clearly said I couldn't do it anymore, but the other party still wouldn't let me go. I'm sorry, I was too anxious last night. I will be more careful next time. Li Daoxian said dotingly. I felt so good about the improvement in my cultivation yesterday that I was a little obsessed with it, so I ignored Lu Sueki's feelings. Feeling Li Daoxian's concern, Lu Sueki felt warm in her heart. Her husband still cared about her feelings, which made her feel respected. I don't blame my husband. After all, we were newlyweds last night. As Lu Sueki spoke, her pretty face turned red, and it was obvious that the girl was thin-skinned. Ha ha ha. Li Daoxian was amused by the other party's reaction. After all, your husband is a cultivator. It is easy for him to treat such a small wound. Let your husband help you heal it. As the magic power flowed, waves of warmth came from the wound. The comfortable feeling made her groan involuntarily. Feeling ashamed, Lu Sueki covered her cheeks with her hands. Li Daoxian stopped teasing her and gently held her in his arms. Lu Sueki struggled symbolically for a moment, and then felt relieved when she realized that the other party had indeed not done anything inappropriate. Ding. Your thoughtfulness makes Lu Sueki feel warm, and her emotional value increases by 10. Oh. And there's something good about that. Seeing his emotional value about to break through level 2, Li Daoxian began to speak cheesy love words. Ding. Your earthy love words made Lu Sueki feel your true feelings, and her emotional value increased by 10. Ding! Emotional level breaks through level 2. Get it right, in the previous life, these cheesy love words were indeed a bit tacky, but here they are like a dimensionality reduction blow. Ps. I am going to take a week off to think about the subsequent completion. I have only updated one chapter in the past 2 months mainly because I am too tired. I will try to resume updating twice a week after I come back. I expect it to be completed in 1 million pages, so don't worry, it will not end badly. Chapter 396, Cultivation Improvement. You are so kind, my husband. Lu Sueki was very touched. When my husband was leaving, Sueki wanted to follow him, but she also knew that seeking immortals was a very ethereal thing. So I didn't speak up. I thought my relationship with my husband would end like this, but I never thought he would actually come back to find Sueki. She turned around and looked at Li Daoxian lovingly. Li Daoxian nodded slightly. How could he not notice the other party's hidden heart at that time? He is not a plant, how could he not know when he is always by my side? Although the feelings are small, they are like the bright sun burning the heart. However, at that time he had not awakened the golden finger, did not think of himself as the protagonist, yearned for cultivating immortals, was unwilling to live an ordinary life, and was not sure about finding immortals. I might as well choose to leave before this feeling takes root. If I am safe on my way, I can be young again when I return. If I die halfway, it won't be too much of a waste of my time thinking of this. Li Daoxian sighed. Fortunately, I have self-knowledge, and when I realized that I had poor talent, I chose to come back and be immortal. The system was awakened by accident. Alas, there is a saying that goes, a tree grows from an unintended planting. If we knew that this was the condition for system awakening, there wouldn't be so many twists and turns. So our fate is not destined to end, and God is also fulfilling our fate. Li Daoxian chuckled. Lu Sueki hummed softly and rubbed her head in his arms. She really enjoyed the feeling. Go to sleep, there's still some time before dawn. Li Daoxian stroked it gently. In such a comfortable environment, she quickly fell asleep. Li Daoxian continued to study his system to see if there were any hidden functions waiting to be developed. The next day, Li Daoxian slowly opened his eyes and looked around to see that there was no one there. It seems that the other person got up early after stretching. He started to wash up. Seeing Lu Sueki busy in the kitchen, she felt like she was fine after a night's rest and her own care. It turns out that cultivating immortality is great. Then Li Daoxian went into the kitchen and started helping. The mythical beast river crab appears. Husband, can you please stop messing around in the future? After this incident, Lu Sueki's cognition was somewhat overturned, and she felt that she had gained some knowledge today. Okay, I agree. Li Daoxian coaxed. Seeing this, Lu Sueki stopped insisting. Li Daoxian continued to say some sweet words to make the other person happy. Lu Sueki hit him a few times out of shame, then pushed Li Daoxian out of the kitchen and cleaned up the mess herself. After achieving his goal, Li Daoxian naturally followed the other party. It's another relaxing and enjoyable day. Cultivation, Chi refining level 2, 60/200. It feels so good to cheat. Feeling the surging power in his body, Li Daoxian was very excited. It's just a breakthrough of a small realm, and all aspects of the body are enhanced. If the physical strength of the first layer is compared to 1, the second layer is 2. It seems that the increase is small, but it is exponential growth. By analogy, the 9th level of Chi refining is 256 times that of the first level of Chi refining. Damn it. Is this what it means to cultivate immortality? Even those in the Chi refining stage are so strong. It's amazing that I have already established the foundation, and he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that there were more than 9 levels in the Chi refining stage. In order to improve my cultivation, it seems I need to work harder. Li Daoxian clicked on the details of a single spiritual root. With spiritual root 0/10, he looked at the data thoughtfully. Being in love cannot increase the strength of spiritual roots. Now his 5 elements of spiritual roots are all yellow level. According to the novel routine, the level of spiritual roots affects the absorption and conversion rate of spiritual energy. The stronger the spiritual roots, the faster the absorption and transformation. However, with the help of the system, there is no need to worry about this problem at present. But can things be so simple? Li Daoxian felt that the level of spiritual roots would probably limit the upper limit of cultivation. This upper limit would not be reflected in the early stage. After all, it was impossible for a cultivator with poor spiritual roots to cultivate to a high level. Forget it, let's think about it later. As the days passed, his cultivation continued to increase rapidly. Host, Li Daoxian, cultivation, Chi refining level 9, 25600/25600. Click for details. Age, 27 spiritual roots, gold, yellow, wood, yellow, water, yellow, fire, yellow, earth, yellow, kung fu, wood spirit kung fu, yellow rank, lower grade, 0/10, spell, none, Taoist companion, Lu Sueki. Emotional level, level 4, 10/800, attribute points, 0, TSK, I knew it wouldn't go this smoothly. Li Daoxian was speechless. Could I just focus on cultivating immortality and peace? Why did this death come out and block my level? Click the details interface, you have reached the upper limit of the skill level. If you want to continue to break through, please switch to a higher level skill. So it's a technique? Li Daoxian frowned, as he didn't know much about his own martial arts. After all, it was a stroke of luck that I got it. It's just a low-grade yellow-level martial arts book. Unexpectedly, the first thing that limited my improvement was not my spiritual roots, but my skills. It seems like it's time to step into the world of immortal cultivation. If I want to continue to improve, I need attribute points, and to get attribute points, I need to get spirit stones. Staying in Shuangpai village will only make me stay put. Li Daoxian began to plan the road.so during the meal. He told Lu Sueki about this. I, your husband, am preparing to leave Shuangpai village and officially head to the world of immortal cultivation. His cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refining was enough for him to attempt a long journey, but his leg strength was beyond the reach of his former mortal self. Lu Sueki was stunned. She had no cultivation, so naturally she couldn't notice the earth-shaking changes in Li Daoxian's strength over the years. She was ready to stay with Li Daoxian for the rest of her life in this remote place, but now he suddenly said to her, "As your husband, I still have great ambitions. I want to travel the world." Thinking that Li Daoxian didn't want her, Lu Sueki forced herself to hold back the little pearl from falling out. "When do we leave?" This made Li Daoxian stunned. "Sueki, did you misunderstand something?" "No, I just hope that you will come back to see me more often in the future." Lu Sueki rubbed the little pearls. Li Daoxian's mouth twitched, and he said, "No, what a big misunderstanding, but women still need to be coaxed. He is not a fool. Of course I will take you with me. Actually, I want to enter the world of immortal cultivation, mainly to see if I can find a cultivation method that is suitable for Sueki." This is a lie. Chapter 397, Leaving. This is a lie. I just got stuck and had to leave, but he said you also know that I am an immortal cultivator. My cultivation has been growing day by day over the years. When I break through the realm, my lifespan will be greatly extended. Then, Sueki, you will not be able to live with me until old age. So, in order for you, Sueki, to embark on the path of immortal cultivation, I have no choice but to enter the immortal cultivation world and search for other immortal methods. Ding! Your words deeply touched Lu Sueki, emotional value plus 50. Li Daoxian smiled inwardly when he heard this. It turned out that sweet talk was the fastest way to win a woman's favor. So that's how it is. I thought. Lu Sueki felt a little embarrassed. It turned out that she had misunderstood. You thought I was unkind and ready to abandon my wife, huh? Great. You don't trust me so much. It seems I need to teach my wife a lesson, Li Daoxian said with a wicked smile. Lu Sueki blushed. After a year, she was no longer the innocent girl she used to be. She remembered the secret codes of those things by heart. As the saying goes, those who are close to vermilion will be red, and those who are close to ink will be black. The same is true for Lu Sueki. My dear husband, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Knowing that Li Daoxian liked her ambiguous attitude, Lu Sueki pleaded with him. You bold monster. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. I can give you a reward, Lu Sueki said softly. Li Daoxian said seriously, is that so? Then I will reluctantly agree. Soon, laughter and joy were heard in the room. The mythical beast river crab appears. After a long time, Lu Sueki fell asleep with tears in her eyes. Li Daoxian on the side used his magic power to help warm it up. Since her cultivation level has become higher and higher, Lu Sueki can no longer keep up with her own needs, but there is no way around it, since Lu Sueki is still immortal. It seems that I need to raise the emotional value to level 5 as soon as possible to see if I can unlock the hidden functions. A few days later, Li Daoxian took Lu Sueki and bid farewell to Shuangpai village and officially set off. When leaving, Lu Sueki felt a little reluctant to leave as she looked at the village chief who was seeing her off. My parents died early, and I was able to grow up safely thanks to the care of the village chief. Li Daoxian didn't say anything to comfort him. He left without asking when he would return. Probably he will not come back. Immortals and mortals alike cannot escape separation. They traveled south over high mountains and steep cliffs, and traveled tens of thousands of miles before finally getting out of the remote mountains. The concentration of spiritual energy in the outside world is indeed incomparable to that in some corners and crevices. Fortunately, he made a wise move and waited until his cultivation reached the 9th level of Qi refining before thinking about leaving, otherwise, he would not be able to get out of these tens of thousands of miles of mountains. Are you tired, my dear? Would you like some water? Lu Sueki on his back brought the water bottle to his mouth. Good. Li Daoxian took a sip. The long days running around made the mortal Lu Sueki exhausted both physically and mentally. Even with Li Daoxian's guidance, the journey of tens of thousands of miles was not easy. Looking at Lu Sueki, who looked haggard but was forcing a smile, Li Daoxian felt a little distressed. I'll let you rest for a while. 100 miles ahead is the green bamboo forest, our destination. We'll settle down there when the time comes. Along the way, he was asking for news about the world of immortal cultivation everywhere. After leaving the mountains, the news was not so blocked anymore. King Xilin found out about the nearest gathering place of immortal cultivators. Li Daoxian, who was resting, suddenly frowned. With the cultivation level of the 9th level of Qi refining, he could sense 2 energy bodies approaching him. Other immortal cultivators. He had a bad feeling. Could it be a murder and robbery? After all, that's what it was written in novels. Oh my god, I'm so unlucky. I encountered this problem just after leaving the novice village. Sweki, hide over there. Li Daoxian pointed behind a rock. There will probably be a big war next, so I have to get her, a mortal, away from the battlefield first. Although Lu Sweki was a little confused, she still did as she was told with puzzled looks. Two middle-aged men soon came into view. The other party surrounded her husband with swords and knives. Even if she was ignorant, she could guess what would happen next. In order to avoid hindering her husband and being taken hostage by the other party, she covered her mouth to prevent herself from making any sound subconsciously. Li Daoxian sensed the aura of the two people and did not act rashly. Two people at the 6th level of Qi refining. While he was thinking, the two men looked at each other without saying anything harsh and started to chop with their knives. Grandma has no moral principles. Li Daoxian dodged quickly. After several fights, Li Daoxuan's heart calmed down. The opponent's reaction speed and action ability could not match his. A difference of 3 levels of cultivation means a difference of 8 times. Burning fire technique. Li Daoxuan's pupil shrank. The magic attack was coming too fast and he could only dodge it. Roughly boom. A big hole was blown out on the ground. Li Daoxian somersaulted several times before he managed to steady himself. Wipe. I knew that those who dare to kill and rob are not that simple. Li Daoxian was shocked by the magic attack just now, while the other party was shocked that Li Daoxian was not dead yet. Something's wrong. The opponent is clearly only at the 6th level of Qi refining. Logically speaking, the attack just now was just perfect, and there's no way he could have dodged it. Someone whispered. The other man nodded in agreement. He also found it very strange. I'll trap him later, and you can do it again. Good. Wood spirit technique. Rustle vines emerged from under Li Daoxuan's feet and coiled up along his heels. Li Daoxian was startled and mobilized all his spiritual power to shatter the vines under his feet, not to mention that the vine is quite hard. If he didn't have enough spiritual energy, it would take him a long time to break free. Facing the fireball that was coming again, he rolled over to avoid it. Fortunately, my cultivation level is not the real 6th level of Qi refining, otherwise I would have been in trouble. Li Daoxian thought to himself that the cruelty of the world of cultivating immortals was just as described in novels. He kills and robs people at every turn. Damn it, who did he offend? Fortunately, he was well prepared. The system could help him hide his skills, and he also forged a long sword in a town. It's good to have magic, but it will soon be mine. Li Daoxian licked his lips after drawing his sword. You're not even at the 6th level of Qi refining. The other person's eyes were wide open with anger before he died. Who told you that I'm at the 6th level of Qi refining? Li Daoxian curled his lips and thrust his sword into the opponent, wiping out his opponent's life. Loot. He quickly took away the storage bags from the two people, but did not rush to open them to check the spoils. Instead, he took Lu Sweki away from here. The commotion just now would definitely attract the cultivators nearby. He had just experienced a battle and couldn't afford another one. He, who had reached the 9th level of Qi refining, barely managed to kill 2 cultivators at the 6th level of Qi refining. The main reason is that he only has cultivation but no means of attack, but now it's good, someone has taken the initiative to bring it to your door. Chapter 398, Green Bamboo Forest. Outside the Green Bamboo Forest. Li Daoxian carried Lu Sweki on his back and hurried to finally reach the destination. It seemed that the battle just now frightened Lu Sweki, and her face was still a little pale. Husband, are you hurt? Lu Sweki said with concern, still feeling a lingering fear. The battle just now was too terrifying. Several fireballs passed by her hiding place, and each one was powerful. Several large pits with a diameter of 5 meters and a depth of 2 meters were blown out in the distance. It's okay, but I'm sorry to have frightened you, Sweki. Li Daoxian touched her head gently. The latter cooperated and rubbed it. Let's go. There's a green bamboo forest ahead. As a gathering place for immortal cultivators, it should be safer. As he walked on the road, his spiritual sense probed into the storage bag he had just taken from the corpse. As 2 guys at the 6th level of Qi refining. What are they good at? TSK, that's so chilling. The items that can be combined with the 2 are as follows: 22 low-grade spirit stones, fire burning art yellow grade low grade, wood spirit art yellow grade low grade, fire burning art, wood spirit art, some common healing pills, and some daily necessities. Generally speaking, only spirit stones and 2 low-grade yellow spells are useful. Before they knew it, they had reached the entrance to the bamboo forest. It seemed like a gatekeeper came up. Li Daoxian protected Lu Sweki behind him. He could not sense the other party's realm, which meant that her cultivation was higher than his. The visitor looked Li Daoxian up and down and was slightly surprised. This time, Li Daoxian did not hide his cultivation level. He knew that in the world of immortal cultivation, strength was the key to everyone's status and voice. Your cultivation level is different, and others' attitudes towards you are different. This is a gathering place for cultivators, not the wilderness, so there is no need to hide your cultivation and pretend to be a pig. As long as your cultivation is high, you can avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles. Fellow Daoist, are you planning to move into the green bamboo forest? The man casually glanced at Lu Sweki behind him without paying much attention. In his perception, she was just immortal, and there was nothing special about her good looks. After all, no matter what kind of woman a cultivator wants, he can just go to the mortal world and bring back a bunch of prettier ones. Well, what are the conditions for staying here? Li Daoxian stepped forward and started a conversation. Of course the conditions are there. This precious land is managed by a powerful force and is divided into the outer area, the inner area, and the core area. Each area is different, and the concentration of spiritual energy contained in it is different. Living in the outer area for a month requires 1 spiritual stone, the inner area requires 10 spiritual stones, and the core area requires 20 spiritual stones. The man explained in detail. There are not many rules and regulations. Most of the people who come here to stay are independent cultivators. The management forces charge each independent cultivator accommodation fees and protection fees. The outer area of Kingshilan is relatively chaotic and the public security is poor, so the manpower is concentrated in serving the inner and core areas. After all, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. It is very common for blacks to rob other blacks in the world of immortal cultivation. Li Daxian was thinking, he only had 22 spirit stones on him that he had just obtained from robbery, otherwise he would not even be qualified to stay here. Have you decided which area to stay in, fellow Taoist? Well, then let's go to the inner area. Li Daoxian said calmly, since you have the conditions to live in the inner area, why go to the outer area with poor security to save money? It would be fine if I were alone, but I was accompanied by Immortal, Lusweki. There's no need to let her suffer. He can earn more spirit stones if he loses them. He has 2 months to familiarize himself with the environment here. Li Daoxian took out 11 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to the other party. The man took it with a smile. It was rare to find someone so sensible. Fellow Taoist, come with me. I will take you to a better place. By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet. My name is Li Daoxian. So your brother Daoxian. My name is Wu Gang. Since you're new here, you must be unfamiliar with some things, so I'll explain. In consideration of the tip he had just received, Wu Gang gave Li Daoxian some common sense and information about the situation here. There are now 2 major gangs managing Kingshilan. They are located in the eastern area, which is managed by the Qinglang gang, while the western area is managed by the Baihu gang. There are usually some frictions between the 2 gangs, which is very common here. Hearing this, Li Daoxian frowned and said, I just want to cultivate into an immortal in peace. Please don't cause any trouble from your 2 gangs. We're here. This will be Brother Daoxuan's residence from now on. Are you satisfied? While chatting, several people had already arrived at their destination. Looking at the independent courtyard, Li Daoxian nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, Brother Wu, for your care. There are still many neighbors nearby, and their yards don't seem to be as good as this one. They look nice and have many spiritual plants planted in them. It is a nice and elegant place, since others have taken such good care of him. Li Daoxian naturally wants to express his gratitude again. Then he took out another magic stone and gave it to Wu Gang. The other party accepted it calmly, and looked at Li Daoxian with even more kindness. It's good to deal with smart people. In one word, they are sensible. Brother Daoxian, your arrival is quite coincidental. This month's rent collection just passed 1 day ago. From now on, someone will come to collect the rent every month. Brother Daoxian, please remember this. Wu Gang reminded. Okay, I'll make a note of it. Soon Wu Gang said goodbye to this place. Without outsiders around, Lusweki obviously relaxed. Husband, will this be our home from now on? Yeah, do you like it? Looking at the other person's eyes flashing with colors, Li Daoxian chuckled. Yeah. I like it. It's beautiful here and very comfortable to stay here. Lusweki looked around. It is understandable that the spiritual plants in the yard are incomparable to ordinary things in the outside world, but there will be rent expenses in the future, but it doesn't matter. With the help of the system, you still have to worry about not making money. Seeing Lusweki coming back to life, Li Daoxian felt happy. The journey was quite difficult for the other party. After all, Lusweki was just an ordinary person. Even with him leading her, crossing the mountains and ridges was not something she could handle. He activated the formation in the yard, looked at Lusweki and said, My lady, take a good rest today. Well, good night, husband. Lusweki nodded in response. She was indeed very tired and felt like she could fall asleep right away. The mythical beast river crab appears. P.S. I would like to remind all readers that there was a problem with the divine beast censorship at the end of this book, so there were relatively large deletions, which somewhat affected the reading experience. I would like to apologize here and hope you can understand. Chapter 399, Buying Talismans. A few days later, these days, Li Daoxian has been accompanying Lusweki to settle into her new home and cultivate their relationship. When they arrived at the new place, the other party was obviously uneasy. As it was Lusweki's first time traveling far away, she was still a little uncomfortable, which was why Li Daoxian stayed with her all the time. And now, after a few days of getting along, the other party has gradually calmed down. My husband will be out tomorrow, so please stay home. If other monks come to visit, you don't have to respond. Just wait for my husband to come back. Li Daoxian instructed, when you come to the world of cultivating immortals, you must be vigilant. Well, I will listen to my husband. Lusweki said seriously. Secondly, I will try to find other techniques these days so that you, Sweki, can also embark on the path to immortality. Li Daoxian patted his head lovingly. In fact, he was planning to get spirit stones and see if there were any cultivation techniques above the lower yellow grade. I've been stuck at a level for so long. I'm so anxious. However, it is naturally impossible to say the real purpose, as that will only reduce the emotional value. Of course, his concern for Lusweki was genuine, but the other functions of the system had not yet been opened, so he can only comfort her and give her something to look Forward to, ding. Your words have made Lu Sweki feel concerned, emotional value plus 50. I'm sorry, my dear. In order to help you embark on the path of cultivation as soon as possible, there is no other way. Li Daoshan apologized. Lu Sweki has no spiritual roots, so no matter what skill she uses, it will be useless. She can only raise her emotional value to level 5 to unlock the special system function. What? How can I be so sure that the system has hidden functions? Isn't this obvious at a glance? I don't believe the system will watch the host's wife die of old age. This is impossible. There must be a hidden function. Li Daoshan could only firmly believe that if things were impossible, he would let Lu Sweki embark on the path of immortality even if it meant using demonic means. After a barrage of sweet words, Lu Sweki felt extremely sweet inside. He turned around and looked at Li Daoshan. My dear husband, you are so kind. In view of your hard work, I can give you other rewards. Lu Sweki said mischievously that she was very happy with the sweet words. Some forget about it. This made Li Daoshan suspicious. When did the game officials become so kind as to give out rewards for free? It's not like he hasn't applied for game rewards from the official before, but the game officials didn't respond to the opinions of the game players and posted a notice telling them not to even think about it. This made Li Daoshan very depressed. Unexpectedly, this time, the game officials took the initiative to give rewards. As if she saw that Li Daoshan was about to make a move, Lu Sweki said in advance, not now, let's wait until later. Li Daoshan was dumbfounded. This was a blatant deception to the players. Lu Sweki said that the official account had just been replaced and the message was not sent by the official himself, and he stared at the player fiercely, trying to threaten him. Li Daoshan was amused. My wife, it's not your husband's fault. I can't let it go this time. Lu Sweki begged for mercy. My dear husband, I was wrong. Li Daoshan quite likes this. Okay, I'll let you go this time, but there have to be other supplements, right? Seeing that Li Daoshan let her go, Lu Sweki felt relieved and began to give Li Daoshan other compensation. It's a pity that I didn't get to experience the new rewards, but the game officials gave players compensation. Player Li Daoshan was very satisfied with the compensation. The next day at noon, after preparing the meal himself, Li Daoshan went out to do his work. Come to the market in the inner area. There are many monks setting up stalls and trading here. What about talismans, elixirs, skills, spells, etc. Li Daoshan felt itchy after seeing this. He walked to a martial arts stall and picked up a jade slip of martial arts to check. Fire Spiritual Art, mid-grade yellow rank, priced at 5 spirit stones. Li Daoshan, who was not very clear about the concept of spirit stones, thought it was quite cheap. I checked several other books on martial arts, and they were all mid-grade yellow level, and there didn't seem to be any high-grade levels. That he vaguely felt that something was wrong. So I directly asked the stall owner why he didn't have any top-grade yellow level skills for sale. The stall owner looked at Li Daoshan as if he were a fool and said impatiently, only a fool would sell a top-grade technique. The market is full of mid-grade techniques. Li Daoshan took note of this. It seemed that high-level martial arts techniques were very scarce. After exploring other stalls, Li Daoshan had a general understanding of the concept of spirit stones. I thought 20 spirit stones were not a lot, but now it seems like a huge sum of money. From the intelligence we just got, it seems that these cultivators at the 6th or 7th level of chi refining only earn a little over 10 yuan a month, and after deducting the living expenses, there is not much left. This is still the inner area, and the income in the outer area is estimated to be even less. It seems I have to put my cultivation aside and master a skill that can make money first. Came to a stall. Come and get the complete solution for the first level talisman. Here, the price is 10 spirit stones. When the stall owner saw that there was a big customer, he quickly took out a book of talismans. Give me a stack of yellow paper talismans or I won't buy it. The stall owner's hands froze when he heard this. A stack of yellow paper talismans cost only 1 spirit stone. On weekdays, he makes money by selling yellow paper talismans and amulets. Forget it. Since they are a big customer, I will give them some profit. Li Daoshan paid and left satisfied. As for why I chose talismans as a skill to make money instead of refining elixirs, refining medicine requires money to buy medicinal materials, and trial and error is a low-cost method, but he doesn't have any extra spirit stones. I'll start this side business of alchemy when I have enough money. I hope my guess is valid. After quickly returning home, Li Daoshan entered the training room to study. It was getting dark outside before he managed to memorize the knowledge on making talismans. Damn, this is even more obscure and difficult to understand than the questions in my previous life. Li Daoshan complained, just memorizing the knowledge points takes him a lot of time. He doesn't know how long it will take him to get started. He knows his own understanding, which is mediocre. Now it's time to verify your guess. As soon as I walked out of the room, I saw Lu Sweki waiting at the dining table. Li Daoshan felt warm inside and walked over to sit down at the table. If I miss dinner due to my training in the future, you can eat first without waiting for me. Husband, you've finished your training. I'll go heat up the food. Of course, it's best for 2 people to eat together. Lu Sweki came back to her senses. Li Daoshan shook his head and instructed, listen to me, I will go into seclusion occasionally, you can't not eat. I have to say that although I don't need to practice in seclusion on a daily basis, it still takes a long time to master some new skills and spells. Alright, Lu Sweki took note. Soon the two finished their dinner. The mythical beast river crab appears. After finishing his training, Li Daoshan opened the system prompts to check. In addition to the familiar prompts, there was another prompt about the increase in talisman perception. It works. Li Dashuan's eyes lit up, and his heart finally relaxed. With this, the way to earn spirit stones is opened. Chapter 400, Talisman Making Night. Because she was too tired from playing, Lu Sueki fell asleep early. Li Dashian, who was sleeping nearby, then opened the system panel to check the progress. Post, Li Dashian, Cultivation, Chi Refining Level 9, 25600/25600, click for details. Age, 27 Spiritual Roots, Gold, Yellow, Wood, Yellow, Water, Yellow, Fire, Yellow, Earth, Yellow, Kung Fu, Wood Spirit Kung Fu, Yellow Rank, Lower Grade, 0/10, Spell, None, Talisman, First Stage Midterm, 12/200, Taoist. Companion, Lu Sueki, Emotional Level, Level 4, 120/800, Attribute Points, 0. Li Dashian was very satisfied with the progress of the talisman, which had skipped the entry in early stages and directly entered the middle stage. If I were to learn it myself, it would take at least a few years to get started. Now my progress is soaring after having sex once. The success rate of making talismans in the middle stage of the first stage is still too low. I was only given one stack of yellow paper talismans, a total of 50 pieces. I don't have any extra spirit stones to buy yellow paper talismans to practice with right now, so I'll wait a few days before deciding. Thinking of this, Li Dashian took out 2 more spells to learn. Since talismans can be enhanced through sex, then spells can certainly be enhanced as well. The art of burning firewood. Spirit secret. I have the 5 elements of spiritual roots and can learn both spells. For several days afterwards, Lu Sueki suffered terribly. The look in his eyes when he looked at Li Dashian became much more resentful. Although the other party will use magic power to help recover afterwards, my body cannot withstand the torture in the process. And now, when she saw Li Dashian approaching her, Lu Sueki's body trembled slightly instinctively. Husband, can you please let me rest for a few days? Seeing Li Dashian walking towards her again, Lu Sueki stepped back repeatedly. I can't stand it. I really can't stand it. Li Dashian was stunned. Why did he look like a wolf or a tiger? However, he did not come here to play but had something to say. Then Sueki, you should have a good rest these few days. I, your husband, will be busy making talismans in the next few days, so you don't have to wait for me for dinner. Lu Sueki nodded quickly when she heard this, fearing that he would go back on his word. Li Dashian couldn't help but sneer at the scene. Suddenly he thought of something and sat down next to Lu Sueki. The other party immediately tensed up. My husband just told me to have a good rest. Li Dashian smiled and pinched her face. What are you thinking about? Your husband will naturally not regret it. Then he slowly slid his fingers along her cheek to her red lips, stroking them back and forth, and then he said in a sudden turn, if my lady can't bear it, you might as well try this next time. I can use this to help you solve your problems. The real purpose is revealed. Faced with the provocation, Lu Sueki blushed and buried her head in the quilt, acting like an ostrich. Seeing this, Li Dashian stopped teasing and gave the other party some room to prepare. Sooner or later, the other party would give in anyway. After a long time, Lu Sueki poked her head out when she realized that Li Dashian had left. She gently patted her rosy cheeks and recalled what her husband had just said. I was having a huge ideological struggle in my heart. My husband is too good at fighting, and he is no match for the other party at all. Every time, I faint first, and then wake up and be caught to continue. It first. She couldn't bear it and asked her husband why he didn't just finish it while she was unconscious. As a result, the other party said that there was no interest in doing that at all. There was nothing fun about a vegetative person. This answer made her feel very resentful. The other party also said that he liked to see her depressed expression, which made him very interested. It seems that she likes watching herself sticking out her tongue. Whenever she gets excited, she asks herself to stick out her tongue and show her affection. She really didn't understand where her husband got so many little quirks from, but she thought they were quite interesting, so she cooperated with them. Alas, if I were also a cultivator, I wouldn't have to be so frightened. Cultivating immortals is great. I also want to cultivate immortals, but, for a moment, Lu Sueki looked a little lonely. She was actually not stupid and could guess that she did not have the spiritual roots to cultivate immortality. Otherwise, my husband would have found a cultivation method that suits his spiritual roots in the past few days. As she thought about it, she became a little worried. The average lifespan of a mortal is less than 100 years. How many years can her youthful appearance last? When I am old and ugly, will my husband still love me as much as he does now? Touching her cheek, Lu Sueki's thoughts wandered. On the other side, in the training room, in the past few days, Li Dashian has already perfected the first level talisman. Now it is time to carve the talisman and sell it for money. Almost 10 days have passed this month. In the remaining 20 days, he has to collect the rent for next month and earn as many spirit stones as possible to help him make a breakthrough in his martial arts. Taking out the yellow paper talisman, Li Dashian used his hands to release magic power to carve it. There was no other way. He had no money to buy the tool to assist in carving the talisman pan. This thing is a magic weapon and it's not cheap. Without auxiliary tools, efficiency and success rate will be compromised. Talismans carved with special talisman pens have unique effects. However, I have perfect first level skills, so even without auxiliary tools, the success rate will not be too low. A long time, the first talisman was finally carved successfully. A single talisman drained my mana completely. Li Dashian was breathing heavily. At the levels of talismans correspond to the various realms of cultivators, such as the first level corresponds to the chi refining stage, the second level corresponds to the foundation establishment stage, and so on. During these days, Li Dashian also learned that there are not only 9 levels in the chi refining stage but 13 levels. The lower grade yellow level skills can only allow you to cultivate to the 9th level at most, and only the middle grade ones can break through the 9th level and cultivate to the 13th level. As for breaking through the foundation, the skills must be of the upper grade of yellow level or above, and the foundation building pill must be swallowed to have some chance of successful breakthrough. The world I traveled through was not simple. The 13th level of chi refining is 4,096 times stronger than the first level of chi refining. It is difficult to challenge higher levels here. Last time, the 2 cultivators at the 6th level of chi refining couldn't touch him with their magic, and he easily won with his physical advantage. It's just that the battle dragged on a bit. After all, he didn't have any means of high destructive power. After resting for a while, Li Dashian restored his magic power before continuing to carve talismans. 7 days passed in a flash. During these few days, Li Dashian almost stayed in the practice room except for eating 1 meal a day. On average, 7 talismans are carved every day. There was nothing he could do about it since his cultivation was only at the 9th level of chi refining, and the talisman he carved was of a first grade or above mid-grade. Each level of talismans will be divided into detailed categories. Taking the attack talisman as an example, the low grade 1 corresponds to the full strength attack of the 3rd level chi refining cultivator, the middle grade 1 corresponds to the 6th level, the high grade 1 corresponds to the 9th level, and the top grade 1 corresponds to the great perfection of chi refining, which is the 13th level of chi refining. 50 yellow paper talismans, 80% success rate. That is to say, Li Dashian now has 40 first level talismans. There are all kinds of Talismans, and he will adjust the production quantity of each type of talismans according to market demand. The next step is to sell it. Li Daoxian felt a little drowsy for 7 days in a row and decided to have a good sleep before going out to sell. Chapter 401, Selling Talisman's Husband. Seeing Li Daoxian staggering out, Lu Sueki stepped forward to support him worriedly. Nothing serious, just excessive energy consumption. A good night's sleep will be enough. Li Daoxian felt his eyelids were a little heavy, and it felt very comfortable to be held in his arms. This made him rub his body, and he found a comfortable position and fell asleep immediately. Lu Sueki gently helped him onto the bed and covered him with the quilt. I have dark circles under my eyes. Looking at Li Daoxian's sleeping face, Lu Sueki rubbed it with her hand. The dark circles under his eyes were very light, but they were still visible when observing closely. After all, Li Daoxian is only at the 9th level of qi refining now, and his energy cannot be sustained for long while being busy. Let's reward him well later. Lu Sueki blushed and made up her mind. Her husband works so hard to take care of the household, so why should she hesitate? Moreover, after experiencing high-intensity training in the past, she also felt some needs during her free time these days. The mythical beast river crab appears. Li Daoxian had no idea how long he had slept, but when he woke up it was already dawn and now he just felt refreshed, all his fatigue gone up. But, looking at Lu Sueki who was sleeping beside him, he seemed to be thinking about something. He pulled back his right hand that was sore from being pressed. This guy, I'll deal with you when I come back tonight. After pinching her cheek, Li Daoxian got up, washed up, and went out. The inner area is the market. Come early. There are plenty of empty spaces on both sides. Li Daoxian found a place to set up a stall. Various types of first-grade mid-quality talismans were laid out, as well as a few top-grade first-grade talismans. This top-grade talisman is used to attract customers. Last time he investigated several talisman stalls, there were no top-grade talismans at all. It was estimated that it was not that they could not make it, but that the success rate was too low, so it was rare for them to make one for sale. This guess is very likely. After all, his perfect technique of making first-grade talismans has only produced 8 top-grade first-grade talismans. Soon, as more and more monks came to the market, it became lively. Many cultivators passing by Li Daoxian's stall were stunned and stopped to check. Boss, are these first-grade top-grade talismans? Exactly. 2 are of attack type, and 1 is of functional type. If you are worried, you can pick it up and check it out. Li Daoxian introduced. He didn't hesitate and picked up an attack talisman to check. It is indeed a first-grade, top-grade attack talisman, the Thunder and Fire talisman. This person couldn't let it go. It had been a long time since a top-grade talisman appeared in the market. With this talisman to protect himself, he felt safe. I want this talisman. How many spirit stones does it cost, boss? Li Daoxian stretched out a finger. This was the market price he had researched. A low-grade talisman cost 1 spirit stone, a medium-grade one cost 3, a high-grade one cost 6, and a top-grade one cost 10. Often, if there were many people trying to grab it, there would be a premium. The boss is fair. The price met the man's expectations, so he readily took out 10 spirit stones to pay. A large amount of spirit stones came into his account, which made Li Daoxian happy. Afternoon, 3 top-grade talismans were sold out in 1 hour, while only 2 high-grade talismans and 4 mid-grade talismans were sold. Looking at the monks coming and going, Li Daoxian had a general understanding of the entire market demand. This is the inner area, and most of the people living here are cultivators in the middle and late stages of qi refining. There is definitely no demand for low-grade talismans, unless they are talismans with special functions. The cost-effectiveness of medium-grade talismans is relatively low. The 4 just sold are functional talismans, and the top-grade ones are all attack talismans. Everyone is scrambling to get the best quality products, but they should not be sold in the short term. I have gained some understanding of the market. Although he didn't sell many, he still made a lot of money. The afternoon passed quickly. 3 top-grade talismans and 1 mid-grade talisman were sold. Today's profit is 75 low-grade spirit stones. Now everything is settled. Li Daoxian began to pack up his stall. First, I went to the martial arts stall and bought a yellow-grade mid-level martial arts book called Mulingdong. Yes, that's the name. The same as the lower-grade one. As for why you buy it instead of adding some breakthrough points, adding some points will cost 10 spirit stones. Why waste money when you have something ready? Husband, you're back. Seeing Li Daoxian coming in, Lu Sueki hurriedly went to greet him, but it seemed that she had done something wrong yesterday and was a little embarrassed to look at him. This shy look also made him feel teasing. He leaned over and whispered in her ear, "What bad things did you do yesterday?" "I know everything." "Ah?" Lu Sueki was dumbfounded. "How did my husband find out?" "I clearly saw that he was sleeping very soundly. It's your fault, you little fool. You were so busy playing that you forgot to clean up the crime scene." Li Daoxian was speechless. Lu Sueki then recalled what had happened and could only blame herself for being careless. It's over, it's over. I don't think anything good will happen to me later. Eat first, and then I'll slowly deal with you later. Li Daoxian emphasized the word slowly. Lu Sueki blushed, but she was not afraid at all. She even felt a vague sense of anticipation in her heart. This thing of mine broken, as expected. After following my husband for a long time, he developed some strange habits in me. After dinner and washing up, after some ideological struggle, Lu Sueki gritted her teeth and decided to take the initiative. The mythical beast river crab appears. Content deleted. P.S. Due to the issue of the divine beast and the river crab, a lot of the content seems confusing now. There is no way around it. There were no problems when it was serialized, but a month after it was finished, the divine beast and the river crab appeared. I changed it 3 or 4 times, but it still didn't pass, so I had to delete it all. Chapter 402. Gift. No words were spoken that night. Lu Sueki was completely exhausted and fell asleep with tears in her eyes. Her mortal physique determined her limit. Li Daoxian used his magic power to help it recover while calling out the system panel to check. Post, Li Daoxian, cultivation, qi refining level 10, 1008/51200, age, 27 spiritual roots, gold, yellow, wood, yellow, water, yellow, fire, yellow, earth, yellow, kung fu, wood spirit kung fu, yellow rank, intermediate grade, 0/100, spells, fire burning technique, 100 out of 800, wood spirit technique, 100/800, talisman, first level perfection, 800/800, click. For details, Taoist companion, Lu Sueki, emotional level, level 4, 140/800, attribute points, 0. The cultivation level that was stuck in that state finally broke through, and he also learned 2 spells that he had just learned. The good guy was very happy and touched Lu Sueki's head with some apology. The latter trembled slightly. She was a little passionate after being apart for too long. In the first half, the opponent couldn't hold on due to physical problems, so I had to use my magic power to hold him on. Today, he has entered the world of immortal cultivation and has plenty of money, so he can improve Lu Sueki's physical condition first. Looks like I need to learn alchemy. Before Sueki officially embarks on her cultivation, I should feed her some pills to improve her physique. Li Daoxian was making plans. The next day, Lu Sueki gradually woke up and her discomfort had healed. It seemed that the bad guy still cared about her. At this time, Li Daxian just walked into the bedroom, woke up. Looking at the other person's smiling face, Lu Sueki was a little scared. Am I that scary? Li Daxian touched his cheek. He was a handsome boy before he became an immortal. After becoming an immortal, he looked even more ethereal. This kind of reaction shouldn't be the case. Who told you, my husband, not to care about my plea for mercy? I'm still immortal and can't give up my breath. Lu Sueki said resentfully. Then I'll take my wife out for a walk today. Will that be considered as compensation to her? Li Daxian felt that he was in the wrong and asked tentatively. Lu Sueki's eyes lit up when she heard this. She had been in the outside world for many days and had always wanted to go out and see the world, but this is the world of cultivating immortals, and I am powerless. If I encounter a bad guy, I will have no way to resist. So for safety reasons and to avoid causing unnecessary trouble to her husband, she did not mention it. Okay, it's settled. Lu Sueki agreed immediately for fear that the other party would go back on his word. Ding. The other party feels that the host is very considerate. Emotional value plus 50. Then I'll take you out for a walk after you wash up and eat. Wash up and eat. Lu Sueki went out with Li Daxian arm in arm. After taking Lu Sueki for a stroll around the inner area, she gradually felt a little lost. It's not fun at all. Lu Sueki bit her red lips lightly. Everyone was buying and selling things used by cultivators. There was nothing interesting to see. Apart from the towering green bamboos, there was not much scenery to see. Li Daxian naturally noticed Lu Sueki's disappointment. This was not acceptable. He had to make his wife happy. Come on, let's go over there. Li Daxian pulled Lu Sueki to a stall. The boss looked at people visiting his stall and said, Look, fellow Taoist, these are some small items I made, including magic weapons and spiritual swords. Of course, if you feel that these are not suitable, you can also ask me to customize them, but the price will be higher. This person is an equipment refiner. There are various instruments on his booth, which appear to be of good quality. Li Daxian waved his hand and an object on the exhibition stand flew into his hand. Fellow Taoist, you have good vision. This is a modified storage device. Generally speaking, storage bags are a bit conspicuous, so I thought of making some accessories to pretend to be storage bags. The bracelet on your hand is a storage bracelet I made using mithril and precious jade. Although it is only suitable for female cultivators, you can also buy it for your fellow cultivator as an ornament. The boss has a good ability to read people's expressions. Although Lu Sueki is just immortal, he can see that the two have a good relationship and that he is not like other cultivators who just play around with mortal women. If the relationship was like that, it would be impossible for the cultivator to bring a mortal to pick things from him, especially the items in Li Daxian's hands. This thing is not cheap. Whether this deal can be completed depends on the deep relationship between the two parties. It's a good item. Please name a price. Li Daxian looked at the boss and said that he would not mind buying it if the price was right. The boss also understood this meaning. I would like to give you a discount, but this kind of storage device is rare and difficult to refine. The materials used are also space gems. Otherwise, it would not be possible to refine it into a storage device. I will give you a friendly price of 25 low-grade spirit stones. Although you're right, the storage space is only 1 cubic meter. It's far less practical than a storage bag. I bought it for 10 yuan. A general storage bag has a space of 3 by 3 cubic meters and costs only 5 spirit stones. The boss smiled and said, That's true, but things are valuable because they are rare. How about we both make a concession and settle for 20 spirit stones? $15. Li Daxian put the things down, as if to say, if you don't agree, I won't take it. All right. Just consider it a good relationship between me and my fellow Taoist. 15 is 15. The boss also knew that if he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to sell this thing again. There is no way. The disadvantage is indeed as Li Daxian said, the space is too small, male cultivators don't need it, and female cultivators look down on it. The money and goods are cleared. Li Daxian took the bracelet and handed over 15 spirit stones. Although he felt a little sad, he was willing to do it to make his wife happy. If you lose the spirit stones, you can earn them again. If you coax them well, if they are happy, you can be sure that they will give you some benefits. Sueki, I'll put it on for you. Lu Sueki felt sweet in her heart. This was the first time she received a gift and it was of great significance. Ding. The host's gift makes Lu Sueki feel valued. Emotional value plus 100. My husband, I will cherish you. As long as my wife likes it. Li Daxian ruffled the other person's hair. Lu Sueki blushed and whispered, still outside. She is very conservative by nature, otherwise she would not have firmly rejected Li Daxian's unprecedented and strange requests. I, in one word, can't let go. However, after playing with this bad guy for a long time, the bottom line was slowly broken. As the saying goes, if there is one, there will be a second. Once the bottom line is lowered, it can never be raised again, just like the scumbag in modern society coaxing little girls. I am XXXXX. After the deed was done, he said, it doesn't count as a gift if you wear it. Li Daxian pulled Lu Sueki back home. After all, there was nothing much to see. On the way. Sueki, your husband has prepared a gift for you. Have you given me a gift in return? Li Daxian had a hidden meaning. Lu Sueki pursed her red lips. She knew very well that this bad guy was up to no good again, but I should really return the gift. But I have nothing, so she leaned over to Li Daxian's ear and whispered, whatever reward your husband wants, it's fine. Looking at the dazed Li Daxian, Lu Sueki felt a little embarrassed. Her husband's hobbies were very strange, and she couldn't accept many of his ways. She could only adapt to them little by little and then reward him. These words were like the whisper of a devil, constantly impacting Li Daxian's mental state. Chapter 403, Collecting Rent. Gulp. Li Daxian swallowed. He has a lot of hobbies. He looked at Lu Sueki with shining eyes. Husband, don't do this, I'm scared. Lu Sueki didn't expect that a single sentence would stimulate Li Daxian so much. She had not yet recovered from yesterday's madness. If I were to be toyed with like that again, I would be ruined not only physically but also mentally. Don't regret what you said. Let's go back and start. Lu Sueki looked up at the sky. It was only noon. Her legs were trembling. No. It's too early. Lu Sueki shook her head repeatedly to refuse. Li Daxian hugged the other person tightly and hurried back at a faster pace. Husband. It will break. Lu Sueki looked at the other person pitifully. No, this time your husband has prepared something for you. Li Daxian smiled. He just bought some pills at the pill stall while strolling around. They are all about strengthening the physical body, and a total of 5 spirit stones were spent. Lu Sueki didn't know that this was bought for her. After all, she was not a cultivator, and she thought that Li Daxian bought it to assist in his cultivation. Today's revenue is 0, expenses are 20, and the balance is 50. Along the way, Lu Sueki acted coquettishly and begged for mercy. In the blink of an eye, I was back home. Go, take a shower. Li Daxian patted it and found it felt very good. He never got tired of patting it no matter how many times he did it. Lu Sueki had a resentful look in her eyes, but she still took her clothes and went into the bathroom to wash up. Li Daxian didn't bother him this time. It was better to save the anticipation for later. It would be boring to eat it secretly in advance. Soon the two of them took turns washing up. Bedroom. Lu Sueki tensed up when she noticed Li Daxian pushing the door open. Okay, eat these first. He helped Lu Sueki, who was pretending to be dead, up and handed her some pills. This is? Lu Sueki took it doubtfully. I bought these pills to strengthen the body of a certain weakling who always cries out that he can't do it anymore, so I can avoid him saying that I don't care enough about my wife. Li Daoxian joked. Humph. You scoundrel. Lu Sueki said angrily. Li Daoxian chuckled, thinking it was so adorable that he couldn't help but rub the other person's face. Have you had enough fun, husband? Lu Sueki's eyes were dim. Hey. Eat it, I'll help you refine the pill. Li Daoxian said seriously. Lu Sueki is just a mortal and has no spiritual power in his body, so he needs to use his magic power to refine it after eating it a long time. I feel warm inside. Lu Sueki expressed her feelings. That means your body has been strengthened. Just take it long term and your body will improve. Oh, right, take this fasting pill. Li Daoxian took out another pill. It's still early now, and we won't have time to eat if we start playing later. He was fine, but Lu Sueki must have run out of energy halfway through her words. Husband, feed me, Lu Sueki provoked. People are addicted to being sloppy. Li Daoxian scolded with a smile. I fed it to him with my hands. As for why I didn't use my mouth, the qigong pill melted in his mouth. What if he absorbed it? This pill is not like other pills. The qigong pill is a concentrated energy body and can be easily absorbed by the human body without the need for mana to refine it. Looking at Lu Sueki sucking his fingers, Li Daoxian raised his eyebrows. Lu Sueki gave him a provocative wink, and after taking the pill, she felt herself standing up. Gulpa. After swallowing the pill, Lu Sueki opened her mouth for the other party to check. Okay, it seems like my wife is full of confidence. Being teased like this, which man can resist? Is it you, the reader? Of course, everyone has sage mode, so don't take a moment as permanent. The mythical beast river crab appears. The next day, I stretched comfortably and got up, looking at Lu Sueki, who had fallen asleep beside him. Li Daoxian smiled and shook his head. That's it. You need to take more pills to strengthen yourself. It's time to get down to business. I've had enough fun. It's time to continue earning spirit stones to support my family. However, he does not plan to work as hard as before. In general, he will combine work and rest, carve talismans in the morning, sell them in the afternoon, and rest at night. Learn another technique of alchemy and weapon refining. After making a plan in his mind, Li Daoxian took action. Time passed day by day. Li Daoxian really enjoys the days of leisure in his busy schedule. This is what it means to cultivate immortality. This is life point 996. I'll go to hell just like that. The first month in King Sealand passed. Today is also the day to collect rent. During these days, Li Daoxian has not sold many talismans. Only when most people have used up the talismans they bought will there be a big demand in the market. The top grade talismans are easy to sell, but in order not to attract attention, he only sells them once every 10 days. After deducting miscellaneous expenses, he now has 210 spirit stones left. Li Daoxian looked at the people waiting outside from every household, thought for a moment and went out as well. There must be a reason why everyone does this. There's no need to stand out from the crowd. Here I come. Someone looked into the distance and said something. Everyone looked over spontaneously. Li Daoxian was naturally no exception. As the other party walked into his perception, he couldn't help but frown. Another guy whose cultivation level cannot be sensed, building a foundation? Each of you should prepare the rent. Manager Zhao said this and walked into the first house. A male cultivator hurried forward to meet him. Manager Zhao, here is this month's rent, please keep it. The male cultivator flattered. Manager Zhao waited, and it was 12 spirit stones. He patted his shoulder with satisfaction and left to go to the next store. Not enough spirit stones? If you have no money, just move out. There are plenty of people living here. Manager Zhao spoke to the second family. Manager Zhao, please give me a few days' grace. I recently suffered some injuries while hunting monsters, and I overdrew my spirit stones to buy elixirs. But I promise that I will gather all the spirit stones within 7 days. This person's cultivation level was at the 7th level of chi refining, and he only had 7 spirit stones left in his hand. As for why we don't move to the outer area, just kidding. After getting used to the spiritual energy concentration, which is 5 times higher than that in the inner area, who would want to go to the outer area? The man seemed to have thought of something and whispered something into Manager Zhao's ear. Manager Zhao took a look at the female cultivator next to him. She was quite pretty. Manager Zhao, this is the rich girl I brought back from the mortal world. Seeing that she has some low-grade spiritual roots, I invested some resources in her care. The female cultivator's face changed. She was close enough to hear the conspiracy between the two people. With a look of terror on her face, she pleaded, husband, please don't. I don't want to serve other men. You should know that I gave you what you have today, so what's wrong with asking you to do something now? The male cultivator ignored it. She's just a woman, and she's only reached the chi refining level. I'll just give her away and find another one later. Manager Zhao, this is the restriction in her body. She is yours from now on. The male cultivator flattered. Manager Zhao nodded in satisfaction and said, I'll give you the remaining spirit stones. You must prepare them for next month. Okay. The male cultivator said happily, although the others didn't know what they were plotting. They could guess a thing by looking at the crying female cultivator, but they didn't meddle in other people's business. After all, this scene was very common in the world of immortal cultivation.